To get through this cold winter night, I not only took off the only warm clothes on my body, but also covered the old beggar with the grass mat that blocked the cold wind, although doing so may not necessarily survive the night. Looking at the old beggar killed by myself in front of me, I know he is my only chance to survive. Just now, as a beggar, I stared fiercely at the old beggar not far away, a feeling of indescribable resentment rising in my heart. It was the other party who took away the straw mat, causing the original owner to die. However, a cold wind blew by, making me unable to think too much. If this continues, I will undoubtedly die. After a few breaths, I reached into the snow with my palm and quickly grasped a hard object. It was a sharp green stone, the original defensive weapon. Still here, just as I was about to climb over and fight desperately, an instinct emerged in my heart, as if I could swallow the green stone. Following the instinct, the next moment, the green stone disappeared directly in my palm, and in my consciousness, a seed slowly pulsated with vitality. Upon my first glance at the seed, it sprouted, and a tender leaf emerged. Above the leaf, the vanished green stone quietly floated. The seed sprouted. What is it? Just as this thought appeared in my mind, the sprouting seed emitted a green glow. Then a kind of enlightenment arose in my heart. There is a primordial spirit in the law. This is the seed of the 7 treasures mystical technique. Seeking the 7 treasures of the world. It is the technique formed by the complete practice of 7 fundamentally different laws. At the peak of supernatural powers, one can brush off countless gods and Buddhas, billions of living beings, and immeasurable time and space. Divine ability master, Zhang Yuanzhu. Control, ordinary level, Chengshi, specialty, hardness. Realm, mortal. Cultivation method, none. Skills, none. A very simple panel appears in front of me. The master of the 7 treasures mystical arts. I see layers of ripples in the depths of my eyes. However, as the piercing coldness comes from all around my body again, my consciousness gradually returns to reality. I squint my eyes, looking at the unchanged palm, then lightly pat it, making a dull thud. I feel the sensation when the palms collide, with a knowing look in my eyes. Is this what hardness feels like? The skin is like bluestone. I wonder if it can withstand swords and knives. I didn't have time for further research, so I lay on the ground and slowly crawled towards the straw mat. In about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, I reached the straw mat, with thick snowflakes already falling on me. I looked towards the edge of the straw mat and saw an old man with white hair. My eyes were cold. My hand reached out, and a sharp green stone appeared in my palm out of nowhere, stabbing fiercely towards the old man's closed eyes. Stab! Fresh blood gushed out with a scream, splashing on my palm and face. The blood's unique warmth made my arm lift and fall more quickly. Soon the wailing returned to silence. Looking at the old man with eyes bursting open and even his neck abnormally twisted. Although I felt relieved in my heart, the most difficult thing now is how to survive this snowstorm. The characteristics of bluestone are hard, and it cannot keep warm. Whether it freezes to death or not, it will freeze to death. Moreover, the intense fighting just now has exhausted the last of my strength. I reached out my hand and pressed it on the grass mat, and the next moment, the grass mat disappeared. In the depths of my heart, above the green leaves, a tattered grass mat floats and sinks on it. Can I not control, ordinary level, straw mat, characteristic, none? I looked at the information on the panel. A hint of disappointment flashed in my eyes. Then I turned my gaze to the beggar's corpse. I reached out my hand directly and placed it on the old beggar's corpse. Control, I silently recited in my heart, but the corpse did not change at all. Can I only control one item at a time? Or is the corpse unable to be controlled? Thoughts. I took out the straw mat and once again controlled the corpse. My pupils shrank, looking at the usual corpse, exhaling a hot breath, melting the snowflakes. I squinted my eyes. A touch of ruthlessness flashed by. I want to live. Never willing to die like this. Then I started again, my palm down, pulling off my old clothes and covering the old man. At the same time, holding a sharp green stone in my right hand, I slashed at the belly of the corpse, staring at the open chest and belly. I had a thought and brought the bluestone into my body. With one hand holding the straw mat, I shrank into the belly of the corpse. The straw mat fell on the corpse. I didn't care about the cramped space and the foul smell. I rolled with all my strength, rolling with the corpse, completely wrapping the corpse in the straw mat. I lay panting on top of the flesh and blood, my blood-stained face showing a calm expression. Straw mats, corpses, cotton clothes, and linen clothes, 4 layers of warmth. At this point, I have done my best. Heavy snow falls, cold winds howl. In the narrow alley, tightly wrapped straw mats sway like flickering candles in the wind. The next morning, the heavy snow stopped, and the morning sun rose. Sister, there is a snowdrift here. Someone must have died here. The clear voice made my blurred consciousness begin to clear. I survived, struggling to open the frozen corpse, tearing apart the snow-covered grass mat, but no longer had the strength to stand up. Sister, There are living people. A surprised voice came from the side. I looked at the two blurry figures, opened my mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Ruan looked at the slender figure on the snowy ground, her face full of blood, unable to see the specific appearance clearly, only a pair of eyes that surprised her. What kind of eyes were those? One eye but born with two pupils, looking demonic and mysterious. Tap, tap. The young girl stepped back. As the second daughter of the Ruan family, one of the rich merchants of Ginger Water City, when had she ever seen such a bloody scene? What weird eyes? A gentle female voice came from behind the young girl. Then there was silence. Time passed. Zhang Yuan Candle's vitality passed away little by little, and he was about to die. Suddenly, a warm touch came from the side of his mouth. Immediately afterward, a warmth slid down his throat and the slightest bit of strength began to build in his thin frame. At the same time the blurred consciousness began to clear. The scene in the alleyway unfolded before him. A woman with a well-proportioned body, a slender neck like a crane, and a snow-white goose-egg face squatted beside him, holding a bowl of soup in one hand and feeding him. The woman wore a pale yellow fur robe, her ebony hair hanging behind her back, carrying an unspeakable gentleness and ebullience. Sober, a soft voice, coming from the woman. Zhang Yuan Candle struggled to lift his hands and took the soup bowl, looking at the thick rice porridge in it. Thanks, word for word, gratitude from the heart. Without this mouthful of porridge, he would have died. Small sips of the porridge followed, a stream of soupy rice sliding into the gut. The woman's expression was soft as she took out a steamed bun from her bosom and placed it on top of the rice porridge. It's cold and people are hungry. Live well. With a soft whisper, the woman rose and shook the snowflakes that stained the hem of her coat. Behind her a petite young girl, looking curiously at the child, whispers sideways, "Sister, mother has asked us to buy furs, and we can't delay any longer." The woman in the pale yellow fur robe nodded, turned around, headed out of the alley. Zhang Yuan Candle also put down his soup bowl and looked seriously at the woman's back, engraving it in his mind. The moment they were about to step out of the alley. "Miss, can you tell me your name? I will repay this favor someday." Kindness to a beggar, without any intention to do so, stuck with him. The woman's forward steps paused slightly, then stepped away again. A voice that echoed through the alley. Ruan Cheng. As the words drifted down, the two silhouettes had already disappeared from view. The two Ruan family ladies? Surely a rare and good man. The Ruan family, a rare family in Jiangshui City that practiced good deeds and virtues, had given kanji to relieve beggars and the poor many times. All of these things surfaced in the original owner's memory. Zhang Yuan Candle held the bowl and drank it once again, while starting to organize beggars' memories. One mouthful of rice porridge after another. The thin body, gradually regaining strength. Meanwhile his eyes grew hotter and hotter. There are practitioners in this world. I remember seeing rainbows crossing the sky and blinking away. I have also heard of ghosts, monsters, fairies and Buddhas, and even saw the dead turn into dry bones in a flash when I was fleeing from the famine. This world must be extremely exciting. After drinking the rice porridge, Zhang Yuanju carefully placed the steamed bun into his arms. Even the bowl was wiped clean with snow and put into a cotton coat. It was the most valuable thing he had. All over him. All we have to do now is to live. And after that we will seek to cultivate the matter. Zhang Yuan Candle propped up the ground with one hand and stood up, leaning against the wall as he walked towards the outside of the alley. The steps stumbled out of the alley. In an instant, the light of the sun, spilling over its body, carried a slight warmth. This moment is like a new life. Immediately followed by all sorts of clamor, hawking, playfulness, and conversations, constantly reaching the ears. At the same time several gazes crossed the child's body with contempt and disgust. The beggars aren't dead yet. Tens of meters apart. I can still smell the acidic stench. This freak should really have his eyes gouged out. Zhang Yuan Candle's head was lowered to hide his expression, and he slowly stepped forward with one hand holding the corner of the wall. He was born with heavy pupils, and was undoubtedly a freak in the eyes of the living beings in this city. After all, in this world, there were no Shun, king of West Chu, etc. Saints and overlords who were born with heavy pupils. Heavy pupil, but a deformed child, without the slightest god. Crunch, crunch, stepping forward, step by step, through the snow, minimizing his presence. He didn't know how long he had traveled forward. The surrounding crowd gradually thinned out, and he came to the edge of Jiangshui City. Tower, tower, tower. The sound of feet touching the stone floor continued to reach his ears. Why is there such a sound when it is clear that snow covers the earth? Zhang Yuan Candle unconsciously raised his head and looked ahead. A woman dressed in blue leads a donkey from the city gates. Chapter 3, A Dead Tree Rejuvenates. A dead man comes back to life. Blue-clothed woman, face covered with a light veil, hair smooth like silk, has a dusty atmosphere. Her delicate hands gently held the capsized donkey. her head slightly tilted, and her sky-blue pupils, like the ocean, looked towards beggar. With just a single glance, Zhang Yuan Candle felt that everything in his body had been seen through, and his entire being was as if he was standing bare in the snow, allowing the woman to survey him. Ha! A voice of amazement. The woman in blue led the donkey. Lotus steps forward, like a divine lotus swaying, skin glossy ing. Zhang Yuan Candle was like a normal beggar, with a blank expression, with no idea what to do, standing in the middle of the snow, looking at the woman who came with a step, tower, a silhouette, stopped in its tracks, and a flat voice, then came into the ears. A dead tree springs to life again, and such a scene was encountered by me. Xian, Z, what are you talking about? What withered trees spring back to life? Dead people, live again. Zhang Yuan Candle's palms that were braced against the wall gave out as if he wanted to salute a being that was beyond the imagination of mortals, but he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The woman in blue just quietly looked at the blood-stained beggar and spoke to herself. If a tree withers and dies, and if it grows again, it will surely be more luxuriant. What about a man? I'm curious and willing to try. Between the words fluttering around, a streak of light flew out from the body and into beggar's arms. The pupils of Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes shrunk slightly. Practitioners? With that, his gaze dropped down, and the pure white jade plate reflected in his vision. The jade plate was warm to the touch, engraved with arcane patterns, and also exuded a glistening luster, with an unknown text engraved in the center. The order to welcome the soldiers. 3 days later, in front of the returning truth building, with this order, I can guide you into the immortal sect. His head lifted, and the blue-clad woman who stood in front of him was already far away, gradually disappearing from view. It's also a real building. This Ginger Water City's first building, the place where countless powerful people gathered. Of course he knew about it, with the way he was dressed now. Not to mention entering it, just approaching it would be beaten to death with a messy stick and thrown into the wilderness. The child's palm clenched the jade token and placed it inside his shirt, taking one last look in the direction the blue-clothed woman had left, toward the original address. He needed to find a shelter from the wind and the snow or he would have a hard time making it through the night. As for the things the woman in blue said, they all had to take a back seat. In between his thoughts, Zhang Yuan Candle walked towards the even more dilapidated and remote streets. The other side, the woman in blue walked through the snow with her donkey, the snowflakes on the ground dispersing with each step. The world is a big place. There is nothing strange. What is a dead tree and a dead man living again? A sharp sound as if sandpaper rubbing came from behind the woman in blue behind her. Just that. It's not worth giving away a welcoming order. The woman in blue, eyes slightly curved, holding the reins of the jade hand, gently tugging. Donkey, within the Yuan dynasty, I'll be in charge of all disciple recruitment. You just follow orders. The woman's footsteps remained the same, without half a change. Her sky blue pupils were like the ocean, pure and deep intertwined. The district is certainly not worth a single welcome order in death. But that beggar's face is an interesting one. She had traveled the world and had never seen such a plain face, born a pure mortal, without the slightest opportunity to cultivate. Even if she were to casually look at people along the roadside, they would not be so ordinary, and there would always be so many possibilities of stepping into cultivation. Heaven's order, or a deliberate act. Murmuring in his heart, he then looked his beautiful eyes forward. One by one, well-dressed and powerful people, pulling their own children, appeared around the corner. Jiangshui City, the Jiang, Zhou, and Wang families, with their descendants' sons and daughters, welcomed the immortal envoy's arrival. The woman in blue didn't respond, walking forward as if no one else was there. Crossing over one of the powerful people who held the life and death of Jiangshui City, he disappeared under the rising sun. The powers that be followed suit and headed forward. The wind whistled past, whipping up layers of snow from the ground. By the time the snow had fallen, there was no longer half a figure. The land at the very edge of the city. The cold wind whistled past, blowing an ancient temple shaking more than just, breaking open several large holes in the wooden door, but also the sound of bang bang constantly coming from the sound of hitting the wall. 50 meters away to the east of the ancient temple were streets filled with all kinds of filth. Zhang Yuan Candle leaned against the earth wall and crouched on the snow, looking at the ancient temple with cold severity. This ancient temple, where beggars gather, is dilapidated but sheltered from the wind and snow. Only a small number of beggars, however, could enter the ancient temple to rest. Yesterday the original had prayed to enter the ancient temple to come through the snowy night, but was still beaten out. It makes the already fragile body like a candle in the wind that could go out at any time. Finally, after the old beggar grabbed the straw mat and died outright, Zhang Yuan Candle placed his palm in front of his chest and held the jade tablet tightly. He could clearly perceive that this object could be palmed. I wonder if the items from the hands of the practitioners will surprise him again. Palm royal. With a silent thought in his heart, the jade plate directly disappeared in the next moment, and the sharp green stone appeared in his palm. Deep in the heart, above the tender leaves, a pure white jade tablet hovers above it. Filaments of light collided and intertwined in front of the delicate leaf, making up all sorts of information. Avatar Master, Zhang Yuan Candle. Palmistry, Level 1, Order of Welcoming Soldiers. Characteristics, Nourishing the Body. Realm, Mortal. Technique, None. Skill, None. Before he had time to look at it more, a trace of inexplicable energy surged out from the root of the seed and went towards all parts of his body. In a flash, Zhang Yuan Candle felt his entire body was warm, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He felt clearly as if something missing was being filled in. Slowly, but extremely firmly, Zhang Yuan Candle's palm probed out and slowly closed his grip, without the slightest change in strength, speed, or anything, but he instinctively sensed that what was being compensated for was far more enhanced than it appeared. Is this a Level 1 item? Practitioners are involved. The child made a judgment in his mind, but still, after a few moments, he put away the jade tablet and resumed palming the green stone. The order to welcome the soldiers is bound to be far more than the verdigris that you see everywhere in the long run, but it played a far less important role in what happened next than the hardening of the skin that came with palming the lapis lazuli. Take the bowl out of your arms and bury it in the snow. It was only then that Zhang Yuan Candle walked towards the ancient temple. He walked at an extremely slow pace, trying not to make a sound, and soon arrived at the wooden door. The body shrunk slightly and went straight through the hole. The moment he entered the ancient temple, his feet stomped on the ground, following the memorized directions and rushing straight ahead. Two teenagers in tattered cotton clothes, lying in front of an offering table, come into view. A teenager in a gray cotton shirt, a slightly thinner teenager in an earthy yellow cotton shirt. The two teenagers' faces were vicissitudes, still bearing several scars, and their breathing was calm. These are the twin brothers who struck the hardest last night, nearly beating the original body to death right inside the temple. Zhang Yuan Candle ran at a fast pace, clenching his 5 fingers and smashing them towards the yellow cotton-clothed boy's throat. Chapter 4 Jair. Bang! Click! The sound of dull crashes echoed through the temple. It's you! Weird! The eyes of the teenager, dressed in a dirt-colored cotton shirt, snapped open with pain and consternation. The freaks he and his brother had driven out yesterday hadn't frozen to death on a snowy night. The intense pain and choking sensation made him instinctively cover his throat. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were cold and stern, and his other palm was already clenched into a fist, ruthlessly striking at his throat. Bang! Freak! You're looking for death! Howls accompanied by piercing sword light exploded in the ancient temple. At some point, the teenager with a relatively strong frame and wearing a gray robe, rolled over, holding the sword in one hand. He chopped towards Zhang Yuan Candle's neck at extreme speed. The teenager's face was filled with anger and murderous intent, and when his afterglow looked at his brother, who was paralyzed on the ground, the light of the knife became even swifter. Beggar's head slightly sideways, blood-stained face, cannot see the change of expression, only a double pupil demonic and mysterious, faceted, like a knife cutting through a green stone. The neck was only left with shallow blood marks. In a blink of an eye, the gray-robed teenager, the anger on his face turned into stagnation. Such a sight was beyond his imagination. And Zhang Yuan Candle's double fists had already been withdrawn. His feet fired and his body slammed forward, knocking the gray-robed teenager to the ground. At the same time, the 5 fingers of his right hand spread out and quickly thrust towards his eyes. Boom! Boom! The teenager's eyeballs burst right open, blood mixed with inexplicable liquid, sliding down his fingers. As for Zhang Yuan Candle's other hand, it was dead against the blade, preventing it from stabbing at his body again. Interjection of surprise. A mournful wail resounded through the temple, and one beggar woke up from his sleep and looked at the scene in front of him in fear. Zhang Yuan Candle ignored the bloody cuts on his left palm, and the finger that had been inserted into his eye socket was withdrawn. Clenching into fists, they slammed into each other's necks like rain. The struggle underneath the body became more and more violent, but as time passed, the struggling and hissing began to diminish until they disappeared. The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth were sketched, and an unconcealable pleasure welled up in his heart. He could have lived better. Eyes dropped to the short blade that had been held tightly in the enemy's grip until his death. The knife was no more than 3 feet. The blade was covered in rust. The blade was still covered in nicks, and the handle was wrapped in burlap. It was an extremely worn-out and mutilated short sword, but it was still called a weapon. Enough to kill. The palm of his hand probed out, wrenching away the other man's fingers that clutched the hilt of the blade, holding the short blade in his own palm. Standing up, with his sword in both hands, he looked around at the beggars who stood up one by one. They are either fearful, cunning, or silent. No one laughed. No one went forward. Can live to go here, beggars? Which is not from experiencing all kinds of suffering. Dead people. Killings. Nothing? Zhang Yuan Candle placed the tip of his blade downward against the corpse's neck and lashed out. Jab. The neck was instantly chopped in half, leaving it completely dead. With no further repetition. Under the blood splatter, a gentle voice slowly came out. The Ma brothers, last night, tried to kill me through the wind and snow. I killed these two today as a personal vendetta, and it has nothing to do with you all. As the words fluttered, Zhang Yuan Candle drew his short sword out and slowly stepped back, coming to another still twitching form. The short blade slashed straight down towards the neck, decapitating it. This body, I'll take care of, and the remaining one you all will decide for yourselves. After saying that, Zhang Yuan Candle dragged Ma's younger brother's body to the corner of the wall and sat down on the ground. Quietly, the beggars looked on, with varying expressions. For those of them at the bottom of the ladder, a corpse can be worth a lot, whether it's the cotton clothes on the corpse, or the hair. It's all warmth, and hungry to a point. For a while, the entire temple fell into silence, and one beggar looked at the corpses on the ground, and then looked at the child sitting with a knife. A few moments later, a middle-aged beggar with a thin body and cloaked hair walked out first, came to the corpse, and peeled off the gray cotton coat. In a moment the other beggars, swarming around, began to snatch the items from the corpse. In the end, it was even the bear corpse that was dragged outside the ancient temple. Not knowing what it was doing, Zhang Yuan Candle gazed at the scene in front of him, his eyes growing calmer and calmer, started to treat the wounds on his body. First, he cut open the corpse's robe and removed the straw and fluff in it for warmth, and tore open a few strips of cloth. Place straw, lint, and other debris on wounds such as necks and palms, and tie a strip of cloth to stop the bleeding. Such crude means, in normal times, is absolutely looking for death. The wound is very likely to be infected. Pus. Good thing, he had other means. Clenching the jade tablet in his bosom with his palm, he whispered in his heart, "Palm Royal." In an instant, the order to welcome the soldiers disappeared and the sharp lapis lazuli appeared in his palm. The inexplicable energy surged again, moisturizing all parts of the body. Exhale. A mouthful of turbid breath was exhaled, and Zhang Yuan Candle leaned his back against the corner as his tense muscles began to relax. All of a sudden, exhaustion and soreness came from all parts of the muscles. It was a good thing that there were characteristics to nourish the body, and the fatigue and soreness were slowly disappearing. Time, bit by bit, passed, and one beggar after another walked out of the temple and began to head to the city streets to beg. Zhang Yuan Candle always sat coiled in the corner and looked at the beggars vigilantly. By noon, the sun was high in the sky. He was also the only one left in the temple before he took out the rest of the morning's steamed buns from his arms. Small bites were taken to replenish the expended strength. Soon the bun was swallowed in its entirety, and he carefully observed the surrounding area again to make sure no one was there. The body sitting on the ground was slightly turned to the side, blocking the short blade in his hand. A thought. The short sword disappeared and the order to welcome the soldiers surfaced. In the depths of the mind, in front of the green leaves, the mirror made of interwoven arcane divine radiance changed. Mastery, mortal, short sword, characteristics, prana. Prana? Zhang Yuan Candle's brows were lightly furrowed. This was a trait he had never seen before. The palm of his hand probed out and was placed in front of his eyes, but an extremely familiar feeling arose. 5 fingers together, slamming down. Rip! The air tore as the palm chopped through, finally stopping an inch short of the ground. The invisible strong wind blew the dust up and down in all directions. A little ripple rippled in the depths of his eyes. This was the most basic cleave in the blade technique. Such extreme speed was by no means something that he, someone who had never learned sword techniques, could cut out with his palm blade. At this moment, he seemed to understand what prana was. Is it the experience of someone who has used the sword? With a sword? Zhang Yuan Candle guessed in his heart and obeyed his instincts, slashing continuously. Each chop was like an old hand with a sword, swinging a long sword. The corners of the child's mouth lifted slightly. At this moment, he finally possessed some power to defend himself. And that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that, unlike characteristics, hardness and body nurturing, blade techniques can be learned. It's far too easy to push the process by the results than it is to start learning knife skills from nothing. The thoughts in his mind did not affect the movements in Zhang Yuan Candle's palm, constantly chopping and slashing, sensing every detail. As the sun sets, the afterglow of the setting sun transmits a red film over heaven and earth. Zhang Yuan Candle looked outside the temple, at the beggars returning from begging, and stopped chopping in his palm. Replaced the short sword of the paladin with the order to welcome the soldiers. Holding the sword in one hand, he stood up and chopped straight out. Brush! A flash of blade light, snowy and cold, Chapter 5 Meh. Prosperous world? At this moment, the unique cold light of the metal made the beggar, who was striding, unconsciously stop. Zhang Yuan Candle ignored the figures and slung his short sword around his waist, using a simple bundle of cloth bow to prevent it from slipping. Then, picking up the cotton shirt plucked from Ma's brother's torso, he headed out of the temple. Tower, tower, tower. The pace was unhurried, crossing over the many beggars, and as he passed through the streets, he stooped down to put away the bowls hidden in the snow. At the same time, he took advantage of the snowflakes to clean the blood from his face. Take a big step in the direction you remember eating. He's going to fix today's dinner, and the welcome order comes with properties that don't repel grain. In about half an hour, Zhang Yuan Candle arrived at the main street of Jianshui City. He walked on the very edge of the street, listening to all kinds of hawking, looking at the luxurious carriages that drove by, and the laughter and playfulness of the scholars and ladies. It's like being in the middle of a prosperous world. Eyes dropping, dirty, worn, and ill-fitting cotton clothes. The palm peeked out. It was a rough, small hand full of old and new scars. Ha! The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth tickled as he let out a low laugh. Quickly, he walked toward the bakery that stood beside the street. Before he could get close, the rough voice had already come. Where's the beggar? I don't give alms in this store. Zhang Yuan Candle's body was slightly sideways, revealing the rust-covered blade while pressing one hand on the hilt. Stepping forward slowly, he stopped in front of a burly boss. With his free hand, he took the full white porcelain bowl out of his pocket and handed it over. Boss, this bowl, I wonder if I can exchange it for a few buns. The boss, dressed in a blue cotton coat, with his brows furrowed, casually swept a glance at the beggar in front of him, and the white porcelain bowl in his palm. The vision finally rested on the palm of the child's knife-wielding hand. After a few breaths, the boss opened his mouth. The bowls are good bowls, and I'm not going to bully you with 5 pork chowder buns. Yes. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded and placed the white porcelain bowl on a side table, slowly backing away. The burly boss, also following suit, took out 5 buns from within the steamer, wrapped them up in clean dead leaves, and placed them on the table. After that, pick up the white porcelain bowl and knock on it. Zhang Yuan Candle took advantage of its tapping on the white porcelain bowl. His palm probed out, grabbed the wrapped food, and prepared to leave the stall. Beggar, are the cotton coats carried for sale? Count you in for 5 more buns. The gruff voice stopped him in his tracks as he left. A little ripple rippled in the depths of the child's eyes, and he looked over to the owner of the stall, who had set his bowl down. A worn, stained cotton shirt can't be worth the price. Thanks. Place the earth-colored cotton shirt on the ground aside. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, the boss swept a glance at the cotton clothes, once again took out 5 buns from the steamer and wrapped them up, handing them over. Zhang Yuan Candle took the wrapped food and walked towards the street, placing a portion of food into his arms and feeling the warmth coming from his chest. The child's face unconsciously brought on a hint of a smile. Walking over to the side of the road, he opened the dry leaves, pulled out a pork bun, and took a big bite. The unique roughness of the wheat bran, coupled with the fishy smell of the pig chowder, seemed to him at the moment to be a rare delicacy. While walking forward, surveying the familiar yet unfamiliar city, he ate a bun to get rid of the hunger in his belly. I don't know how much time had passed, but the sun had completely set. Suddenly, a familiar voice, in the distance, the rice porridge and steamed buns are no longer available today, so everyone can come back tomorrow. The words are gentle, like a breeze that can brush away the irritation and bewilderment within. Before Zhang Yuan Candle could think, 3 figures walked out from the corner. 2 women in pale yellow fur robes, side by side, walked towards him head-on. It was none other than the sisters Ruan Cheng and Ruan Yu who met early this morning. Behind them, they were followed by a tall, cross-faced man carrying a bucket of porridge in both hands and a large sword on his back. The man wore brown leather armor, and his eyes were sharp, like flesh-eating beasts, as he recklessly surveyed the child. Zhang Yuan Candle merely glanced at the trio before hanging his head and standing on the side of the road, waiting for the trio to pass. As for going up to say hello, no kidding, with his dress and status, it's just adding to the joke. The 2 parties kept approaching, and just when the Ruan sisters were about to cross him, the petite young girl, with her beautiful eyes, glanced curiously at the beggar. Ha, little beggar, is that you? Zhang Yuan Candle's face flashed with a hint of helplessness as he gathered the buns towards his arms. Ms. Nguyen knock, it's me. The head lifted, revealing those demonic and mysterious heavy pupils. It's really you. You seem to be recovering well. The young girl laughed playfully, not caring about the filth on the beggar's body, and stepped forward to pat his shoulder. With that, he looked to the 3 buns in his arms. And buns, Jade. A low voice stopped the young girl's words at the edge of her mouth. Ruan Qing glared at his sister before turning his gaze to Zhang Yuanzhu. It's getting dark. Is there a shelter from the wind and cold? Before Zhang Yuan Candle even opened his mouth, a great crisis came from within, as if a sharp knife was against his throat. His afterglow glanced at the leather-armored man with cold eyes that seemed to be warning him of something. Zhang Yuan Candle was silent for a moment and responded. Thanks to the benefactor's concern, I have found shelter. Go back early then. The sun has set and the night is not safe for you. Yes. Between a few conversations, the four of them had already staggered off in different directions. In the cold wind, Ruan's sisters, along with their guards, walked slowly forward toward the mansion, one after the other. Missy, that beggar, when did you meet? Without waiting for Ruan Qing to reply, Ruan Yu was already the first to speak. Bear guard, was recognized early this morning, seeing as he was freezing to death. Sister fed him a bowl of rice porridge. In the morning? Eldest miss and second miss. Saving his life is already a heavenly favor. How can a lowly person such as him be worthy of talking to you? Big dog bear, when did the Ruan family act in a way that requires you? We know, but it was just a chance encounter. No connection. Ruan Qing's expression was calm, her lotus steps moving forward, her pale yellow fur robe, moving with the wind. Ruan Yu glanced angrily at the burly man, her pretty face filled with dissatisfaction as she quickened her pace to follow her sister. Standing at the back, the Xiong escort looked at the Ruan sisters in front of him, his eyes dark with sarcasm. It's snowing. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm probed out, sensing the falling snow with its icy coldness. Look up at the sky and watch the gooseflesh. Putting away the remaining buns in his palm, he walked quickly in the direction of the temple. As for everything that happened just now, did not think too much. The force is not as good as others. Think more but futile trouble. With his speed, he returned to the temple in about half an hour. The temple was dimly lit, and Zhang Yuan Candle pressed the hilt of his sword with one hand as he stepped into it step by step, ignoring the various gazes under the darkness. Sitting in the corner. At this moment, the existential crisis was temporarily lifted, and he was finally able to seriously plan his future path. Chapter 6 Last Day. Cultivation. Mastering the power to transcend the mundane was undoubtedly of utmost importance to him, and it was close at hand. Only a few days later it would be enough to travel to the returning building. However, whether or not that blue-clothed woman harbored any malice towards him, as well as the various reactions of the powerful and wealthy people of Jianshui City after knowing that he had stepped into the cultivation path, and whether or not he could get close to the returning truth building were all unknown. There were too many things that needed to be considered, and it was never as simple as entering the true returning building. Other than that, it's a strength gain. Improve your mastery of swordsmanship techniques with the short sword trait, and strive to have sufficient swordsmanship techniques without wielding short swords, to make up for the deficit in the body by welcoming the soldier's order characteristics. Yes, after an afternoon of sensing and nourishing his body, he had surmised. Characteristics, to nourish the body is to make up for the deficiencies of the body brought about by prolonged starvation. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. Zhang Yuan Candle's back was against the wall, and his body was slightly bent to hide the sight of the many beggars. 5 fingers slowly spread out, revealing a thumb-sized stone grain. There are brown rocks, red masonry, and gray marble. These are the stones collected in the city, ready to be used to try out the palmistry. In the next instant, the brown rock disappeared. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked inward into the depths of his mind. The empty palm tapped the ground, sending out a dull thumping sound, which was obscured by the wind and snow whistling outside the temple before it could spread. The characteristic is equally hard, but it's inferior compared to the hardness brought about by lapis lazuli. Zhang Yuan Candle made a judgment in his mind. With that, it was time to try other stone grains. Time passed, and a stone pellet disappeared and reappeared in his palm. Most of the stone grains were discarded in the corner, and the only one pebble the size of a marble was the only one he ended up placing close to him. It was, characteristics, a stone grain that was harder than lapis lazuli, and would be used as his base card when killing. After determining the most suitable stone for palming, Zhang Yuan Candle replaced his short sword and started practicing his sword technique. The palms of his hands continued to stroke, leaving a tearing sound in the night, hidden by the wind and snow so that no one could listen. The night deepened as he moved closer and closer, the short blade bringing with it the instincts of the blade. Exhale. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid breath, Zhang Yuan Candle replaced his short sword with a welcoming order. Then he completely relaxed his body and began to rest. However, his palm had been pressed on top of the hilt since the beginning, making a move to draw the sword and chop at any time. The next day, early morning, click, bang, the sound of a crash woke Zhang Yuanzhu from his shallow sleep. Eyes opened, cold and indifferent, staring at the source of the voice. The coldness in his eyes only tightened a bit after he saw the broken door swaying in the wind. He scanned around the ancient temple, there were no longer a few beggars. Most of them had gone out to beg. Taking 2 stiff buns from his arms, he held them in his mouth, wetting them with saliva before taking small bites and swallowing them. In no time at all 2 buns were swallowed. The hunger in his stomach disappeared. At the same time, he moved his somewhat stiff arms and legs for a few moments. Then he stood up and walked out the door. At this moment the snow had ceased, but the sun had not risen, and heaven and earth were full of dreariness. Bending down, he grabbed a handful of snowflakes and brought them to his mouth as a thirst-quenching water source. With that, he took large steps toward the outside of the ancient temple. After a night of thinking, he decided to palm the remnants of his sword in the morning and fully cultivate his sword techniques, replacing it with a welcoming order in the afternoon and evening to make up for the deficit in his body. In the middle of his thoughts, he was already far away from the ancient temple, when he casually drilled into an alley. He started practicing his sword technique with his palm instead of his sword. At noon, he replaced the broken sword with the order of welcoming soldiers and began to roam around the city to gather more news. Everything is in order. Don't argue, everyone. 1 bowl of rice porridge and 1 steamed bun. Familiar intersections, familiar voices, once again in the ears. The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth were outlined. Turn around, going in the opposite direction. Finally, from stopping opposite a tea house, he took out a bun from his arms and slowly gnawed on it, eating a bun and listening to the cacophony of voices coming from the tea house. Recently Jiang, Zhou, Wang 3 families, the action is not small. Groups of guards run away from the city. I do not know what to do. I do know a little bit. I heard from my uncle's aunt that a big shot has come to our city, and all the big clans are scrambling to curry favor. He, what a joke. The Zhang family has been the city's master for generations. The Zhou family holds the military power in all parts of the city, and the Wang family controls our food, clothing, housing and transportation. Even if the Deyuan imperial court admirals come, they won't be so. Brother, be careful what you say. Before the sneering voice could come out, a loud chortle interrupted its words. Immediately after that, Zhang Yuan Candle saw several youths in scribes' clothing, with obscure faces, walking out of the tea house. Without hesitation, he quickly finished his bun and moved away from the tea house. Has the majesty of the Great Yuan dynasty fallen to the point where a white body can be discussed? That's wonderful. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were lowered. He was disgusted with this court. The officials are fierce, the families are rich, the natural disasters are constant, and there is not a single thing left to do. However, the matter of the Great Yuan dynasty was too far away from him, while the 3 great clans of Zhou, Wang, and Jiang were very close to him. Is it because of the arrival of that blue-clothed woman that the 3 great clans are scrambling to curry favor? As he walked along, he already had his own speculation. In this way, in front of the returning truth building, it was absolutely covered with eyeballs, and anyone who approached would be detected. Things are getting interesting. At this moment, Zhang Yuan Candle did not have the slightest bit of frustration in his heart. Instead, his fighting spirit rose. All sorts of thoughts crossed my mind. Exhale. I need more information to make the best judgment. The figure of the child disappeared around the corner. In a short afternoon, a quarter of the city was strolled through, and a lot of news was gathered. No one, after all, would guard against a beggar who could freeze to death at any moment. At night, inside the ancient temple, Zhang Yuan Candle sat on the ground, leaning against the corner of the wall, and swallowed the last of the bun. One hand pressed on top of the hilt of the blade, and then slowly fell into sleep. The next day, early morning, is it the last day? The child stood in front of the dilapidated gate, one hand pressed against the doorframe, one hand clenched around the hilt of his sword, looking up at the snow falling from the sky. At this moment, although his cheeks were pale, they vaguely revealed some redness. The night's nourishment had brought his deficient body closer and closer to that of a normal child. Tomorrow is the last time, the woman in blue told me. His eyes were calm, without the slightest ripple, making it impossible to see what was really going on inside. Step forward. Crunch, crunch. Stepping through the falling snow, the short figure faded into the wind and snow. The same remote alley, the same constantly waving palm blades, but with more falling snowflakes. The minutes ticked by. The teenager's palm slashes became more and more severe, and even finally the short blade appeared directly in his palm, slamming and splitting down. Jab. The light of the blade was cold and the air tore. Even the falling snowflakes were blown by the strong wind, staggering the blade. Deep within the child's heart, the mirror formed by the green-colored light changed a little. Avatar Master, Zhang Yuan Candle. Palmistry, none. Realm, mortal. Technique, none. Technique, unknown knife technique. Chapter 7, the Ruan family destroyed. Is this skill? Zhang Yuan Candle's palm probed out and lightly caressed the blade, feeling the unique metallic touch of his fingertips. His eyes narrowed slightly. He had originally thought that once he learned how to use the sword, changes would appear in the skill column, but there was never much change. It wasn't until today, when his mastery of the unknown blade techniques was no weaker than his body's instincts after palming the remnants of the blade, that a change appeared in the skill column. But being that he came to this world and initially mastered the blade, calling it unknown wasn't appropriate. It would be trapped snake blade technique. I think, hopefully, after tomorrow, he can trap the snake out of the water and swim in the world. Zhang Yuan Candle wrapped the remnant sword in a rag and slung it around his waist. Moving thoughts. Technique, unknown blade technique, transformed into trapped snake blade technique. One hand pressed against the hilt of the blade, and deep in his mind, the order to welcome the soldiers slowly surfaced above the green leaves. Trait, nourish body, begins to work, making up for the lack within the body. Beggar looked up as the wind and snow continued. Feet stepped away and headed for the familiar streets. Crunch, crunch, the thick snowflakes were stepped on solidly, and Zhang Yuan Candle's brows furrowed lightly. He didn't hear the familiar voice. After a slight hesitation, he crossed the corner. Into the eye is a large group of beggars or standing around an open space, waiting for today's noon gruel. It's snowing heavily. Aren't you coming to give kanji today? Zhang Yuan Candle whispered. Those two familiar silhouettes did not appear in the field of vision. However, thinking about today's heavy snowfall, it makes sense that the Ruan sisters would not come. Turn around, toward the path from which it came. Instead, there was a cacophony of voices behind them. Two great compassionate and good people. Why haven't they come yet? How can they live without that porridge? Yes, why don't you come? For the past 2 months, snow, wind, and rain, the two good men have never been absent. Zhang Yuan Candle's footsteps, which were stepping away, came to a violent stop, and his 5 fingers tightly clasped the hilt of his sword. In the next instant, striding towards the Ruan mansion, after about an incense stick's worth of work, he crossed 4 or 5 streets and came to a tidier road. The road was paved with green stone slabs, which had a thin layer of snow on them, obviously cleaned regularly. Before Zhang Yuan Candle could take a few steps on the street, a rusty smell entered his nose. That's the unique flavor of blood. Moving closer to the wall, the pace quickened and soon the luxurious mansion came into view. 2 stone lions crouched before the mansion, and 2 unknown characters were written on the door plaque. This is the Ruan residence. However, at this moment, the door of Ruan house was open. 1 constable came in and out. The wind and snow carried the rich smell of blood into the nose one after another. Something's wrong. The pupils of Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes shrunk slightly. He didn't go up and ask. After all, with his current appearance, those constables wouldn't tell him anything, and might even directly arrest and go ahead to convict him. Zhang Yuan Candle quickly scanned a glance around the mansion and several figures appeared in his vision. Sure enough, it was several ragged beggars, lying unnoticed in a corner. With Ruan Cheng's good deeds, it would surely attract many beggars to gather around the mansion and beg for food. Between thoughts, his head dropped, minimizing his presence as he made his way towards the nearest old beggar. Before the person arrived, a voice with disillusionment was already coming out of his mouth. Alas, what's happening to the Ruan family? And now the rice porridge hasn't even been distributed yet. The old beggar's dirt-covered face was tinged with sadness, and it was only after hearing the voice that he sidestepped his body and looked towards Zhang Yuan Candle. When he got a good look at him, his voice was hoarse. Rice porridge? Boy, you've been relieved by 2 great benefactors too, haven't you? Unfortunately, something like that will never happen again. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes dropped and his gaze was cold as he stepped closer to the old beggar. You mean, they're dead? The old beggar leaned his back against the wall, his cloudy eyes, looking at the dim sky. I saw the bodies of the Ruan family's master, his wife, concubines, and servants, one by one, being carried out. Under such an extermination tragedy, Ruan's first and second misses should have died as well. Zhang Yuan Candle's pupils trembled slightly, and there was still a trace of hope in his heart. Since the old beggar didn't see the body, it meant that Ruan Cheng might not be dead. Who the hell did this? He couldn't help but ask, even though he knew he wouldn't get an answer. The old beggar shook his head and did not say anything. Exhale. A sulky mouthful of air was exhaled. Zhang Yuan Candle stepped aside and crouched in the corner, minimizing his presence. His gaze, however, remained fixed on the incoming and outgoing constables. Watch as a body is carried out, a valuable item is carried out, and stuffed bulging packages are carried away on satchels. Time passed, night fell, and the wind and snow howled. A thin layer of snow had fallen on his body. Have they all left? A low voice that dissipated into the wind and snow. Zhang Yuan Candle stood up, shaking off the snowflakes from his body and moving his somewhat stiff arms and legs a few times. After looking at the old beggar who was no longer alive on the side, he turned his gaze to the fence in front of him. Grabbing a few random handfuls of dust on the ground, he wiped them on his face. With that, his feet kicked up and he quickly sprinted forward in a leap. With the help of the wall, it went right over. Bang! Zhang Yuan Candle landed on the ground and gently moved his tingling arms and legs a few times. This is the result of several days of practicing knife skills. To know a complete killing skills, never waving a long knife on the line, steps to vacate and turn, advance, and build up skills are all included. Eyes forward. It was a mess. With all sorts of debris piled up in the courtyard, Zhang Yuan Candle stepped forward, crossing over the broken wood shavings, and spots of blood, towards the most spacious room. Crunch! The half-open door of the room was pushed open. Empty, even the floor had been stripped away to reveal a line-lined floor. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was expressionless as he swept around and closed the gate. Proceed to the other houses. The drawing room, the lobby, the houses, where the servants lived, were searched one by one, and there was nothing but blood and emptiness. Exterminate! Zhang Yuan Candle's expression was icy cold, and Ruan's residence was really a chicken and dog. Once again, push open the door to the room in front of you. Ha! The house had been scavenged extremely cleanly, but it was still possible to see the elaborate arrangements that had once been made. Most importantly, he didn't see a blood stain. Stepping over the threshold and surveying the house carefully, a torn and crumpled up roll of paper came into view. Picking up the ball of paper and slowly spreading it out, various patterns unfolded one by one, along with some unknown words. A map of the neighborhood? Zhang Yuan Candle guessed that he was at a circle point where he saw the words that often appeared above the gates of Jiangshui City. Above the gates of Jiangshui City. Unfortunately, he couldn't read the words of this world and couldn't make an accurate judgment. After all, the predecessor could not be qualified to touch and learn the words of this realm. With a thought, the paper ball in his palm disappeared. Palm royalty, mortal grade, paper, characteristics, none. Zhang Yuan Candle replaces the order to welcome the soldiers again and puts the paper ball into his arms. The room was carefully searched and there was no luck before leaving. Walk toward the unsearched house. Chapter 8. To do what you can and not to do it is a shame after all. Kitchen. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the stove in his field of vision, as well as the steamed buns on the ground that had been bitten a few times and discarded. There were about 5 or 6 of them. He didn't mind picking up all the buns on the ground, brushing off the dust and taking small bites. Buns mixed with chaff and rice are not tasty, obviously food for beggars, but for not having eaten him since morning until now, it was just the thing to fill the hunger in his belly. While eating the bun, he surveyed the kitchen. Compared to the other rooms, this place is even more wretched. After careful observation, a broken bow in the corner caught his attention. It was a longbow made of yellow wood, covered in oil and small holes gnawed by bugs. Even the bowstring was torn. It has not the slightest value for regular people. Zhang Yuan Candle stepped forward. His palm probed out and held the longbow, whispering in his heart, "Palm royal." In the next instant, the longbow disappeared and the order to welcome the soldiers emerged. Mastery, mortal, bow, characteristics, prana. An item with a characteristic. Zhang Yuan Candle first welcomed the soldier's order into his arms and quickly finished the steamed bun. One hand was held in vain out of thin air. The other hand was like pinching a bowstring slowly later. Then, loosen up. The whole process was extremely smooth, and he even instinctively felt that within 100 meters, 100 shots were bound to hit 100. What a divine archer! Zhang Yuan Candle marveled in his heart. Replacing this bow not only adds a weapon mastery, but the eye power skyrockets as well. In turn, the trapped snake blade technique, too, had improved considerably. This has been the last house. Unfortunately, I have yet to find a clue about her. Really dead? Zhang Yuan Candle placed his palms on his chest, sensing the order to welcome the soldiers in his arms, and a hint of hesitation flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was enough for him to do so in his position. Do you really want to investigate further for a slim chance of survival? After that, what would happen? Even he could not control. All sorts of thoughts crossed the mind. That's all. Zhang Yuan Candle walked towards the door and soon crossed the fence towards the ancient temple. Gradually the child's steps, slower and slower, until it stopped short. A low laugh emanated from the short form. To act in such a way is to have a guilty conscience after all. Turn around. Rapidly running towards the direction of the returning truth building. The wind and snow pummeled his face, but it did not slow down the child's pace by the slightest bit. Returning the true building. The first building in Jiangshui City. In the past, the place where dignitaries gathered. In recent days it is only the clansmen of Wang, Zhou and Zheng can approach. Today a thin figure came from the end of the street. Who is it that dares to trespass on the returning truth building? Several violent shouts came from all sides. One silhouette after another stormed up and surrounded the incoming person. Zhang Yuan Candle's arm was raised, and a jade tablet was raised high into the crowd's field of vision. The order to welcome the troops is here. Do you want to disobey the fairy and bring about your own destruction? A stronger voice that came into the building. Ignoring the cold light of the swords, Zhang Yuan Candle quickly moved forward, his footsteps not slowing down a bit. One vision after another, greedily and fervently looked at the jade tablet in the child's palm. That belonged to the immortal sect token, a treasure that the heads of all the great clans had their hearts set on. At this moment, however, there was no one who dared to make a bad move, and consciously backed away, making way for the path ahead. Their gazes followed the short figure as it entered the returning truth building. Quickly, pass this message to the family head. Beggar, a beggar, to have gotten such a precious thing. What good luck! My family's fifth son, who went through all the trouble of hunting the white tiger, still didn't get the jade token. How unfair. A storm, centered on the returning truth building, spread toward Jianshui City. The immortal sect quota, which had been a foregone conclusion, seemed to be about to change. The moment the child stepped into the returning truth building, a warm fragrant breeze hit his face, seemingly blowing away the winter's harsh cold from his body. What you see when you enter is a lavish hall, finely carved with all kinds of decorations. Zhang Yuan Candle's footsteps were instead faster, towards climbing up the staircase along the way. In less than a cup of tea, he had arrived at the highest floor of the attic and stopped in front of a room door. The child calmed the emotions stirring in his chest, stepped forward, and knocked on the door. Dang! Dang! Zhang Yuan Candle, come to pay respects to the fairy. Enter. The door to the room slowly opened under the indifferent female voice. Zhang Yuan Candle did not hesitate and stepped in, wearing a blue dress woman, sitting on a futon, a pair of eyes like the sea, like sky blue and vast, quietly looking at the beggar. Behind her the calf-sized donkey sat on the ground as if it were a human being, hooves clasped to her chest. It's too early to guide you into the path of cultivation until tomorrow. Fairy, the boy has taken the liberty. Could you please ask the fairy to point out some problems for the boy, and he will surely repay you in the future. The blue-clothed woman's expression flashed with a hint of surprise. Say, Jiang Shui Chang, is Ruan's daughter Ruan Chang dead, or alive? Where is she? Zhang Yuan Candle's body was slightly bent, and his face, which was full of dirt, carried sincerity. The daughter of the Ruan family, Ruan Chang, has had contact with you in recent days. Yes. The blue-clothed woman's jade hand stretched out, spreading upwards, and the crystal-clear green turtle armor emerged out of thin air. With his empty jade palm, he made a move towards Zhang Yuan Candle. A mist rose from the child and flew into the turtle armor. The turtle armor then slowly rotated, and a greenish-colored halo emanated, illuminating the room. A moment later, the green light dispersed, and the turtle armor was vanished into thin air. Not dead. East of the city, 50 miles. Are you going? The woman in blue's voice held inexplicable emotions. Standing up slowly, he took a step to the window and looked out at the flying snow. Early tomorrow morning, I will leave with the many disciples I have selected and will not stay. Today, all you have to do is stay in this building and there will never be any more changes. Zhang Yuan Candle fell into silence. Transcendent power, an unknown path of cultivation. So close, so within reach, beyond all the temptations of the mortal world. I should stay. Ruan Chang isn't necessarily in any danger since he's not dead. Even if I die, I can still avenge him after I return from cultivation, and even choose his blood relatives and descendants to make him rich for the rest of his life. So much for repaying the favor. Zhang Yuan Candle muttered to himself, one double pupil calm and dark. But in the end, I had trouble convincing my heart that things shouldn't be this way. I have a guilty conscience. As the words drifted down, the child had already turned around, striding towards the door. There was a slight pause in his steps as he was about to cross the threshold. Fairy's favor. If there is an opportunity, I will certainly repay it generously. Bang! The door to the room closed, leaving behind the blandly blue-clothed woman, and the burrow whose pupils of the beast were filled with sarcasm. The Great Dao of heaven is in front of you, and you've even given it up for some red matters. It's ridiculous and stupid. Cultivation necessarily cut off the red dust, otherwise how can it go far? Even if he luckily stepped into the cultivation road, but also a skeleton by the roadside of the avenue. A hoarse, shrill voice echoed through the room. The woman in blue pressed her hands against the edge of the window and looked at the low figure that was fading away. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly with a moving smile. It's a path of his own choosing, and I look forward to the end. In any case, the harvest never disappoints. Success or death. It would allow her to gain more on top of her deduction. Chapter 9, Is a lowly man worthy to walk with me? Zhang Yuan Candle quickly ran through the streets on the street. He did not directly head towards the east of the city. Instead, he turned around 7 times while shaking off the possible stalkers behind him, and ran towards Jianshui City. The busier streets, Soon he came to a blacksmith store. The door to the blacksmith store was wide open. A fellow slumped listlessly on the counter, and the sound of iron smithing could be vaguely heard coming from the backyard. Zhang Yuan candle's remaining light scanned the store and his footsteps slightly paused. The next moment, with even greater swiftness, he rushed towards the blacksmith store, leaping over the counter and clawing his way towards the side of the wall where the weapons were hanging. With one hand, he gripped the longbow and pulled it into his arms, and with the other he ripped off the quiver full of arrows. With that, he crossed the counter again and ran towards the outside of the store. The entire process of borrowing the bow was flowing smoothly, but in just a few breaths, it was already over. It was only at this moment that the mate reacted, and chased after him toward the door, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Master, someone is robbing weapons." Cluttered footsteps, coming from inside the blacksmith store. A big man, shirtless and holding a hammer, ran out. Which hairy thief? How dare he spread his wildness in the flying iron shop? Skin him! Under the sound of cursing, he followed the fellow and chased after Zhang Yuan candle in the direction he had left. It was while the 7 or 8 blacksmiths were in full pursuit. Phew! An arrow tore through the wind and snow, sharply slashing across the face of a big man, setting off spots of blood. All the blacksmiths' footsteps in pursuit came to a violent halt, their gazes looking horrified at the arrows nailed in the snow layer. Raising his head, he looked at the short figure that stood with an arrow 100 meters away. Bow and arrow in terms of mortals, is absolutely the most horrible long-distance killing weapon. Any of your martial arts strong? In the proficiency of the bow and arrow in front of the expert is only a matter of one arrow. Zhang Yuan candle looked at the many big men who stopped in their tracks and slowly backed up until they disappeared into the night. Exhale. One by one, the big men, their tense muscles only relaxed. A few short breaths were extremely depressing. The big man whose face was scratched even walked up to the fellow and slapped him down. Old me almost got an arrow through my skull because of you, so I must be careful about robbing in the future. The mate stumbled and almost fell, his face filled with bitterness. How could he have known that the one who had snatched the bow and arrow would be an expert archer? Or he would never have pursued it in such weather? Zhang Yuan candle carried the arrow pot on his back, his palm delicately caressing the body of the bow made of cypress wood. The bow is white in color with delicate veining. It was a small bow, not expensive and lighter, extremely suitable for his current situation. Pulling the string with one hand as he ran, then easing it back, he was familiarizing himself with the white bow as fast as he could. Time passed by minute, and about an incense stick of work had passed. The tall gates of the city then came into view. The gates of the city were open, and the night was dim, like a terrible beast lying on the ground, devouring all who came near. Zhang Yuan candle looked back at the city before striding towards the city gates. No matter how it ends, he has no regrets. The short figure quickly disappeared into the vast wilderness. Ginger Water City Center. In the most luxurious manner, a child wrapped in fur, white and tender, sat under the eaves of the house, listening to the report of the guards. You said that a beggar, who was lucky enough to get the order to welcome the soldiers, entered the Changing of Truth building, and is now out of the city. The child laughed softly, picking up the rising hot tea and taking a sip. Yes, third Duke, a beggar's luck of the heavens, but do not know the number of heaven. This order to welcome the soldiers should be owned by my Wang family. The guard's face was red, and his eyes were filled with greed and fervor. If he can snatch this for the Lord's family, glory and wealth will be within his reach, even if his descendants are subject to this grace. Why do you think that he, a beggar, did not offer it to my Wang family when he obtained the order to welcome the soldiers? The child's head was bowed, his eyes gentle and earnest. Walking the path of immortality with me, is he worthy? Lowly beggars, certainly not worthy. I will fetch the order to welcome the troops for the third prince. The guard dropped to one knee and shouted at the top of his lungs. The third prince of the Wang clan tapped his forehead, put the teacup down, and gently waved his hand, signaling for him to leave. After the guards left at a quick pace and disappeared into thin air, the head tilted slightly to the side and spoke slowly into the darkness. Uncle Fei, please walk up. There are still hunts for dead soldiers outside the city. You can mobilize them at will. Make every effort to bring back the welcoming order. Yes, little lord. Under the respectful voice, a black shadow darted out from the corner and disappeared into the wind and snow. In the empty courtyard, the gorgeously dressed child continued to sip his cup of tea with a calm and gentle demeanor. Well done, Punchy. That's how you should act. Things are either done or they are done. An upright figure, coming from outside the courtyard, sat cross-legged opposite the child, his majestic face full of praise. In this way, I am also relieved that you are embarking on the path of cultivation. However, the two great clans of Jiang and Zhou, as well as a few other clans that didn't obtain the order to welcome the soldiers, we should also pay attention to them, so that we don't let them be the fishers of men. Wang Chang's calm demeanor when he saw his father arrive took on a hint of sadness. He wasn't as blasé as he appeared. Father, the welcoming order could be grabbed at will in the past, but this time it was issued by the fairy herself, and I'm worried about causing it to be resentful. There's no need to worry. Although long years have passed since the last time disciples were recruited, the family still has records of what sects are in the immortal Soldier Valley. They will only encourage so. The Wang family master seemed to know something, picked up the teapot and poured a cup for himself, drinking it in one gulp. If you can capture the jade token, I will arrange for you, the most loyal young dead, to embark on the path of cultivation together. Yes, father, I will never let you down. The child stood up and looked at the falling snowflakes with intent. In Jianshui City, all the clans and forces that had gotten the news began to move individually. Or they boil with murderous intent and send out one martial arts expert after another, or they wait and see how things develop. The other side. After Zhang Yuan Candle left Jianshui City, he rushed into the forest filled with falling snow. The darkness, the cold, the wind, the snow, and even the rough roads slowed him down again and again. Fortunately, after palming the mortal Great Dao, his eyesight gained to a certain level, so that he was not unable to run, as well as lose his way. Time passed by, and Zhang Yuan Candle gasped for air. Rocks, dead branches, and fallen leaves continued to slice through his side, and his pace never hesitated for a second. Ow! Roar! The hissing of various beasts echoed in the mountains and forests, shaking down the layers of fallen snow on the trees, dark enough to scare regular people out of their wits, but just a smirk lifted and sketched at the corner of Beggar's mouth. Frank and fearless of everything, he had made all the preparations since the time he stepped out of the returning truth building. The night grew deeper and the wind and snow grew more massive. It wasn't until a flash of firelight came into view that Zhang Yuan Candle finally stopped his footsteps. Found it! Chapter 10 is found. Crackle! The sparks were weak, but they illuminated the cave. Two big, burly men, standing opposite each other. They added deadwood while coldly looking at the two silhouettes. Miss Ruan Cheng, for the last time, where is the Ruan family's secret stash? Xiang Qi, my father treated you with great kindness, almost as if you were his own son. And for the sake of the secret stash of claims that he didn't know to be true or false, he went so far as to rebel against his family and slaughter the Ruan family. Ruan Qing collapsed to the ground, his head struggling to raise, his once soft eyes filled with hatred. How different are you from Boss Xiong? It seems that little Miss Ruan still has a hard mouth, so let me temper it a bit and make sure she says everything. The middle-aged man sitting opposite the bear guard, with greedy, lustful eyes, stared at Ruan Chang with a deadly stare, as if his gaze could penetrate through clothing. You're going to get what's coming to you, Big Bear. There was never any secret stash or anything like that in my house. Even if there was, you wouldn't get it. Ruan Yu, who was silent at the moment, had tears in her eyes. Her father and mother, who loved her, were all killed overnight by the man in front of her, and the experience broke her. Xiong Qi eyes cold still, silently adding the deadwood. Su said, ladies, sometimes you are not as determined as you think you are, and after some suffering, you still tell me the answer. Why bother? In response, there were only two pairs of eyes filled with hatred. Boss Bear, I'll take it from here. I promise to make the two beauties account for everything. The middle-aged man's face flushed with an evil smile as his body slowly stood up. Ruan Chang and Ruan Yu's eyes were filled with despair and death. At the moment the night was deep, the snow was flying, and they had no half-hope. Suddenly, a cold light appeared. A streak of light, like a meteor, cut through the night. Jab! The arrow plunged straight into the middle-aged man's eye socket. Blood splattering and spilling onto the ground. A mournful howl echoed through the wind and snow. Get down! Xiongqi burst out and was the first to stick to the cave wall to avoid the arrows. But, it was too late for the middle-aged man in severe pain. Zhang Yuan Candle stood in the wind and snow, his eyes cold and unfeeling. Hold the bow, knock the arrow, and draw the string. Shot! The arrow was like a meteor, piercing through the mouth and spilling with a large splash of blood, causing the flames to begin to dim. The entire cavern was filled with the rusty smell of blood, and the stench of burning. Which friend is passing by and wonders what offense we have taken? Xiong Qi shouted, his head slightly sideways trying to determine the location of the assailant, but the only thing available was the dim night color. The circumstances were too much for him. My friend, these two little ladies, I captured them by chance. How about as a reparation? In response, there was only silence, as if no one existed outside the cave. Xiongqi looked grave and drew his long sword from his back. Continuing the confrontation was clearly in his favor. After all, one side was within the snow and wind, while the other was in a warmer cave. However, he couldn't confirm if the other side would have companion support. Therefore, it is necessary to quickly resolve the enemy and leave this place. But before that, make sure what the other side is really up to. All sorts of thoughts tumble through Xiongqi's mind. In the next moment, his feet powered up and he leapt out, chopping toward the Ruan sisters. Phew! Phew! The two arrows were in no particular order, approaching his chest at nearly the same time. Xiongqi chopped the long blade forward. With a turn and a retract, he was already in front of the arrow. Dang! Stab! One arrow was deflected, and one slashed through the arm, lifting a bit of blood. Xiongqi's face was gloomy. The other party was not here to rescue the Ruan sisters. Otherwise the position of the arrow that was just shot at would have been the arm, the long blade, and not the chest, which was the easiest place to get hit by an arrow. After all, with an arrow in his chest, he had the strength left to cleave two women to death himself. The enemy only wanted his life and didn't care if the Nguyen sisters lived or died. A kick to the fire. Charred wood and sparks flew, obscuring its form. Under the wind and snow, Zhang Yuanzhu held his bow in both hands. His eyes narrowed slightly. I saw it. Whispering softly, he once again drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow was swift and instantly shot across the wind and snow and into Mars. Faceted. Under the muffled sound, a tall figure, like a stormy bear, rushed out, killing sharply in his direction. The opponent covered his cheek with one hand and brandished a long knife with the other. Zhang Yuan Candle was calm as he drew arrows from his arrow pot and kept shooting. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Sparks of metal clashing constantly flashed in the wind and snow. An arrow was either chopped off or shot through the robes into the enemy's body. In just 50 meters, Xiongqi's body was drenched in blood, but his speed increased. A tragic aura filled the perimeter. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the tall figure that kept approaching, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. Turn around. Run, boy. You deserve to die. An angry roar came out from Bear Kai's mouth. He stood on the rock where the child had originally stood and looked at the fleeing enemy. Suddenly, the growl changed to consternation. The slim figure, moving away from the view, jerked to a halt, drawing the bow, knocking the arrow, and then turning around. Shot. Another arrow. Straight to the face. Xiongqi quickly swung his sword and chopped away the arrows. At this moment, Xiongqi's face was hideous, obviously understanding what was going on. The other party wanted to drag him to death alive. At this moment, there was no way back except to charge forward. Kill! Hissing with all his might, he charged like a madman. The two ran and chased each other, gradually disappearing within the woods. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! The arrows continued to shoot out, raising spots of blood on the burly man's body, but they were never able to hammer home the point, and the distance between the two, getting closer and closer. 30 meters, 20 meters, 5 meters. The arrow pots were empty, and the child looked on in fear. The giant bear-like killing figure. Bastard! Die for me! Xiongqi's face smiled fiercely. He had won after all. Holding the knife with both hands, he prepared to chop towards his opponent's waist. He would cut his enemies in two and die in a wail. The fear on Zhang Yuan Candle's face disappeared the moment the big man approached, turning into a chilling smile. The feet powered up and leapt up. Putting 5 fingers on his waist, he clasped the hilt of the knife and chopped out violently. In an instant, the light of the blade exploded, bright and clear, like the color of the moon. It gently cut through the neck of the strong man, chopping through the flesh and shaving the windpipe. Boo! The tall figure fell behind Zhang Yuan Candle, splattering snowflakes. The beggar turned and looked, fastidiously, at the struggling, twitching, burly man. Xiongqi's eyes were rounded and his face was hideous. No. Serve. Rape. Zhang Yuan Candle stepped forward, yanking his long hair with one hand and chopping at his neck with the knife in the other. Click! The entire head, decapitated, was held in his palm. Looking at its hideous face and unwilling eyes, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. One more time. Still kill you. Putting the head aside, Zhang Yuan Candle began to search Xiongqi's corpse. Soon a box of silver tickets, a long knife, and a book wrapped in tarpaulin were placed in the snow by him. These are the trophies collected from the corpses. Long knife, mortal grade, characteristic, prana. Can increase a certain amount of blade skill. Silver ticket is about 5,000 or 6,000 taels. As for the books wrapped in tarpaulin, he had tried palming them, but unfortunately they had no properties, and he didn't recognize the writing on them. Putting the trophies away, Zhang Yuan Candle grabbed the head and took large strides in the direction of the cave. Chapter 11, Rice porridge is delicious. Sister, is someone coming to rescue us? Ruan Yu's dead eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. Ruan Chang looked at the corpses on the ground. Gentle as she was, she also felt an unspeakable pleasure, but she was more cautious than her sister's naivety. Struggling, he crawled over to the corpse and grabbed at the knife at his opponent's waist. Jade, the other party may not be here to save us. As soon as he drew his long knife, He fished the dagger out of the corpse's arms and threw it to his sister. By taking up the dagger, we have the power to take control of our own lives. There was a pause, determination in his voice. Even in death, we must not be humiliated. Sister, I know what to do. Nguyen not gripped the dagger, the blade toward his heart. The wind was howling, the snow was heavy, and the flames inside the cave had long since been extinguished. Dim and dark, the only two figures leaning against each other were looking out of the cave with apprehension. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of feet stomping on the layer of snow grew clearer and clearer from the distance. A blurry figure slowly approached the cave. Bang! Unknown items, thrown directly over, rolled down in front of the two women. The familiar face in the reflection of the snow layer made the Nguyen sisters freeze. Bear Kai, X2. It was an enemy they hated to scrape, and now all that was left was a hideous head. Zhang Yuan Candle took a step forward and stepped into the cave. Pick up charred wood and dead grass from the side and pile them up. Click. Flintstones collide. The flames rose anew within the cavern, illuminating the dimly lit space and bringing warmth. Beggar looked up, his gaze gentle and serious. Girls Ruan Chang and Ruan Yu, I'll slaughter the enemy for you. Clunk. The dagger fell to the ground and Nguyen Not cried out incredulously. Little beggar. What appeared in view was a child in a sorry state. Blood and mud stains covering his cheeks. A thick layer of snowflakes falling from his gray cotton coat, and his palms full of frostbite from rattling the wood. Only the double pupil, bright and soft. Ruan Ching also came back to his senses at this moment, placing his long sword aside with a complex expression. There is sadness, excitement and bewilderment. Thanks. Thank you for avenging Nguyen's destruction. So gracious. We are willing to put the secret. Miss Ruan Chang, have a steamed bun. Zhang Yuan Candle interrupted the woman's next words. Taking out a cold, hard bun from his arms, he handed it over. This was brought from the kitchen of the Nguyen house. Try it. Then he took out two more steamed buns. One was handed to Ruan Yu, and one was placed in the fire to blaze and roast to eliminate the cold hardness. Little beggar. Thank you, Ruan Yu murmured, crystallized tears swirling in her eyes. This day and night came to surpass all previous encounters. Following the child's movements, he also placed the buns in the fire and blazed them. Ruan Ching on the side did likewise. Zhang Yuan Candle rolled the steamed buns while shaking off the snowflakes on his cotton coat and did not respond. For a while, the only sound in the cave was the sound of burning wood. After the steamed buns were fluffed up, Zhang Yuan Candle picked them up and swallowed them. The Nguyen sisters in front of them also took small bites. Miss Ruan Chang, I should have escorted you to the safety of the realm, but I also have something big to do. Sorry about that. The way after that is up to you. Zhang Yuan Candle swallowed the last bite of the steamed bun and took out a box of silver tickets from his pocket and handed it over. It was found on that guard, and returned to its rightful owner. There is still some dry food on the corpses, so you can also collect it and use it as food for the road. Zhang Yuan Candle arranged one thing after another, and finally took out a ball of paper from his bosom and placed it in Ruan Ching's palm. This is something I found in the Ruan residence. It should be a map of the neighborhood. It might be useful for you guys. As the words drifted, the child stood up, turned around, toward the outside of the cave. At this moment, Ruan Ching stared blankly at the paper in his palm and the wooden box in front of him. Raising his head, he gazed at the figure walking farther and farther away, and at this moment, there was no more hesitation in his heart. The reason why the Ruan family suffered annihilation was that there was a secret stash. That involved Miss Ruan Chang. A bowl of rice porridge from a few days ago was warm and delicious. Zhang Yuan Candle laughed lightly, interrupting the words that came to the woman's lips. Boom! Silent thunder exploded in the heartland and the woman fell into a daze. Is that all? A bowl of rice porridge, running 50 miles on a snowy night, coming to fight to the death. That's all. Crunch! The child had already stepped out of the cave and into the snow and wind, his figure about to disappear into the night. Ruan Yu, who was silent on the side, suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. Little beggar, what is your name? Ginger Water City. Zhang Yuan Candle. Zhang Yuan Candle ran through the night, and at the moment, he had an open heart. He had done his best. After that, is it life, or death? All without shame. Next, think of yourself. The way back won't be easy. Replace the tattered bow and arrow with a pebble, and your skin is instantly hard as stone. The direction of running forward also changed one after another. Heavy snow, dead wood, and rocky outcrops kept passing in front of my eyes. Half an hour, a short figure was running through the snow. Phew, shoo, shoo, countless arrows, cutting through the night, shot over, blocked all its retreats. Peck, in an instant, the short figure, in response, fell. A group of masked men in white robes, either holding long swords, sharp swords, or bows and arrows, came running from the distance. Hey, But that's just it. I thought it was some kind of mission that made the Lord's family lay ambushes on all the major roads of the city. Under the cold laughter, the long knife waved and chopped towards the child's neck. Suddenly, the man in white robes, his face changed violently. He didn't see blood or smell it. Before there could be any other movement, a flash of blade light flashed before his eyes, gorgeous and cold. The next moment, the white-robed man was plunged into eternal darkness. Zhang Yuanzhu leaped up with his sword in both hands. At the same time, his feet fired and he charged forward. No inquiries were made as to the cause. No half-assed remarks were made. In the moment of an ambush, only one side will leave alive. And the man who ambushed and killed them obviously had such a realization. Not daunted by the death of their companions, each one of them grimaced and howled as they charged. Blade light flashed, and sparks of metal collision exploded continuously in the night. Blood drifted down, limbs flew, and the killing was tragic to the extreme. No one backs down. No one runs away. Why? You're not dead yet, a big, burly man hissed out. The other party had clearly been hit by more than 10 knives. Their cotton clothes had been chopped into strips of cloth, and the knife marks covered their entire body. Yet they were still fighting with them. Dead. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were cold as he chopped a knife into the opponent's heart, ending the life of the last enemy. Blood stained the earth, and he was the only one standing on his sword. Ha! Ha! Ha ha ha! I won! Zhang Yuan Candle laughed out loud. Even though he was weak at the moment, even though the pain around his body was piercing his bones, he was the one who survived after all. The laughter stopped. Stumbling on his rounds, he came to one body, dead or not, and decapitated the other. Let the enemy die completely, never to be repeated. Chapter 12, I really want to kill you. Only after the mending was completed did Zhang Yuan Candle tear some cotton cloth from the corpse and bandage up the wounds on his body. These wounds were extremely shallow because of the characteristic hardness, but if left untreated, it will still bleed to death. In less than a cup of tea, the wounds had been bandaged and Zhang Yuan Candle had 2 more knives and a sword in his hands. These 3 weapons, all of which contained characteristic prana, and were small in style, making them easy to carry. Meanwhile the arrow pot behind his back, filled with picked up arrows, the child hung his head, looking at the token made of black iron in his palm. A familiar script on it, Solomon Solemn. I have seen this character on the door plaque of the Wang family residence. Does it mean king? The Wang family, planted evidence or facts? The unimportant ones will all be liquidated one by one in another day, and I will not forget a single one of them. Zhang Yuan Candle threw the token down casually and stumbled forward. The figure faded into the wind and snow. Less than half an hour after the child left, a hunched figure came to this place, gazing at the broken limbs and arms with a grave gaze. Trouble, a pale voice that echoed through the night. At the same time, killing and fighting for their lives was going on around Jianshui City, constantly. One by one, the forces were alarmed by this, and hordes of great men, satchels of swords and torches, rushed out of the gates of the city. Melee, killing, and the color of blood became the theme of the night. I don't know how much time has passed. The night is fading away and the morning light is emerging. A short figure stopped 100 meters away from the city. He was carrying a parcel in a single hand, several swords and knives on his waist, and carrying a white wooden bow with a broken stringed and broken bow on his back. Stride toward the city. Suddenly, looking up at the sky, a stream of light, rising from the city, crossed the dome of the sky. It was the huge green boat, its body engraved with mysterious patterns, light flowing on it, carrying holiness and vitality. Late? Zhang Yuan Candle whispered softly in his heart, but with the fairy fate in front of him, he's willing to try again. Holding the welcome order in your hand, raise it high, inhale, and shout violently. Zhang Yuanzhu of Jianshui City, with the order to welcome the soldiers, is waiting here for the ferry. The blue-robed woman stood at the bow of the extremely fast-moving green jade boat. His robes hunted and fluttered, and his expression was calm and indifferent, carrying an air of transcendence from the mundane. Head lowered, looking at the mole-sized figure, eyes showing inexplicable emotions, red lips slightly open. Not bad. Mortal rivalries are nothing more than playfulness to us, so why break the rules of the immortal sect for a beggar child? A sharp voice came out from the mouth of the burrow behind the woman. After the one woman and the donkey, a dozen boys and girls quietly watched. No one dared to interrupt. One of the children surrounded in the center, wearing a white tiger fur coat with a childish and handsome face, looked at the figure on the ground in shock. Only he knew what kind of force the Wang family had sent out last night, but it still allowed Beggar to walk here. Never let him up. Palms poking out, he pushed his way through the crowd and slowly stepped out. As a crowd of children watched, spoke, Fairy, the clan, a pair of sky-blue eyes, betting, were as deep and vast as the ocean. Indescribable pressure came from everywhere around him. In an instant, 1,000 words were in his heart, but he was unable to utter half a sentence. Only one. Only then did the blue-robed woman turn her gaze to the burrow, recruiting disciples within the city limits. This place should also be called a city limit as well. The blue-robed woman spoke softly. In the next moment, a ray of light blossomed from his palm and shot down, instantly wrapping around Zhang Yuan Candle. In a blink of an eye, it had brought him to the top of the green boat. Zhang Yuan Candle stood on the deck, looking at the spacious space, and the woman in blue not far away. Thank you, fairy, for your favor. The body was slightly bent, and there was gratitude in his eyes. He was 100 meters outside the city, and the boat had taken off, so the situation was perfectly suited for him to fend for himself. But the woman in front of him, for whatever reason, had ultimately pulled him along so that he could embark on the path of cultivation. The blue-clothed woman withdrew her palm and carefully sized up Zhang Yuan Candle for a few moments, then looked beyond the jade boat. Find a room to rest and wash up on the way. Yes, fairy. I don't know if there are any restrictions on top of the jade boat. No killing, otherwise feel free. A calm voice came out from the woman's back. Good. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes narrowed slightly. That's a lot of information in that one sentence. Turn around. Smilingly, he looked at the group of children. The palm of his hand rose, and the package in his palm was thrown directly onto the deck, and a wrinkled head rolled out. Each child looked at the blood-stained head in fear, and the well-dressed ones had never seen such a scene. Only 2 or 3 children remained unchanged, looking at Zhang Yuan Candle, who was covered in blood. What is the meaning? Your Excellency? That one is a son of the Wang family. Zhang Yuan Candle ignored it and asked directly. In an instant, a pair of eyes looked toward Wang Chong, who was standing at the very front. It was only at this moment that Wang Chong came back to his senses from the changes just now and looked at the head on the ground. The pupils of his eyes tightened. Fei Bo was one of the few martial arts experts in the family, but he died last night. Wang Chang's face put on a gentle smile and raised his head. My friend, I don't know what the misunderstanding is. This old slave has long since defected from home. Madaka. The short knife was sheathed and slashed at his head. Fierce, determined, and without a moment's hesitation. He's going to kill me. How dare he kill me here? Wang Chong could no longer maintain a gentle face and looked horrified at the oncoming blade light. The feet unconsciously took half a step backward. Stab. Ah! A mournful howl, accompanied by blood splatters. Wang Chong fell face first and rolled over on the deck, covering his face. Clunk! The short knife was sheathed. Zhang Yuan Candle stomped on his face, looking at the other party's blood-stained cheeks and twitching muscles. A soft laugh came out. So it really was your family that moved. Wang Chong tried his best to suppress the pain coming from his wounds and spoke intermittently. You misunderstood. It's that old slave deceived the master. I don't. No way. The only thing that responded was a fired-up foot. Clean up the deck. I don't want to hold your head down and scrub the floor. Zhang Yuan Candle laughed coldly, crossed over Wang Chong, and walked straight toward the room. One by one, the children consciously got out of the way. In this moment, the background of the former identity seems insufficient to hold. The only thing that matters is naked force, power. Above the jade boat, it is forbidden to harm each other thereafter. A calm female voice echoed through the space. Zhang Yuan Candle's footsteps slightly paused and he turned his figure. Yes, fairy. With that, he stepped into the room and disappeared from view. It was only after Zhang Yuan Candle's departure that the many children came back to their senses from the fear they had just experienced. Bold, arrogant, how dare a lowly beggar. Most of the children began to whisper curses. At the same time, he quickly stepped forward, ready to help Wang Chong up. But there are some men and women who are indifferent. Looking thoughtfully at the paralyzed Wang Chong, as well as a boy and a girl who are surrounded in the center like stars. The male sons and noble daughters of the 3 great families of Jianshui City seem to be not half as different from them at the moment. All on the same starting line. So devilish. Simply born with a devilish embryo. The gray donkey looked at the blood color on the low deck, and there was a sneer in the pupil of the beast. Unfortunately, I, immortal soldier Valley, cannot yet be called a devil's path. The blue-clothed woman on the side, looking at the magnificent mountains and rivers that crossed at breakneck speed, never responded in half. Chapter 13, The Leaner. Within the room, Zhang Yuan Candle collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The instinctive twitching of the muscles in his body was characterized by physical exertion to the extreme. After a night of running and killing, both energy and stamina had reached their limits and could fall at any time. Safe at last. Zhang Yuan Candle laughed lowly. The palm of his hand slowly probed out, taking out the remnant bow, the white bow, the swords and knives slung around his waist, and the small parcel placed close to his body, all of which were taken out and put aside. These are the spoils of last night's fight, but now is not the time to check it out. Struggling to get up, He replaces the mortal grade pebble on the green leaves of his mind with a first grade order to welcome the soldiers. After sensing the warmth pouring into all parts of his body, he glanced at the gray clothing folded neatly on the wooden bed. Only then did he step forward to the right side of the house. Larger barrels were placed there, and on the barrels that were inscribed with unknown lines, where the lines met and overlapped, were raised in black. Such an image reminded him of the baths of his former life. Palms resting on the bumpy blackness. Gently press. Naughty naughty. The lines shimmered with a faint glow. The next moment, clumps of water floated within the barrel, still carrying steam. Zhang Yuan Candle's face flashed with a trace of dismay. It was really a paraphernalia for bathing. The arm is retracted and placed into the barrel. The temperature is just right. This world is more interesting than I thought it would be. After confirming that the water was the right temperature, he didn't hesitate any longer and simply took off his cotton and cloth clothes that were torn into rags. Knives, swords, arrows, palms, that left scars that filled the already thin body. One of the slashes from his shoulder downwards, which almost split him in two, was still permeated with the color of blood at the moment. This was the old man with only his head left behind, leaving behind traces, and without the characteristic hardness. He was definitely split open. Exhale. A mouthful of cloudy air was exhaled. Surveying the wounds on his torso, Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes grew colder and colder. I wish I could kill them now. Palm pressed against the edge of the barrel. Hair power. A leap into the barrel. In a flash, the current wrapped around his entire body. A slight tingle with the warmth of the current that traveled to his soul. The child looked calm and began to wash the dirt from his body. Gradually, he lay back inside the barrel, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Time passes by. The lines on the barrel flickered continuously, and the water flowed cloudy and clear again. In a cycle. It was only after about 2 hours that Zhang Yuan Candle's closed eyes slowly opened. With the power of his feet, he leapt out and came to the small package placed on the ground and opened it directly. It revealed a jade pendant, books wrapped in greaseproof paper, and clean brocade cloth torn into long strips. These were the spoils of war after a night of killing, of which the jade pendant was obtained from the old man, and the books were searched on the guards who kidnapped the Ruan sisters. In the middle of his thoughts, he picked up the brocade cloth and bandaged the wounds on his body. Only when all the bandages were finished did he slowly walk over to the wooden bed and picked up his clothes and put them on. Zhang Yuan Candle stood in front of the bed, feeling the warmth and silkiness coming from the clothes, and then tugged at the gray robe. Extremely resilient, not an unusual silk. Zhang Yuan Candle made his judgment in his mind. However, he tried palming it, and the robe remained mortal and had no characteristics. After determining that the clothing is not too helpful, it was only then that he came to the knives, swords, bows and arrows and other weapons. Laid out on the ground there were a total of 3 short knives, 2 short swords and 2 bows. With the exception of the 2 bows, both the swords and knives are relatively small and easy to carry, and all of them have the characteristics of prana after palmistry. Zhang Yuan Candle carefully surveyed the various weapons on the ground. He needed to plan a path for his next strength enhancement. First, I will truly master the skills on the 3 short swords. After that it will be the skills on the bow and arrow, and finally the skills on the short sword. Unfortunately, whether it's swordplay, swordsmanship, or even bow and arrow skills, in the end it's nothing more than skill. What is the true path of cultivation? But the words of this world must also be mastered quickly, or else it will be detrimental to the cultivation afterward. The child pondered in his mind, but his palms were already out, gripping a short knife and slinging it around his waist. At the same time the small package was gathered up and placed in his arms, took the rest of the weapons and pushed them under the bed. Dang! A knock on the door came, interrupting the preparations for practicing the art of swordplay. A light frown creased his brow as he slowly made his way to the door. Crunch! Directly opening the door of the room, a child in gray robes with a thin figure appeared in the field of vision. What is it? Zhang Yuan Candle stroked the hilt of his sword, his eyes calm. The sickly child's body trembled slightly, just sneaking a glance at Zhang Yuan Candle and then not daring to look at him more, especially when he saw those demonic and mysterious heavy pupils. He felt his scalp tingle, strongly holding back his inner fear. He opened his mouth. Lunch has begun. An elder donkey told us all to head to the 2nd floor of the attic to eat. I came specifically to inform you. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes narrowed slightly and his forehead tapped. Shall we start betting now? That's decisive. All sorts of thoughts, one by one, crossed his mind. 5 fingers also fell slowly from the hilt of the blade. Trouble. No trouble. No trouble. The sickly child waved his hand back and forth. 2nd floor of the attic. Just up there. I'll show you. After saying that, the sickly child walked off to the side. Zhang Yuan Candle followed closely behind. Along the way the two walked side by side, causing a line of stairs. However, The moment they saw Zhang Yuan candle, they would all consciously avert their gazes, not daring to linger too long or have the slightest discussion. My name is Zhang Yuanju, a beggar from Jiangshui City. How do you call yourself? Zhang Yuan candle ignored the surrounding gazes and suddenly opened his mouth. The sickly child paused slightly in his steps, then responded immediately. Brother Yuan candle, I, Tian Hao, am a son of the Tian family, and I hope to look after you on the road afterward. The wealthy merchant Tian family, which I heard about when I was begging, has repeatedly built porridge huts outside the city to provide relief to the people. I've been to collect wild cabbage soup a couple times too. Zhang Yuan candle laughed lightly and stepped onto the stairs, heading towards the second floor. Look out for each other, as it should be. A little excitement welled up inside Tian Hao. This route, after all, was hitched. The journey afterward was considered to have a certain guarantee of safety, and it was not in vain that he forced himself to hold back his inner fear to remind the other party. Tian Hao quickly followed. Right behind him, Zhang Yuan candle's face was calm and never changed in the slightest. Since the other party wanted to lean over, how could he stop them? The other wanted to use his power for safety, and he needed the other to understand the world. By the way, learn the words of this world. Within a few words of conversation, the two had arrived at an open door. Before he even walked in, the clamor came from the room. Without hesitation, the two of them stepped straight in. All of a sudden, the clamor fell into silence, and all the arriving children looked at the gate, at the figure coming through. A gray robe, pale face, and a pair of mysterious, demonic heavy pupils under long, sharp eyebrows. As he stepped forward, it was as if a long horizontal sword was approaching them step by step, strong and dominant. Chapter 14, So Devilishly Seated, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Tower, tower, tower. The atmosphere grew heavier under the footsteps. Zhang Yuan candle ignored a gaze and led Tian Hao to a child whose face was wrapped in gauze. With his head slightly turned to the side, he looked at the half of Wang Chang's face that was somewhat distorted due to the pain and snorted out a laugh. Lucky, isn't it? With that, he crossed over Wang Chong toward the place where the meal was being served. Tian Hao, who was on one side, hesitated a little before following. Leaving Wang Chong sitting in his chair, his eyes were gloomy as he looked at the two figures. He was only a child after all, and could not be bashful in the face of an enemy who had nearly killed him. At this moment, Zhang Yuan candle had already arrived in front of the iron bucket that held the meal. Looking at the fat meat bubbling in the iron bucket, and the unknown vegetables, and the wooden plate filled with rice on the side, smelling the unique aroma of the meal, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly with pleasure. After 3 days of nibbling on buns, it's finally time to chow down on meat. Grabbing the bowls and chopsticks, he then served himself a large bowl of rice and scooped up another bowl of meat and vegetables. With the meal in hand, he sat down on a side chair and took a big bite. Fragrance! It smells so good. The intestines were cheering and writhing, absorbing the rare oil and water. While following behind Zhang Yuanju, Tian Hao was much more civilized. Just scooped up half a bowl of rice, added some vegetables, and sat down across the table and ate in small bites. As the two opened for dinner, the room only gradually regained its clamor, and the various children began to discuss the matter with each other. Exhale. Swallowing the last mouthful of rice, Zhang Yuan candle rubbed his somewhat bulging belly and looked towards Tian Hao, who had stopped eating. Brother Tian, coming from a wealthy family, I wonder if you could explain to me about the Yuan dynasty, the immortal sect. His understanding of the world was too shallow, and he desperately needed to acquire more basic knowledge in order to cope with the events to come. At those words, Tian Hao took out silk from his arms and gently wiped his lips. Brother Yuan candle, I don't know much. I just know that the mountains and rivers of the 7 states of the Yuan dynasty are infinite. But in recent years, the Yuan emperor has killed meritorious ministers on a large scale and has been sinned against by the heavens, resulting in successive military disasters and natural calamities. As for the immortal sect, it's even more powerful, and it's rumored that the court is just a force under its command. Only once in an aeon will there be a major intake of disciples, and each time a disciple is recruited, he or she will be no older than 10 years old. My generation is definitely lucky. Zhang Yuan candle's palm probed out and tapped the desktop, pondering the other party's words. So, the so-called power of the immortal sect seemed to be beyond one's imagination. Sitting opposite Tian Hao's face flashed through a tangle, hesitating for a moment to speak again. My father once informed me that I must polish my own shell and not fall short, which is suspected to be beneficial to my cultivation afterward. Tian Hao hung his head and looked at his thin body, a hint of self-deprecation rising in his eyes. But with me like this, it doesn't look like it's going to work. Zhang Yuan candle thoughtfully tapped his forehead. Carapace, it seems like it's time to make up for the deficit in the body. The thoughts in his mind flashed by. He looked across the room at the disillusioned child without much emotional upheaval. born into a wealthy family. One is born to surpass 99% of the people in the world. Some diseases are just that. Nothing compared to them. The beggars who struggle with life and death every day. Still, for the sake of the next planning, he took comfort. Within the immortal sect, there are bound to be precious medicines to make up for the body and cure illnesses. Do not worry too much. There was a pause. Then he spoke. Even if you can't obtain the precious medicine, stepping into the immortal sect is still a lot better than being muddled and not knowing when you'll die of illness. Brother Yuan Candle, what you said is very true. Tian Hao nodded his head, and his face's bitterness dispersed with a hint of fortitude. After seeing Tian Hao's demeanor return to normal, Zhang Yuan Candle stood up, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and prepared to scoop up another half bowl of meat and vegetables. Out of the blue, a shrill voice echoed throughout the room. Lunch is over. Now head for the deck. Whoa! Bang! Without hesitation, one by one, the children stood up and headed for the door. Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his brows, putting the dishes down and also leading Tian Hao to walk down out of the room. Soon came to the deck, a glance to see like a person, sitting on a futon donkey. Those beast pupils, cold and unfeeling, looked down at the many children who came along. The immense pressure that filled the hearts of the crowd slowed the pace of each child. Zhang Yuan Candle's gaze was slightly condensed, but his pace remained the same and he walked to the front. Behind him, Tian Hao. His body trembled, but he eventually followed and stood behind Zhang Yuan Candle. The gray donkey glanced at Zhang Yuan Candle, and his mouth opened, revealing sharp white and sharp teeth. This time, we have summoned you to inform you of your next journey, as well as the basic information of the sect. Looking at the silent multitude of children, a trace of satisfaction flashed through the pupils of the burrow beast. Half a month after that, we will go to the major cities of Yuan country and recruit disciples. If you leave the green jade boat by half a step, you will be directly considered to have given up on joining the sect. Yes, Elder Donkey. The crowd responded in unison. The gray donkey sat motionless, both hooves clasping his chest as he introduced the clan word by word. The clan is powerful, with profound, subtle Dao Dharma, and Dao Dharma accomplishments can fly to the sky, open mountains, and cut through the sea. Spreading his hooves wide, he pointed forward, his voice carrying the slightest hint of arrogance. The Yuan kingdom is vast, the mountains and rivers are magnificent, and the royal family is strong and powerful, but it's also nothing more than a clan-affiliated force. If you can step into the sect, it will be the greatest chance in your life. As the words drifted down, the gazes of the children blazed with impatience, as if they had seen their own future. The images of the Fingshu riding the wind, flying in the sky, and cultivating immortality passed through his mind one by one. At this moment, even though Zhang Yuan Candle's heart, the depths of his eyes unconsciously set off layers of ripples, the power that transcends the mundane. He's finally going to touch. I wonder if it is possible to make the seed of the seven treasure wonderful tree within the mind even more perfect. Senior Donkey, please tell us the name of the clan. A child couldn't help but inquire. The burrow scanned over the many children. The Valley of the Immortal Soldiers. The shrill voice was tinged with compliance and pride. For a while, everyone fell into silence, pondering over the immortal sect's name and what it stood for. I don't know how much time had passed, but the breeze blew by and a slight coolness came before the crowd came back to their senses. At this moment, the gray donkey waved its hoof, signaling that the crowd could leave. The children began to leave one by one. At this moment, when Zhang Yuan Candle was about to leave with Tian Hao, a hoarse voice slowly entered his mind. Kid, on the path of cultivation, heart, qualifications, and chi, you can't have one without the other. Your chi is extremely poor, your qualifications are ordinary, and your heart is too extreme, so you are inherently unsuitable for the path of cultivation. Within half a month, if you are willing to leave the green jade boat, I can guarantee you a rich family. Zhang Yuan Candle's head was lowered, and there was shock in his eyes. At this point, are you kidding me? The path to immortality was close at hand. As long as one was a sane person, no one would give up. He paused slightly in his footsteps, and then left at a brisk pace. Behind him, Tian Hao also followed closely. The capsized gray donkey looked at the two skinny figures that were fading away, and on its body, without the slightest wavering emotion, the mouth opened, revealing sharp white teeth. How decisive! It's a pity to have such a devilish seed. Chapter 15, 10 days later. Lean-to, request for next follow-up readings. Zhang Yuan Candle stopped in front of his room, his torso slightly sideways, and pointed at the wooden door. Brother Tian, I wonder if I could ask for some words. Text? Tian Hao looked surprised, but once he thought of the former identity of the person in front of him, his heart became clear. Yes, but I'm only a small child, and the teaching won't be too good, and in a short period of time, I'm worried that Brother Yuan Candle won't be able to fully grasp it. Tianhao's eyes were sincere, and he was telling the truth. The learning of the written word began when he was 3 years old, and it took him 6 full years to get a basic grasp of it. Brother Tian, it's enough to help. Please. Zhang Yuan Candle pulled open the door to the room and pointed at the empty room. Tianhao hesitated a little before stepping into the room. The two men sat opposite each other at the wooden table. Tianhao was the first to take out the yellowish paper from his arms, placing it on the table and spreading it out. The black charcoal pencil then came into view. Grabbing a charcoal pencil, he wrote inexplicable patterns on the paper. This is the word water, the water that flows. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded and memorized the words into his mind while his mind moved. In the depths of his mind, the order to welcome the soldiers suspended on the green leaf slowly disappeared and was replaced with a jade pendant. The jade pendant is green in color and crystal clear. The information formed by the interweaving of the light also transformed. Palmistry, mortal grade, jade pendant, characteristics, clearing the mind. This was the jade he obtained after beheading that old man with strong martial arts. The moment he palmed the jade pendant, a clear stream entered his mind, relieving his exhaustion like a massage. It made him more conscious, without any half-hearted distractions, listening to the words that Tianhao was explaining. Time continued to pass, and candlelight rose in the room. The floor was already covered with papers as one of the two men concentrated on teaching and the other listened attentively. Exhale. A mouthful of turbid breath was exhaled, and Zhang Yuan Candle rubbed his head. That's all for today. Lecturing again would be much less efficient. Good. Tianhao nodded, his eyes complex as he looked across at the somewhat thin child. It's almost instantly learned and roughly memorized at a glance. It's genius. All sorts of thoughts crossed his mind, and he was more and more glad that he had made the choice he had made today. Some things, as my father said, the greater the risk, the greater the reward will inevitably be. Between thoughts, Tianhao stood up. Brother Yuan Candle, then I will leave first and come back to teach tomorrow. Troubled Brother Tian. Zhang Yuan Candle stood up, his face gentle as he stepped forward. On the boat, if you encounter any difficulties, come to me. Tianhao's face flashed with a hint of joy as he quickly followed. Crunch! The door to the room opened, and Tianhao stepped out, heading towards his assigned quarters. Inside the room, Zhang Yuanju was then the only one left. The child closed the door to his room and leaned against the wall, thinking carefully about what he had just been taught. Brother Tian was decisive and firm enough, and taught with all his heart and soul, to be able to make the decision to offend the three great clans of Wang, Zhou, and Zheng, and then choose to be close to him in just one morning. This Brother Tian, both in heart and in action, was called outstanding. The sons and daughters raised by the big families were indeed not bad. While thinking, Zhang Yuan Candle walked over to the table and collected the paper on the floor that was filled with writing. Each time he received one, he would look it over carefully, recalling it in his mind. Once the paper collection was complete, he replaced the jade pendant of the palm royal with a short sword at his waist, while bending down to draw a short sword from under the bed. Holding the blade in one hand, he obeyed his instincts and swung straight up. The blade light was wide open and filled with thickness. It was completely different from the spirituality of the trapped snake blade technique. The short sword was waved, and the pace was prancing, like a mountain rock moving forward, with a brutal and domineering manner. Zhang Yuan Candle carefully experienced the thick blade technique, changing his blade light from time to time. Heaviness is intertwined with spirituality. Gradually, with the help of his already existing skill with the blade, he mastered the new blade more and more quickly. The night was deep, and the candles were extinguished in one place. The only one who remains the same is the figure of him lighting candle after candle and swinging his sword. The early hours of the morning, the burning candle, before it was extinguished, and the entire green jade boat was plunged into silence. Deep in the heart, the holy light changes. After the column of techniques, the 4 words mountain blade technique slowly emerged. Since then, Zhang Yuan Candle practiced swordplay, swordsmanship, and archery in the morning, and Tianhao's text, which he consulted at noon, continued practicing his skills in the evening. Replace it with a welcoming order when you sleep to make up for the deficit in your body, with adequate meals. He is undergoing an intense metamorphosis and growth each and every day, day after day, never ending. Looking back again, it was 10 days later. On the green jade boat, inside the room, a child with a more robust frame, clad in a gray robe, sat on the ground. He had long hair that fell over his shoulders, a face full of healthy redness, and a pair of double pupils that were half squinted. Mysterious and demonic, Zhang Yuan Candle placed his hands flat on his knees, recalling the words he had mastered over the past 10 days. He had already roughly grasped the everyday words of this world, laying the foundation for his next cultivation. And the mind looks inward, deep within the mind. The green-colored light intertwined and collided, forming a mirror surface that also changed greatly. Avatar Master, Zhang Yuan Candle. Palmistry, Level 1, Order of Welcoming Soldiers, Characteristics, Nourishing the Body. Realm, Mortal. Technique, None. Technique, Trapped Snake Blade Technique. Mountain Blade Technique. Green Wolf Blade Technique. 3 short swords, 2 short swords, and the skill on the broken bow. He had mastered them all. It's also really clear when the skill column will show knife and sword skills. It must be completely non-weak to the instincts brought about by the trait, prana, before the appropriate skill is displayed. These knife and sword techniques are too refuted, and should take the best and discard the dross. Zhang Yuan Candle whispered softly in his heart. A variety of blade techniques, crossed in his mind, summarized, innovated, and then converged on the trapped snake blade technique. Dang, dang, dang. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his eyebrows and stood up, pressing one hand on the hilt of his sword as he walked towards the door of the room. Who? It's me, Brother Yuan Candle. After hearing Tianhao's voice, his somewhat bad mood from being disturbed calmed down. The palm of his free hand poked out and pulled open the door to the room. Brother Tian, I wonder what you're looking for me for. The door to the room was open, and Tianhao looked at Zhang Yuan Candle, who was a head taller than he was 10 days ago, and the other party's much more robust body. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes, and then he thought of the other party's talent for lifting a finger. All the little thoughts in his mind dissipated into thin air. A person of great talent such as Brother Yuan Candle was not born to be compared to him, and the past years were merely obscured by the red dust. Brother Tian, I wonder what you're looking for me for. Zhang Yuan Candle left the room, closed the door, and came to the skinny child's side, asking again. Sorry, I got distracted. Tianhao looked a little embarrassed. Immediately after that, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes filled with excitement as he pointed at the edge of the green jade boat. Brother Yuan Candle, the metropolis has arrived. Metropolis, the capital of the Yuan dynasty. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was calm and his eyes remained calm as he walked towards the edge of the boat. At this moment, on the deck, more than 100 children were gathered. All of them were the disciples recruited in the large cities over the past 10 days. There were children of rich families, descendants of tired nobles, a very small number of commoners, and even descendants of cultivation families. However, the descendants of cultivation families, after stepping into the boat, entered their assigned rooms and rarely came out. Chapter 16, Noble Daughter of the Day 1 Royal Family. Zhang Yuan Candle's pace forward slightly paused as 2 figures appeared in view. The child with the knife marks on his face followed a boy. The boy carried an air of ethereal lightness, as if he were not in the world. At the moment, 2 people stood in the way. The boy looked subdued and softly inquired. I am Song Xian of the Song family. I heard that Brother Yuan Candle and Brother Wang had some misunderstandings, and I came here to resolve them. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes narrowed slightly as his palms gently stroked his swords and went forward. Behind him, Tianhao looked appalled and warned in a low voice. Song Xian of the Song family is one of the children of the cultivation family. Song Xian's face was subdued as he indifferently gazed at the figure striding towards him. Expect a reaction from the other side. For simple words from the cultivation family were enough to bring the rich to their knees, the powerful to their knees, and the royal family to their knees in respect. A heavenly being such as he is. This time, if the Jianshui Wang family did not have a trace of blood kinship with them, how could they hang their heads down and come to mediate? And Song Xian's indifferent expression quickly turned into dismay. The lowly man of beggarly origin in the line of sight crashed straight into him at the same pace. Bang! Under the dull sound of impact, Song Xian retreated 6 steps in a row. He covered his chest and looked, incredulously, at the figure that continued to walk toward the edge of the green jade boat. The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth grinned as he looked at Wang Chong in front of him. The other person's gaze was as if they were looking at a madman. Clunk! The short blade was sheathed, cold, and drawn forward. Snap! Wang Chang's body rolled over and over on the deck. Brother Yuan Candle, harm is forbidden on the green jade boat. You just... Tianhao's voice was tinged with worry. Nothing, just dexterity. Zhang Yuan Candle came to the edge of the jade boat and stood on the deck, looking down. At this moment, Tianhao also followed close behind and came to his side. The 2 of them standing side by side. The sickly child, with a worried look still on his face, looked back at Wang Chong, who was struggling to get up, and Song Xian, who no longer had the slightest bit of levity. Brother Yuan Candle, you're being impulsive. The other party is a cultivation family after all. Ha! Ha! Zhang Yuan Candle returned the short sword to its sheath and pressed it against the guardrail at the edge of the green jade boat. If I kill Wang Chang's entire family, do you think he will forgive me? And what makes you think that I'm going to be condescending? The voice was icy cold, like snow falling on a winter's day. Tianhao's mind echoed the words he had just spoken, and as he looked at the other man's robust body, he seemed to understand something. The other party is alone. Kill him one person, is to kill his family? This is a life and death feud, but also to block the road of revenge. I'm afraid that in the other party's mind the enemy will not only be the Wang family. All the families that made a move that night will be ushered into liquidation. At this moment, Tian Hao felt trembling from the bottom of his heart. Such a cold, deep killing intent that frightened a child like him who had grown up in fine clothes. Zhang Yuan Candle didn't care how the child on his side thought. His gaze had crossed over the mountains and saw the city wall that stretched for thousands of miles, like a pitch-black python. An unprecedentedly huge city appeared under his gaze, surpassing the imagination of mortals. A ray of light rose from the city, transforming constantly as a rainbow streaked across the sky. The great sun in the sky shed endless golden light, permeating every subtle place in the city. This wasn't a mortal city at all. It was a city of cultivators, an immortal city. At this moment, the green jade boat that usually went straight into the center of the city stopped at the edge of the city for the first time. And the moment the green jade boat came to a stop, a rainbow light had already flown out from the city and sped over. It was an attic building that stood in the long sky, suspended in front of the green jade boat. The attic is beautifully finished in vermilion, with allied bells hanging from the eaves. With the breeze blowing, the allen bells swayed with the wind, emitting a pleasant ringing sound. Suddenly, the vermilion door opened, and one young figure after another came out from the interior and stopped at the door. That is 7 guards dressed as children. There are 2 girls. They surrounded in front of a shadow, such as cupping the moon group of stars. These 10 people are all children who mostly want to enter the Valley of Immortal Soldiers. A majestic voice echoed in the long sky. As for entering the metropolitan selection, my emperor once said that the capital city is heavy with red dust, so there's no need. The blue-robed woman who appeared at an unknown time stood at the head of the boat, her eyes looking deep into the vermilion attic. She never opened her mouth to respond. The atmosphere became more and more stark and oppressive as time passed. Zhang Yuan Candle's gaze flickered as he slowly stepped back, moving away from the edge of the jade boat and toward the interior. A moment later, the oppressive atmosphere was only broken as the presence in the attic opened its mouth. Fairy, don't misunderstand. All the heavenly prides of the grand metropolis are here, even the 9 princesses, the most beloved of our emperor. The practice hasn't even begun. That's an overstatement. The blue-clothed woman stood with her arms folded, her eyes radiating azure divine radiance as she surveyed the 10 people in front of the attic. Hey, some bloodline, some talent, even if they haven't stepped into the cultivation path, they can still see their bright future. A low laugh came from the loft. The light then burst forth, carrying 10 people towards the green jade boat. The blue-clothed woman's robes fluttered, and she did not make a move to stop it, acquiescing to act as such. After the 10 people had landed in the green jade boat, the pavilion transformed into a rainbow light and disappeared into the metropolis. At this moment, Zhang Yuan Candle, who was standing in front of the room, also got a good look at the silhouette that was surrounded in the center. That is a girl. Skin like cream, eyes like autumn water, although the light veil to cover the face, but also has a kind of ethereal feeling. Simply standing on the deck, he attracted everyone's attention, as if he were the center of the world. Lai Liner, meet true Master Yi. The imperial daughter bent down, a pair of beautiful eyes with sincerity. I wish for the truth, to enjoy the great way and to cultivate eternal life. The blue-robed woman, with her head hanging down, looked away, with a hint of playfulness in the depths of her sky-blue eyes. Laughing softly, he disappeared into the bow of the ship. As the woman left, one by one, the children watching from the surrounding area surrounded up, wanting to say hello to the royal daughter, or to get acquainted. Born in the Yuan kingdom, they naturally adored, worshipped, as well as honored the descendants of the great Yuan imperial clan's Lai surname. However, these children who came forward were all stopped by 7 men dressed as guards. No exceptions. Senior brothers, Liner has just arrived in this place and is about to familiarize herself with the environment, so I won't bother you much. The imperial daughter's eyes were slightly curved, and she raised her hands and feet with a kind of grace and splendor, shapely forward, like a fledgling lotus swaying. Leading a group of guards and maids, he stepped into an empty house. Zhang Yuan Candle observed the imperial daughter's every move and muttered in his heart, addressing us as senior brothers. How arrogant! With a wave to Taeho, who was still standing at a distance, he entered his room. He sat cross-legged on the mattress and pulled out a book wrapped in greaseproof paper from his arms, slowly opened the greaseproof paper. Giant bear paw. 3 words came into view. Palmistry skills. It didn't surprise him that the one who kidnapped Nguyen's sisters was nothing more than a guard. And what good items he would have. This palm technique, however, could just as well be used as a pastime in one's leisure time after practicing the sword technique. Also, he was curious about a book of techniques, practiced from scratch. Between thoughts, he had already opened the book and watched it. Chapter 17, 10,000 Geniuses Competing. So this is what immortal cultivation is. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm probed out, and the air hissed as he kept changing between his 5 fingers. Palms kept striking out as the books flipped. Palm strikes morphed from rusty to skillful at an extremely fast pace. This unfamiliar palm technique was mastered quickly with the help of already existing martial arts. The sky was fading and candlelight was rising. Books in his palm and set them aside as he rose to his feet. Clunk! The short knife was sheathed and a flash of blade light exploded across the room. Gorgeous and dangerous. At times it is like a snake dancing. At times it is like a mountain tumbling down. At times it is a murderous conquering soldier. For blade techniques and 2 sword techniques flowed in the light of the blade. As time passed, all sorts of saber traces were disappearing, as if they were going to be transformed into a completely new saber technique. I don't know how much time has passed. The light of the sword disappeared and only a child stood still in the center. Exhale. Zhang Yuan Candle exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. It's not quite there, but it's something. He didn't know what kind of situation he would face after entering the Immortal Soldier Valley, but he knew that increasing his power was something that could never go wrong. On the other hand, on the green jade boat, inside a more spacious house, the 5 figures sat on the futon, facing each other. Each of them carried an ethereal, untainted air. They all came from cultivation families and had formed a small group long ago. Brother Song, I heard that you stood up for someone today and were knocked back on one shoulder. Indeed, that beggar's martial arts are not bad. Xian Song's face was flat, as if he wasn't speaking about himself. Martial arts? Ha! 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 Someone burst out laughing, full of sarcasm. Is that a martial art that only the lowliest servants of my family would learn? Sure enough, he's a beggar by trade. Laughter echoed throughout the room. I don't know how much time had passed, but a female voice came out slowly. Brother Song, it's just a beggar. As long as you start cultivating, you can crush it any time. We have been washing our bodies with countless exotic treasures since we were young, and every strand of flesh and blood has long been polished to its best state. Time is upon us. Do not fight for a moment. Xian Song nodded. Wouldn't a precious jade collide with a stubborn stone? I know what to do. 9 days have passed since the royal daughter boarded the boat. With the recruitment of disciples in the major cities, on the green jade boat, there were already more than 200 recruited disciples, and a boat came from all directions and gathered beside the green jade boat. On each of the boats, the same number of disciples had converged. All the boats were like a comb, coming in from the Yuan border and going straight forward, combing the entire Yuan dynasty. 36 warships. If each of them enrolls more than 200 disciples, that's more than 7,200 disciples. The sect is raiding the entire Yuan dynasty. Tianhao stood beside a burly child and lamented. Zhang Yuanzhu pressed his hands against the parapet and looked away from the green jade boat. One warship after another. One double pupil was like a burning flame, carrying a fiery battle intent, to compete with thousands of disciples. So it is fun. So it is cultivation, monasticism, and even immortalism. Eyes withdrawn, looking inward into the mind. The green leaf welcomes the soldier order to hover, and the light bursts out and intertwines into a mirror. And the information on it is already different from the past. Avatar Master, Zhang Yuan Candle. Palmistry, Level 1, Order of Welcoming Soldiers, Characteristics, Nourishing the Body. Realm, Mortal. Technique, None. Technique, Trapped Jiao Blade Technique. Giant Bear Paw. 3-star Chained Arrows. Using the Trapped Snake Blade Technique as the foundation, supplemented by the essence of various knife and sword techniques, and then added with his own enlightenment. He created a brand new blade technique. He named it Trapped Jiao, hoping to trap and kill a dragon one day. On the side, Tianhao looked at the silent child at his side, and a tangle flashed in his eyes. Speaking again, he inquired in a low voice, Brother Yuan Candle, those several cultivation disciples have joined forces to boycott you, causing no one to be willing to get close to us. This is not the way, not day into the clan practice. After all, you're overthinking and looking ahead. Zhang Yuan Candle's head was slightly sideways, and a pair of double pupils stared at Tianhao, as if he had already seen what was really going on inside his heart. In life or in cultivation, make a choice and go on with determination. Whatever decision is made can be made, and the promise of the past remains valid. On the green jade boat, protect you. Palms poked out and tapped each other on the shoulders. It's only human to feel scared and worried in the face of a potential enemy. Even an adult would do that, let alone a child. As long as it doesn't backfire on you, he can understand them all. With his feet stepping away, he crossed over Tianhao's figure and walked toward the other side of the green jade boat. Since then, the two will no longer be close. Tianhao looked at Zhang Yuan Candle's fading back, and the kinks in his eyes deepened. A jade stone with engraved patterns in his arms was also flickering. The palm of his hand probed into his bosom and pressed on the jade. His mind recalling the words of those cultivation family sons, he ultimately said nothing. Exhale. A mouthful of cloudy air was exhaled. He then headed for the many children gathered. Not far away, 5 figures stood side by side, looking at the separated Zhang Yuanju and Tian Hao. Xiansong smiles and taps the railing. That merchant's son, from the beginning, did not tell the beggar about the royal daughter's dinner tonight. Businessmen really are all driven by profit. And even if they are about to embark on cultivation, they can't change that. The clean-cut girl standing on the sidelines had a slight frown between her eyebrows. Brother Song, we will be entering the immortal Soldier Valley tomorrow, so why bother to make a fuss and waste a sound transmission stone? A single sound transmission stone will make that beggar unable to attend the dinner, lacking the opportunity to show his face in front of the imperial daughter, and even causing her to be disgusted. So it's certainly worth it. Xiansong laughed lightly, his palms caressing lightly, his expression tinged with pleasure. You're being too cautious. Once he starts practicing, he'll just be left far behind without any means to limit it. A fellow traveler, off to the side, shook his head with disdain. Zhang Yuan Candle did not know about the various calculations of the 5, and even if he did, he would not care too much. This world, he had a clear perception of it the moment he knew there were transcendent powers. Plotting, scheming, little Doyle, only power is fundamental. Zhang Yuan Candle stood in a remote place on the deck, waving his palm randomly without the slightest bit of pattern, but it is a technique to practice the giant bear paw. Without realizing it, night was approaching, and Zhang Yuan Candle stopped his cultivation and walked towards his house. Sitting on his bunk, he sensed the constant flow of warmth from the welcoming order. A light frown creased his brow. These warm currents were of minimal use at the moment, no longer able to make up for the deficit beyond relieving some of his exhaustion, or rather, the deficit that the body had come from hunger, cold, and survival since childhood had long since been fully made up in the last month. The characteristic, nurturing body brought about by the order of welcoming soldiers naturally didn't have much effect anymore. Mindfulness. The jade pendant had replaced the order to welcome the soldiers, and the consciousness was much clearer, and some of the distracting thoughts disappeared. All of his attention was focused on his martial arts skills, constantly summarizing, looking for flaws, and correcting them. The night grew deeper, and points of light and clamor lit up the deck. It made Zhang Yuan Candle, who was engrossed in cultivation, open his eyes. Chapter 18, Dare you stand before me? Zhang Yuan Candle got up, came to the window, and looked at the jade table that had been neatly arranged on the deck at some point, as well as the wide array of fruits and melons on it. A man and woman in gray robes moved through them, lifting cups made of bronze and thanking the graceful and elegant girls. The sound of laughter and discussion is endless. Everyone seemed to be immersed in celebration. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm gently caressed the hilt of his sword and stood under the dim candlelight. Looking at the bright lights, he saw Tian Hao in the midst of the children of the cultivation families, smiling and happy, and he listened to a sentence of contempt and mockery. But a beggar's origin. How dare he ignore the imperial daughter and refuse to attend this banquet? Ha! Ha! I'm afraid he doesn't know that all these melons and fruits are rare and precious, and are of great benefit to the body. I saw him standing at the window like a shadowy bedbug, worthy only to look up to us. There were children with knife marks on their faces, pointing in the direction of Zhang Yuan Candle's room and laughing, their voices high as if they were intentionally made to be heard. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth raised in an icy smile. Crunch! The door to the room pushed open and a burly figure stepped out, heading toward the person who had issued the taunt. His pace was not fast, but it was unusually heavy, causing everyone to feel their chests tighten. For a while, the entire dinner party fell into silence, with one gaze after another betting on its body, or indifferent, or calm, or gloating. Lai Liner, who was seated in the center, frowned lightly between her eyebrows, and with her slender palm, she lightly tapped on the desktop. It made the sound of gold and iron striking each other. Brother Zhang, Wang Chang's words were too harsh. Let him make amends for you. How about this time? For my sake, letting it go? Zhang Yuan Candle's head was slightly tilted to the side, a pair of double pupils, calmly looking at the girl. There was no reverence, no hostility, only the most essential indifference, as if seeing an ordinary person. In the next moment, he violently stepped forward and probed out with one hand. Bold, arrogant, how can you do that in front of the imperial daughter? An explosive shout came out, and a single figure slapped the table. Snap! Zhang Yuan Candle held Wang Chang's neck with one hand and lifted it up bit by bit. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew colder. In that case, it may be as you wish. Stinking beggar. Beggar. You die. Definitely. Wang Chang's voice was broken, but it carried a free flow. The other party had dared to strike here and now. And that would be an offense to all the people attending the dinner. From the imperial daughters down to the commoner disciples, there was no exception. But the choking sensation at his neck was getting stronger, and at this point he was panicking a little. The other side wants to kill him. How dare you kill him here? Before he could think much, Wang Chong felt a heavenly rotation, and his body was pressed down hard on the ground. Zhang Yuan Candle stomped on his back, held his hair in one hand, and pulled his head up, causing Wang Chong to look at the crowd attending the banquet. Look, do they dare to come up and strike? If they dare, I will dare to step in and cut them down. Boom! Calm words, like a bomb thrown into deep water, set off an uproar. However, none of them still dared to come to the rescue. During the time they had been on the ship, they had long inquired about some of Zhang Yuan Candle's exploits. The madman who ran 100 miles on a snowy night and boarded the ship in the color of blood. They who had not yet stepped into cultivation, even though they despised their origins in their hearts. The moment they faced each other directly, their hearts inevitably trembled. Tomorrow we will step onto the path of cultivation, and at this moment we are fighting for life and death. It's not worth it, and to kill for strangers is just plain wrong. Ha, ha, Zhang Yuan Candle laughed lowly, the playfulness in his voice not hidden in the slightest. You're like a dog, following the Song family. See if he hides in the crowd now like a mouse, but dare he stand before me. Wang Chang's eyes were rounded and he tried his best to look for Song Xian, who was related to him by blood, within the crowd, but he couldn't find him. One could only feel a pair of sneering, contemptuous glances, behind the crowd. Song Xian's face was grim, his arm being pulled by a girl's death grip. Imperceptible sounds continued to reach the ears. It's not worth it to fight for your life now. Tomorrow you will be able to step into the cultivation path, and the person in front of you is nothing but a weed on the side of the road. I know. Let go. Xian Song breathed heavily. It was clear that everything was going according to plan and that man was hostile to everyone on the ship. Instead, he felt unprecedentedly stifled and stared at the child figure dead in the face. It doesn't look like it's going to come out. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the crowd that remained silent, and with some disappointment in his heart, his palm loosened the hair that he was lifting. Clunk! The short sword was sheathed, snow-white blade, stopping 3 inches from Wang Chang's neck. How about we make a bet? On the count of 3, if you curse a single word about Xiansong, I won't kill you, but of course you can also bet that I won't dare to kill you. Zhang Yuan Candle's 5 fingers tightly clasped the blade, his expression cold and cool. Beggar, you're looking for death. On the green jade boat, it's not allowed to harm each other, let alone kill. This isn't outside of Jianshui City. 3. Faking it, you're faking it. 2. Brother Zhang, there's no need to go to such an extent. We're all people who want to step into cultivation. 1. Die. The short blade pressed down, without any hesitation, to chop off the enemy's head alive. Wang Chang's face was twisted, his eyes terrified, and he hissed with all his might. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xian Song. Rubbing. The short blade was close to the skin and no longer moving forward. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the enemy's soaked pants. Clunk! The short sword returned to its sheath, and the paw on his back slowly retracted. Ignoring the crying and laughing Wang Chong, he turned his gaze, already rising, to the royal daughter. Zhang Yuan Candle, I invite all of my companions to this dinner, and you are no exception. You're the one who refused to go to the party, and now you've come to stir things up. 1 word at a time. Each step was accompanied by the sound of gold and iron striking each other, and radiant divine sunlight flowed over his skin. At this moment, all those who understood cultivation had horrified gazes. This was the divine radiance that was naturally catalyzed by the purity of chi and blood to the extreme. Knowing that the imperial daughter in front of them was the same as them, and had yet to set foot on the path of cultivation, Zhang Yuan Candle's palm caressed the hilt of his sword and glanced at Tian Hao in the crowd before he spoke slowly. To participate or not to participate is not a base for you to humiliate at will. Zhang Yuan Candle, a boy dressed as a guard, stood out. His resolute face, at this moment, was already covered in anger. Don't think that just because you've mastered some martial arts, you can be reckless in front of the ninth princess. Lai Lina represented the imperial power of the 1,000-year dynasty, or an honorable bloodline with the power to suppress the 7 states of the Great Yuan. When have they ever been so countered? Zhang Yuan Candle looked indifferent, ignoring the guards and maids that walked up one by one, and finally glanced at the imperial daughter who had stopped in her tracks. After determining that the other party had no thoughts of striking, turning, he walked toward his house. The night was dark, the white moon was bright, and the short figure took a step into the shadows. As he stepped forward, he felt a peak and raised his head upward as a pair of beautiful sky-blue eyes came into view. After a slight pause in his footsteps, he continued forward and disappeared into the land of radiant light. Chapter 19. Entering the Valley of Immortal Soldiers. The road to cultivation opens up. Inside the room, Zhang Yuan Candle sat on the bed, recalling what had just happened. A cold smile spread across his face. How can you gain a foothold in the clan with such humiliation under the public-wide court? But the thought of Tian Hao's concealment, and the extreme sense of danger when the imperial daughter stepped forward, her eyes flashed with a hint of darkness. There's a long road ahead and I'm looking forward to the end. The candle flame faded under the murmurs. The room fell into complete dimness. The next day, early morning, 36 warships, led by the green jade boat, stopped in the long sky. A child stood on the deck, staring blankly at Songyu, the sight that appeared in the field of vision exceeding the limits of imagination. A pillar of light rose up to the sky, connecting the sky to the earth. There are black as hell, filled with the sound of living beings wailing the devil column. There is a sword constantly. Countless subtle sword chi composed of the sword column. There is also a sky full of white paper around the column made of paper. Within each pillar of light, a divine mountain stood within it, hazy and blurry. A living being could be vaguely seen sitting on it, gulping in the morning sun. Like a fairy, like the devil. Zhang Yuan Candle's gaze blazed as he looked down. A mountain and river stood above the earth, unable to see the end. Amidst the mountains, cranes flew, swordlights streaked across the sky, and demonic chi whistled past. Immortals, demons, swords, kept surfacing in the field of vision. At this moment, he already had a guess about the sect he was going to join. It's not the imaginary devil's sect, and it's not the righteous path. The 7 veins of the immortal soldier valley, even in the vast ancient cliff mountain, are the topmost inheritance. I hope that you will be able to worship in them in the future. The blue-robed woman stood with her arms folded, gazing at the 7 pillars of sky-charging light from afar, her red lips slightly open, but in the eyes, they were flat as usual, with no semblance of change. But that will inevitably be a long time from now. You will first enter the Dao Peak to cultivate. The jade hand gently waved, and the green boat had already sped downwards. Behind them, the warships, as if they had received instructions, rapidly descended. It disappeared into a mountain peak and disappeared from view, and the green jade boat ended up landing on top of a mountain peak. At the top of the mountain, 3 old Taoists in green robes looked at the landing flying boat, and the children on it. The old Taoist who stood in the center with a serious face took a step forward and spoke with an arch. True Master Yi, it's been a tiring journey. Leave these recruited disciples to us. The pearl shall not be left in the dust. Yes, Yi Zhuanxian nodded, her jade palm waved, and the children on the boat directly landed on the ground. Then without another glance, he rowed the green jade boat towards a pillar of sky-charging light. Zhang Yuan Candle landed on the ground, his head hanging low as he surveyed the 3 old Taoists with his afterglow. The 3 old Taoists standing opposite the 200 or so children were also scrutinizing the arriving children. When his gaze saw Lai Liner, his face became a bit more grave. However, when he saw Zhang Yuan Candle who was standing aside alone, he frowned lightly. Isolated? A moment later, the old Taoist standing in the center was the first to speak. This is Dao Peak, the place where you first practiced and sought the way. My last name is Yen. You may call me Instructor Yen. Old Taoist Yen then pointed to the 2 old Taoists on his left and right. This is Instructor Huang on the left, and this is Instructor Lu on the right. For a period of time after that, it will be up to us to teach you the fundamentals of cultivation. You must remember that the cultivation time within the Dao Peak is extremely precious to you and others, and determines where you will go in the future. Where to go later? What does the instructor mean? A child couldn't help but ask a question, with blank eyes. Hey, of course it's mediocre with mediocre, and heavenly pride with heavenly pride. How can a bird fly with a rock? Instructor Huang's voice was hoarse, and his long gray hair hung listlessly down his back. How then is one to distinguish the mediocre from the genius? The child continued to ask. This time, no one responded, and old Taoist Yen pointed to the Dao courtyard behind him. Follow me, and I'll tell you what cultivation is and how to distinguish between mundane and jade. Ignoring the many children, he took a step towards the Dao courtyard. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly followed, always in the first row of children. The next teaching of the Three's preceptor was one he did not want to miss a word of. The children of the cultivation family on the side looked at Zhang Yuan Candle's gazes with sarcasm, without the slightest bit of tension. They weren't commoners, rich people, or even noble disciples who didn't know anything about the basics of cultivation. Soon, the group pushed open the gate and arrived at the empty courtyard. There were a large number of futons placed within the courtyard, as well as pitch-black stone monuments that stood in the deepest part of the courtyard. The 3 instructors stepped into the courtyard and sat directly on the 3 futons at the front. A group of children followed suit and began to seize the bushels close to the 3 old Taoists. Zhang Yuan Candle pressed the hilt of his sword with one hand and took a step towards the 10 futons in the first row. The child who followed behind him, His eyes flickered as he stared dead at that somewhat burly back. Tower, tower, tower. One by one, the children sat cross-legged on the futons, and Zhang Yuan Candle came to the first row and was about to sit down. Suddenly, a strong wind came from behind. Senior brother, could you let me have the futon? Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were icy cold as his body slightly sidestepped to avoid the grasping palm. Appearing in the field of vision was a child dressed as a guard, and the other had a smile on his face as he seemed to greet him. But in an instant, the smile on his face turned into fear. Zhang Yuan Candle didn't hesitate for a second and directly struck out. The empty palm of his hand moved forward, shifting between his fingers and palms as he pressed toward his opponent's head. It was like a dragon probing its claws, fierce and explosive. The air exploded with an ear-piercing roar. This palm fell and heads exploded. Stay your hand. Stop. It is not for you to be reckless in the presence of the preceptor. A chant echoed through the courtyard. The guards and maids who were already seated in the first row of the platoon, one by one, got up and tried to make a move to stop him. Zhang Yuan Candle's movements did not slow down in the slightest, and he pressed straight into the guard's head. Boom! The strong winds scattered in all directions, and a figure was pressed into the floor alive. Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his brows. Feeling the touch of his palm just now, he knew that it was the instructor who had struck. His eyes dropped down to look at the milky white glow at the guard's head, and the 7 orifices underneath the glow that were constantly gushing out blood. Within the Dao Peak, killing and harming are forbidden. This time, it's even if the other party strikes first, but it won't happen again. Instructor Yan's palm retracted, and the milky white glow slowly dispersed, revealing the fainted guard. Disciple, obey! Zhang Yuan Candle clasped his fists in compliance. Afterward, he walked directly to the side without sitting on the futon in front of him. He's scared. Such a thought instantly appeared in the hearts of the crowd, and Zhang Yuan Candle arrived next to Lai Liner under a gaze. Then, sit down. It was only at this moment that the maid came back to her senses, pointing at Zhang Yuan Candle and opening her mouth, but she could not make a single sound. Lai Liner raised her hand to stop the maid, looking at the other party's calm face and those demonic heavy pupils. I did not ask him to strike. I know, after all, a country's royal daughter, and how can she be a little cutie? Zhang Yuanju, you don't look like a beggar. Chapter 20 Qualification Testing. Ahem. A cough and all the cacophony fell silent. Instructor Yan scanned the circle of children and placed his hands flat in his lap. Listen to the sermon later, and be so seated. Yes, Instructor Yan. The crowd glanced at Zhang Yuan Candle, who was seated at the side of the imperial daughter, and a gush of dissatisfaction welled up in their hearts. But under the old Taoist's gaze, one by one, they opened their mouths to respond. Once the Dao courtyard was quiet, Instructor Yan began to talk about the foundations of cultivation. Immortal cultivation is the path pioneered by my human ancestors, which can break mountains, cover the sea, drive away ghosts, and possesses all kinds of incredible greatness. As long as one is a human being, all have the qualification to cultivate. It is not a matter of whether or not one can be initiated, or how fast or slow one can cultivate. After all, there are those who cultivate for a lifetime and are only hovering outside the door of immortal cultivation, so it would be better to be immortal. An old voice echoed within the Dao courtyard. At the moment all the children are listening intently. Instructor Lu, who had been silent, also spoke for the first time. The first realm of cultivation contains qi, sensing oneself, searching for that glimmer of aura in the underworld, and then combining qi and blood to produce a wisp of breath. This is the first step of containing qi. After that, it continuously warms and strengthens the breath. And finally the two treasures of qi and blood intermingle, intercepting the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and generating mana, which is the second realm of immortal cultivation, practicing qi. In the realm of embracing qi, if the qualifications are still good, it can be completed in 100 days. So this realm is also known as the 100 days of embracing qi. Prof. Lu explained in great detail. Zhang Yuanju listened attentively to the lecture, engraving each sentence in his mind and pondering it over and over again. After Instructor Lu finished explaining about the basics of cultivation, with a cold expression, Instructor Huang took over his companion's words and continued. Root bones, enlightenment, and luck determine how far you and others can go on the path of immortal cultivation. Enlightenment is hard to measure. Qi is misty, and the only thing that can be tested here is root and bone qualifications. The human body is different, but most people are all of the genus of the 5 elements. Due to some favoritism, the most basic cultivation techniques, also different. However, there are exceptions to every rule, and outside of the 5 elements, there are also other attributes, but they are very few. As the words drifted, Instructor Huang glanced deeply at Lai Liner. With that, he pointed at the pitch-black stone monument behind him. Now you and the others will come one by one to take the test, and then go forward to the scripture pavilion to select the basic technique that suits you. The first person seated on the right side of the last row will be tested first. Yes, preceptor. A boy in a gray robe rose from his futon, looking nervous, taking a step towards the stone tablet. Under the guidance of instructor Liu, he probed his palm and pressed it. Wow! A flash of yellow light rose and spread upward more than 4 inches. The boy looked nervously at the 3 instructors. Root bone C lower. Suitable for earth attribute Gongfu. Go forward to the 5th row of the hidden scripture cabinet to select a Gongfu. Boss Yan looked indifferent, and with a wave of his palm, a stream of light fell into the boy's palm. The boy nodded his thanks, and taking a jade spoon, he stepped into the hidden scripture pavilion behind the stone monument. A, B, C, D, is the best qualified? As Zhang Yuan Candle thought, his gaze unconsciously glanced at the imperial daughter at his side. The other party's qualifications must be grade A, right, or else they wouldn't have been sent by the Great Yuan dynasty to join the immortal Soldier Valley. Lai Linner's head was slightly tilted to the side, and her beautiful eyes were merciless as she glanced at Zhang Yuan Candle. After this day, the gap between the two was heaven and earth, and he would no longer be worthy of his gaze. One by one, the children came up for testing, and most of them were C and D qualified. Tian Hao, Root Bone Ding Shang, Attribute Wood. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the skinny boy standing in front of the stone monument with a pale face and cold eyes. The other side's use of him as an ascending ladder was not forgotten. As Tian Hao entered the hidden scripture pavilion, Wang Chong, who had a scar on his face, also walked out and stopped in front of the stone monument, pressing his palm on it. B grade or higher. It has to be B grade or higher. Wang Chong silently recited in his heart that since last night, he had become a joke in the eyes of everyone. With Xiansong, the only trace of blood kinship was also consumed. Golden light unfolded, spreading upward from the palm of the hand. 1 inch, 4 inches, 6 inches. At this point, the golden light stopped and could no longer spread upwards. Wang Chong, Root Bone Xian, Attribute Gold. Qualification is still okay. Go and look for a gong method. A small smile surfaced on Instructor Yan's face. Upper C Root Bone, the best qualification in the current test, and the 5 elements are on the gold side. A sword cultivator seedling, with a wave of his palm, a jade spoon, arrived in Wang Chang's palm. Wang Chong clasped his fists in thanks and glanced at Zhang Yuan Candle with somber eyes before walking towards the scripture pavilion. This was followed by the disciples of the cultivation families coming up to be tested. Unlike the commoners, nobles, and sons of powerful merchants, most of them had C grade or higher root bones, and 1 B grade root bone even appeared. Xiansong, Root Bone B medium, Attribute Earth. Instructor Yan nodded, looking satisfied. The roots and bones of this batch of disciples were more than 1 level better compared to the past, worthy of being the most gifted batch in Yuan Kingdom. Lai Mang, go up and test it. A figure dressed as a guard, with a stumbling pace, walked out from the 2nd row. It was none other than the imperial maidservant who had almost been slapped to death by Zhang Yuanju's palm. Lai Mang gave Zhang Yuan Candle a vicious look before pressing his palm up. In an instant, a reddish-colored glow emerged, spreading upwards. 1 inch, 6 inches, 9 inches. After the glow reached 9 inches, it continued to spread upward, ever closer to 10 inches. Fiery Mang, Root B upper, Attribute Fire. The faces of the 3 instructors all flashed with regret, falling short of the standard of Class A roots and bones, and Lai Mang's expression was even harder to see. When he was tested in the metropolis, he was an A-class root bone, but the injuries on his torso had knocked it down raw. Taking the jade key, he strides towards the attic. After its departure, one by one, the guards and maids stood up and started testing. Blazing Tiger, under the root bone armor. Fifi Lai, under the root bone armor. Blazing Bull, root bone beyond. At this moment, all of the disciples who had returned from selecting their techniques looked shocked at the maids and guards who came forward one by one. Such a qualification was surprisingly only a maid or a guard. So the imperial daughter who was guarded and followed by them. Just how stunning was her natural talent. Zhang Yuan Candle, go forward for testing. The instant the words came out, the crowd instantly returned to their senses. Or sneering, or maliciously, or playfully, they looked towards the figure sitting on the side of the imperial daughter. The farce caused by a beggar is finally coming to an end. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was expressionless as he stood up and walked towards the stone monument step by step under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Looking at the tall monolith, his calloused, scarred palm, he pressed on it. In an instant, he felt a wave of cool energy surging down his palm and into all parts of his body. The whole body spun around before it gushed out from the palm. So that's it? Zhang Yuan Candle murmured in his heart, speculating about the way the test would be conducted. It was too late to think about it, and the dark blue light, rising in his palm, spread upward along the monolith. 1 inch, 3 inches, 9 inches, the dark blue blow approached 11 inches before it stopped spreading. Chapter 21, Feet Selection. This is not the Devil's Sect. For a time, within the Dao courtyard, the crows were silent, and everyone stared blankly at the figure with a short sword across his waist. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to think. They could understand the guards who possessed Class A qualifications after being clothed in fine clothes since childhood, countless precious medicines and treasures, and polishing their bodies to improve their roots and bones, but they don't understand the beggar's origin. A mouthful of full meal are rarely eaten by the lowly people, but has such qualifications. Don't understand it and don't want to believe it, but that deep blue blow told everyone plainly that this was a grade A qualification. At this moment, even though the graceful and noble ninth princess, the depths of her unperturbed eyes, also set off a little ripples. For the first time, he seriously sized up Zhang Yuan Candle. The red lips under the veil pursed slightly, taking on some seriousness. Zhang Yuan Candle, root bone under armor, attribute. Instructor Yen looked at the deep blue light that was different from the water attribute and slowly spoke. Attribute ice. Head to the 26th row of the scripture pavilion and pick a merit technique. There was a pause to add. The feats placed in the attic are all rare and precious feats from the realm of embodied chi, so there's no need to be too selective. A jade spoon then floated down. Zhang Yuan Candle clasped his hands and received the jade key. His eyes inexplicably swept over the crowd before walking towards the hidden scripture pavilion. His pace was slow, as if he was waiting for something. Boom! Ka-ching! A roar accompanied by a shattering sound echoed around his ears. Zhang Yuan Candle snapped his head back as pillars of pale white light filled his vision. Under the pale white light, a girl, her dress fluttering, carried an air of transcendence from the mundane, just like a fairy in the dust. In front of Lai Liner, crack after crack emerged from the pitch-black stone monument. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and a fiery battle spirit surged from his chest. It's just as well. Otherwise it would be too boring if they were all mediocre. Taking a step forward, he stepped into the attic, looking at the bookshelves that dominated the floor, and the books that sat on them. There is also a layer of transparent shields in front of these books, apparently preventing them from being held and viewed at random. Feet stepping away, he came to the first row of bookshelves and gazed forward. 3 Qi Dynasty Inflammation Technique. 5 big words came into view. Fingers probed out and tapped the shroud, and a line of writing surfaced in front of him. It describes the requirements for practicing the gongfu, and the precautions to be taken, and he was told that if he wanted to take the technique, he would need a jade key to exchange for it. So, Zhang Yuan Candle nodded his head and without further hesitation, he took large strides towards the interior of the Bible Pavilion. He soon came to the 26th row of bookshelves and looked at a book of ice attribute techniques that were placed. The palm of his hand casually tapped in front of a book titled Extreme Cold Freezing Ice Technique Embracing Chi Chapter. All sorts of precautions to be taken when practicing, and then it unfolds. Take the cold jade and place it in the palm of your hand. You can speed up the process of sensing a touch of spirituality and step into cultivation. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the brand new book, frowning lightly between his brows as he looked at another gongfu. Since there wasn't much difference between the feats here, it would undoubtedly be best if one could pick a feat that possessed a characteristic, prana. And the more worn and old the book is, the more likely it is to have characteristics. Between thoughts, Zhang Yuan Candle scanned through one by one. The frown grew tighter and tighter between his brows, nearly all of which were brand new books. Ha! Zhang Yuan Candle's gaze rested on the bottom shelf of the bookshelf. A rather worn book with inexplicable stains on the cover came into view. The 5 Tibetans ice-inducing and energy-resolving technique. Fingers tapped on the shroud, and a line of writing emerged, confirming that the cultivation conditions and the precautions were appropriate. You're it. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm probed out and the jade spoon pressed against the shield. In a flash, the jade key disappeared, and the 5 Tibet invoking ice and transforming Yuan Gong flew out of the shield and hovered in front of it. The palm of his hand probed out, and as he gripped the merit law, he forced himself to resist the idea of palming the book away, and walked towards the outside of the Bible Pavilion. I've got my pick of the 3 instructors. Zhang Yuan Candle pointed to the books in his hands. Instructor Yen glanced at the books and frowned lightly between his brows. The last Taoist boy who cleaned the Bible Pavilion forgot to replace the brand new gongfu. You can go get another book now. Only once in a cycle of large-scale disciple recruitment would all the Dao peaks in the immortal Soldier Valley be opened. And normally these Dao peaks were all sealed off, so the 3 of them didn't know that there were feats that hadn't been replaced. Instructor, is there any chance that the content will be wrong? Zhang Yuan Candle inquired carefully. And if there were any mistakes or omissions in the content, then the gong methods would have to be switched. On the side, Instructor Huang shook his head. There will never be any mistakes or omissions in the kung fu. Otherwise it won't be put in the hidden scriptures. This one, then, needs no replacement. Since you insist, I will now register your feats for you. The instructor took out a jade slip from his pocket, and with a gentle wave of his palm, the jade slip began to flicker. Zhang Yuan Candle slowly stepped back and returned to the futon, sitting in his seated position. At this moment a gaze from behind bedding came. Many from the hidden scripture pavilion out of the children are aware of what just happened. It was difficult for them to have peace in their hearts. One of the sickly children sitting in the back row was as pale as could be, with chagrin in his eyes, and Wang Chang's teeth were clenched and his expression was full of resentment. On what grounds should a lowly beggar have such qualifications? And as the son of the Wang family, I am but a C upper qualification. Countless grievances echoed in his mind. Suddenly, the back in view turned slightly sideways and a pair of eyes looked over. The demonic heavy pupils revealed teasing. In an instant, all the resentment, anger, and unwillingness turned into fear. It was as if he were back again at yesterday's dinner. The knife comes to the neck, and in the next instant the body and head will be separated. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at Wang Chong, whose body was trembling, and his palm could not help but stroke the hilt of his sword. A moment later, before looking ahead, time passed by, and the children who had picked out the feats came back one after another. All soon arrived. Instructor Yen placed his arm flat on his knee and looked directly at the many disciples. You and others have only 100 days to practice here. After 100 days, all disciples who have not stepped into the Qi practicing realm will be sent out as miscellaneous disciples. And those who enter the Qi practicing realm are the outer disciples of the immortal Soldier Valley. On the side, Instructor Huang pointed to the outside of the Dao courtyard. This is the end of the day. Go back to your cultivation first, and if you have any doubts, you can ask about them during the early morning lecture tomorrow. Now those with A-class routes get up and go to the mountainside first to pick out a house, and after half an hour B-class routes go again, and so on. Zhang Yuan Candle stood up and then walked towards the outside of the Dao courtyard. Lai Liner on the side watched its departing back, hesitated for a moment, and finally did not say anything. With that, he took 2 maids and 4 guards with him and walked towards the outside of the Dao courtyard. After leaving the Dao courtyard, the maid on the side could no longer hold back and opened her mouth. Ninth Princess, just let that man go? If it wasn't for his slap, Lai Mang would definitely be in a grade qualification as well. Lai Liner paused slightly in her footsteps, her palms reaching forward to sense the warmth belonging to the sun. Do you want me to go against the rules set by the 3 instructors and behead him? Or are you sure you can kill him? With lotus steps, she went forward, and the only thing that remained was the misty voice, which was passed on with the wind. This is a side door, not a magic path. Chapter 22 is so full of crap. On the mountainside of Dao Peak, Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the rows of stone houses made of brown rocks. Stepping forward, he found a more secluded stone house, pushed open the door and walked in. A stone bed and a futon were all the items of the house. Nice setting. Zhang Yuan Candle's forehead tapped. A shelter from the wind and rain, and a bed to rest in, had been excellent for him. Closing the door to his room, he sat on the futon and took out the gongfu from his arms. Rubbing his palm against the cover, he felt the warmth coming from his palm. At this moment, instead, he was no longer in a hurry to palm the gongfu and look through it. Time passed little by little, and Zhang Yuan Candle was completely immersed in the gongfu. I don't know how much time passed before the books were closed. So this is the ice attribute technique. The 5 Tibetans, the 5 viscera also, the 5 viscera regulating the rotation, starting from the kidney water, but also from the kidney water and end, constantly purified, and finally that is to the dantian. In this way the 5 viscera rotate in an endless stream, the breath is unceasing, and as the strength increases, the 5 viscera become more powerful, the breath also becomes more vast, and the dantian flourishes abysmally. It's worthy of being a feat that can be included by the immortal Soldier Valley. Zhang Yuan Candle sighed out in admiration, but it was just a basic technique of the impregnated Qi realm. It was so strong to such an extent. I don't know what kind of elegance the practicing Qi realm is. Mindfulness. The gongfu in his palm disappeared and turned into a jade pendant. Inside the depths of his inner mind, above the green leaves, the book 5 Tibetans Lead Ice to Transform Yuan Gong was floating in it. The mirror made of interwoven green divine radiance also changed. Palmistry, mortal level, book, characteristics, prana. Gazing at the information that surfaced on the mirror, the corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth rose slightly with a hint of pleasure. He had already felt some instincts, and it seemed that the 5 Tibetans invoking ice to transform Yuan Gong had been practiced many times. Eyes closed, hands placed in front of his chest, pinching the ancient seal. At this moment, all 5 organs in the body were gently trembling, carrying a unique rhythm. At the same time, An illusory glacier floated within the mind. Looming. Time continued to pass, and the figure sitting on the futon began to tremble, seemingly suffering great pain. Zhang Yuan Candle's closed eyes suddenly opened. Slowly, he exhaled a mouthful of cold air. Too much is too little, and that's it for today. In 2 days at most, I will be able to find a glimmer of spiritual opportunity in the underworld and step into the path of cultivation. The outstanding root bones, coupled with the characteristic prana, the threshold that stopped many disciples from stepping into the realm of embodied chi, would soon be easily crossed by him. In the midst of his thoughts, he stood up and headed out of the house. He's going to look for food. Crunch! The door to the room opened and stepped out. At the moment the sky was dark and the time had come to evening. Between the various houses, it was very quiet, with only a few figures walking around. Zhang Yuan Candle took a big step towards one person, and the figure had frozen in place the moment it saw him, wanting to leave quickly but not daring to act. Zhang Yuan Candle, what do you want? The child inquired, trembling. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough inside, it was really that the person in front of him was too ferocious. Not to mention, today's root bone test, it's surprisingly an A-grade root bone. The 200 or so sons and daughters of Dao Peak were all hostile and isolated from each other. But how was this not a symbol of their power? Where is the food? Zhang Yuan Candle's expression was calm as he inquired in a slow voice. On the east side of the hillside. The child responded by pointing to the east. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded and walked towards the east. Not another half sentence. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. The child looked at the others departing back and gasped for air. A short contact was like being held against the chest by a short knife, and one could be cut down at any time. It's too scary. At this moment, he no longer wanted to participate in a group made up of the children of cultivation families, strung together. The other side. Zhang Yuan Candle had arrived in front of an attic. The door to the room was open and the aroma of food, coming in, without hesitation, stride in. When he looked inside the attic, his eyes went slightly cold, and an unexpected person was sitting in a chair eating. It was a child with a thin frame and a pale face. Tian Hao. Zhang Yuan Candle murmured in his heart. A businessman's son who chased profit disgusted him, and Tian Hao also noticed Zhang Yuan Candle, who had taken a step forward. His face grew paler and paler, and chagrin flashed in his eyes, as well as awe. Brother Yuan Candle, call me brother, you deserve it. An icy voice passed between the two. Step forward, step by step. At this moment, Tian Hao's body constantly trembled. In his field of vision, the figure in front of him had long since disappeared, transforming into a hideous and roaring dragon, fierce and violent. He, who had always stood behind Zhang Yuan Candle, experienced the feeling of facing each other directly for the first time. Let there be despair. You're facing the entire Yuan kingdom, so what's wrong with me choosing so? I have warned you many times to give in and bow down, and you are the one who has ignored it time and time again, and bring me along with them, making enemies of those powerful families, nobles, and cultivation families. Tian Hao hissed, his face twisted. He's just making choices that normal people would make, so what's wrong with that? Zhang Yuan Candle's pace slightly paused, and in the next moment, his palm probed out. Bang! Rough palms, pressing its head dead center on the table. Meal spilled, chairs tilted. What a lot of crap! Zhang Yuan Candle laughed lowly. If it wasn't for the fact that Dao Peak prohibited killing and harming each other, he would have already struck out to cut down one enemy after another, which will listen to its barking in front of it. After a few moments, the palms retracted and headed towards the food. The spot left Tian Hao, who was panting heavily. Although he was not injured, he no longer dared to stay in the attic and stumbled toward the door. Zhang Yuan Candle came to the interior of the attic and looked at the moistening roasted meat in the simmering rice porridge. Grabbing a bowl and chopsticks, he then served himself a portion and took it to the adjoining table to chow down. His eyes narrowed slightly as the first bite of the roast went down. A stream of warmth flowed down his throat and toward all parts of his body. Not the usual beast? But it was understandable when you thought about it. After all, it was a cultivation sect. How could they let them, the cultivation disciples, eat unusual beasts? In no time, the roast was swallowed and the rice porridge was finished. Then, it took 2 more trips to get the roast before I was full. Covering his round belly, Zhang Yuan Candle got up and walked towards the outside of the attic. The moon is bright in the sky, and its silver splendor scatters over the earth. He stepped forward into the moonlight and toured the lofty Taoist peaks. Without realizing it, he walked to the top of the peak. Step by step, he walked to the end of the wall and looked down at the magnificent mountains and rivers and the rainbow. Arms spread wide, mouth outlined with recklessness. Such a world is worth coming to. Tower, tower, tower. Footsteps. From behind. Let Zhang Yuan Candle's open arms retract. turned around, looked behind him. It was a girl with a veil, her long black hair hanging down her back and her lotus steps. Her skin was crystalline and her beautiful eyes were softer than the moonlight. Zhang Yuan Candle's expression was grave as he felt an inexplicable aura on Lai Liner, dangerous to the core. The palm of his hand pressed into the hilt of the knife. Something? Chapter 23, a reward that's extremely generous. Lai Liner walked slowly to the cliff wall and looked up at the white moon in the night sky. Today's matter, Lai Mang was in the wrong first. I would like to make amends and turn a war into a peace. Okay? Zhang Yuan Candle's head was slightly tilted to the side as he looked at the girl. One word at a time. Let him come in person. Bending and bowing, instead of you coming. The girl's brow furrowed. How could someone as proud as Lai Mang bend over backwards to apologize to a beggar? Even if the other person was her follower, they would never follow such instructions. Pills, magic weapons, can be given to you? How about this matter is revealed? Zhang Yuan Candle shook his head. Bend down and apologize. All is revealed. And from then on the path of seeking the way, each goes his own way. Pills and magic weapons. I'll take them myself. No need for you to give them. Lai Liner's soft gaze took on a bit of coldness. You have to humiliate a 1,000-year-old dynasty to know that a grade A root is nothing. What seemed like a normal request to Zhang Yuan Candle was a great insult to her. A touch of divine sunlight flowed on his skin, and an aura more powerful than even yesterday's dinner party rose up, like a mountain pressing toward his side. Drone. The short sword trembled, emitting a clang-clang sound. A fierce, sharp aura emanated, splitting a gap in the raw. Zhang Yuan Candle stepped out, and his expression also took on a touch of icy coldness. Imperial daughter, if you want to make a move, I'll gladly accompany you. Bongo? The thick aura dispersed. Lai Liner let out a silver bell-like laugh. You have no idea what a behemoth you are about to face. A mere trace of a 1,000-year-old dynasty's heritage is enough to crush you into powder. You chose to perish. Perish the thought? Zhang Yuan Candle looked up at the sky, and the white moon entered his eyes. The palm covered with stump marks probed out, as if trying to grasp the bright moon that had lasted for eternity. The bright moon lives on. Time is vast, and 1,000 years of dynasty is but a speck of dust. Looking down, he met the girl's cold gaze. Word for word. If it cannot be crossed, then it will be turned into blood and bone on the side of the road. Struggling for survival inside the temple, running for 100 miles to kill outside Jiangshui City, and the deceitfulness on the green jade boat naturally allowed him to develop a temperament. Lai Liner looked deeply at the boy at her side and said no more. Turn around. Off the cliff. She knew that from this moment on, it was useless to say anything more. But a beggar from the people, although the root bone is good, but cannot turn the sky. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the other party's distant silhouette, recalling the confrontation just now. A breakthrough? He guessed in his mind. It was because the sense of crisis that Lai Liner had just brought about far exceeded that of the dinner party. Exhale. Exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air, he thought no more about it. All would be revealed in tomorrow morning's class. Relaxing his tense muscles, Zhang Yuan Candle sat cross-legged on the rock wall, propping his jaw with one hand and admiring the mountains and rivers in front of him. At the moment, there were no half-assed thoughts in his mind. Time passed little by little, and the night grew deeper and deeper. It was only then that Zhang Yuan Candle got up, patted the dust on his robes, and took big strides towards the mountainside. The next day, early morning, in the middle of the Dao courtyard, numerous disciples sat cross-legged on futons. Most of them had dark circles under their eyes and looked lost. Obviously yesterday's cultivation was not ideal. The instructor is here. I don't know who whispered, but the entire Dao courtyard was completely silent. A figure wearing a green-colored Dao robe stepped in and directly walked to the frontmost futon to sit down. Instructor Yen scanned the circle and was not surprised after seeing the appearance of the disciples. The realm of embodied qi. Although it was only the first realm of cultivation, it wasn't that easy to cross over into. Today, we will explain the precautions that should be taken in the cultivation of the realm of embodied qi. Instructor, wait. Suddenly, Lai Liner rose, a pale white glow surfacing on her skin. Yesterday's cultivation. Liner luckily sensed the spiritual opportunity and stepped into the cultivation path. Boom! The children looked at the figure that stood in front of them in shock. One day into the embodied qi. Surprisingly genius to such an extent. Most of them, but they didn't even have a clue about practicing. However, once he thought of the other party's identity, and his performance during yesterday's root bone test, it became somewhat clearer. As for Zhang Yuan Candle, his face remained unchanged. He had made a guess last night, and now he was merely confirming it. At this moment, a flash of shock also flashed through old Taoist Yan's cloudy eyes. Regardless of the background and root bones, to be able to enter into the embracing qi in one day, it was definitely called a stunning talent. Good, good, yes. The old Taoist stroked his hands together and sighed out in admiration. Dao Peak had produced such a genius, and he himself would be able to obtain more rewards in the future. The many disciples couldn't help but congratulate them at this moment. Congratulations to the imperial daughter, entering the embracing chi in one day. Rarely seen in ancient times, it is bound to seek the way. The imperial daughter's splendor is far beyond that of earthly men. As the clamor rose, old Taoist Yen quietly watched the scene in front of him and did not stop it. It was only after a few moments that the palms of his hands pressed down. The various compliments fell silent. Liner, you are the first of the disciples to step into the embodied chi. You are bound to receive a reward. As the words drifted, old Taoist Yen waved his palm and a ball of light was suspended in midair. Each of these clusters of light had implements sinking in them. This is a lower grade magic weapon. You can pick one from among them. Thank you, Instructor Yen. Lai Liner bent down to express her gratitude, then surveyed the hovering mass of light and pointed in a random direction. Just this jade seal. Instructor Yen nodded and waved his palm, and a jade seal that emitted a yellowish glow fell into the girl's palm. Immediately afterward, old Taoist Yen took out another grayish bag from his bosom and handed it over. There is a bottle of yellow sprout pill in the storage pouch, which is of considerable benefit to the cultivation of the embodied chi realm, and serves as your reward for stepping into the embodied chi realm. With that, another jade spoon was handed over. Inside the hidden scripture pavilion, you can pick a secret art on the second floor as a means of protection. Thank you, Preceptor. Lai Liner took the reward and sat down again. At this moment, all the disciples brought blazing heat in their eyes. Even Zhang Yuanju was no exception. The rewards are too great. And Instructor Yen also sensed the blazing heat in the eyes of the many disciples, pointing at the suspended mass of light. There are still 9 magic artifacts left, and the 9 disciples who step into the realm of embodied chi after that will all receive this reward. Thanks, Instructor Yen. The morning session will now begin. After that, Elder Taoist Yen recounted the knowledge and techniques of cultivation, as well as the precautions that needed to be taken. The explanation was very careful, and informed the crowd of a copy of the basic Dao scriptures without reservation. During this time, there would also be examples of some implicit chi realm feats. With such a way of explaining, Zhang Yuan Candle benefited greatly, allowing him to have a systematic understanding of the 5 veselice drawing and transforming Yuan Gong that he was practicing. That was a knowledge that could not be brought about after palmistry kung fu. After Yen finished his explanation, he asked the crowd to ask questions about any doubts they had encountered in their practice. One by one, the disciples stood up and asked questions, and they were all answered one by one. Without realizing it, the time had come to noon. This is the end of today's morning lesson. All of you returned first. Liner stayed behind to select the secret art. Yes, Master Yen. Chapter 24. Red rope tied early? The mountainside of Daofeng. Inside a rock-hewn house, Zhang Yuan Candle sat cross-legged on the ground, holding the 5 viscera ice drawing and transforming Yuan Gong in his palm as he studied it carefully, with the assistance of characteristic, clear mind, and then combining what I gained during yesterday's practice, as well as today's teachings from the Yen instructor. It made his understanding of this Gong method deeper and deeper, and he had more realizations. Mindfulness. The palm kung fu then replaces the jade pendant. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes closed and his breathing slowed down, driven by the instincts of his body. He entered a state that seemed like doze, and his 5 organs trembled slightly with a unique rhythm. Within the consciousness, a blurry glacial river silhouette was slowly emerging. This illusory icy river, which became clearer and clearer as time passed, revealed a hint of endlessness, and carried a feeling of extreme coldness. As night fell, a raging river of ice nearly came to the surface in his consciousness. At the same time, the trembling between the 5 organs became more and more intense. This is the moment. Zhang Yuan Candle drank low in his heart. In a flash, the glacier surged and the 5 organs trembled violently. A wisp of blue breath emerged from the kidney water and went straight into the heart, ending in the lung gold and finally falling into the dantian. Then after that, a wisp of blue aura was generated. The 5 organs rotated, and all of them entered the dantian. At the same time, the muscles, skin, sinews and bones, also began to metamorphose in the flow of breath. His body, once robust from practicing martial arts skills, slowly slimmed down and became more coordinated. It was only when the dantian stored 9 whole strands of breath that the breath ceased to be produced between the 5 organs, and the metamorphosis on the torso came to an end. Zhang Yuan Candle snapped his eyes open, and a double pupil had an extra touch of icy blue in addition to black and white. The palm of his hand probed out, and a flash of icy blue light rose in the center of his palm. In an instant, the temperature in the room began to drop, and all the candlelight went out for it. This is the embodied chi realm. Zhang Yuan Candle scrutinized it, and the corners of his mouth tickled as he carefully observed the glimmer of blue light. 5 fingers clasped together, the blue light shifted dramatically, and an ice dagger appeared in his palm. Ice condensation. The basic spells that came with the 5 viscera leads ice to transform Yuan Gong consume 3 wisps of breath from his dantian. With a flick of his palm, the ice blue dagger shot out violently, but just as it left the palm of his hand in less than a few meters, it turned into a puddle of water and splashed down on the ground. The breath really can't leave the body too far, Zhang Yuan Candle murmured in his heart. These matters were explained by the instructor and documented in the Kung Fu, but even so, after breaking into Yun Qi, his strength skyrocketed by a large margin. As he was about to continue adapting to his power, a flash of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. In the depths of his mind, the seed of the 7-treasure wonderful tree, which hadn't moved since it sprouted, changed. The small tree that had sprouted, once again began to grow, and a second tender leaf spread out from the trunk. At the same time a flash of azure light spread upwards from the roots of the tree, rendering the entire small tree. Zhang Yuan Candle looked within his mind and silently watched. Interweaving and colliding light. Under the divine light, he vaguely heard gods and demons hissing and billions of living beings praying. The child was in a calm mood, just looking at the small, sky blue tree whose mold had changed drastically, and sensing the information that was reflected in his mind. Exhale. A mouthful of cloudy air was exhaled. Zhang Yuan Candle let out a low laugh, his eyes deep and dark. So this is the fundamental method. One realm, one method, and finally cultivating the 7 treasures of myriad arts that belong to oneself. But is it really? There's never a free lunch in this world, but it's just a matter of how much it costs and how long it takes to pay it back. But, Zhang Yuan Candle shook his head. It was too early to think about this. What needed to be done now was to feel out the benefits that would come from the change in the 7-treasure wonderful tree. With a thought, the jade pendant in his arms directly disappeared. A jade pendant hovers over a newly grown leaf, and another leaf book is on it. The information shifted as the light intertwined into the mirror. It wasn't until Zhang Yuan Candle's consciousness bet that everything stopped. Avatar Master, Zhang Yuan Candle. Palmistry, mortal grade, book, characteristics, prana. Mortal grade, jade, characteristics, mind clearing, realm, embodied chi, 1. 96%. Technique, 5 Tibetans lead ice to transform Yuan. Technique, trapped jiao blade technique, giant bear paw, 3-star chained arrows. He could palm 2 items at the same time, and the enhancement it brought was definitely a qualitative change. At the same time after the realm column, new data appeared, which would be a great guide for cultivation afterward. This breakthrough has been beneficial. Zhang Yuan Candle sighed lowly. According to the data after the realm, it would only take 2 months to complete the cultivation of the embodied chi realm. After organizing everything, he didn't choose to continue his cultivation, but instead laid down on his bed. Looking at the rock-built walls, his eyes drifted closed until he fell into sleep. In his sleep, the corners of the child's mouth lifted as if he thought of something wonderful. The land of the distant unknown. The sky was filled with snow, and as far as the eye could see, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, and even millions of miles were filled with ice crystals and falling snow. An indescribable glacier stands here, straight into the clouds. The wind whistled across the glacier and swept up 1,000 piles of snow. It also brings in fuzzy sounds. Red rope tied early, white head forever together. Flower. The moon is full, and I'm glad to see that the endless and endless. I hereby make this covenant. Suddenly, the murmur dispersed and turned into shocked anger. Why? Husband's 8 reincarnation body should have died according to past deduction. So why did he not only not die, but also stepped into the cultivation path? If he does not die, how will the true husband return? A roar that gradually turned into a beastly hiss. The majestic glacier all began to tremble violently. A crack surfaced, and ice blocks the size of hills continued to smash down. Whoa! Wow! The sound of chains clashing echoed between heaven and earth. A chain interwoven with Buddha light, sword light, and blood light hung down from the sky, causing the glacier to stop shaking. Everything fell into silence. Su Kuju! A hoarse voice, before it sounded again. Old Tao, you guys lied to me. A mere burst of law can't trap me. As the words drifted, a wisp of gray smoke surged out from the glacier crack. Afterwards, it headed towards the ancient cliff mountain, the valley of the immortal soldiers, Dao Peak, Dao Academy. One by one, the disciples walked into the Dao courtyard, and they talked amongst themselves, all asking each other about the progress of their cultivation. However, other than the disciples of the cultivation families, most of the disciples had ugly faces. Again, they got nothing, or the gain was better than nothing. Suddenly, a maid and guards walked in around the royal daughter. All the cacophony fell silent in an instant. Lai Mang walked at the forefront of his followers, thinking of the things he had discussed yesterday. A hint of pleasure appeared in his eyes. Stepping forward, He shouted. Senior brothers, I am equal to practicing under the 3 instructors. That is, we are destined to support each other. At the end of today's morning class, if you have any questions, you can come and find answers from the 9 of us. Necessarily know it all. Boom! The noise rose up, and one by one, the children looked excitedly at the royal daughter who was surrounded in the center. No one is a cutie. All knew whose instructions Liamon was following to say such a thing. The great virtue of the imperial daughter will never be forgotten by the Zhou, Jiang, and Wang families. If he is instructed in the future, he will serve to the death. We are willing to follow Her Highness to the death. One by one, the sons of nobles, commoners, and rich merchants began to express their loyalty. Chapter 25 Imperial Daughter Invites to Battle? Complacency flashed in Lai Mang's eyes. His expression was gentle, and he clasped his hands. Senior brothers, there's no need for that. Senior brothers and sisters are just discussing with each other. As its words fell, the atmosphere among the crowd grew more and more heated. Lai Liner calmly looked at the crowd, observing each person's reaction and looking at their excited faces. It was as if she felt a vast momentum. Is this what father said about gathering the forces of the people? Tower, tower, tower. Crisp footsteps interrupted the clamor and the royal daughter's thoughts. Looking sideways, one disciple's face changed drastically. Whether it was the many disciples with grateful faces, or Lai Mang who was in Chaqing, even Lai Liner frowned lightly between her brows, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. A child clad in a gray robe, with ebony hair draped over his shoulders and a calm face, came striding in. His once slightly stocky frame became harmonized, and under his long, sharp eyebrows were dark, demonic, heavy pupils. Even the aura, compared to the past days, was sharper, fiercer, and there was a hidden coldness. The realm of embracing Qi, Lai Mang muttered out. Coming from a majority of him, how could he not understand what the changes in the other party's body represented? Zhang Yuan Candle's hands fell down as he indifferently looked at the crowd that had gathered and ignored them. Crossing over the crowd, he came to the futon and sat down. Begin to recall the feats and summarize and generalize them. Suddenly, a fragrance unique to peonies came. Empty female voice, followed by, Senior Brother Zhang, congratulations on breaking through Yunqi and stepping into the cultivation path. Zhang Yuan Candle's head was slightly tilted to the side as he looked into those calm, beautiful eyes. His heavy pupils half narrowed. I'm just a roughneck. Something that can be simple and direct without the need to half-ass it. The girl was dumbfounded for a moment. It was the first time she had come into contact with someone so direct and dry, completely different from her previous courtiers, father and mother. It was only after half a second that she smiled sweetly. Senior brother, really different from normal people, but too rigid is easy to break. Still need to keep that in mind. Zhang Yuan Candle's head returned to its proper position without any semblance of a response. Since Lai Mang refused to apologize, the relationship between the two parties was that of enemies, and he had never been in the habit of talking nonsense to his enemies. For a while, the entire Dao Academy was in depression. Everyone's didn't dare to discuss it recklessly, and their gazes glanced from time to time at the woman and man sitting in the front row. It wasn't until the figure of Instructor Yen surfaced on the futon of the sermon that the oppressive atmosphere disappeared. The moment he surfaced, old Taoist Yen turned his gaze to Zhang Yuan Candle with shock in his cloudy gaze. Although the other party's root bones were outstanding, they were only under a, far less outstanding than Lai Liner, who had unexpectedly stepped into the cultivation path on the second day. Could it be amazing enlightenment? Yen taught his mind to guess. Zhang Yuan Candle, but he has stepped into the realm of embodied qi. The old Taoist opened his mouth for confirmation. Zhang Yuan Candle placed his hands flat on his knees and lightly tapped his forehead. Yesterday, I practiced and occasionally gained something, and caught that glimmer of spiritual opportunity in the underworld. Good enough. Instructor Yan laughed out loud, looking excited that there were two heavenly prides amongst the Dao peaks. This time, he will surely receive a large reward. The palm of his hand probed out, and with a gentle wave, a single ball of light emerged and hovered in front of the crowd. 9 lower-grade magic weapons. You pick one as well. Good. Zhang Yuan Candle suppressed the emotions stirring in his chest. A magic weapon, whose power far exceeds that of an ordinary weapon and possesses all sorts of inexplicable abilities, is bound to be a grade 1 item. It's excellent for both palming and direct use. In the middle of his thoughts, he had risen to his feet, carefully observing a cluster of light. There are beads, short spears, incense burners, rulers, all sorts of oddly shaped magic weapons. Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his brows. With his knowledge, he was unable to differentiate between these magic weapons being good or bad. Then it was a matter of shape, and a knife and a bow were, in his case, undoubtedly the most suitable. It can be fought both squarely and remotely. But, no, somewhat helpless. he observed carefully once more, pointing to a pitch-black mass of light by feel. Instructor Yen, this is it. Could be. Old Taoist Yan's palm explored and grasped, and all 8 light masses were incorporated into his sleeves, except for the pitch-black light mass that floated toward the child. Zhang Yuan Candle grabbed the ball of light, revealing the true appearance of the magic weapon. It was a ruler as black as ink, yet it did not reveal the slightest bit of evil or demonic aura. Instead, it carried a wetness. The ruler's name is Xian Shui, and it fits you quite well. This is the yellow sprout pill. And yes, the jade key for picking out secret techniques. Old Taoist Yan looked kind. Before the voice even landed, a dusty bag, along with the jade spoon, floated in front of him. Zhang Yuan Candle clasped his hands and bent his torso slightly. Thanks, stern master. Straightening his back, he received the storage bag and jade spoon. After that, together with the Xian Shui ruler, they put it into their arms and sat down. The whole thing was done with respect. Instructor Yan nodded with satisfaction, then swept a circle of the crowd, feeling a pair of blazing gazes. There are still 8 places left, so you must cultivate hard and not fall too far behind. Next, start the morning class. Afterwards, Instructor Yen carefully explained the fundamentals of cultivation, during which he even repeatedly explained the precautions that needed to be taken when sacrificing magic weapons. Zhang Yuan Candle felt some of the 3 items in his arms. After that, he focused all of his attention on the morning lesson, and when he heard about the magic weapon sacrifice, a little ripple lifted from the depths of his eyes. Time passed, and he listened with rapt attention. Today's morning lesson is over. Yuan Candle stays, and you leave on your own. Instructor Yen waved his hand, signaling the crowd to leave. Wait! A soft voice made the many disciples who were preparing to leave stop in their tracks. Lai Liner stood up and first saluted Instructor Yen before looking to her side. Instructor Yen, senior brother Zhang has made a breakthrough today. I wish to spar with him to enhance each other's cultivation. I hope that I will be allowed to do so. Instructor Yen looked at Lai Liner, his brows furrowed and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He knew that Zhang Yuan Candle had been isolated by the crowd, but he did not expect that it had gotten so serious that this princess from the Yuan dynasty's royal family was going to personally take action. Both of them were the track record of Dao Feng's teachings, and he was unwilling to have the two damaged. For a time, the atmosphere within the Dao courtyard was grave to the extreme. All the disciples turned their gazes to Instructor Yen, their gazes revealing anticipation. In particular, Song Xian, Wang Chong, and Tian Hao were even more excited. They want to see the unruly beggar trampled into the dust. A single guard and maid even showed sneers on their faces, teasingly looking at the seated beggar. Do you dare to agree to such a direct invitation to fight? If you agree, you will lose. Only they, the followers, were aware of how terrifying an imperial daughter who had stepped into cultivation was. Ha! A low laugh echoed through the crowd. Zhang Yuan Candle slowly got up under various gazes, smoothing out the folds of the hem of his clothes and looking at the girl at his side. The 5 fingers lightly tapped the hilt of the sword, and accompanied by the clang-clang sound of the sword, he opened his mouth word by word. Cutting is too boring. Death match, dare you? Chapter 26, Crossing Hands. Secret art selection. Determined words echoed in the ears of the crowd, as if a pot of cold water was poured down. All the disciples calmed down and looked at the man and woman with flickering eyes. If the two fought to the death, no matter what the outcome was, they would be the ones to benefit the most. If one died, one was injured, or even both died, then could they be alone in their cultivation afterward? The guards and maids who had full confidence in the imperial daughter were also in hesitation at the moment. Still, what if, May? A low drink, as clean as a sharp blade slicing through snow, pale white light burst forth, enveloping Lai Liner and hazing the silhouette. Zhang Yuan Candle's heavy pupils narrowed slightly, and his 5 fingers tightly clasped the hilt of his sword. A smattering of ice crystals spread down from his palm and wrapped around the sheath of his sword, sharp and cold. For a time, the atmosphere within the Dao courtyard was grave to the extreme. Enough! An angry shout interrupted the confrontation between the two. Instructor Yen stood up and a thick, mountain-like aura filled the Dao courtyard. At this moment, Zhang Yuan Candle and Lai Liner exuded qi, like fire under a raging storm, extinguishing them one by one. This is the Dao Peak, the Dao Academy, not a place for you and others to fight for bravery. At this moment, old Taoist Yen was filled with anger. This is the end of the day, return now. Lai Liner looked sideways at the old Taoist, her beautiful eyes full of seriousness. Instructor Yen, I've heard my uncle talk about the rules of Dao Peak, and I don't want to make things difficult for you, but today, I would love to spar with senior brother Zhang. Then, as if no one else was there, he looked at the child at his side. How about a slap in the face if a deathmatch is not allowed? Zhang Yuan Candle glanced at Instructor Yen and saw that although the other party had an ugly face, he did not retort. Is it because of the so-called uncle? Zhang Yuan Candle thought in his heart and then let out a low laugh. Then let's have some fun for once. 5 fingers loosened the hilt of the blade and stretched it flat forward. The 9 wisps of breath and the dantian all surged towards the palm of the hand. Dots of ice crystals surged away from his palm, spreading over his 5 fingers like 5 sharp claws. In less than a breath, the 5 fingers had changed 8 times in succession, each change carrying an inexplicable hiss. It was like an ice gel probing its claws, fierce and cold, pressing straight towards Lai Liner's head. Good slap, the girl shouted, and pale white light mixed with chi and blood divine sunlight surged out from her palm. Fiery vicissitudes. It's like a burning flame. With that, step forward, out of the palm, clothes and skirts flopping in valiant. 2 palms, almost instantly touching. Boom, like thunder exploding. The entire courtyard trembled. Ice crystals and pale white light splashed around, leaving scratch after scratch on the ground. Zhang Yuan Candle is going to lose. There were children shouting and looking excited. They saw the pale white blaze break through the ice crystals like a sharp blade, piercing into the azure light. Dang! The sound of gold and stone clashing resounded through the Dao courtyard. The palm, infested with the color of blood, broke through the pale white light and missed the jade palm. Under the horrified gazes of the many disciples, it hit the girl's chest like a heavy hammer. Bang! Under the sound of dull impact, Lai Liner took half a step back. Your Highness, Royal Daughter, Zhang Yuan Candle, you're looking for death. One by one, the guards and maids came up around. Zhang Yuan Candle's expression was indifferent as he lowered his eyes and looked at the wounds on the back of his palm. Looking up, the corners of his mouth cracked with wantonness. But that's just it. In a little while, you'll only be able to look up at my back. Lai Liner pushed away the maid in front of her. Her beautiful eyes had long since lost their composure. She had clearly broken through the other party's breath and chopped at its palm. It should have easily severed the palm, but it only left a scar. Seriously sizing up Zhang Yuan Candle, for the first time, she regarded him as a rival. Senior brother Zhang, the palm power isn't bad, but too arrogant. With a casual flick of Zhang Yuan Candle's palm, the muscles of the wound gave out, and the blood flowing down stopped. Ice crystals then surfaced, freezing the wounds. How I am. I don't need your highness instruction. The cut is over. Leave. The girl took a deep look at her foe, as if to imprint it on her mind. Turn around. Thinking about walking outside the dooryard, against the palm, cannot completely suppress that beggar? More words, at this moment is nothing but nonsense. None of the many disciples dared to interrupt the conversation between the two, until Lai Liner left surrounded by guards and maids. It was only then that the many disciples walked out of the Dao courtyard one after another. What had just happened was unbelievable to them. Even at this moment it was still like a dream. Soon, within the Dao courtyard, only old Taoist Yen and Zhang Yuanju remained. Master Yen, I took offense just now. Zhang Yuan Candle's wanton demeanor converged and turned into sincerity. At this moment, old Taoist Yan's face, which was filled with anger, flashed with a hint of surprise, slowly sitting on the futon. It seems that you are not just reckless and brash. Use the rules of the Dao Peak to gain an advantage in this cut. Zhang Yuan Candle didn't deny it and just looked at the old Taoist seriously. Master Yen, I wonder if I can go pick out a secret art now. Go on. The old Taoist looked at the boy with interest and waved, signaling him to head to the hidden scriptures. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded his head and took large strides towards the hidden scripture pavilion. The moment he was about to step into the attic, an old voice came out slowly. At the realm of embodied chi, the purer the breath, the smoother the path will be thereafter. Pick a suitable secret art. Thank you, stern master, for your guidance. As the words drifted down, Zhang Yuan Candle had already stepped into the attic. Old Taoist Yen quietly looked at its disappearing back, his cloudy eyes flashing with a few glints. Lai Liner used Yuan dynasty's power in the clan to pressure him. Then he didn't mind adding to it. I look forward to your final end. The other side. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were cold as he felt the numbness and tingling coming from his palms. If it wasn't for the fact that before the encounter, the jade pendant and gong method of the palm royal were replaced with the gooseworm stone and the green stone. In the battle just now, Lai Liner would have directly chopped through the palm of her hand, not leaving the possibility of a counterattack. In between thoughts, Zhang Yuan Candle passed through the stairs and ascended to the second floor. Almost the same layout, but with far fewer bookshelves. Stepping forward, he came to the front row of bookshelves. The Art of the Sobbing Paperman. The scarlet cover prints into view with a magical quality. The palm of his hand probed out and gently made a point. Lines and lines of writing emerged, telling of the power of the spells and the precautions to be taken. Feed the paperman with your own essence blood and gain a powerful helper. Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his eyebrows. This technique was too evil and consumed his own essence blood, so he couldn't look at it. I'm looking for a technique that will be beneficial to the future path of the Dao, preferably one that purifies the breath and also enhances the strength of the battle at this moment. Of course, secret art books are better if they come with characteristics, Zhang Yuan Candle murmured in his heart. For secret arts, he had a set of selection criteria. Without any further hesitation, Zhang Yuan Candle, a book of secret arts, began to pick: the burning of the heart, the devil's chopper, the secret art of raising a corpse in golden armor. A variety of horrendous secret arts were abandoned because of various flaws. Finally, Zhang Yuan Candle stopped in front of the last row of bookshelves and looked at a book with a black and cyan cover. If the description is good, it's you, the child murmured, taking out the jade key from his pocket and pressing it. In an instant, the jade spoon disappeared and the black and green colored books floated out. Exorcising witchcraft. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the 4 words on the books with a solemn expression. Chapter 27: Exorcising Secret Art. Exorcising witchcraft. Based on the introduction of the handwriting reveal. This secret art with an ancient heritage. A secret art in which a person communicates with and imitates the gods of the underworld, and finally gives back to himself. It is extremely powerful and purifies one's breath, flesh and blood. The only drawback is that it is difficult and dangerous to cultivate, and it consumes financial resources. Zhang Yuan Candle pondered over the merits and demerits of the feats while holding the books and heading out. Master Yen, I've picked it out. Exorcising witchcraft. Old Taoist Yen looked at the books in the child's palm, his cloudy eyes revealing gravity. This book of secret arts is extremely dangerous when practiced. Many disciples have been directly suppressed into madness by the powerful spirit, so you should pay attention. Master Yen, secret art cultivation can't be safe. I'll pay attention. Zhang Yuan Candle placed the secret arts into his arms as he observed the secret arts on the second floor. Almost every one of them had various risks. Exorcising witchcraft is just a little risky, but it's still within the realm of tolerance. Yenshur froze for a moment, then nodded. The secret arts practice does. Since the secret arts have been picked out, let's go back to practicing first. Do not be slack. Yes, Master Yen. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded and cupped his fists in salute. Striding out of the dojo, he headed for the mountainside. Walking along the rugged mountain road, he stopped abruptly in his tracks and looked sideways at a pile of rubble. Who is it? Come out. Senior brother Zhang is me. Zhou Ji of Jiangshui City. A girl in a standard gray robe with a clear face came out from behind the stone pestle. She carefully scanned the area to make sure no one was there before quickly stepping in front of the boy. Zhang Yuan Candle's expression was cold as he looked at the noblewoman who walked up to him, waiting for her next explanation. Senior brother Zhang, when the ambush outside of Jiangshui City occurred, it was the Jiang and Wang families that were involved, and my Zhou family was not involved. A slender palm probed out and a packet of powder was handed over. This is a trauma medicine powder to better recover from injuries. Zhang Yuan Candle quietly looked at the medicinal powder handed to him and laughed out softly. Another investment? First, he clarified that the ambush had nothing to do with his own family, eliminating the hostility, and then he gave the needed items to increase the relationship. Senior brother Zhang, with his great talent, is able to compete with the imperial daughter? So mediocre people such as myself should of course invest in advance. Zhou Ji was frank and didn't hide it. The identity that he was once proud of was not worth mentioning in the Dao Peak, and he didn't even have a door to the imperial daughter that he was trying to please. Then why not go another way? As long as it was more secretive. Even if Zhang Yuan Candle ended up dying, he wouldn't draw fire. You're smart. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were deep, seeing through the other party's thoughts. Palm outstretched, he took the powder. He needed a channel to understand the inside and outside of the Dao Peak, so that he wouldn't be like a blind man and miss out on some opportunities. Zhouji's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Senior brother, you can come to me for anything in the future, and I will certainly do my best. Good. The two talked for a while. Zhouji then left quickly and disappeared at the end of the road. Zhang Yuan Candle waited for a while before retracing his steps and walking towards the mountainside. Stepping into the stone house and sitting on the mattress, he casually threw the powdered medicine in his palm in the corner. At the same time, withdraw the ice crystals from the wound. With a thought, the lapis lazuli of the palm guard replaced the order to welcome the soldiers. Characteristics, nourishes the body and works as it is. Tendrils of warmth began to surface and traveled to all parts of his body, relieving the fatigue while repairing the wounds on the back of his palm. Dropping his eyes, he made sure that he was recovering from his injuries before he began to organize the day's harvest. From his arms, he took out the pitch-black ruler, a dusty bag, and black and blue books, and placed them on the bed. The magic weapon Xian Shui ruler, the storage bag, and the secret art Nua witchcraft. Zhang Yuan Candle's face flushed with smiles. This time, he had a large harvest. If he digested all of it, his strength would definitely climb up a level. Harmless palm probed out. First picking up the xianshui ruler, carefully measuring up. The foot is 3 inches long, and the body is basically black, without a trace of mixed colors. With a thought, he poured his dantian breath into it. In an instant, Zhang Yuan Candle felt his palms sink, and he fell down violently, immediately withdrawing the breath that he had poured in. The palm holding the xianshui ruler was only relifted. This is a magic weapon. What exactly is the ability of the xianshui ruler? Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes flickered. He had to finish sacrificing the magic weapon before he could get a clear picture of its true capabilities. But before that, with a thought, the xianshui ruler disappeared and the pebbles surfaced. In the depths of his heart, the sapling glowed with an azure divine radiance, and on the 2 delicate leaves, the pitch-black ruler and white jade-like token quietly hovered. A mirror made of various divine radiance intertwined with information changing on it. Palmistry, Level 1, Order of Welcoming Soldiers, Characteristics, Nurturing. Level 1, xianshui ruler, Characteristics, Brute Force. Brute Force? Zhang Yuan Candle whispered in his heart. The 5 fingers spread out, revealing the palm pebbles, and snapped together. Boom! The airflow between the 5 fingers surged, and the air exploded, and the pebbles in the center of the palm were instantly turned into powder. Palms up, dots of stone dust, sprinkled on the ground. Zhang Yuan Candle carefully surveyed the palm of his hand, experiencing the abundant strength that was constantly coming from all parts of his body. Exhale. A mouthful of cloudy air was exhaled, enduring the pleasure of the surge in power. He took out the xianshui ruler. The power had more than doubled and had gone completely out of control. He needed time to adapt, and he also needed to finish sacrificing the magic weapon first. But at this rate, why does it feel more and more like a martial artist? Zhang Yuan Candle's face carried a flash of helplessness. Placing the xianshui ruler in his palm aside, he picked up the storage bag. Without hesitation, the consciousness directly probed into it. It was an extremely small space, less than half a cubic meter. A white porcelain vase is placed in the corner, which should be the yellow bud dan. Ha! Zhang Yuan Candle was a bit surprised when he saw a pile of white round coins on the right side of the white porcelain vase. Spirit money? With a thought, a white round coin appeared in his palm. The white round coins were crystal clear, and there were hints of mist floating in them, carrying a kind of dream. The palm of his hand rubbed gently, feeling the warmth that came from it. Zhang Yuan Candle's forehead tapped. The white round coins in his palm were indeed spirit coins. In the mouth of Instructor Yen, the coin was common to cultivators, in which the aura was mild and could enhance the speed of cultivation in the qi practicing realm. However, for a cultivator of the realm of embodied qi like him, it was just currency for purchasing various spiritual objects. Zhang Yuan Candle took out the spirit coins in yellow bud dan from his storage bag and put them aside, carefully counting them. In total, there were just 90 spirit coins in 10 yellow bud dan. According to what Master Yin told him, 10 spirit coins could replace 1 lower grade spirit stone, which meant he had 9 lower grade spirit stones. 1 yellow bud dan for 2 days will support you for 20 days. This is the reward for crossing into the embodied qi realm. I wonder, is there another month? Zhang Yuan Candle palmed the storage bag while pondering how these resources should be arranged. A moment later, the storage bag reappeared floating in his palm. Zhang Yuan Candle's brows were lightly furrowed with regret. Storage bag with no characteristics. Chapter 28, How many heroes there are in the world, request for catch-up reading. With that, the gaze was turned to the secret arts. The storage bag was put down, and the books were picked up and flipped open to read. There was nothing else in the room but the sound of children rustling through books. I don't know how much time passed before the books were closed. Zhang Yuan Candle also has a basic understanding of the Nuwa opera witchcraft. Nuwa opera, to human communication gods through the feed, constantly purifying breath, body, and finally imitate, become, beyond the art. The gods referred to here are not the immortal gods who have attained ascension in those books. Rather, everything in the world, grass, insects, beasts, everything has a spirit, and everything is God. How many great men there are in the world? Zhang Yuan Candle caressed his palms against each other inside out in admiration. A secret art, he almost saw the secret art pioneer. The grand vision. It was a pity that it failed. Otherwise such a secret art would not have been placed in the Dao Peak for them. The embodied qi realm. To practice. So can he truly cultivate this secret art? All sorts of thoughts crossed his mind and finally fell silent. It's too early. The road has to be taken one step at a time. And so does the practice. The most important thing that needs to be done now is to cast out the mask, the credentials of the people communicating with the gods in Nuwa opera sorcery. Spiritual wood and sand need to be prepared, and spiritual patterns need to be attempted. The mind is full of thoughts. In the end, Zhang Yuan Candle put the magic artifacts, secret art books, and spirit coins in the house into his storage bag. There was only a bottle of elixir left on the bed, so he first practiced his gongfu to raise his dantian breath, sacrificing magic artifacts, as well as secret art cultivation, and waiting until there was enough breath would also be much easier, and you can also explore items such as spirit wood and sand during this time. After palming the ice attribute technique, Zhang Yuan Candle picked up the white porcelain bottle and poured out a pill. The yellow bud dan is the size of a thumb and becomes a light yellow color, revealing a refreshing aroma. I feel much more refreshed just by smelling it. Without hesitation, he directly swallowed the yellow bud dan. The elixir instantly melted in the mouth, and in an instant, a stream of qi flowed and surged to all parts of the body. At once, Zhang Yuan Candle felt a sense of fullness throughout his body, and it was still increasing. Zhang Yuan Candle's hands immediately pinched his seals, causing the 5 viscera to constantly tremble. Wisps of azure breath arose and flowed through the 5 organs, surging to the dantian. The breath consumed by today's battle was recovered at an extremely fast speed, and it had been fully recovered before an incense burned. The azure breath, however, was still being born in the kidneys, converging towards the dantian. 1 hour, 2 hours. It wasn't until the night was dusk that Zhang Yuan Candle ended this cultivation. Sensing the 23 strands of ice blue breath in his abdomen, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly with pleasure. The cultivation just now was more than 50% faster than yesterday. It was worthy of being an elixir produced by the clan. Moreover, he could still feel that his body still had a sense of fullness. The medicinal power had not been consumed, and the efficiency of tomorrow's cultivation would be the same. That is to say, taking the elixir for 2 days of cultivation is worth the usual 3 days. Looking within the depths of the mind, the data that follows the realm transforms as well. Realm, embodied chi, 5. 15%. A bottle of elixir will save 10 days of work. Zhang Yuan Candle sighed lightly and stood up. Clunk! The short sword was sheathed and the maneuvers were performed. The light of the blade was brilliant, eye-catching, and filled the house. Gradually a smattering of ice crystals spread across the blade. The surrounding temperature continued to drop, and finally the entire room was covered in a thin layer of ice. Whether it's basic spells or sword techniques, they are all techniques for protecting the Dao and cannot be slacked off. Su Koju. The blade light stopped and the ice crystals dissipated. A figure, lying on the bed, breathing heavily. The next day, early morning, Zhang Yuan Candle came to the Dao courtyard early in the morning and sat on the futon to listen attentively, asking questions about his doubts in cultivation in the meantime. At this time, the atmosphere in the Dao courtyard was much more relaxed, without the usual saber rattling. No disciple dared to come before him to provoke him again, and Zhang Yuan Candle also remained seated on the futon without the slightest movement. Soon, the morning class ended, and many disciples followed Lai Liner and the others as they walked outside. Zhang Yuan Candle just gazed calmly and said nothing. Only after all the disciples had left did he carry his short sword and walk slowly towards the back of the mountain. Crunch! Crunch! Stepping on the dead branches and leaves on the ground, he looked at the tall ancient tree in front of him. It was a forest of trees that grew extremely lush, which he had discovered when he had once toured the Dao Peak. After last night's thought, he was ready to cut some wood first to increase the experience of Nuwa masked casting. You can also cast directly when you obtain spirit wood later. Moreover, the trees here, growing in the immortal Soldier Valley, even if they weren't as good as spirit wood, they were still better than ordinary wood. Stepping forward, his 5 fingers clenched around the hilt of his blade. Clunk! A flash of sky blue light flashed, and the trees in front of him instantly tilted. It then slipped and fell, kicking up a cloud of dust. Dropping his eyes, a layer of ice crystals had been attached to the trunk break. Smooth and bright. Characteristic, brute force, coupled with breath, is truly amazingly powerful. Zhang Yuan Candle murmured in his heart. Early this morning, he had palmed the Xianshui ruler and started to adapt to the surge of power. Jogging to the trees, he handled them carefully. The branches were all removed and the bark stripped and tossed aside, leaving only the bare trunk. This was followed by a short knife, which was sliced into thinner planks and put into a storage bag. But without putting a few pieces in, the storage bag was already full. The space is still too small. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the wooden boards piled up in front of him, picked up the bundled portion of the bark and carried it towards the mountainside. As for the rest of the planks, it's just going to take a few more trips. Stepping down, the movement was not at all concealed, nor could it be. One by one, the disciples gathered around the royal daughter, looking at the figure carrying a wooden plank on her back as she walked along the mountain path, their eyes varying with thoughts. Your Highness, is it the secret art you acquired yesterday? Lai Mang stood behind the imperial daughter, his gaze fixed as he looked at the figure approaching the mountainside. No one is a cutie, so things can be judged straight away. Lai Liner stood in front of the house, her beautiful eyes flashing, her ebony hair fluttering with the breeze. Yes, he's trying to practice, quickly recalling the various secret arts within the hidden scriptures, whether any of them were in line with the cultivation style in front of him. If regular people were like that, she wouldn't pay any attention, but the one who acted so was Zhang Yuan Candle, an enemy who could palm against her. So naturally, she had to be carefully analyzed. Zhang Yuan Candle ignored the many disciples, as well as Lai Liner and the others. Whether it is speculated or not, the same secret arts and techniques have 1,000 results for 1,000 people practicing them. If you are not as powerful as others, all the scheming and calculating is just a joke. If he practiced the art of the sword, many disciples knew about it, but who dared to face the blade directly? One step at a time, he walked up the mountainside and stepped into the room before setting down the plank he was carrying. Then it was off again to the back of the hill to carry the remaining boards. Lai Mang looked at the other parties departing back, his eyes sinister, and approached the imperial daughter, using only a voice that the two could hear. Your Highness, should we send someone to destroy the wooden planks and delay his cultivation speed? It's just some wood. What can it delay? Or do you think that the man couldn't guess who did it? The girl looked away from Zhang Yuan Candle's departing back, no longer in the mood to explain to the many disciples, and walked towards her house. She's going to have to speed up her practice. Chapter 29 Technique becomes successful. Request for catch-up reading. Zhang Yuan Candle made 3 trips to and from the back of the mountain before he finished transporting all the planks. Inside the house, he sat on a futon and looked at the piles of wooden planks. Nuwa opera sorcery refers to the fact that everything has a spirit. All are gods, and initially need to use the Nuwa mask as a credential to communicate and give back. The secret art recommends using something you are familiar with as a god for initial cultivation. Zhang Yuan Candle recalled the various gates in the secret art, as well as the matters of cultivation. Try starting with the wolf. That's the one animal that sticks out the most. When he fled as a beggar, packs of wolves whistled and kept eating away at the flow of people. With a pair of turquoise wolf eyes that are still hard to forget now, the palm of his hand probed out and grabbed a plank of wood. While drawing a short knife from his waist, he carved it according to the techniques expounded in Nuwa opera sorcery. Brush, brush, brush. Knives flashed and wood chips flew. Wolf-shaped masks are emerging. Click. A crack suddenly surfaced, ripping the entire mask apart. Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his brows as he looked at the broken mask in his palm, recalling the carving he had just made. The half-inch right side of the mask was carved with too much force, or, characteristic, brute force, and has not yet adapted to the surge of power. The palm of his hand lashed out, crushing the mask and tossing it to the ground. Taking out a board from his side, he carved again. Click. Too much power on the left side. Keep going. Click. There is a flaw in the plank itself. Continue. Ka-ching. Go on. Time continued to pass. Fewer and fewer mistakes were made in the carving of the mask, and the surge of power was being rapidly familiarized. At this moment, a thick layer of wood shavings had been piled up underneath Zhang Yuan Candle, but as if he didn't see it, the short knife in his palm still continued to carve on the wooden board. Suddenly, the blade light dispersed. A wolf head mask that appeared in the palm of his hand. Zhang Yuan Candle raised his palm and placed the mask in front of his eyes, carefully examining it. The wolf's face was hideous, and his eyes were as hollow as the abyss, but they were so exquisite that it was as if they were about to leap out of the mask. After a long survey, he tapped his forehead and set the mask aside. Fair. Next, its spiritual patterns. Suddenly, he looked up at the window and saw the sun about to set, a light frown between his brows, and then practicing the secret arts. There was not enough time for the feats to be practiced. Exhale. A mouthful of cloudy air was exhaled. He knows his priorities. Today's secret art cultivation came to an end, and the next step was to cultivate the 5 Tibet introducing ice transforming Yuan Gong. After making the decision, he replaced the Xian Shui ruler of palm royalty with a feat. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, he practiced. After that, Zhang Yuanzhu went to the dojo in the morning to listen to the lectures of the 3 instructors. At noon, we practiced Nuwa witchcraft, carved various animal masks, and used pen and ink to try to draw spiritual patterns. At night, he took pills to cultivate the 5 hidden ice drawing and transforming Yuan Gong to increase his breath. Day after day, the Dao courtyard fell into a rare tranquility, with every disciple doing their best to cultivate. On the 6th day of entering the Dao peak, Lai Fei, Lai Hu and Lai Long stepped into the realm of embodied qi and were rewarded by the instructor. On the 7th day, Lai Mang, Lai Nyo, and the other 6 maids and guards entered the realm of embodied qi, and all of them received rewards except for Lai Mang, who made the final breakthrough. Since then, the imperial daughter and her 9 followers had all embarked on the path of cultivation. Such a scene caused the many disciples to respect Lai Liner more and more, surrounding her side to drive for her. As for Lai Liner as well as Lai Mang and the others, They also constantly found time to instruct their many disciples to make breakthroughs, thus isolating Zhang Yuan Candle. 20 short days. Dao Peak, completely divided into two camps. Zhang Yuan Candle alone, and all the disciples led by Lai Liner. Early morning. Road Peak Hillside. Inside the house in the remote place, Zhang Yuan Candle was clad in a grey robe, sitting on a futon. A large number of masks are placed in front of him. These masks have a bear face, a wolf face, a snake face. The masks were all very beautiful, yet they were all shattered, and each one seemed to have blown up from within, not because of an external force. There was also a wooden bowl on his right side, which held crystal and gravel that shimmered with a strange light. It's too much of a waste to crush spirit coins to use as spirit sand, and this kind of wood, too, can't withstand spirit pattern drawing. Zhang Yuan Candle sighed lowly. A spirit coin was only the amount of a bowl of spirit sand that could engrave spirit patterns for the mask 3 times. However, soon, his expression became solemn as his palm probed out and gently stirred the spirit sand. Sky blue breath gushed out from his fingertips and seeped into the bowl. In a flash, the spirit sand turned into powder, accompanied by a slow slide of the finger. With his free palm, he picked up a pair of wolf head masks, while the fingers stained with spirit sand were withdrawn from the bowl and carved on the masks. A spiritual pattern was engraved on top of the mask, causing it to constantly tremble as if it would collapse at any time. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was calm and quiet. His fingers remained steady as he continued to carve. After about an incense stick of work, a flash of surprise flashed in the child's eyes. The fingers that kept carving the spirit pattern slowly moved away from the mask. In the next moment, the mask emitted a faint blue light, and then levitated upwards, with gusts of wolf howls coming from the mask. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the suspended wolf head Nua face, the corner of his mouth raised with pleasure. The 20 days of secret art cultivation had not been in vain. Next, comes the final step, and the most dangerous, to subdue the so-called gods and make them available for one's own drive, to purify the breath, the body. In the middle of his thoughts, his palm reached out and grabbed the mask in one hand, ignoring the guttural wolf howl coming from it. Were it directly on your face. Boom! Silent thunder exploded in the heartland and everything around him blurred. Darkness, fires, and a pair of turquoise wolf eyes hidden in the night. Zhang Yuan Candle sat cross-legged by the fire, listening to the gusts of wolf howls and looking at one pair of cunning beast pupils after another. Sensing the weak power, the faint breath in his body, he let out a low laugh. The same power, the same speed, and if I cannot suppress you and others with my human body, then I will sink to this forever. He had understood why this secret art was so difficult to cultivate. Carving and spirit pattern drawing were but secondary. The most important step was this one. Suppression. The child stood up, the corners of his mouth wide with wantonness, one step at a time, toward the darkness. Ow! Under the sound of wolves howling, a grey beast shadow leaped up at great speed and surrounded forward. Zhang Yuan Candle's arms were raised and slightly retracted. Fiercely, blasted out, an ear-piercing sonic boom that resonated through the blackness of the night. 5 fingers were like sharp blades, piercing the wolf's lips and penetrating his skull. Under the wailing sound, the foul-smelling beast's blood splattered in all directions. Immediately afterward, the palms of the feet fired, the waist and the chest connected into a diagonal line. Suddenly, it slammed into the grey wolf that was lunging to his right. Crackle! Under the sound of bones breaking, the beast's shadow rolled down in the distance like a sandbag, never moving again. Ha! 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 Same level. Kill until you despair. Zhang Yuan Candle laughed loudly, his grey robe stained with blood as he charged forward with great strides. One fierce wolf after another, floating underneath the body, spilling blood on the ground. The wolves howled as hard as they could, pouncing wildly, counting on nothing. But, useless. It just adds a broken corpse. Su Kuju. Su Jio. The wolf's howl disappeared. The earth was covered with blood, and Zhang Yuan Candle was the only one who stood so. Look up, look at the sky. So, may it be enough. Click, click. A crack emerged, and the night, the fire, and the wolf carcasses all disappeared. Chapter 30. 800 miles of mountains and rivers, 800 miles of trials. Zhang Yuan Candle's consciousness returned to the house. At this moment, the wolf-shaped mask no longer had the obscurity when it was first contacted, but instead carried a sense of intimacy. The mask fits the face, warm and cool. At the same time, a grey wolf shadow, floating in the dantian, stood in the clouds of azure breath gulping. Every time he gulped, the icy blue aura would be a tiny bit purer, and along with it, his chi and blood would surge by a few points. This is the Nua opera sorcery. The most basic or not even the Nua face. There is such an effect. Then the real spirit would casting Nua mask. And what kind of scene? Zhang Yuan Candle slowly lowered his palms, sensing the changes in the subtle places within his body. In addition to the gray wolf shadow in his dantian purifying his breath, chi and blood, he also clearly sensed an energy hidden in the wolf head mask. That was the means to enhance the battle power in all aspects when killing. A true life preservation technique. Exhale. He lightly exhaled a cloudy breath, some relief welling up in his heart. The hardest hurdle of secret art cultivation had finally been crossed, and he possessed a true bottom card. Mindfulness. The mask, as if it were a current of water, blended into the face and disappeared. Zhang Yuan Candle didn't get up immediately, but instead looked within the depths of his mind. The information on the mirror, which was made of various divine radiance entwined, had changed considerably. Avatar Master, Zhang Yuan Candle. Palmistry, Mortal Grade, Jade Pendant, Characteristics, Clearing the Mind. Level 1, Xian Shui Ruler, Characteristics, Brute Force. Realm, Embodied Qi, 64. 23%. Technique, 5 Tibetans lead ice to transform Yuan. Techniques, Exorcising Sorcery, Trapped Jiao Knife. 3-star Chain of Arrows, Giant Bear Paw. In just 20 days the embodied Qi realm has gone through most of it. It's a pity that the yellow sprout pill has already been consumed. After that the cultivation speed will be slower. Chang Yuan Candle Analysis. But even if it's slow, it's only a month. Between thoughts, he stood up and looked out the window. The great sun rises, shedding golden light and rendering the mountain peaks, like a dream, with an unspeakable splendor. Crunch! Push open the door to the room and step out. Numerous disciples walking around the mountainside came into view. They either headed to the back of the mountain or towards the top of the mountain, while most of them were sitting directly in front of the royal daughter's house. No one traveled to the dojo to hear the morning service. Or rather the service had been changed to once every 5 days since 10 days ago, and there was no morning service today. And the moment Zhang Yuan Candle appeared, a stream of gazes bet on him, mixed with various emotions. Ignoring all sorts of gazes, he took a step towards the Dao courtyard. There were some questions he needed to ask the instructor. Soon, the solemn, spacious Dao courtyard appeared within view. Go up, knock on the door. Dang, dang, disciple Zhang Yuanzhu has come to pay a visit to the instructor. Enter. In a low voice, the door to the room slowly opened, revealing the empty grounds, and the stern instructor sitting in the front row, sipping tea. Zhang Yuan Candle walked into the Dao courtyard and closed the door to his room before taking a step to his futon. Clasp your fists and salute. Master Yen. Excuse me. Sit down first. Old Taoist Yen pointed to the futon and spoke with a smile. The look was not as serious as it used to be when teaching, and it was tinged with kindness. He was more patient with this disciple who had good roots, amazing understanding, and also worked extremely hard. See that the disciple sits down before inquiring. Is there confusion in the practice? Master Yen. I want to know where I can obtain spirit wood. Zhang Yuan Candle is ready to cast a real Nuwa mask to maximize the purification of breath, Qi and blood, and then impact the realm of Qi practice. And the acquisition of spirit wood is the greatest difficulty. Upon hearing this, old Taoist Yen frowned lightly between his brows and did not reply immediately, but instead sipped from his cup of tea. The atmosphere in the Dao courtyard was a bit gloomy for a moment. Only after the tea was consumed did elder Taoist Yen respond slowly. I then have a collection of spirit wood in my possession, but because of the oath I made before coming to Dao Peak, I am unable to give you any personal rewards. Looking at Zhang Yuanzhu's still calm expression, old Taoist Yen secretly nodded and continued. There's also the method of trading with the rest of the disciples. Some of the children from cultivation families may have spirit wood. Zhang Yuan Candle shook his head. With his current situation, trading with the disciples on the Dao Peak was simply impossible, and hard robbing is not allowed by the Dawnguard Peak rules. It's not the Dao Peak under our feet, but this recruitment, the disciples practiced by the other peaks. There are enough spirit coins that should trade with you. Other mountain peak disciples? Zhang Yuan Candle murmured, his eyes bright. That's really the way to go. For this disciple recruitment, Yuan Kingdom alone had recruited over 7,000 disciples, not to mention Xin Kingdom, which was also under the banner of Immortal Soldier Valley. We can go in and out of the Dao Peak as we please. Once you step into the realm of embodied Qi you can come and go as you please, but you can only walk in the cultivation area of your batch of disciples, the 800 miles of mountains and rivers. By the way, below the Dao Peak, within the mountains and rivers there are also spiritual trees, spiritual objects, and precious medicines growing, so you and the others are free to snatch, fight, and even kill. Old Taoist Yen looked solemn. Long gone was the kindness he had at the beginning. Zhang Yuan Candle placed his palms flat on his knees. His eyes were thoughtful as he analyzed Master Yan's words just now word by word. After a few moments, he rose and saluted. Thank you, stern master, for your guidance. Afterwards, he walked towards the outside of the Dao courtyard. As he stepped forward, Thought after thought rushed through his mind as he plotted the best way to profit. Gradually, a pair of double pupils became colder and colder, and the slightest killing intent emerged. With a turn of his feet, he headed for the back of the mountain. The red sun crossed the sky, scattering golden light across the land. In the tall woods, Zhang Yuan Candle leaned against the trunk of a tree and looked at the drifting fallen leaves. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of feet stomping on leaves came from behind himself. His expression remained unchanged as he looked at the clean-cut girl who stepped out from behind the tree. Senior sister Zhouji, you're here. I don't know senior brother. What is it that you are looking for me for? The girl stops, with a puzzled look in her eyes. I am going to leave the Dao Peak and go forward to look for some spiritual objects. Zhang Yuan Candle was straightforward and did not half drag his feet. Elder brother is going down the mountain. Zhouji exclaimed in shock and looked grave. Then persuaded. Senior brother, there are sperms and demonic beasts at the bottom of the mountain, and it has been rumored among the disciples that it is very dangerous. Sperm? Demonic beasts? Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes flashed with surprise, and he was indeed unaware of this information. Elves and demonic beasts are all demonic creatures that have stepped into cultivation. The difference is that sperms possess intelligence and are weak, demonic beasts are ferocious and stupid. Exhale. Thanks. That's a message that avoids quite a bit of risk. But why did Yen Lao Dao not tell him? Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were deep as he pondered over the possibilities. Early tomorrow morning, I will go down the mountain. Zhouji frowned lightly between her brows. Since she couldn't persuade the other party, she wasn't persuading either. Senior brother, I will definitely keep it a secret and not tell anyone. No, I want you to spread the news so that all the disciples know. Zhang Yuan Candle's waist was straight. His eyes were cool and icy as he stated word for word. I will remove all those who are ill-intentioned. Remove them. Zhouji looked horrified and felt a deep and extreme killing intent, as if she was facing the most ferocious demonic beast directly. It made her tremble inwardly, her body constantly shaking as she tried to escape. Chapter 31, This trip will be a success. In less than a month, just how far the other side has come. The aura was surprisingly horrible. Cluttered thoughts flashed by, and Zhouji quickly nodded her head. I know what to do. Good. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded his head and walked towards the outside of the jungle. He didn't care what Zhizhou would do, whether it is to inform and cause an ambush by the disciples, or to act according to the plan. The purpose will be accomplished. But before that, there are some preparations to be made. Zhang Yuan Candle whispered softly in his heart. The pace quickens and you return to your house. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took the Xianshui ruler from the 7-treasure wonderful tree and held it in his palm, carefully surveying this lower-grade magic weapon while sensing the aura that occupied most of the dantian. Sacrifice a magic weapon to add another layer of insurance for this operation. In the middle of his thoughts, dots of blood mixed with azure breath surged out from his palms, infiltrating the Xianshui ruler. In a flash, the pitch-black ruler had turned into the color of blood, a sky-blue rune that flowed on the ruler, as if it was a tiny chain that wrapped around it. As time continued to pass, the azure chains grew dimmer and dimmer, and the blood color on the Xianshui ruler was dissipating. Buzzing. The moment the runes and the color of blood disappeared, the Xianshui ruler trembled slightly and rose up in the air, emitting a hazy water mist around it. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was pale, but his eyes revealed joy. He felt connected to the Xianshui ruler in front of him, with a feeling of bloodline connection, and was able to manipulate it at will. The magic weapon was successfully sacrificed. The palm of his hand probed out and gently caressed the Xianshui ruler. The basic functions and information of the magic weapon continued to pour into the mind. The Xianshui ruler is an inferior artifact that can gather water and increase one's gravity to attack the enemy. Very simple means, but extremely suitable for Zhang Yuan Candle. This trip is worry-free. The child laughed softly, but his eyes held a murderous intent, and his 5 fingers clasped the ruler. Thou shalt not disappoint me. The news that Zhang Yuan Candle was going down the mountain to look for spiritual objects spread throughout Dao Peak in an extremely fast manner. The many disciples had different thoughts, and all of them unconsciously turned their gazes to the central position of the mountainside. That was where the royal daughter lived with her many followers. In the houses, candles burned, dispelling the dimness. One figure after another sat on the floor, looking away from each other. Is the news true? A hoarse voice, echoing through the house. 99% true. Today that beggar went to the Dao Academy alone. He should be inquiring about this matter. A girl's face was clear and cold, and her beautiful eyes revealed killing intent. With his origin, he has no spiritual objects, pills, or Dao scriptures, so it makes sense that he would go down the mountain to obtain resources. Lai Meng's face was twisted and his eyes were hideous. It was the other party's palm that caused him to break through and lose his access to the secret art as the last of his 9 followers. Since it's true, let's go out and slaughter him. It's tiresome to hang around in front of us day after day. Another person spoke. A lowly man, almost riding on our heads. This farce, it's time to end. Between the 7 mouths, the 9 maids and guards agreed. Do we need to inform your highness and go hunting together? Lai Fei's cool face took on a touch of seriousness. Although he looked down on the beggar, when he really acted, he was bound to go all out. Lai Mang frowned tightly between his brows and looked around at the crowd that was somewhat intent on getting up. His expression grim as he stood up. What are you guys worried about? A mere beggar with no semblance of heritage. Which one of us is not a person with great natural talent, plus studying Taoist literature since childhood, polishing our bodies with precious medicines, and practicing our fighting skills? Same realm, many against few. If you can't decimate your opponent, what's the point of practicing? For a moment, the entire house fell silent. Which one of them was not 1 in a million, 1 in 100,000? The pride of heaven, with their own arrogance. His Highness is in seclusion and about to make a breakthrough. It's better not to disturb. Lai, whose face was stoic as he spat out the whereabouts of the imperial daughter. Since that's the case, then leave a portion of the manpower to escort His Highness to avoid accidents. Lai Fei nodded and no longer mentioned the matter of requesting an imperial daughter. Me, Fei, Brother Ox, Brother Tiger, and Brother Dragon. 5 of us will go after them, while the remaining 4 brothers will guard His Highness. Lai Mang opened his mouth, and the crowd did not look at each other without objecting. After a pause, Lai Mang's eyes carried a hint of ruthlessness as he continued to describe the plan. The 200 or so disciples of Dao Peak have endured so many favors from us, and now it's time to repay them. The 5 of us, plus more than a dozen disciples who have stepped into the realm of embodied Qi, will consume and also consume that beggar to death. Good, so it's bound to be foolproof. Liahu nodded. Then let's start moving now. Lai Fei stroked her palms together and slowly stood up. Many guards and maids, as soon as they stood up, looked at each other and all burst out laughing. This trip will be a success. The next day, early morning, the bright moon had set and the great sun had not yet risen. Zhang Yuanzhu stood in front of the window with a short sword on his waist and a longbow and arrow pot on his back. His ebony hair was draped over his shoulders, and a pair of demonic heavy pupils under his long, narrow eyebrows were looking out the window. The back of the house was extremely neat and tidy, without a single mark. It's about time. Step forward. Crunch. The door to the room was pushed straight open, and with his feet planted, he quickly headed down the mountain, disappearing into the ancient forest. In less than half an hour, someone roughly pushed open the door to the room. It was hard to look at a clean, neat house. Zhang Yuan candle has come down from the mountain. The shouts of the children seemed like a signal, and a figure, from the houses, came out. Each one was fully dressed and carrying a variety of weapons, obviously prepared. They walked quickly toward the house in the middle of the hillside. At this moment, 5 figures walked out of the room side by side, like 5 moving volcanoes, thick and explosive. But for the many disciples who had gathered, it was filled with a sense of security. Lai Mang stepped forward and walked at the forefront. Senior brothers, follow us down the mountain and kill the demonic beasts. Obey, senior brothers' order. At this moment, both Lai Mang and Lai Hu were in a stirring mood. They are children after all. How can such a scene not make one's blood boil? Depart. A low drink. A whole 20 figures ran toward the bottom of the mountain. At the top of the Dao Peak, 3 old Taoists sat on their knees, quietly looking at the disappearing stream of people. Brother Yen, it's too much of a waste for so many disciples with fair qualifications to kill each other. Our performance and rewards for teaching disciples will be lowered quite a bit. Instructor Huang's face was ugly, but he didn't make a move to stop it. Brother Huang, before we came to teach, we made an oath that we could not intervene in any of our disciples' actions outside of the Dao Academy. Taking a step back, the sect needs a true heavenly pride, not a flower in a hothouse. As for rewards, at our age, is there still a need to break through? But it's just a matter of accumulating some resources for our descendants. To put it mildly, Instructor Huang coldly grunted. He still has the heart for the way, and is not willing to turn into dust and dissipate into the world. However, as old Taoist Yen had said, he could not stop such a situation and could only watch from the sidelines. Chapter 32, Either you die, or my death. After descending the mountain, Zhang Yuan candle plunged headlong into the jungle. As far as the eye can see, lush, vibrant, vegetation is incomparably rich. There are all kinds of strange trees standing around. Faintly, you can still hear the beasts hissing and growling, which is chilling. Zhang Yuan candle stepped on the dead branches and fallen leaves and quickly ran forward. He was moving away from Dao Peak as fast as he could, preparing for the kill afterward. After running for about an incense stick's worth of effort, he violently stopped in his tracks. Turn around. Looking to the right, he smelled a unique aroma that made the qi and blood surge almost the instant he caught a whiff of it. Elixir? Zhang Yuan candle whispered softly in his heart. After a slight hesitation, he switched directions and entered the jungle on the right. The elixir wasn't far from here, so it shouldn't waste too much time. Trees, rocks, and vines were constantly passing before his eyes. He didn't stop until a sapling, bright red like blood, came into view. The sapling is young, less than an inch, but it bears a fist-sized, now bright red fruit. It looked extremely weird, and next to the sapling, a tall black bear lay sprawled on the ground, the pupils of the beast looking at him with a fierce glare. Apparently it was noticed, the sudden arrival of an uninvited guest. Roar! With a roar, the trees exploded for it, turning into wood shavings that flew everywhere. Demon beasts. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was calm, and the rolling airwaves that were mixed with wood chips and gravel were as if they were a breeze on his face. It did him no harm. Pressing his palm on top of the hilt, he stepped forward. At this moment, the black bear also seemed to realize that the person in front of him was not to be messed with, and landed on all four limbs, revealing its snow-white sharp teeth, and roaring continuously. Earth-yellow light surfaced on the beast's body, and a thick and brutal aura rose up. Roar! Another growl. The earthy yellow glow transformed into a layer of brown armor that wrapped around the beast's body, then lunged towards him. Zhang Yuan Candle's 5 fingers tightly clasped the hilt of his sword. Step forward. Out of the knife. The snow-white light of the blade carried the unique chill of metal, and after slashing out such a blade, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The black bear, which was pouncing straight at him, suddenly turned around, took a bite of the blood-colored fruit, and fled towards the distance. The entire action was as fluid as a cloud, almost instantaneous, and obviously not improvised. So it's an elf. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were icy cold, and his paws fired as he was about to move forward to pursue him. Although the elixir had been eaten, it hadn't been fully absorbed, and slaughtering it for meat and blood wouldn't be too much worse. However, when he glanced at the small blood-red tree with his remaining light, he stopped his steps. The small half of the fruit is still hanging above the sapling, revealing the crystalline flesh and emitting a tantalizing aroma. Demon class. I underestimated. So intelligent that it was enough for him to be treated as a human, not a beast with only instincts. If it were usual, he would first chase up and kill the black bear spirit monster, and then come back to collect the remnants of the fruit. But now, there's no time. Stepping in front of the sapling, a thin layer of breath attached itself to the palm of his hand and grabbed at the remnants of the fruit. Feeling the warmth coming from his palm, he took out the wooden box from within his storage bag again and placed the fruit inside. After that, Zhang Yuan Candle turned his gaze to the bright red sapling, and with a gentle fish out of his palm, the entire sapling was pulled out. The same treatment is used to place the sapling in a wooden box, which is included in the storage bag. Only after everything was dealt with did Zhang Yuan Candle disperse his palm breath. Turning sideways, he glanced in the direction of Dawnguard Peak and scurried off into the jungle. Down the road peak, 20 figures, running through the jungle. They weren't going very fast, and from time to time there were cries of alarm, or because of the insects and snakes, or the hissing of the beasts, or even the roughness of the road. A group of children growing up under a brocade diet, running through the jungle in pursuit of an enemy, would have been a hardship. This was true even though each one of them had a breath and was a cultivator of the realm of embodied chi. At the moment running in the forefront Lai Mang looked ugly, from time to time to look back, dragging children. Waste. A dark curse. With that, cast his eyes to the right. It was a child with an extremely thin body and a pale, sickly-looking face. The boy's eyes emitted a faint greenish aura as he scanned the surrounding area. Tian Hao, have you found any trace of that man yet? Lai Mang's voice was raw and not half polite. Senior brother Mang, according to the spirit eye technique observation, that person had stopped here and changed direction. Tian Hao looked respectful and pointed to his right. Good. Pick up the pace or we'll never catch up. Blaze Mang picked up speed and went straight into the jungle on the right, with several of his companions following close behind. Tian Hao silently followed the 5, not daring to say a word. It was useless to have more remorse in one's heart at this time. Zhang Yuan Candle, please, go to hell. Once you're dead, everything will be back on track. Tian Hao prayed inwardly. Tian Hao, come and see if that man has been here before. A low voice interrupted Tian Hao's thoughts. Like a slave, he stepped forward and looked at the empty space in front of him, and the wood chips and broken stumps that littered the ground. Spiritual eye technique. Breath. Following a special way of running, gathered in the eyes, and everything around them began to clear. Fallen bare fur, bright red fallen leaves buried under the dirt, and forward footprints. Eyes follow the footprints. Elder brother, that man has fought with beasts here, and he's heading towards. While opening his mouth to tell of his discovery, he looked up at the jungle directly in front of him. Boom! He saw the man who hated to kill, standing on a tree branch, holding a bow in both hands. He looked back at them. the corners of his mouth slightly raised with a teasing expression. In an instant, Tianhao's respectful expression turned into fear, and his face was distorted. Chang! Boom! The head directly exploded, and the color of blood mixed with inexplicable liquid splashed everywhere. The headless corpse fell straight down. Not far away, an arrow penetrated deep into the rock, leaving only the feather outside, quivering slightly. All of a sudden, the many disciples who had come after them fell into silence. Dumbfounded, he stared at the fallen corpse. Snap! Another head exploded, and an embodied Qi realm disciple died. Zhang Yuan Candle. Die! Lai Mang's face twisted as he looked up to the sky. A yellow talisman paper appeared in his palm, and his Dantian breath was fully mobilized and surged into the talisman paper. Basketball-sized flames were generated in flew at breakneck speed towards the jungle where the enemy was hiding. Rumble! Waves of air mixed with fiery flames splashed everywhere, a roaring fire that burns to illuminate a large forest. Dead? Everyone looked at the burning flames with anticipation in their eyes. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! The arrow was like a meteor, cutting through the sky, setting off a little blood in the crowd. Senior brothers, today either he dies or we die. Follow me and kill. Lai Mang's expression was hideous, and red-colored flames emerged from his body as he killed in the direction where the arrow had been shot. As for Lai Niu, Lai Long, Lai Fei Fei, and Lai Hu, without the slightest hesitation, they mobilized their internal energy with all their might and followed their companions, charging forward. The many disciples who froze in the open space also reacted at this moment, looking down at the corpses on the ground and looking up at the 5 figures rushing forward. Is this cultivation? There's no way back for them. One by one, the children mobilized their breath and charged with all their might. Either the enemy dies or I die. Chapter 33 Your Highness, I regret it. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the charging figure, his face remaining calm. Draw your bow and strike your arrow. Shot! The arrows tore through the air and pierced through the trees, taking one life after another. Blood spilled on the ground and a child fell. The breath that the crowd was cultivating at the moment was as if it was thin paper that was easily pierced through. Ah! Kill! A miserable howl echoed through the jungle. Another talisman attacked, and a large number of earth spikes protruded out, piercing through trees and tipping over mountains. Zhang Yuan Candle's paws powered up and gently leaped, like a spirit cat dodging the earth thorns and scurrying towards the distant jungle. From time to time, he turned back, drew his bow and arrows, and shot one after another who came after him. Zhang Yuan Candle, will you only flee like a rat? Lai Mang whistled long and furiously to the extreme. The flames on his body grew hotter and hotter, and the surrounding trees spontaneously combusted for it. As for the 4 guards and maids who were chasing the 4 guards and maids side by side with Lai Mang, they had long since lost the ease that they had at the beginning, and each of them had a grave expression on their faces. What responded to them was nothing more than an arrow that tore through the air. These arrows staggered through them and shot towards the many disciples, clearly wanting to clear the weaker ones first. Brother Long, help me. Join forces to sacrifice the magic weapon and slaughter him. The fiery tiger roared as the golden seal appeared and hovered above his head, and Lai Long even put one hand on Lai Hu's shoulder, and all of his Dantian breath surged into Lai Hu's body. The two had the same root and bone attributes and the same cultivation technique, and their breaths blended into one in an instant. Subsequently, under the control of Lai Hu, all of them surged into the Great Seal, piercing golden light, suddenly illuminating the jungle, turning into a stream of light. He crossed 100 meters and killed. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes also brought a hint of seriousness, and his running forward footsteps were violently stopped, his palms exploring forward. Sky blue light flickered between his 5 fingers. A chill filled the perimeter. Within 5 meters, a layer of ice crystals surfaced on both leaves, grass, and rocks. A tall wall of ice appeared, blocking the golden stream of light in front of it. A few hints of shock surfaced on the faces of Lai Hu and Lai Long, which then turned into sneers. Such an ice condensation technique was indeed out of this world, but to try to resist a magic weapon launched by the two of them together would be delusional. The golden Great Seal, in the eyes of the 5 expectantly, slammed straight into the ice wall. Boom! Ka-ching! The ice wall directly exploded, and countless ice crystals flew in all directions, blinding the crowd's vision. All that could be heard was the roar of the Great Seal crashing. Dead? Lai Hu muttered, looking at the splattered ice crystals and rising dust. His torso was slightly sideways, about to ask his best friend, but suddenly, he saw Lai Mang and Lai Fei Fei's frightened expressions. Their mouths opened and they cried out. Little! The enemy was not dead. The thought appeared in his mind, and his body exploded back sharply. But it's late. Just a coolness was felt in his neck and his consciousness was plunged into eternal darkness. Zhang Yuan Candle held the 2 heads in both hands and looked indifferently at the frozen trio. Behind him, 2 headless corpses slowly fell. Come on, let's get on with it. In the laughter, However, there was not the slightest bit of laughter, but only a strong killing intent. Zhang Yuan candle, you deserve to die. Lai Mang hissed as his long sword was sheathed, flames climbing up and chopping towards his neck. The blade light intertwined with the flames, and the surrounding trees all began to spontaneously combust, rising into a blazing fire. Zhang Yuan candle casually threw the head down and stepped forward. His arms attached to the ice crystals raised and his palms prodded forward, staggering the blade. His knuckles gently tapped the blade. Clang clang. Under the sound of gold and iron clashing, the flames went out and the long sword fell down. The glistening white palm like ice was pressed towards the head in Lai Mang's despairing eyes. Ha! Zhang Yuan candle let out a light eep as a blue film appeared on Lai Mang's skin, letting his slapping palms slide from his neck to his shoulders. The palm of the hand fired again. Boom! Boom! The water film broke. Shoulders exploded, and blood and white bones spilled onto the earth. Under the wailing sound, Lai Mang stumbled back, his face abnormally twisted from the pain. Zhang Yuan candle casually shook off the bloodstains on his fingertips, sides, looking to the cool and beautiful girl on the side. The other party had a mirror above his head, his palms pinched with spell seals, and he was looking at him coldly. Nice spell attainment, but unfortunately nothing will change. Zhang Yuan candle stepped forward, his palm spread out and gently grasped it, and a ruler as black as ink emerged. The breath blended in, and the mass of water flowed to wrap around the spell, only to freeze into ice in an instant. In a blink of an eye, the Xian Shui ruler in Zhang Yuan candle's palm had transformed into a huge 5-meter ice ruler. Carrying a majestic gravity, it smashed straight towards Lai Fei Fei. At this moment, the girl's palm spell ended. A layer of water film wrapped around the whole body, while the mirror above her head dropping wisps of light. Dang! The piercing sound of a bell echoed through space. The mirror suspended above his head was smashed alive under Lai Fei Fei's dark gaze. The huge ice ruler, weighted by the weight of the magic weapon, pointed at its head. Boo! The entire upper half of his body exploded. Blood mixed with white bones, splattering in all directions. Half a corpse, standing still and unmoving. Fei! Fei! A hoarse cry came from not far away. Lai Mang's eyes were rounded, and the corners of his eyes crumbled, leaving spots of blood. He and Fei Fei had been adopted by the royal family of the Lai Kingdom since they were young, and the two of them were extremely close as they spent time together, not realizing that their best friend, who should have been making great strides on the road to immortal cultivation, had died here. Eyes scanning the blood and limbs all over the floor. He regrets it. In the Dao courtyard, in front of the futon, he shouldn't have made a move to grab a spot. With that, his gaze was directed towards the enemy, who was walking leisurely forward, like a noble gentleman treading on a green field. To the fiery bull who assisted him, he stated word for word, "Brother Ox, you go first, I'll block him." With a naive expression, the spirited bull nodded and without half a word of nonsense, sped off in the direction of Dao Peak. That would have been the best option. Zhang Yuan candle's pace remained calm and quiet as he looked at Lai Niu fleeing, and only then did his gaze turn to Lai Mang. "You came to block me? I'm the one who came to block you." Blazing Mang hissed and opened one arm, blazing flames rising over his body, with his torso as a sheath, his right arm as a long knife, and his flesh, blood, breath, and spirit as fuelwood, trailing a long, red-colored tail flame. It chopped towards Zhang Yuan candle in a hurry. It was a cut that was decisive and had no way back. This slash was epileptic and all-consuming. With this knife, death will splash you with blood. Feeling such a ferocious blade, Zhang Yuan did not retreat, but instead met the blade forward with an even more explosive stance. The ice fell off between his 5 fingers, revealing the pitch-black ruler. Arms outstretched, holding the ruler forward. One black, one red. 2 figures instantly crossed space and ruthlessly crashed into everything. The blazing red flame was instantly extinguished. A head was thrown high in the air and finally rolled to the ground. Nice slash! Listening to the last praises of his enemy, Blaze Mang fell into the darkness of the blazing bull, who was fleeing in a hurry, stopped abruptly. He clearly felt a ferocious, explosive to the core aura that was rapidly approaching. There's no escape. Is the curtain coming down on my path? Lai Cattle naive face, flooded with bitterness, complacent down the mountain, but came to such an end. Eventually the bitterness and resentment disappeared and turned into openness. Turn around. Looking over at the speeding figure. Chapter 34, You're cowardly. With a frank expression, Lai Niu raised his arm and spread out his 5 fingers, and a bronze bell emerged. Looking away, the figure that burst into the body. Die together. Click, click. A crack surfaced on the artifact, and a piercing light shot out from the crack. Subsequently, rumble. Under the deafening roar, rolling waves of air swept in all directions. Trees snapped, rocks crumbled, and dust rose. Zhang Yuan candle stood on the rubble. Half-sleeved robe turned into ashes. hung his head and looked at the extra storage bag in his palm. His heavy pupils half narrowed. Then he turned his gaze to the west, the corners of his mouth slightly raised with a teasing look. There are still a few last mice left. Taking a step to the west, he disappeared within the jungle. Only irregular craters were left in place. Run! Run! As long as I run into Dao Peak, I'll live. Various thoughts echoed in Wang Chang's mind. He saw Tianhao's merchant son's head explode, and also saw his companions being shot one by one. At that time, he still carried his sword to kill, and had the heart to fight to the death. Until, His Highness's followers, the two people who were powerful to the extreme in his eyes, Lai Long and Lai Hu, had their heads easily removed. He was emboldened and chose to flee. What kind of imperial daughter? What kind of A-class roots? All do not care, just want to live. The outline of the Dao Peak in his vision became clearer, and Wang Chang's eyes carried joy. Quickly through the jungle in front of us. When he saw the scene in front of him, the joy in his eyes turned into bewilderment and he stared blankly ahead. A child, clad in gray robes, leaned against the trunk of a tree, a pair of pupils looking calmly at him as he ran out of the jungle. Beside that child, there were 7 or 8 floating corpses, all of which were disciples who had fled. The color of blood spilled over the earth. You. Zhang Yuan Candle stepped forward with an unhurried pace. Tower. The sound of crisp footsteps was like a hypnotic talisman, causing Wang Chang's body to constantly tremble. Snap! Wang Chong directly collapsed to the ground, tears and snot continuously flowing out of his eyes. He struggled to raise his head, saw the figure stopping in front of him, and opened his mouth in a trembling voice. Can I live? Corpses, don't talk. Zhang Yuan Candle pointed a finger at its head. In a matter of moments, Wang Chang's head was like a melon, directly exploding. The color of blood mixed with white bones and splattered everywhere. All the liquids staggered the figure that stood on the earth. Zhang Yuan Candle casually flung off, the color of the blood staining his fingertips, and looked up at the lofty Dao Peak. It was as if the eyes could see the silhouette through the long sky. There was more than a hint of seriousness in the indifferent eyes. With all 5 of your followers dead, will you come yourself? I'm looking forward to it. Sitting beside the corpse, he gathered up the trophies on the ground as if no one else was there. Road Peak, hillside settlement. At the moment of the deaths of the fiery dragon and the fiery tiger, a silhouette had pushed open the door of the room and walked out with great strides. Her eyes were cold, as if they were ice that would not melt for ages, as she scanned the 4 followers escorting the perimeter of the house. Where are Lai Hu and Lai Long? Let them come to me. Your Highness, Lai Hu, Lai Long, and Sister Fei Fei, they have descended the mountain. The petite maid, with apprehension in her eyes, explained in a low voice. What has happened to make your Highness so angry? They will be back soon. LOL. Down, come back? How can I come back when I'm already dead? Lai Liner sneered, scanning the bewildered guards and maids beside her. Blazing tiger, blazing dragon soul jade broken. Already. The imperial daughter's voice paused slightly, then spoke in an even more chilling voice. And now we have to add Fifi Lai. All of them can't come back. Recount the events of the last few days. I want to know all. At those words, the only 4 remaining maids and guards looked horrified with unbelief. The man went down to the mountains in search of a spirit, and we conferred and decided, without the slightest reservation, tell it all. At this moment, the maid had realized what was going on, and sorrow rose in her eyes, her body all trembling slightly. When the account was over, it was impossible to resist asking again. Your Highness, are you saying that Fei Fei, Lai Mang, and the others, all died? Lai Linwei stepped forward and came to the edge of the broken wall, with a pair of beautiful eyes, looking down at the pale mountains and rivers and hundreds of miles of jungle. After a long time, a low sigh and a light nod on his forehead. Right in the middle of our conversation, all 5 soul jades shattered, and they all died. This was supposed to be a booby trap. Can't you see that? Your Highness, we know, but he is but one man. A burly guard, with an unwilling face, looked menacingly at the mountains and rivers below. Asshole. A chortle. The vast aura crushed down. A figure knelt on one knee, sweat running down his cheeks. Lai Liner turned around and looked at the kneeling figure in front of her. Word by word. Within the Dao courtyard, Lai Mang couldn't even receive a single palm and was slapped half to death. Even I was at a slight disadvantage in the cut. How dare you despise such an enemy? By virtue of your birth, blood, and learning? Your Highness, we were wrong. Dots of tears surfaced on the faces of the maids and guards. The 5 people who died were all their siblings, not expecting to die just after stepping into cultivation. Lai Liner's eyes carried pain. The 9 followers, all geniuses selected by father and mother nationwide, had been with her and close to her since childhood. Each one is given high expectations. I'll personally make a trip down the mountain. And even if I can't find that person, I'll still bring back the corpses of Lai Long and Lai Mang's 5. Between the words drifting down, he had already taken a step forward. Before he could take more than a few steps, his calf snapped tight, sending a larger tug. Lai Liner's gaze dropped and she saw her only maid, clinging to her leg in death, its pretty face raised and filled with tear tracks. You mustn't take any more risks, or else Lai Mang and the others won't rest in peace even if they die. That man, that person, since it's so dangerous, let the elders deal with it. It's completely easy to crush it. The girl looked calm, her body shaking slightly as she shook off the bundle of boobs and cruised around, looking at one of his followers who looked worried and scared. They had been spirited and talked about the world, but at the moment they could no longer see the slightest bit of it. You are afraid. Lai Liner sighed lowly. In this moment, she also hesitated. The level of chi cultivation is still half a step short, whether or not to break through and then go down the mountain. And the royal elders have some power in the immortal soldier valley, whether or not to use external power to kill that person. Lai Liner stood on the mountainside, the breeze blowing, her dress fluttering, transcendent temperament, but with a hint of dazzle. Su Kuju, Su Jio, the silhouette, turned around and went back to the house. Sunset. Zhang Yuan Candle was sitting in an open space with several piles of items in front of him. There were broken magical artifacts and weapons, pills and spirit items, techniques and secret arts, and 3 intact heads. He propped one hand on his cheek and looked away from the peak of the road, waiting quietly, until the sun set completely. Still no one arrived. You chickened out too. Since then, there has been one less opponent. Chapter 35, Ghosts, Human? The nearly floating mask on Zhang Yuan Candle's face was completely hidden. Eyes dropped down to the harvest after the tussle. The pills and magic weapons were just casually glanced at, and then he turned his gaze to the neatly arranged books, feats and secret techniques, so easily obtained? In the middle of his thoughts, his palm probed out and picked up a random gongfu, a transcript of the streaming Firefly underworld, with a few large words on the cover. Zhang Yuan Candle glanced at it and simply flipped the book open. In an instant, the anticipation in his eyes turned into loss as he slowly closed the gongfu. There is indeed a limitation. And the familiar words on it are so familiar that I can't even read them. Did the books lay down a ban? With a soft sigh, he set the feats aside. Once again, he pulled out a merit law and flipped through it, and the result was still the same. He couldn't read the handwriting on it. Feats and secret techniques were flipped through one by one, and in the end, they were all piled up on one side. Even when he palmed these feats, he gained nothing, and all of them were devoid of characteristics. After going through the feats and secret arts in Dao Feng, Zhang Yuan Candle glanced at the books that had shrunk by half. These books, which were brought by many disciples from their own homes, were various Taoist scriptures. Zhang Yuan Candle picked up a book at random, The Spirit Sun Manifestation Travels, flipped it open and read it. The child's expression was careless, but as the pages turned, he gradually became serious. He was amazed by all the ideas, conceptions, and even insights, and was flooded with all kinds of inspirations. Until the bright moon is in the sky and the silver glow is scattered. It was only then that Zhang Yuan Candle carefully placed the travelogue into his storage bag, followed by the remaining Dao scriptures and miscellaneous records, which were all collected and carefully placed. It was only after that they looked towards the pills and spirits. Picking up a jade bottle, he opened it and frowned between his brows. He was not cognizant of this kind of elixir, or all other elixirs except for the yellow bud dan and a few of the most basic healing elixirs. But then again, even if cognizant, not being an alchemist himself, he wouldn't dare to taste the elixir taken from his enemy. After all, it's too easy to get underhanded and be spoiled for the road. As for the elixir that emitted a tantalizing aroma and luster, he stopped paying attention to it after confirming that there was no spirit wood. After placing the pills and spiritual objects, as well as the techniques and secret books, in another storage bag, finally, he turned his attention to the spells. A bronze bell broken into pieces, a mirror dented in the center, and a large golden seal on one side. The bronze bell magic weapon had been completely shattered. There was no possibility of repairing it, and the collection of fragments was only used as materials to be traded later. And although the mirror was somewhat shattered, it still had the value of being repaired and could be used as a defense spell in the future. In the middle of his thoughts, Zhang Yuan Candle's palm probed out and grabbed the large golden seal. The large seal was foursquare and golden in color, with Dao spiritual patterns engraved on it. Placing the large golden seal in front of his eyes, he carefully examined it and saw the words Golden Flame engraved on it. The Golden Flame seal. It fits. He recalled the bright golden light that burned like a blazing flame at the time of the fight and recognized the name. But can you bring me new traits? Zhang Yuan Candle whispered softly in his heart, and there was a look of expectation in his eyes. Neither the magic mirror nor the bronze bell fragment brought characteristics after palming the imperial mindfulness. The golden flame seal disappeared and a jade pendant emerged. In the depths of the mind, the great seal rose and fell on the leaves of the tree, and the mirrors intertwined with all kinds of light shifted. Palmistry, Level 1, Xian Shui Ruler, Characteristics, Brute Force. Level 1, Golden Flame Seal, Characteristics, Fire Soul. Fire Soul? Zhang Yuan Candle whispered softly, carefully sensing his body. Strength, speed, spirit, breath. Not half as much. The palm of his hand was slowly raised and placed in front of his eyes, and the golden flame seal in the depths of his mind trembled slightly. Pust, a flicker of fire, surfaced in the center of his palm, but it was quickly extinguished. Enhancing the fire attribute root bones, or increasing the power of fire attribute spells? It doesn't seem to be of much use to him in the Yumming Qi realm, but the practicing Qi realm. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were deep, and all sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind before they all finally returned to peace. Everything to wait until the breakthrough to the Qi refining realm. There were too many choices to consider for one realm and one fundamental method. He then replaced the Palm Royal's golden flame seal with a jade pendant, and selected a sharper, sturdier short sword for himself. The child glanced at the night sky, turned sideways and scanned another circle of the dim jungle beyond the clearing, where not even the moonlight shone through. He decided to spend the night here today and make his way tomorrow. After making a decision, it is straightforward to collect dead branches and fallen leaves and light them with flint. In an instant, a blazing fire burned and a crimson glow illuminated the clearing. Zhang Yuan Candle took out the food he had stockpiled and simply heated it up before chowing down. Finishing the food, he sat down on the ground and practiced his gongfu. This night, he was going to meditate instead of sleep. From time to time, the jungle flashed by a beastly figure, and these beastly figures looked scornfully at the figure under the flames. The other party was merely sitting on the ground, and they felt extremely threatened, as if they were facing a fiercer existence than even them. Therefore the numerous beast shadows would simply observe for a period of time before leaving on their own. Time passed by, and the night grew deeper and deeper, and the fire in the open space was bright and still bright with Zhang Yuan Candle adding to it from time to time. Phew phew phew. The cold wind whistles, blowing up the broken leaves and making the flames waver. The latter. Young man, the night is cold and gloomy. Have you seen my old grandson? The hissing sound of inverted nonsense caused Zhang Yuan Candle to open his eyes and look at the source. A hunched figure in the jungle stood behind a large tree, revealing half of its body. Just by looking at it, he felt the danger. As if he felt Zhang Yuan Candle betting his gaze on him, a weak voice, once again, sounded. The old body's grandchildren are the same age as you. Also love to run and play character. Seems to be coming this way. Have you ever seen? The logic is now clearer and better than it was a moment ago. And Zhang Yuan Candle's heavy pupils were cold. His mouth opened and he spat out a word. Get out! With a low cry. Just like a dragon whistling, the roaring cold winds scattered, and even the trees not far away kept swaying. Fierce and explosive. You scion, the old me is only here to look for my grandson, and I will naturally leave when I find him. The laugh was shrill, or two pieces of metal rubbing together. Zhang Yuan Candle stood up, his 5 fingers clasping the hilt of his sword. Before he could make any further movements, the hunched figure pointed behind him. Look, the old body's grandchildren aren't there. Zhang Yuan Candle did not turn around. A hint of tyranny surfaced on his face, and his breath in his dantian was mobilized at full strength. Countless ice crystals emerged from his body, transforming into ice armor. An ice blue light wrapped around the sheath. Endless coldness, freezing the surroundings. The burning flame, in an instant, fell into extinction. Bang! 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 The 3 incoming items behind them were also frozen into ice and fell to the ground. It rolled to Zhang Yuan Candle's feet. The 3 heads with hideous faces were the very people he had decapitated today. With 1 foot, the 3 heads directly exploded into powder. Zhang Yuan Candle took large strides towards the jungle. Pretending to be a god sends you to the afterlife. Chapter 36. Mortals are like ants. What about the devil's sect? Clunk! The short sword was sheathed, and the light of the sky blue blade exploded in the night, illuminating the jungle. The blade light carried bone-piercing ice crystals and chopped out sharply. Dang! Roar! Under the sound of gold and iron clashing, the hunched figure took a step back. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were slightly cold, and under the sparks of the collision, he could see the face of the shadow. It was an old female face with a birthday hat and white hair, with eyes like wildcats, cruel and cunning. Zombies? Posterior, you stepped on old me's grandson, so take yourself to pay for it. With a sharp laugh, he leapt up and lunged forward. The fishy corpse gas, emanating unchecked, withered the surrounding grass and trees. Zhang Yuan Candle held his breath as he stepped forward and killed head-on. The short blade danced like a dragon, with a hissing sound that broke through the air, and chopped at the old corpse's neck in a hurry. Dang! Under the sound of metal clashing, the old corpse flew out backwards. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the shallow knife mark at the other party's neck and his eyes became even colder. If you can't cut through it, then 10 knives, 100 knives, 1,000 knives. With his feet powered up, he ran with haste and slashed forward again. The old corpse stepped back once again and hissed at the sky. Like a wildcat with fried hair, white hairs stood up all over his body, and his nails grew rapidly, clawing forward. Zhang Yuan Candle's pace remained unchanged, and the light of his sword staggered across his arm, cutting at the enemy's neck afterward. The long knife was waved, and the light of the knife pierced the bones, causing the old corpse to keep retreating. Under the ear-piercing chopping sound, the trees exploded, the rocks shattered, and the only thing left were two figures entangled in the fight. Zhang Yuan Candle chopped out 31 slashes one after another, while the old corpse then took 31 steps back. Finally, he stood frozen in place, looking at the figure standing with a knife in front of him. Opening his mouth, there was no half sound, only black blood, continuously flowing out. Bang! The withered head rolled down, the dark color of blood spurting out along the neck. Wherever the black blood passed, the soil corroded and the remnants of wood pierced through. Dressed in ice crystal battle armor and holding a long sword, Zhang Yuanju slowly came to the corpse and carefully examined it. The long knife probed and flicked at the corpse's bulging chest. The cloth stitched the package together and it was flung to the floor. With a casual chop, the package broke open, revealing a small child's brain, its black eye sockets and Zhang Yuan Candle staring at each other. Ha! Man-made zombies? Zhang Yuan Candle was cold. Nearly a month of listening to lectures at Dao Peak, some information in cultivation was still clear to him. Zombies are born and bred by chance, but they can also be artificially refined. It is no more than to make people suffer while they are alive. The greatest sorrow on earth. Finally killed. Inevitably resentment, very easy to refine into zombies. Mortals are like ants. Such is the mentality of the side sects and great clans. Then, how far has the devil sect gone? Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the wreckage on the ground, and his mind became more and more gloomy. With a flick of the short blade in his hand, he decapitated the little child's head. Only then did he turn his gaze to the old corpse. The best way to deal with a zombie is fire. But mortal fire can't help the steel skeleton at all. That's the only way it can be handled first. Zhang Yuan Candle muttered, and the long blade that climbed over the ice crystals chopped out once again. The blade light flashed and black blood erupted as the entire old corpse's limbs were chopped off and its torso was chopped into 3 pieces. Afterwards, they were buried separately. During this time, he also collected some poisonous blood, hair, and teeth to see if he could trade them later and obtain items that would be useful to him. By the time everything was taken care of, the time had come to midnight. Zhang Yuan Candle found a random place and continued to cultivate. The next day, early morning, Zhang Yuan Candle stood up and looked inward at his dantian, sensing the increasingly profound and pure breath with a pleasant expression. With a leap to the top of the tree, he confirmed the direction of the nearest peak and then ran off. Ancient trees, wild beasts, and hills continued to cross his field of vision, and his footsteps never slowed down a bit, until they broke out of the jungle and a large river stood in front of them. The large river was spacious for about half a mile, its water surging and kicking up waves, and a faint mist of water gathering on its banks, hazing the surrounding area. Zhang Yuan Candle's footsteps stopped and halted at the riverbank. As he stood here, his dantian breath was extremely active, and even the wolf shadow gulped its breath a few points faster. What a place for cultivation. Unfortunately, you have to go trade items before you can do that. He caressed his palms against each other and sighed out in admiration, but his gaze was fixed on the great river. He felt several not-so-weak auras in the river, and it was obvious that there were sea beasts staying in the water. Hands fell naturally, and his feet stepped away once more, toward the river. He's going to force his way across the big river. When he came to the shore, he put his feet to the ground and leapt. As soon as he was about to fall into the river, ice crystals surfaced under his feet, and he used his strength to leap up again. A block of ice crystals floated in the river water, like blooming ice flowers, with a different kind of beauty. In less than a few breaths, Zhang Yuan Candle had already arrived in the middle of the large river, where several dark shadows were wandering in the river water. The moment Zhang Yuan Candle fell, the water flow exploded violently. A long, silver-colored snake, accompanied by water splashes, bit rapidly like an arrow. Zhang Yuan Candle's expression was calm. His palm casually probed out, and with a pinch, he held the silver snake 7 inches. Without waiting for it to struggle, the palm of his hand gently shook, and the silver snake went limp like a noodle. Lunch is ready. Zhang Yuan Candle squeezed the silver snake with one hand and continued to run towards the opposite bank. During that time he had 2 more silver snakes and an unknown fish with a head that looked like a lance. Bang! The child landed on the ground and looked back at the dissipating ice crystals behind him, nodding in satisfaction. Such an ice condensation technique had long surpassed the instincts brought about by the gongfu, characteristic, prana. Looking ahead, a mountain peak had appeared at the end of the view. Zhang Yuan Candle did not immediately go there and sat down on the ground to mediate. He's going to be in the best shape he can be, stepping up to the peak and dealing with the next deal. Wait until your breath returns. Then he picked up some fallen leaves and dead branches from the side, raised a flame and disposed of the prey on his body, scale, gut, and skewered the silver snake and fish with branches and placed them on the fire. A little bit of time passes. A touch of the aroma of the meat itself gradually wafted out. Zhang Yuan Candle's palms poked out and flipped the food, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. It wasn't until the snakes were golden and bubbling with oil that they picked one up and ate it. It tastes good, but it's a shame there's no seasoning. Ha! The moment the snake meat was swallowed, a faint warmth surged from the stomach to the surrounding flesh and blood, moisturizing the body. This warmth is extremely small but real and beneficial to the body. The moment the judgment was made, it was swallowed in one big gulp. A silver snake of about 3 meters was swallowed, and the remaining 2 silver snakes were quickly swallowed as well. For a moment, channels of warmth gushed out from the stomach and flowed through every inch of flesh and blood. 800 miles of mountains and rivers. There are indeed countless opportunities. Zhang Yuan Candle sighed softly. There are such precious snakes in just one big river. Sitting on the ground, he continuously calmed his surging qi and blood. It was only after about an hour, when the warmth was not gushing from his stomach, that he stood up and turned his gaze to the distant peaks. The footsteps were wide open, and the strides were unusually decisive. Chapter 37 Test Path Peak. Deal. Immortal Soldier Valley. Test Path Peak. At the end of the morning lesson, one by one, the disciples walked out of the Dao courtyard, and they gathered in groups to talk about their harvest. The sound of talking about the scriptures echoed among the people. Everyone seemed to be engrossed in the talk, yet from time to time someone glanced aside, looked to a girl in a gray robe. Although the girl was not big, she was already graceful and upright, with a head of dark hair flying, and her eyes were soulful, containing a bit of starlight, shining with a charming luster. She moved forward in silence, observing every blade of grass around her. At this moment, the crowd made their way down to the mountainside when a disciple suddenly pointed ahead. Someone has come to our Dao trial peak. A shout caught everyone's eye. The disciples, all of them, looked ahead. Even the girl was no exception. At this moment, some of the disciples who knew the rules of the trial were extremely grave. During the period of disciple recruitment, no cultivator other than the instructor is allowed to approach the 800 miles of mountains and rivers within 100 days. Anyone who violates it will be killed without question. In other words, only those who were recruited in the same batch as them could come. Tower, tower, tower. The sound of crisp footsteps, from far and near, was like beating war drums, making the disciples feel appalled. Gradually, a figure, stepping on the light shed by the great sun, came step by step. It was a figure in a gray robe, the right sleeve of which was torn, revealing well-defined arms. His right arm fell naturally, his 5 fingers gently caressing the hilt of the blade. The child's head lifted slightly, revealing his appearance, with long, sharp eyebrows, underneath which was a pair of heavy pupils that revealed gentleness. The corners of his mouth were outlined with softness. Fellow disciples, Dao Peak Zhang Yuan Candle has come to pay a visit. The voice was calm, echoing in the ears of the crowd, bringing the crowd back to their feet. One man pushed his way through the crowd and stepped forward. Brother Zhang comes from Dao Peak, but it's the peak where Her Imperial Highness cultivates. Zhang Yuan Candle's heavy pupils narrowed slightly as he took a closer look at the person in front of him before slowly nodding his head. With his nod, one disciple's eyes showed excitement. Her Royal Highness, the royal bloodline of the Great Yuan. Just 2 such items made their mood stir. I don't know about the royal daughter. I crossed the mountains and rivers to kill demonic beasts, and am here to trade items. If you want to understand the matter of the royal daughter, you can walk up to it yourself. Zhang Yuan Candle interrupted the inquiry and directly stated the purpose of his visit. His time was precious and he didn't want to waste too much of it. The disciple who stood out looked embarrassed and arched his hand in apology. My name is Louis. Please forgive me, Brother Zhang. It is hard to avoid some excitement when I heard about your highness suddenly. I don't know what items you want to exchange, but we're all here, and we'll trade whatever the price is right. Zhang Yuan Candle gazed at Louis, who had a sincere attitude, as well as the crowd who did not object. Taking a step to the side of the clearing, he pulled out a large pile of knives and swords, as well as boxes of elixirs from his arms. For a time, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the space. All the disciples looked at the items in the open space with blazing eyes. I need spirit wood, the more advanced the better. As the words fell, the many disciples looked at each other. Soon there was someone, who walked out from the crowd and took out a piece of emerald green wood block from his arms. The wood block is emerald green and jade-like, with a distinctive wood fragrance. Jade spirit wood, commonly used spirit wood when refining lower-grade magic weapons. I wonder if it's possible. Zhang Yuan Candle carefully observed the spirit wood in front of him. Some of the smaller, casting nuance surface is too reluctant, but first get your hands on it. He tapped his forehead and pointed to the items on the floor. Pick your own. Good. The man was not polite and handed the jade spirit wood to Zhang Yuan Candle, then observed in the spirit medicine. A moment later, pointing to a gold-poured flower, he spoke. The golden sunflower, which is beneficial to my cultivation, is a hair's breadth short of the jade wood in value, and I need a sharp sword to make up for it. Zhang Yuan Candle did not understand the value between spiritual medicines, but as long as he could obtain what he wanted, there was no need to be too calculating. As the words drifted down, the wooden box that housed the golden sunflower was picked up by Zhang Yuan Candle and handed over. Meanwhile, the man retreated into the crowd after picking another rapier. However, it was only in exchange for a piece of spirit wood, and no one ever stepped out of the trade again. Louis observed for a moment and couldn't help but speak. Brother Zhang, spirit wood is scarce. I wonder what else you need. Zhang Yuan Candle played with the emerald jade spirit wood in his palm, confirming that the crowd did not have any spirit wood to exchange. Taoist scriptures, miscellaneous records, spells, and techniques, regardless of grade, can be exchanged for spiritual medicine. Boom! The gazes of the crowd blazed. The fact that some little-used Dao scriptures and miscellaneous records could be exchanged for spiritual pills made their hearts flutter. And since the scriptures can be copied, they are also more expensive than regular books. One by one, they came forward, took out the scriptures and handed them over. The water tide removes the aftermath essay and 9 years of cold autumn sightings for a box of elixirs only. The Taoist body nurturing treasure scripture, in exchange for a sharp weapon. Miscellaneous records of the white crane twin spring sitting scriptures, wanting to exchange it for spiritual medicine. This miscellany is already available and will not be exchanged. The spirit medicine and weapons in front of Zhang Yuan Candle disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The girl standing in the corner looked over at the figure sitting cross-legged on the ground with growing curiosity. Among the side sects, there were even people who focused on the scriptures and reasoning as they did. Pity, the girl's heart lamented. Before he could think much, a pair of double pupils looked straight over. It was deep and profound, and there was not the slightest trace of the gentleness with which it had just arrived. Zhang Yuan Candle's head returned to the right place and continued to trade, exchanging out all of the elixirs and weapons in front of him. He stood up, looking gentle, his eyes revealing joy. I didn't expect this trip to go so smoothly. Everything needed was already prepared, and all I needed to do afterward was to cultivate with all my might. Happy cooperation. See you on the road to immortal cultivation in the future. Brother Zhang. See you on the road before cultivation. The crowd arched their hands. It was a deal that everyone was very happy with. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded. Turn around, toward the bottom of the peak. Suddenly, a voice came from behind himself. Brother Zhang, it's getting late and the mountain is infested with demonic beasts and ghosts, so why don't we stay at the Dao Trial Peak for the night before heading down the mountain? Zhang Yuan Candle waved his hand. Thanks for the kind words, but no thanks. Striding downward, he soon disappeared from view. In less than a cup of tea, Zhang Yuan Candle had already arrived at the edge of the mountain peak and stopped in his footsteps. This place is far enough away from the crowds, so if there's anything, just say it. It's worthy of being a genius who can travel through jungles and great rivers, and kill from demonic beasts and ghosts, with such a sharp perception. A girl walked from behind the rock, her lotus step swaying forward like an immortal flower. I mean no harm, I just want to make a deal. The price to pay is it? The footsteps stopped. Qianjade hand probed out, a piece of reddish steak, suspended in the palm. The steak was thick, surprisingly exuding a gust of pressure, and an inexplicable hiss could be heard vaguely. Dragon's blood spirit wood, a thing for building top-grade magic weapons and secret treasures, rumored to be a spirit wood formed by drops of dragon's blood splattered on it. Dragon's blood? Zhang Yuan Candle muttered, carefully surveying the spirit wood. Chapter 38. Among the side doors, there are geniuses too. Naturally false. The dragon, that is rumored to be the strongest living being. How can a mere mortal would be bathed? It's not even Jiaolong blood. It's some demonic creature that contains the bloodline of a Jiaolong splashed down. It should be able to fulfill your needs as well. Zhang Yuan Candle's gaze retracted from the dragon blood spirit wood and turned to the girl, the corners of his mouth slightly raised with wantonness. How to trade? Tell me. The girl's eyes were lowered to hide her emotions, and she said faintly, after the 80th day, when the many Dharma veins select their disciples, I hope that I can have a mundane become your consort and enter the Dharma vein with you. Dharma vein selection. The matter of the outer disciples? Zhang Yuan Candle pressed his palm on top of the hilt of the sword and gently tapped it, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He didn't know any of this information at all, while the girl in front of him even knew the process. Why did you pick me? I'm sure many people would like to help with such a precious wood. The girl laughed softly, like the sunlight spilling down in early spring, warming her heart. Of civilian origin? No wonder. Not waiting for Zhang Yuan Candle to respond, he already continued to speak. After 100 days of containing qi, our trials will end, and those who have not entered the qi refining realm will directly become miscellaneous disciples. And disciples who have stepped into the qi refining realm need to travel across the 800 miles of mountains and rivers to the 1,000-soldier peak and join the various dharma veins, and only then will they be called immortal soldier valley outer disciples. 800 miles of mountains and rivers are full of killing, ghosts and demonic beasts abound, while you should be able to cross over and successfully join a dharma vein. Zhang Yuan Candle listened to the rare hidden secrets and already had his own judgment in his heart. The identity of the person in front of her was by no means simple, and I'm afraid that the mate she wanted to choose for herself was also not mortal. He needs to take some risks, but he did want this piece of precious wood to try out his own visions for some of the arts. At the same time, letting the internal breath and qi and blood be pure to the greatest extent possible was a matter of one's future path. Dragon blood spirit wood alone. Not enough. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was expressionless as he began to raise the price. A mere mortal woman. Nothing more than a casual affair for you. The girl frowned lightly. A faint halo of light emanated from her body, and a powerful aura rose up. Or do thou want to bully me? Hazing? It's just that your excellency won't be honest about it. Zhang Yuan Candle's knuckles lightly tapped the hilt of the blade. Clank! With a sword roar, the majestic downward pressure of the surrounding aura instantly tore apart. I'm the one who needs more benefits to weigh the risks. The girl was silent for a long time before she spoke, smiley face. What else do you need? Records of books of spiritual medicine and wood, plus a book of spells. Books related to spirit medicine and spirit wood can be given, but I don't have the spells either. Afterwards, he took out a yellow book from his bosom and placed it on the dragon blood spirit wood. If you agree, the deal continues. If you refuse, the deal ends here. The voice was firm and did not half back down. Zhang Yuan Candle gazed at his serious pretty face. His palm probed out and lifted up the dragon blood spirit wood. The deal. I agree. My name is Qin Yuyao, and the deal is done. Qin Yuyao clenched her hand in an ancient seal and drank in a low voice. In an instant, it seemed that an inexplicable aura fell and entangled the two, then slowly dispersed. After that, Qin Yuyao took out a letter from her storage bag and handed it over. This is the woman's information. She is my sister, but she lost the chance to join the clan because of her age. Only by such means. Ha! Zhang Yuan Candle laughed softly and was non-committal. Real or not, he didn't care. Receiving the letter, he put it into the storage bag along with the dragon blood spirit wood and the books. Turning, he walked away and disappeared into the night. The whole time, there was no half-assing it. Qin Yuyao looked puzzled as she looked ahead into the night, recalling the ferocious blade intent just now. There are geniuses within the side sect. An imperceptible murmur that drifted on the wind and dissipated into the night. Zhang Yuan Candle ran within the jungle, his violent, ferocious aura radiating unchecked, keeping one beast in sperm away. Finally, he stopped in front of the large river from which he had come. After picking up some wood and lighting it on fire, he pulled out his stockpile of food and heated it down, and chowed down. He was going to use the silver serpent that upgraded his physical body to retreat here for a period of time, cultivating with all his strength, maximizing and refining his breath and body, in order to lay the foundation for later, impacting the qi refining realm. Between thoughts, the food had all been swallowed. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes flickered as he took out the emerald jade spirit wood from his storage bag. A thought. The jade spirit wood was then palmed and disappeared between his fingers and palms. After a moment, he shook his head with some disappointment. Jade spirit wood, without any characteristics. Afterwards, the jade spirit wood surfaced once again and was set aside. Then after that, the stake-sized red-colored spirit wood, placed in front of his body. Zhang Yuan Candle's heavy pupils narrowed slightly as he carefully observed. He could vaguely hear the hissing of the inexplicable creature, and there was also a hint of a ferocious aura emanating from it. It was as if there were horrible demonic beasts, hidden within the wooden stakes, roaring at him. A hint of augur blood, Zhang Yuan Candle muttered, carefully sensing the ferocious aura. The palm of his hand probed out, 5 fingers together, slowly stroking. The light of the blade flashed, and a ferocious aura emerged. The moment this aura touched the fierce aura emanating from the dragon blood spirit wood, it shattered with a loud bang. Good. Yes. Zhang Yuan Candle drank low. His trapped jiao blade technique, sharpened with the help of this spirit wood, would be transformed once again. It became true to its name. So, does the dragon blood spirit would possess traits? Zhang Yuan Candle's heart was looking forward to it. His palm probed out and pressed on the spirit wood, whispering in his heart, "Palm Royal." In an instant, the dragon blood spirit would disappeared and surfaced on the 7 treasure myriad tree leaves. The mirrors, made from the collision of various lights, also changed. Palm Royalty, Level 1, Dragon's Blood Spirit Wood, Characteristics, Mighty Pressure. Level 1, Xian Shui Ruler, Characteristics, Brute Force. What's the pressure? Zhang Yuan Candle whispered softly in his heart. An instinct was being generated as he carefully sensed the changes in his body. The probing palm flipped, palm forward. Boom! Like a vast ocean. Like a dragon in the dust. The earth, the trees, the great rivers, fell silent for a moment. Everything was losing its color. And between heaven and earth, it was as if there was only that one figure sitting on a plate. Exhale. A mouthful of cloudy air was exhaled. Zhang Yuan Candle slowly dispersed his pressure. The sound of the wind, the falling leaves, the waves, passed on again. Such a means is enough to make the enemy give up his head when fighting in life and death. This deal, it's worth it. Remove the dragon blood spirit wood, cut it off to palm size with a knife, and place it close to your body. The dragon blood spirit wood was then taken back into the storage bag, and the jade pendant, Clear Heart, was palmed. Immediately after that, he turned his gaze to the jade spirit wood. He was ready to use this piece of jade spirit wood first, to build Manhwa, familiar with the process when the spirit wood casting. After that, try casting with dragon blood spirit wood. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm probed out and picked up the emerald green jade-like spirit wood, placing it in front of him to survey it. At the same time, think about what kind of casting Manhwa surface is better. One thing after another, crossing the mind. The bright moon was rising, and the shadow of a beast was becoming clearer and clearer. Just you, bear. Whether it was the first palm technique practiced or the first elf encountered, it was a bear. This could be karmic. Chapter 39 swings at the stronger. Big riverside. The moon was shining brightly in the sky, shedding a little silver light. A figure was sitting on the ground, holding a short sword and continuously slashing it. Jade-colored wood shavings were splattered, and the outline of a mask was gradually taking shape. It was only after the bright moon had set and the great sun had risen that Zhang Yuan Candle returned his short sword to its sheath. Looking at the bear face mask in his hand, the bear's face was hideous. Fangs flared out, and a pair of beast pupils were as hollow as an abyss. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded in satisfaction. Spirit wood is hard. Carving is far more difficult than ordinary wood. But no mistakes. Completed the first step of casting Manhwa face. But next, he wasn't going to immediately modulate the spirit sand and draw spirit patterns. One night of carving had taken too much mental and physical energy, and he needed to recover to his best state before completing the next steps. Placing the mask aside, he practiced the 5 hidden leads to ice and transforms Yuan Gong. Strands of ice blue internal energy were generated from the kidney water, and the 5 organs rotated and fell into the dantian. Time passes, and when everything is back to its best, only then did Zhang Yuan Candle take out the spirit coins and crush them into powder, placing them inside the wooden bowl. Breath surged from his fingertips, stirring the powder and turning it into a sky blue liquid. Afterwards, he picked up the bear face mask to inscribe the spirit pattern. A sky blue pattern, intertwined according to a strange trajectory, shimmered with light, and the atmosphere was particularly demonic. As the spirit pattern was inscribed, a gust of bear roars resounded from the mask. When the last stroke is engraved, buzzing, the mask shook violently and rose into the air, bursting with light. It worked! The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth rose slightly, the palm of his hand lifted, and as he grabbed the mask, he put it on his face. Everything around them began to blur and darken. The perspective shifts, darkness falls, and the fire burns. Zhang Yuan Candle stood beside the flame, looking at the scarlet pupils of the beast in the night, as well as the huge body of the beast that blended in with the darkness. The corners of his mouth grinned as he took a big step toward the darkness. Bang! 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 Under the dull sound of flesh colliding, a large bear head rolled out from the darkness. The once scarlet pupils of the beast dimmed. Blood continued to drip down his neck, staining the earth red. A child emerges from the darkness, relaxed and calm. As he stepped forward, everything around him began to crack and blur. He returned once more to the banks of the great river. Bare face exorcism worn on the face, cool and warm. Zhang Yuan Candle clearly felt that the energy contained in it, compared to the wolf head Manhwa face, is even more massive. At the same time, within his dantian, an illusory black bear slowly emerged. The black bear looked naive, sitting on top of the icy blue breath like a human, constantly gulping it. With each gulp, the breath and blood aura became purer and purer. Spirit wood, far more effective than mortal wood. Zhang Yuan candle sighed out softly as he felt it carefully. Every minute, every second, blood, breath is purified. Then by the dragon blood spirit would casting Nuwa face will reach how far? His eyes blazed like burning flames. There's no rush. Take your time. He will do his best to cast thick roots. Between thoughts, the bare-faced Nuwa face disappeared from the face. The wolf-head Nuwa face emerged. For the first time, Zhang Yuan candle familiarized himself with the power contained in Nuwa mean itself. Wait until the great sun is in the sky. He had only just ended his senses and grabbed several silver snakes from the great river for lunch. In the afternoon, he practiced the 5 Tibetans lead ice to transform Yuan Gong. In the evening, took out a couple of miscellaneous journals and Taoist scriptures and flipped through them. The emotion stirring in his chest slowly calmed down as he studied the Tao scriptures. The next day, early morning, Zhang Yuan candle picked up the dragon blood spirit wood and began to carve up Nuwa face. For the image of the mask carved from the dragon blood spirit wood, he already had a target. The blade flashed in his palm, and a layer of reddish-colored wood shavings slid down. A one-horned, sharp-toothed, snake-like, but more ferocious and hideous appearance, gradually emerged in. I don't know how much time has passed. As the light of the blade dispersed, Zhang Yuan candle turned his gaze to, in his palm, the Jiao Long mask. The spirit sand that had been prepared long ago, mixed with the breath, began to inscribe on the mask. A moment later, boo! The mask directly exploded, splattering wood shavings and spirit sand, leaving a crater in the earth. Zhang Yuan candle frowned lightly between his brows as he recalled the process of inscribing the spirit pattern just now. Once again, he picked up the dragon blood spirit wood and carved it. 2 hours later, the augur mask was formed once again and reinscribed with spirit patterns. This time, the fingertips were unusually cautious with each fall. As a result, boo! There was another boom, and the mask blew up again. Zhang Yuan candle lightly waved his palm, smoothing out the airwaves from the explosion, and looked at the half-consumed dragon blood spirit wood and fell into deep thought. There was no mistake in the spirit pattern inscription, and there was no problem with the spirit wood, so where exactly did it go wrong? Before clarifying the problem, must not consume dragon blood spirit wood, casting exorcism. Back to Daofeng. May I ask for Instructor Yin? Zhang Yuan candle stood up and looked at the surging river in front of him, whispering softly in his heart. He was only at the realm of embodied qi, and the time he had stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation was too short. There were too many things unknown. After some thought, he didn't choose to go back after all, but was prepared to stay here. With the help of a favorable cultivation environment, you can fully cultivate yourself. As for the augur exorcism, as long as the casting is successful before the refining realm, it is not too late. The palm of his hand probed out and put away the dragon blood spirit wood. Taking a step in front of the large river, he sat down and practiced the 5 hidden ice drawing in transforming Yuan Gong with all his might. 2 hours later, he took out the secret art and studied it again. He then began to cultivate his sword technique with the help of the dragon blood spirit wood, chanting the Taoist scriptures, travelogues, and miscellanies in the evening. Day after day like this, Zhang Yuan candle was completely immersed in cultivation. The breath, body, and blade techniques were metamorphosing at an extremely fast speed. It was 15 days later. The river surges, the water rushes and laps the banks. A shadow could be vaguely seen like a swimming dragon, swimming in the big river. Wherever it passed, the sea beasts retreated, and the rippling water flow turned into calm. Boo! The river exploded and a figure leapt out from within the current. Zhang Yuan candle's body stood upright, a full head taller compared to half a month ago. His hands fell naturally, and a pair of double pupils flashed icy blue in their depths from time to time. In half a month, the embodied Qi realm had already completed its cultivation, and there was no way to advance, so he could cross over into the refined Qi realm at any time. And that's not the biggest takeaway. Zhang Yuan candle's palm was raised and his 5 fingers were spread out. Points of light were being generated in the self-palm. This was not a breath, but a Qi and blood divine sunlight that was naturally generated after the Qi and blood surged and became pure to a certain point. Lai Liner had revealed it, and with it had easily broken through his breath, leaving a scar on the back of his palm. A large number of devouring silver snake flesh and blood, coupled with the assistance of the Nuwa opera sorcery, as well as the great river with the help of the current hammering the body, he also cultivated this Qi and blood divine sun. Clasping his palms together, he looked sideways in the direction where Daofeng was. All is well, only the east wind remains. It's time for him to go back. After making the decision, Zhang Yuan candle did not hesitate and headed towards Dao Peak. In less than half a day, he arrived before Dao Peak, but the steps towards the front were violently stopped, and the gaze was cast towards a silhouette sitting on a rock. The woman was shrouded in pale white light, her beautiful eyes lowered as she looked down at the mountains and rivers, with indescribable dominance and grace. Lai Liner, Zhang Yuan Candle muttered. He felt an aura that was different from that of the realm of embodied qi, as if an existence that transcended his own essence stood in front of him. And the other side is sitting on a plate at the junction of the mountains and the jungle, blocking the way back. Of course, the mountains are majestic and there is not just this path to climb. But, he had never been one to only swing at the weak, he preferred to swing at the strong. It's just a matter of being the first to break through. So why be afraid? In between his thoughts, Zhang Yuan Candle strides forward without the slightest concealment. Chapter 40, A Little Blood and Courage. Clunk. The short knife is sheathed. Zhang Yuan Candle's arms stretched out, his 5 fingers clasping the hilt of his sword as he ran forward at breakneck speed. Explosive, ferocious and brutal, mixed with a piercingly cold aura, rose up. Sky blue light surged through his body, obviously extremely cold, but at the moment it was burning like a blazing flame. The appearance of his face gradually blurred, transformed into a wolf-shaped mask, only a double pupil, clearly visible. There was almost no reservation, using his full strength to meet the enemy. Zhang Yuan Candle. What a Zhang Yuan Candle! The depths of Lai Liner's eyes set off layers of ripples as she looked at the ferocious figure that was charging. In the face of her unconcealed aura, it was surprising that she didn't choose to escape, but instead dared to mobilize everything to charge with all her might. Even with the enmity between the two, she couldn't help but feel waves in her heart. Such a person she had never seen before. But today, it's all coming to an end. Lai Liner stood up. Boom! The pale blaze around his body instantly expanded, and then converged into, and morphed. New B. With a violent chirp, the pale white firebird formed, and the surrounding temperature continued to climb. The earth dried up, the rocks crumbled, and the trees all spontaneously combusted over it. The firebird chirped loudly and swooped down carrying a blazing flame. 2 lights, one blue and one white, kept approaching, closer, until they collided with a bang. There was no so-called roar, no so-called stalemate, only the sudden explosion of the pale firebird, a sky blue figure, rushing out of the sea of fire, holding a half-broken sword, slashed at the woman head-on. This slash was extremely fierce, fast, and accurate, with the determination to cut it all off. Lai Liner looked at the other party's tattered robes, as well as the short sword that had melted in half, her beautiful eyes icy cold. The spells were raw since they didn't kill the opponent. 5 fingers together. Boom! Smash down. Boo! The broken sword exploded straight away. Zhang Yuan Candle's heavy pupils narrowed slightly as he loosened the hilt of his sword and spread out his 5 fingers. The breath and divine sunlight flowed between his fingers and palms, and with the trait, brute force, added on, he pressed down at extreme speed. The air all exploded in an instant, an ear-piercing sonic boom that echoed through the jungle. Such a palm, but it was resisted by a luxuriant jade hand, unable to move forward. Nice flesh, nice aura, but no. Lai Liner's red lips slightly opened, her 5 fingers knotted with ancient seals, like an emperor holding a seal, smashing down again. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were calm, and he tried his best to run Nua and strengthen himself. Strength, breath, and especially speed, were all increasing. The empty palms of his hands came together and chopped out swiftly. Boom! There was another roar as palm collided with palm. Rolling waves of air were generated between the two, sweeping the earth. Kill! Zhang Yuan Candle's palm was faster than a palm, and his fist was faster than a fist. The woman also did not show any weakness and did not retreat for a minute, using fist to fist and palm to palm. The 2 men fought until they had a seizure. Violent booms resounded through the sky, causing one figure after another to descend from the mountainside. They looked on with shocked expressions. The tragic fight underneath the Dao Peak. Dots of blood were drifting down, staining the already tattered robes red. Zhang Yuan Candle, you can't do it from below. When the exorcism collapses, that is when you die. Lai Liner whistled long, her clothes and skirts fluttered, and she kept striking out, just like an emperor crusading against an insubordinate, carrying a brilliant momentum. She recognized the secret art practiced by her foe, and although it was powerful, it couldn't change the final outcome. Zhang Yuan Candle face wolf-shaped Nua face, at the moment has been covered with cracks. The exhaustive squeezing just now made the mortal wood-built Nua face on the verge of collapse. There wasn't the slightest response, only the increasingly extremely fast fists. Boom! Ka-ching! The sound of shattering under the roar, interspersed with the sound of shattering, caused Lai Liner's eyes to flash with joy. To win! In the field of vision, the wolf-shaped exorcism ripped into pieces, slipping from the face of the enemy, but the joy in her eyes, before it could linger, disappeared and turned into shock. A bare face to exorcise, floating in Zhang Yuan Candle face. An even more explosive and thicker aura compared to just a moment ago was rising. The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth lifted slightly as he caught that ray of victory. The palm that was stretched forward, the 5 fingers slightly curved, and the golden large seal instantly appeared in the palm, pressing down at great speed. At this moment, all the breath surged out. The scorching divine sunlight was unreserved, and even the Xianshui ruler suspended on the leaves of the treetop trembled slightly, adding brute force. This print, he's going to win. How dare you? Lai Liner frowned tightly between her brows, and a pale white radiance erupted from her body, converging into a shield to block in front of her. At the same time, a jade seal was suspended above his head, dropping down radiance. Snap! The golden flame seal smashed through the fire shield in a split second, striking on the light that hung down from the jade seal. Boom! The light dented, dust flew, and a silhouette stumbled back. Zhang Yuan Candle took a slow step forward, and the golden seal in his palm disappeared with him. He entered the Dao Peak range. Ha! Ha! With a light laugh, the mask hid, revealing a pale but resolute face. Tower! Tower! Step forward, step by step, toward the top of the hill. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Lai Liner again. An enemy who put himself in a place of safety and refused to take the slightest risk, even if he had some blood and courage, was not worth stopping his gaze. Zhang Yuan Candle, you're just avoiding the interception with the help of a sneak attack. In a fair fight, I can kill you. Unlike the once bland, cold and stern voice, Lai Liner's voice, for the first time, appeared to fluctuate violently with emotions. After that beggar escaped the interception, there was no mockery, no angry curses, no smugness, only utter disregard. This produced intense to extreme humiliation in Lai Liner. What makes him so? Without the Dao Peak rule shelter, he would have been able to cut down his power-drained foe right now. The only thing that responded to her was the fading back. Your Highness, he's already reached his limit, blood staining his robes, while you're nothing more than a chi and blood shock. Why should you care? The petite maid of honor, soothingly, stepped aside. The guards that guarded the perimeter nodded in agreement. Your Highness, our path to immortal cultivation is wide. Why should we care about a mole cricket? Yes, it is possible to take his life without personally striking out. Lai Liner didn't respond, only looking at the direction where her opponent had disappeared, calming the stirring emotions in her heart. For a long time, he turned and headed for the mountainside. Since we missed this opportunity, let's use the royal means. The road to immortality is a long one, but it's just the beginning. The other side. Zhang Yuan Candle quickly replaced the jade pendant of the palm royalty, with the order of welcoming soldiers, to recover from his own injuries, carefully recalling the tussle just now, feeling the difference between the refined chi and embodied chi realms. The first was the difference in the quality of mana and breath. His breath collapsed almost at the touch of a button, and he could only close the gap with the help of physical combat. It was only with the help of another exorcism that he finally managed to enter the Taoist peak, and the mana could already move away from the body. A true spell, unlike breath, which could only stay within 5 meters. At this moment, he was looking forward to the chi practicing realm more and more. Between thoughts, he had already arrived at the top of the mountain, and before he walked into the Taoist courtyard, an old man clad in green robes had already been reflected in the field of vision. Instructor Yen, I'm back. Old Taoist Yen, who was standing in front of the cliff, withdrew his gaze. Turn around. Appreciation surfaced in his expression as he looked over at the woebegone boy. I can see it. Knocking out practicing chi with Yun Chi and stepping into the peak of Dao. Excellent. Chapter 41, Doubts to be solved. Don't even rest tonight? Zhang Yuan Candle's expression remained unchanged, not caring about the appreciation. He just calmly looked at the old Taoist and asked about the doubts buried in his heart. Instructor, there are doubts in the secret art practice. I wonder if I can answer them. Exorcising witchcraft? You have practiced extremely well already. Yen taught a light frown between his eyebrows, recalling the exchange at the foot of the mountain, during which Zhang Yuan Candle's control of Nuwa face absolutely completely overwhelmed the gods in it. With that, he pointed to the ground. 2 futons then appeared on the floor, along with 2 cups of steaming tea. Sit down and talk? Good. Zhang Yuan Candle did not hesitate and sat down on the ground. Directly, he told the situation when he drew the mask and the dragon blood spirit would blew up. However, he did not say what exactly he wanted to cast exorcism. At those words, Yen Fei took a sip from his teacup before responding slowly. Although I haven't practiced the secret art, I have heard of it, and spirit pattern drawing, spirit wood, and subduing the so-called divine spirit are indispensable. The mask will shatter halfway through the drawing, which means the problem lies in the spirit wood and spirit pattern drawing. If you are comfortable with me, you can bring out the spirit wood for me to inspect. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were lowered, and with a flip of his palm-sized crimson spirit wood appeared. Then, handed it over. Dragon blood spirit wood. Drawing has failed. Only such a little is left. It's good that another piece of spirit wood has been drawn successfully. The low voice was full of celebration. Instructor Yen looked at the spirit wood that was handed in front of him, and a few moments of appreciation flashed in his eyes. With that, he reached out to receive the dragon blood spirit wood and scrutinized it. There is no problem with this piece of dragon blood spirit wood. There was a pause before the spirit wood was handed back. Dragon's blood spirit wood. Casting top grade magic weapon. Secret treasure thing. Even I have to be moved. Do not take it out so easily in the future. I know. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded and retrieved the spirit wood. Since there's nothing wrong with the spirit wood, then it's my fault for drawing the spirit pattern. The old Taoist drank his cup of tea in one go. Bang! The teacup rested on the ground and spoke with interest. Come draw it down and let me see it. Zhang Yuan Candle was not polite. His palm poked out and his fingers slowly drew on the ground. He drew each stroke as described on the secret art, without a single mistake. Okay, stop. The old Taoist called a halt to his drawing. His cloudy eyes filled with admiration. What a genius! Every stroke, every breath run, there is not the slightest mistake. I'm afraid that old me, who is the same age as you, doesn't even have the qualifications to look at you directly. The pale palm of his hand probed out, gently waving, and all traces on the ground were erased. If my guess is right, the one you want to cast must be an extremely powerful existence. The fault lies not with you, but with the secret art itself. A sneer surfaced on Instructor Yan's face, as if he was mocking something, and he opened his mouth word by word. It is important to know that the creator of Nuwa face sorcery was a foundation establishment cultivator, and the spirit patterns he created only applied within his own insights. Beyond cognition, it would naturally be impossible to cast exorcism. Zhang Yuan Candle played with his teacup with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Understand what the problem is, then the solution can be found. There are no more than two ways. 1. Modify the spirit pattern until it suits the augur exorcism. 2. Just change the target casting. And Zhang Yuan Candle had an answer the instant he thought it through. Modifying spirit patterns. Although his natural talent was still good and his understanding was extremely good, it was too much worse compared to a foundation establishment cultivator. Then there's only one other target. Master Yen. Thanks for the explanation. Zhang Yuan Candle stood up and apologized and saluted, his face serious. I don't know if there can be any records or descriptions of augur bloodline demonic beasts and elves. I'm willing to exchange them with pills. So it's a scaly dragon. No wonder the spirit wood exploded. Yen Lao Dao helpless. Such an existence wants to be inscribed into the Nuwa surface. Do not blow up to be strange. With that, he took out a jade slip from his storage pouch and tossed it over. Jade Jane will have some dragon genus demonic beasts. Monsters record. You can try to cast Nuwa face with them as spirit. But remember, demonic creatures containing such a bloodline must be treated with care and not be trapped. As for the pills you took from those juniors, they are useless to me. Take them yourself. Zhang Yuan Candle held the jade slip and felt the warmth coming from his palm. With a flip of his empty palm, the palm-sized dragon's blood treasure wood reappeared. 5 fingers snapped together and pinched off a large portion and handed it over. He wasn't willing to owe favors. Half a piece of dragon blood spirit wood. Please keep it, Master Yen. Elder Taoist Yen looked up, looked into the child's determined eyes, and smiled. After all, he received the dragon blood spirit wood. In that case, I'll be polite. The latter is a poor gift. Zhang Yuan Candle once again clasped his fists and saluted. Master Yen, thanks for the guidance. I'll go back and recover my injuries first. Go for it. Go on. The morning lesson is in 5 days, do not delay. The child nodded, turned, and headed for the hillside. All the way down, the more silhouettes there were. Numerous disciples, all secretly observed the returning children. Broken gray robes, infested with the color of blood, long black hair draped over his shoulders, and exposed skin with various scars. Wretched and weak, yet none dared to stand in front of it. Zhang Yuan Candle just went all the way, back to the front of his stone house. What came into view was a mess, with the door to the room wide open, mattresses torn haphazardly across the floor, and a large number of footprints stepped on. His eyes were cold and stern, scanning the surrounding area. So the situation is obviously that he thinks it is unable to return, wantonly humiliated. The house will be cleaned for me in 1 incense stick, otherwise, no one can rest tonight. The indifferent voice, echoing amongst the crowd, caused each and every disciple's face to stiffen. Dropping his head to look at the ground, he dared not object. Zhang Yuan Candle then walked towards the center of the houses, coming to a stone house and pushing straight forward. Crunch! The door to the room opened, revealing a figure sitting in a chair, sipping a mulled wine. The boy was stout, dressed as a guard, and was one of the royal daughter's only remaining followers. Zhang Yuan. Boom! A palm probed out. instantly spanning space and holding onto its neck, before it could struggle against it. With a flick of his arm, the guard was as limp as a noodle and was raised into the house. Crunch! Crunch! One by one, the doors of the rooms opened, and one by one, the guards and maids stepped out, looking at the upright figure with resentment. Zhang Yuan Candle. Harming each other is forbidden within the Dao Peak. He didn't hurt spirited iron. With the help of trickery. Since the house out of the royal daughter. Looking at the one-armed holding guard Zhang Yuan Candle, interrupting the words of the commanders. You know that here, we have no possibility of killing each other. What's the matter? Straight up. Zhang Yuan Candle casually tossed the fiery iron aside, his arms hanging down, his eyes cold and stern. The contents of my house have been damaged, the mattress, the spare robes, the futon, they are all defiled. What is to be said? Lai Liner frowned slightly between her brows, and her beautiful eyes looked towards the maid at her side. Your Highness, it wasn't us. He was too domineering, and it's not surprising that he was in such a condition after he left. The maid explained. Prepare for him a fresh set of bedding, robes, and futon. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 42. I was meant to be so strong. Request for catch-up reading. Request for catch-up reading. The petite maid headed for the room. A brand new set of robes, bedding, and futon were soon carried out and handed over. Zhang Yuan Candle's expression was indifferent as he took the item. Turn around, heading towards his house. Only Lai Liner and the others were left in the same spot. Your Highness, I have humiliated you. Lai Tai, who had regained his strength, knelt down on one knee, his face full of bitterness. If he hadn't been unable to catch a single move, how would the imperial daughter have been so humiliated? Lai Liner looked at the direction Zhang Yuan Candle had left until her back was out of sight. Before her gaze was slightly sideways and bent down, her jade hand reached out and with a gentle wave, the guard was lifted up by a soft force. Nothing, and I have no merit in facing that man. The road to immortal cultivation is far, and there is no struggle for the great way. Yes, Your Highness. The guards and maids clasped their fists and bowed in response. Zhang Yuan Candle held the bed mattress and robes as he stepped in front of his stone house. It was only a matter of tea. The whole room is clean and tidy. Trash on the floor, torn futons, dirty mattresses, all taken away. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the several disciples who were standing in front of the house, cautiously, and waved his hand. Go back. Before the words even landed on the ground, one disciple after another left with quick steps, facing the person in front of them directly. The pressure was just too much, and they didn't want to stay a moment longer. After all the people have left, it was only then that Zhang Yuan Candle walked into the house and closed the door, placing the mattress on the stone bed. The next moment, unimaginatively, he sat on his end, his back against the wall, gasping for air. The pursuit and ambush of 800 miles of mountains and rivers, the deal on the peak of the test path, the 15 days of exhaustive cultivation on the banks of the great river, and even the life and death struggle under the peak of the path. Whether it was his spirit, or his physical body, or even his breath, he had reached his limit. I don't know how much time passed before the gasps dissipated. It dissolved into a low chuckle. Ha! Ha! Dancing on the blade, sharpening oneself in life and death. Such cultivation is truly enjoyable. After a long time, the laughter stopped and dissolved into steady breathing. Zhang Yuan Candle leaned his back against the wall, his hands casually resting on the ground as he entered dreamland. The next day, early morning, Zhang Yuan Candle turned ice into water to clean his body, and after changing into a gray robe, he sat on the futon. At this moment, his waist was straight, like a long-sheathed sword, and a pair of double pupils revealed demonic and mysterious. A night off and he's back to his best. Next, it is the dragon blood spirit would cast into new awe, purify the dantian breath, flesh and blood around the body. In the middle of his thoughts, he took out the jade slip that recorded the Jiao Long bloodline demonic beast from his bosom and placed it between his eyebrows. Consciousness probed forward, and all sorts of images came to mind. There are in the waters, turning the rivers of the green-scaled serpent, there is a long whistling to the sky, the thunder wrapped around the body of the purple beast, there are also 6 arms to the sky, spitting the flames of the red beast. A variety of demonic beasts that contained the bloodline of the augur dragon were memorized by him. The raging sea green-scaled Jiao snake, the purple-scaled thunder beast, the 6-armed tortoise red serpent. Zhang Yuan Candle muttered. According to the jade slip, each of these demonic beasts is extremely powerful, and there are few human cultivators in the same realm that can be defeated. Now he needed to pick one of these demonic beasts, which contained the bloodline of the Jiao Long, as the spirit of the Nuwa opera sorcery. Zhang Yuan Candle carefully observed each type of demonic beast. It's all you. 6-armed tortoise red serpent. This was a giant snake that contained the bloodline of a fire Jiao, and its fleshly battle strength was superb. It was recorded that he had broken the flying sword of a foundation-building sword cultivator with his 6 arms. And the purpose of choosing it is also very simple. Once the red snake Nuwa face casting success, when used, it would inevitably maximize the strength of his physical body and expand the advantages he already possessed. After making the decision, Zhang Yuan Candle no longer hesitated and carefully observed the appearance and movements of the 6-armed tortoise red snake. One incense stick later, the dragon blood spirit would appeared in his palm, and the short sword at his waist was sheathed. In an instant, the blade flashed and wood chips flew. The outline of the mask became clearer and clearer as time passed, until the mask carving is complete. The goat horns, the snake face, the fangs flared out, and that ruddy scale armor. However, just by gazing at it, Zhang Yuan Candle felt a ferocity and violence that was hard to describe. Holding the mask in your hand, look it over carefully to make sure there are no problems. His fingers probed out and dipped into the long-prepared spirit sand as he began to inscribe spirit patterns. Fingertips slid over the mask, a strange pattern emerging as a hoarse hiss began to resonate through the room. The mask also continued to tremble, more and more violently as time passed, until the last stroke falls. Boom! A crimson glow bloomed, illuminating the room. And Nuwa face also came from a strong force, wanting to break free from the bundle of bow, but was firmly grasped by the palm of the hand. Red snake Nuwa face, Zhang Yuan Candle whispered softly in his heart. The last step of the embodied Qi realm was going to be completed. The palm of his hand lifted and he wore it directly over his face. The next moment, everything around them began to dim and go away. Fire! The bear fire is burning. Zhang Yuan Candle stood on the earth and saw a sea of fire as far as the eye could see. He felt the power, the aura that had not diminished in his body, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the sea of fire. Suddenly, the sea of fire parted of its own accord, revealing a charred path. The tall shadow of the beast slowly walked out from the end of the road. Yes, step out. Both claws landed on the ground and stood up. 2 beast claws on the left and right, showing a cold light, and a pair of snake pupils were scarlet and violent. With every step, flames sprang up as if they were greeting the king. Zhang Yuan Candle's expression was indifferent as his arm was raised and his 5 fingers were spread out. Sky blue light bloomed from the center of his palm, coalescing and morphing. Roar! A growl. The azure light was completely set. The ice auger with a single horn, sharp teeth, and blue scales and armor floated between his fingers and palms. It then climbs upwards and wraps around the arm. The fist's blade is the head of the auger, and the arm is the tail of the auger. A fierce, brutal aura was rising, not weaker than the tortoise red serpent in the slightest, and even more violent. This was his trapped Jiao blade technique after sharpening it with the help of the dragon blood spirit wood. I don't know if a dragon can be trapped and killed, but a snake that contains the blood of a scaly dragon can still be slaughtered. Here, to send you to the afterlife. Zhang Yuan Candle let out a long whistle, striding forward as his fist seal smashed down. The surrounding sea of fire all went out in an instant, turning into frost. Roar! The 6-armed tortoise red snake hissed, a pair of snake pupils looking at the short figure that came charging, becoming more and more scarlet and hideous. The 4 arms were raised high, and flames fluttered and wrapped around the sharp claws. Then, it slammed down. In less than a breath, the 4 flames in the fists had already collided. The next moment, the fire went out and the sharp claws snapped. The fists blazed forward, exploding the 2 beast arms alive. Searing snake blood spilled into the air. The 6-armed red snake stumbled back, a pained roar that was about to resound. The rough and scarred palm was already pressing on its skull. Asterisk 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 it's just a matter of learning to stand up for yourself. Snap! The entire snake's head instantly exploded. Blood and bone splattered, dousing the flames and staining the robes red. The slender snake's body collapsed with a loud bang. At the junction of the flames and the frost, Zhang Yuanzhu was the only one standing, looking up at the sky. There was no grueling killing, no so-called fight for your life. The same body strength, the same breath, chopping that's the way it's supposed to be. Chapter 43 I Ching's lineage. Words on practicing Qi. The snake corpses on the ground began to disperse. The charred earth and space were moving away. The viewpoint began to shift, and Zhang Yuan Candle was once again back inside the house. At the moment Nuwa face was completely suppressed. The red light on it disappeared and became ordinary. A thought. The exorcism blends into the face like a stream of water. In the Dan Tian, the 6-armed tortoise red snake emerged, coiled obediently on the breath and gulped it up. In a flash, the breath and qi and blood that had already stagnated and quenched began to metamorphose once again. Wisps of qi, blood, and divine sunlight surged out of the flesh and blood, bathing Zhang Yuan Candle in divine radiance. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were closed as he sat on the ground, carefully experiencing the metamorphosis of his body around him without any unnecessary movements. As the time came to night, the tightly closed eyes opened slowly. In a flash, the void was white, as if a sharp sword had stabbed through the darkness. 10 days, at most, the breath, blood and flesh will be purified to the limit. Zhang Yuan Candle whispered softly in his heart. A smile rose involuntarily on his face. 100 days of embodied chi to be crossed over and a thick foundation to be laid. In the middle of his thoughts, he stood up, patted the dust at the hem of his coat, and headed for the door of his room. Crunch! Push open the door to your room and head for the southwest corner of the hillside. At this time, night had fallen, and many disciples were immersed in cultivation, so there weren't many people around. Zhang Yuan Candle's pace pranced around, dodging the disciples, and then finally stopped in front of a house. The palm of the hand probed and tapped gently. Dang! Dang! What man? Cluttered footsteps, and puzzled inquiries, emanated from within the room. It's me. Zhang Yuan Candle lowered his palm. Crunch! The door to the room opened, revealing a silhouette. Senior brother Zhang. Zhouji's pretty face with surprise. Hastily, he sidestepped, revealing space for passage. Come in. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded and walked in quickly. Zhouji hurriedly closed the door to her room. Within the house, candles burned, dispelling the darkness. Zhang Yuan Candle stood in front of the table and looked at the apprehensive-looking girl. The palm of his hand probed out and a wooden box emerged and was placed on the table. The ambush of Lai Mang and the others is troublesome. Here's the payoff. The knuckles were slightly bent, tapping the wooden box. In a flash, the wooden box opened, revealing a small half of a red fruit. The flesh of the fruit is crystalline and carries a strangely refreshing aroma. Body tempering fruit, a precious medicine for tempering the body, can be taken directly. This one was obtained after I repelled a demon bear. Zhouji's eyes blazed as she looked at the precious medicine on the table. Although she is from a luxurious family, but the luxurious family is nothing in Dao Feng. How has she ever seen such a precious medicine? Exhale. Senior brother Zhang, the precious medicine is precious. I can't. She was answered by the boy's departing footsteps, and a calm voice. This fruit is useless to me. Crunch. The door to the room pushed open, and Zhang Yuan Candle's footsteps paused slightly as he continued to speak. When the body-tempering fruit is seized, it will be only a small half. As the words fluttered out, he had already walked out of the room and closed the door without any half-hearted procrastination. Zhouji looked blankly at the closed door of the room. Was the person who had just arrived really in existence that made the entire Dao Peak disciples afraid and terrified? No arrogance, no coldness, only candor and calm. She suddenly remembered that the night before the other party boarded the Green Jade boat, he had run 100 miles on a snowy night just to save the Ruan sisters. At that time, if there was a slight accident, he or she would not be able to reach the immortal path. Su Kuju, Su Jiao, Zhouji sighed lightly. Senior brother, can someone like you really walk through the immortal path? 4 days passed in a flash of time, and it was time for another morning lesson at Dao Peak. Remembering Yenshi's instructions, Zhang Yuan Candle sat down early on a futon in the Dao courtyard and waited. As it got closer to the time of the morning class, one disciple walked into the Dao courtyard. They closed their mouths very consciously after seeing the figure sitting at the very front, waiting for the morning class to begin. Suddenly, a silhouette walked slowly under the embrace of 4 people and calmly sat beside Zhang Yuan Candle. The 4 guards and maids also sat down in their turn. The many disciples, looking at the 6 figures in the front row, had different eyes. The first row, once filled with 10 people, was now missing half of it. Coming, Zhang Yuan Candle muttered. He sensed a familiar scent approaching. An old man, dressed in a green-colored Dao robe, slowly floated onto the topmost futon and scanned the crowd. The morning session will now begin. It has been 40 days since you came to Dao Peak, and 70% of the disciples have stepped into the embodied Qi realm, and one has even stepped into the practicing Qi realm. Old Taoist Yen looked deeply at Lai Liner and continued his lecture. Today, let's talk about what is the Qi practicing realm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes revealed seriousness as he knew that Master Yen was mainly narrating for him. After the completion of the realm of embodied Qi, the 2 treasures of Qi and blood intermingle, and then draw on the spiritual Qi of the heavens and earth to generate mana, which is called Qi refining. Qi practice realm is the second realm of immortal cultivation, which really pushes open the door of cultivation and possesses all sorts of unimaginable abilities. So if you can enter it in the future, you can experience it yourself. After a pause, old Taoist Yan's tone became serious. There are 12 layers in the Qi practicing realm, 1 layer at a time, and no one can climb it without great perseverance, great fortune, and great wealth. Zhang Yuan Candle listened to the knowledge explained by the instructor and combined it with himself, constantly corroborating what he had learned. Today's morning lesson ends here. You leave on your own. Yuan Candle stays. Yes, Reverend. With a bow and a reply, a figure left. Lai Liner got up, her eyes glancing deeply at the old Taoist sitting on the futon. With that, he walked out of the Dao courtyard with his guards and maids. Master Yen. Zhang Yuan Candle rose, clasped his fists, and saluted. Sit down. Old Taoist Yen looked peaceful and waved his hand, signaling him to sit down and continue listening. I'll talk, you listen. Some knowledge, for ordinary cultivators, even knowing it is just asking for trouble, but for a heavenly pride like you, it is something that must be known. Old Taoist Yen waved his palm and a pot of tea and a teacup emerged. Picking up the teapot, he poured himself a cup. In the Qi practicing realm, there is a thing called the artistic pattern, which is something that is naturally born when spells are practiced to the extreme. This item, the most basic ability, is to make spells instantaneous, and it is even rumored to be beneficial to the realm after practicing Qi. But art patterns are hard to repair, and the body has a carrying limit. Therefore, most of the powers with deep inheritance let their own heavenly pride triple one art pattern. Zhang Yuan Candle's brows were lightly furrowed, and there was a thoughtfulness in his eyes. Old Taoist Yen also stopped speaking and took small sips of his tea. Master Yen, it has to be a triple one art tattoo. Hasn't anyone attempted a one art tattoo? Hey, all of you geniuses really do have this question. The old Taoist laughed softly and drank the tea in his cup. Many talented generations have tried, and they either had their paths cut short because their bodies couldn't carry the art patterns, or they died of old age in the Qi practicing realm because of the long time it took to cultivate the art patterns. Immortal Soldier Valley. Throughout the ages, there are only 2 palms of those who have achieved the one weight, one art pattern and succeeded, and in recent years, it just so happens that one person has done it. Zhang Yuan Candle's heavy pupils were half narrowed, and his palm gently caressed the hilt of his sword. Who? The I Xing lineage. Yi Zhuanxian. Chapter 44, The Unexpected One. Appears. Yi Zhuanxian, who presided over the recruitment of the disciples of Yuan Guo. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan Candle's mind unconsciously floated back to the woman who was dressed in a blue dress, floating like an immortal, and did not resemble the mortal world. So it's her, he murmured, memories in his eyes. It's her. The old man had witnessed her rise to power, like a goddess in the dust, always walking at the forefront of her generation, eclipsing all geniuses. Even in the ancient Cliff Mountain, it's still the top human master. Zhang Yuan Candle listened quietly, his eyes growing brighter and brighter, like flames burning. He will do the same, leading the crowd in suppressing an era. This was followed by doubts encountered in the practice. The two of them asked questions and answered questions. Their cups of tea were drunk and renewed, without realizing that the sun had already set. Master Yen, thank you for teaching me today. Zhang Yuan Candle slowly rose, clasped his fists, and saluted. Immediately afterward, his expression became solemn, and his gaze looked directly at the old Taoist. One last question. Master Yen, why do you think so highly of me? Teaching and guiding me carefully, not afraid of drawing fire? According to the information gathered, the Immortal Soldier Valley recruits disciples on a large scale once in a cycle. For 1,000 years, Yuan Guo's power in the sect was definitely not weak. So why would Master Yen still take care of him so much? The best option is to do it in a public way. Ha! 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 The old Taoist laughed loudly, his white hair flying, his cloudy eyes full of candor and seriousness. The arm waved and the teapot and teacups on the ground were collected. What does the strength of the Yuan kingdom's power have to do with me? This place is the Immortal Soldier Valley. The old path was ordered to come here before the clan to teach by merit alone. With a talent and enlightenment such as yours, of course we must do our best to teach you, to avoid mistakes in cultivation and a rugged path. Duty being what it is, there is no such thing as valuing or offending. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the old man as he felt that there was a cover-up in the words. But it's enough. Salute again. Thank you, Master Yen, for clearing up the confusion. Disciple will leave first. Go on. The old Taoist waved his robe, signaling Zhang Yuan Candle to leave. With the departure of Zhang Yuan Candle, within the Dao courtyard, only old Taoist Yen remained. Suddenly, hoarse laughter came out from the hidden scripture pavilion. Brother Yen, you have not told me the truth. A green-robed old man, similarly dressed, stepped out from the hidden scripture pavilion. Instructor Lu stopped at the side of Elder Taoist Yen and sat down, continuing to speak. Are you, like him, a beggar by birth? And are you seeing your younger self? Old Taoist Yen shook his head and looked at the door of the Dao Academy. He's not like me with low natural talent. He's a true genius. After a pause, he continued. I've wasted my life, and I'm afraid that until I die, I'll only be in the first Qi practicing realm, whereas if he doesn't die, he can definitely go farther. I'm willing to take some risks, both in terms of my own emotions and his character. The old man's voice was low, and he didn't try to hide his own attempts too much. Like this? The royal family, The great clans really don't care about us crooked people. Instructor Lu's eyes took on a thoughtfulness, and his heart was also moved. The other side. Zhang Yuan Candle left the Dao courtyard and walked towards the mountainside. Rugged road, but his gaze stopped on several figures. An unexpected person appeared at Dao Feng. It was a boy with an ordinary face and steely eyes. Being led by Song Xian and also Lai Tai, they were walking towards the top of the mountain. Louis, Zhang Yuan Candle murmured in his heart. This was a disciple he had met during the trade at the Dao Trial Peak, who greatly admired the imperial daughter, and had now crossed 800 miles of mountains and rivers to come here. Brother Zhang. Louis's expression was cold and no longer had the gentleness it had at first. Obviously, he knew about his hostile relationship with Lai Liner. On the side, Lai Tai and Song Xian's eyes flickered with different expressions, but neither of them opened their mouths, only standing aside to observe. Zhang Yuan Candle's forehead lightly nodded. Then he took a step downward. Since he was destined to become an enemy, he had no interest in conversation. Tower, tower, tower. The figures of the two parties kept approaching. Just as Zhang Yuan Candle was about to cross over the trio, a low voice mixed with anger came out. Brother Zhang knows that the Yuan Kingdom and Qian Kingdom have been rivals for generations, and every time they travel to the Thousand-Soldier Peak, they engage in bitter competition. Only Her Royal Highness can unite the many disciples in name and power and compete with them. What a lot of crap. A cold laugh interrupted Louis's words. Without the slightest pause in his footsteps, he crossed over the three and headed for the mountainside. Only a few people were left in the original place. Louis. Each person's face was hard to see. Brother Lu. See, that beggar child is unruly on the basis of having a few natural talents, making enemies of us. Most of His Highness's followers were beheaded by him in the Songming ancient forest. How is it possible to mediate between each other? Shansong's 5 fingers were clenched tightly, and the depths of his eyes contained a piercing killing opportunity. In the beginning, he really should have used his bottom card to chop up the other party on the green jade boat. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to end up in the present state of fear. Lai Tai, who was on the side, nodded his head, agreeing with Song Xian's words. I know. Louis's face regained its calmness, and he then walked towards the top of the mountain. First, I will pass on the teacher's secret letter to Instructor Huang, and afterward I will personally pay a visit to His Highness and ask for advice. Yes. X2. Zhang Yuan Candle looked sideways at the departing backs of the several people with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Louis had broken through to practicing qi, and he sensed his opponent's powerful aura. That feeling was completely different from facing the realm of embodied qi. However, it won't be for a few days itself. The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth lifted slightly as he felt the ice-blue aura that was mostly purified in his dantian, as well as the surging qi and blood. Slowly returning to the stone house, he sat down on the futon, took out some scriptures, and studied them. Increase your own insight and learn from the scriptures. As for Gongfu cultivation, the breath had already reached its limit, and meditating was nothing more than a useless endeavor. Time passes in the practice. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, night. At the back of Dao Peak, in the cave that had just opened up, a child sat on the dirt, with spirit coins placed around him. The entrance to the cave had been closed with rocks, leaving only a gap for air exchange. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were calm as he perceived the icy blue aura that occupied his dantian, like clouds and mist, as well as the surging qi and blood to the extreme. The silhouettes of the 6-armed, sky-supporting red serpent and the bear, sitting on either side of the dantian, were no longer gulping and purifying their breath. He reached the place where there was no way in. Zhang Yuan Candle raised his head and looked at the uneven walls of the cave, his eyes growing brighter and fierier. Stepping through Yunqi and stepping into practicing qi is at this moment. Boom! Without half a moment's hesitation, the qi and blood began to surge, and wisps of divine sunlight headed toward the dantian. The sound of waves, like a river, echoed through the cavern, and in the dantian, the ice-blue breath trembled, and was then continuously compressed. Wow! Wow! The divine sunlight condensed by the qi and blood flowed into the dantian, and the moment it touched the breath, it began to fuse as if it were water and milk. Everything fell into place without the slightest difficulty. At the same time, Zhang Yuan Candle also began to operate the method of drawing spiritual qi from the 5 Tibet invoking ice and transforming Yuan Gong. Chapter 45 Entering Qi Practicing in One Night. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who is sound asleep. Invisible winds that blow through the cavern, wisps of colorless aura, entered the body, flowed through the kidney water through the lungs and gold, and finally surged into the dantian. The moment the aura entered the dantian, the divine sunlight and breath that were being fused were like wolves that had encountered a sheep, swarming and constantly devouring them. Time passed by, and the fusion and devouring became more and more intense. when the first trace of sky blue mana was born. Boom! Silent thunder explodes in the heartland. Everything around them was blurring, and there was no top, no bottom, no path, no lawless land, and the 7-treasure wonderful tree, growing once again. Roots spread downward, rooted in an unknown place, and a leaf grew as the trunk leaned forward. Endless azure divine auras enveloped the 7-treasure myriad tree, sacred and vast. Such a drastic change was accomplished in but an instant. At the same time, a stream of information that flooded into the mind. Can you poem 3 items? Zheng Yuan Candle muttered. Then, without thinking too much, he put his consciousness into the Dantian. The fusion between divine sunlight, breath, and aura continued, and the flesh and blood, sinews and bones, and the 5 viscera, were also metamorphosing at an extremely high speed, moving towards a higher level. About an hour. In the Dantian, the breath, divine sunlight, and aura had all disappeared, and the only thing that was left were wisps of mana flowing, as if it were a stream of water slowly drifting. This is the Qi practicing realm. Zhang Yuan Candle's arm was raised and he looked at the white palm. The scars and roughness that were once there are completely gone, and the only thing that comes out is the pounding vigor. 5 fingers gently clasped together. Boom! The air in his palm instantly exploded. Rolling waves of air, sweeping in all directions, blowing the soil flying. A thought. A glint of ice blue light emerged from the center of his palm. In an instant, the temperature of the entire cavern dropped extremely fast, and was then covered with a layer of ice crystals. The glowing light flowed, and the ice blade emerged. Flicked out. Jab! The rubble that enclosed the cave was instantly penetrated, and the ice blades cut through several large trees one after another before they dissipated into thin air. This is mana, far beyond breath. Zhang Yuan Candle laughed lightly, his expression unimpeded. With such power, some of the nuisances that were once a problem will no longer be a problem, and some of them can be cleared. It's just a casual thing. Most importantly, the next path of cultivation. One fundamental law for one realm. That meant that the law of the Qi practicing realm needed to be replaced. Fire, wood, earth, gold, etc. all need to be carefully considered for the future path. In the middle of his thoughts, he stood up and took a step to the front of the cave. Palm forward. One press. Boom! Dust billowed as a figure stepped out, and he looked up at the rising sun. Feeling the warmth of the sun's rays and the things he possessed in his storage bag, his heart vaguely decided. As he stepped forward, palm royalty was once again activated. The 7-treasure wonderful tree in the depths of his mind trembled slightly, and above the 3 green leaves, one item disappeared, and then a new item surfaced. The items on top of the last 3 green leaves were framed as a pitch-black ruler, a golden seal, and a ruddy wooden block. Various mirrors cast in light also changed. Avatar Master, Zhang Yuan Candle. Palmistry, Level 1, Dragon's Blood Spirit Wood, Characteristics, Mighty Pressure. Level 1, Xian Shuwei Ruler, Characteristics, Brute Force. Level 1, Golden Flame Seal, Characteristics, Fire Soul. Realm, First Level of Qi Cultivation, 0. 15%. Technique, 5 Tibetans lead ice to transform Yuan. Techniques, Exorcising Sorcery, Trapped Jiao Knife Technique, Ice Condensation, Fire Soul. I hope it's as I expected. Zhang Yuan Candle whispered softly in his heart. With that, he strided forward towards the Dao courtyard, and soon arrived at the top of the mountain. One by one, the disciples who had gathered at this moment, ready to listen to the morning lesson, all looked horrified at the figure that came striding. Slender body, hands naturally hanging down, striding forward, Ona style, as if they were not of the mortal world. Song Xian, who was mixed up in the crowd, looked at the figure with indignation. Coming from a cultivation family, he knew all too well what the changes that happened to that person represented. Zhang Yuan Candle, he's broken through. Lai Tai's voice was hoarse, almost a low growl. He was also under a root bone. Why was he so different from that person? And now he hadn't even consummated the Yun Qi realm. Snap! A jade hand patted on its shoulder. A soft voice, Su into the ears. Your heart is in turmoil. Flaming iron. A quick moment means nothing. Your Highness, I lost my temper. Lai Tai smiled bitterly, his eyes flashing with resignation. Lai Liner nodded and looked deeply at the figure that stepped into the Dao courtyard. With a lower A root bone and 45 days to step into Qi cultivation, his enlightenment is truly extraordinary. The other side. Zhang Yuan Candle ignored the gazes of the disciples and entered the Dao courtyard, sitting cross-legged on a futon and waiting for Master Yen to arrive. After about a tea time had passed, a familiar figure emerged. Old Taoist Yen was the first to notice the change in Zhang Yuan Candle's expression and was stunned. Although he knew that the other party was about to break through, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Gathering up his emotions, he began his morning lesson. However, This time, the many disciples who usually listened attentively to the lectures placed their eyes on a man and a woman in the front row from time to time. This is the end of the morning lesson for today. All of you leave on your own. Yuan Candle stays behind and picks the chi practicing realm technique. Boom! With the announcement from instructor Yen, the crowd completely confirmed Zhang Yuan Candle's breakthrough. How is that possible? He is under A. Lai Tai is also under A, yet he has not broken through. Is it self-destructive of the Dao and unstable in its foundation? Countless speculations rose in the minds of the crowd. For a moment, there was a mix of flavors, and I didn't know what to say. Until Lai Liner stood up and left with her 4 followers. It was only then that the many disciples reacted and left in turn. Inside the Dao courtyard, there were only 2 people, Zhang Yuanju and Yanshi. It's a step up from what I thought. Yanshi caressed his hands together and exclaimed in admiration. With a gentle wave of his palm, a jade spoon flew out and hovered in front of the boy. The 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion stores chi practicing techniques, so you can go ahead and pick them out now. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm probed out and received the jade key, not leaving. Instead, he stood up and spoke softly. Master Yen, you once said that all people have 5 elements, and when you tested the roots and bones at first, what was displayed was merely the most outstanding attribute. I wonder if you can, for me, measure all the qualifications in detail. Upon hearing this, old Taoist Yen frowned tightly between his brows and placed his hands on his knees with a serious expression. It is true that it can be detected as such, but the world cultivates, and they all cultivate techniques that are compatible with their most outstanding attributes. Cultivating other attribute techniques is twice as effective. Do not listen to the nonsense of others. Master Yen, I know, but still want to test it. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded his head, his expression remaining firm. 7 treasures, wonderful tree, 1 realm, 1 fundamental feat, preferably with different attributes. This is about the cultivation of the avatar and the Great Dao in the future, and it is something that cannot be backed down. Moreover, the various attributes clashing and transforming couldn't be simpler for a divine ability like the 7 treasures' wonderful art. Good. Master Yen looked at the child and saw that his gaze remained firm. The palm of his hand lifted up. An ray of light appeared in his palm, fiercely flinging itself onto the black stone tablet standing in front of the hidden scripture pavilion. Now you can test it. As long as the attributes contained in the root bones, all of them will surface. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan Candle quickly stepped in front of the stone monument and looked at the tall stone monument in front of him. Directly, press on. In an instant, ice blue, red, yellow, green and purple emerged. Chapter 46, Choice of Chi Practicing Technique. Different minds. Ice blue light climbed up extremely fast, and the rest of the 4 colors of light kept going upwards, closely following the ice blue light. It was only when it reached 3 inches that the yellow, purple, and green rays slowed down and stopped below 6 inches. The red glow in it continued to climb extremely fast, finally exceeding 10 inches before stopping. Earth, thunder, and wood, all of which are C-class roots and bones, Elder Yen whispered. He then looked towards the red aura that wasn't much worse than the ice blue glow and exclaimed in admiration. Attribute fire, root bone under armor. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm retracted and the various colors of light gradually dispersed. His eyes were deep, characteristic, fire soul, as expected. Then, there was no hesitation in the fundamental gong methods to be practiced in the chi refining realm. Zhang Yuan Candle's head tilted slightly sideways as he looked towards Elder Yen. Master Yen, I'm going to go pick out a merit technique. Go on. The old man sighed lowly and waved his hand. Since we can't be persuaded, let's follow each other's ideas. After spending some time together, he didn't think that the disciple in front of him was stupid, and there was bound to be a reason for such a choice. Zhang Yuan Candle's forehead lightly nodded as he stepped away and walked towards the hidden scripture pavilion. Step through the dimly lit space and ascend the stairs 1 step at a time. At the same time, in his mind, he kept pondering the requirements for the selection of fire attribute techniques. The best choice is to have characteristic prana. Next, it was to choose whichever fire attribute technique had the most practitioners. In this way, relevant cultivation items could also be easily obtained later on, and the palmistry characteristics gained a boost. In between thoughts, Zhang Yuan Candle had already arrived at the 3rd floor of the Bible Pavilion. The scene that appeared in the field of vision was completely different from the 1st and 2nd tiers that housed the Chi realm's feats and secret arts. A jade slip was placed on the stone platforms, with attributes engraved on each one. With a slight pause in his steps, Zhang Yuan Candle arrived in front of the stone platform engraved with the word fire. Looking at one of the jade slips separated by the glow, a light frown creased his brow, so that it was impossible to determine that one was old. The palm of his hand probed out and his fingertips lightly tapped the shield, and the jade slip trembled slightly. A line of handwriting was shown through the shroud. The Red Lotus Fire Technique. Cultivating the red lotus karma flame possesses the ability to purify ghosts and monsters, but it is extremely difficult to cultivate and requires the assistance of various exotic treasures. It is so difficult that it clearly does not meet the requirements. Zhang Yuan Candle glanced at it and then continued to check up on the other jade slips. Time passed, and he was completely immersed in the introduction of the feats. All sorts of whimsical ideas that even he marveled at. Finally, his gaze stopped on a red-colored jade sketch. Looking at the words floating in front of him. Just you. The record of blazing young true fire. Taking out the jade spoon, he pressed it on the light screen. In an instant, the jade key disappeared and the red-colored jade slip levitated out. Zhang Yuan Candle gripped the jade slip, which was more than a bit illusory in an instant, but it quickly returned to normal. His eyes flashed with disappointment. This jade slip has no characteristics, but fortunately, there are quite a few people practicing this gong fu, so it is still possible to find the corresponding items in the future. Putting the jade slip into his arms, he took large strides toward the stairs. Tower, tower, tower. Crisp footsteps echoed through the attic. Old Taoist Yan's gaze was slightly condensed as he looked at the slender figure stepping out. Yuan Candle, go back and stabilize your realm first. Zhang Yuan Candle's footsteps stopped, and the words he was about to report on the qi refining technique were stopped alive. Not allowing backup to cultivate feats was, without a doubt, protecting him. His body was slightly bent and he made a serious bow. Master Yen, I know. With that, he walked out of the Dao courtyard and headed towards the mountainside. Taofeng Hillside, remote accommodation. Zhang Yuan Candle sat cross-legged on the futon, took out the jade slip from his bosom, and placed it on his brow. Consciousness probed in, and a message was reflected in his mind. The record of blazing young true fire requires drawing on the light of the great sun and combining it with one's own mana to form blazing young mana, which has an extremely powerful burst in heat. Zhang Yuan Candle carefully studied and pondered over every word in the jade slip. Time passed by minute until night approached and he put the jade slip down. Raising his eyes through the window, he looked up at the dusky sky. It seems that the mana will not be transformed until tomorrow. The great sun had set and was no longer suitable for practicing the blazing young true fire record. Then first, the two magic weapons seized long ago will be sacrificed to increase the strength of the qi refining realm. The palm of his hand probed out, and a bronze mirror with a concave center emerged in his palm. It was 800 miles of mountains and rivers, obtained after beheading the maid, and although it was broken, it could still be used. Mana surged in the dantian, and the bronze mirror trembled slightly as dots of blue light blossomed. After the mana had filled the spell, the palm cracked open. Strands of blood drifted up, staining the mirror red, and a spell seal was offered. The bronze mirror trembled more and more violently, constantly pulsating, trying to break free from the palm, but it was firmly grasped. Buzz. A clear chirp. The bronze mirror was calm, the blue light converging. Information belonging to the bronze mirror flooded into his mind. Thick water mirror. Lower grade defense artifact. You can generate a shield around your body to protect yourself. Better than nothing. Zhang Yuan Candle played with the bronze mirror before putting it back inside the storage bag. Afterward, he cancelled his palming of the golden flame seal and began to cultivate the artifact. The time came late at night. The surroundings were dim. Only the room where Zhang Yuan Candle was located was dazzling with golden light, attracting the attention of many disciples. In the middle of the mountainside, inside the house, the candlelight was faintly lit. 6 figures sat here, all of their gazes looking towards the flash of golden light outside the window. Your Highness, it's Lai Hu's golden flame seal. That beggar is refining it. Lai Yu's face was filled with sadness, his palms clenched. Lai Tai and the others, who were sitting on the side, did the same, each of them feeling sorrow from the bottom of their hearts. Their former brothers and friends were decapitated and their magic weapons were snatched, but they could do nothing about it. The weak and the strong. This is the path of immortal cultivation. Lai Liner placed her hands flat on her knees, her expression calm and indifferent. Then, his gaze was withdrawn and he looked at the child in front of him who had an ordinary face but a sense of perseverance. This time, I will travel to Thousand Soldier Peak as fast as I can and join the Dharma vein. The matter of the union of the disciples of the Yuan kingdom is up to you and others to decide. I am not involved. Your Highness, you are my emperor's most favored princess, the brightest jewel of the great Yuan. Aside from you having fame and strength, who can unite the disciples of the many Yuan states against the Qian state? Lu Yi's face was solemn as he gently persuaded. As the words fluttered, his palm poked out and pointed in the direction of the flickering golden light. Your Highness, do not misunderstand the many disciples for the sake of a man of no virtue. We are all the red sons of the Yuan kingdom. Your Highness, what Brother Lu said is reasonable. Do not give up the rules of the successive trials for a lowly person. Liu Yu returned to his senses and also opened his mouth to relate. Over the past 1,000 years, Every time the immortal Soldier Valley recruited disciples, it was a time when the Yuan kingdom expanded its influence in the sect. If Lai Liner didn't unite the many disciples this time, it was bound to cause dissatisfaction in the royal family. Lu Yi's mood sank slightly as he looked at the unmoved imperial daughter. Without your highness, I don't know how many Yuan people would have fallen in the 800 miles of mountains and rivers. Of course, he didn't care about the damage and had no stake in it. He cared about the promise that those people in the Qin kingdom had made to him, and Lai Liner needed to stay in the 800 miles of mountains and rivers for as long as possible. What could have been a very simple matter is now a problem. Chapter 47, I'm going down the mountain. Expecting a reaction from you and others. Exhale. Louis exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and seemed to have made some kind of decision. Your Highness, if you are displeased with Zhang Yuanzhu, I will capture him for you and make him bow and apologize. Boom! At this moment, both the maids, guards, and Lai Liner stared at Louis. The whole room fell silent. The only thing that swayed was the candlelight. For ages, it was only then that a hoarse voice slowly rang out. Brother Lu, that person is powerful and extraordinary despite his lowly origins, even though his highness is. I'm willing to give it a try. Louis interrupted Lai Tai's words, his gaze looking straight at the imperial daughter. Your Highness, I wonder if this will bring you back. Cluck cluck cluck. Silver bell-like laughter passed among the crowd, dispersing the oppressive atmosphere. It finally dissolved into a cold cry. May, I shall do it with all my might. Louis got up and paid his respects, then pushed open the door of the room and disappeared in the eyes of the 5 people. After it had walked away, Lai Yu suddenly opened his mouth. Your Highness, I'm afraid Louis is hiding something from us. A son of the Lu family would never give himself up to such an extent. Lai Liner's palms caressed each other, and a trace of appreciation flashed in her beautiful eyes. You're not hopelessly stupid. After a pause, scanning the surrounding followers, his tone took on a bit of solemnity. I don't know what his schemes and calculations are, but just take a shot at the man. Lu Yi shall die. We may be able to be fishermen for a while. The next day, early morning, at the top of Dao Peak, Zhang Yuan Candle sat cross-legged on a rock and looked at the rising great sun. Endless light, piercing through the clouds, rendering heaven and earth. Exhale, inhale. Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth opened and he gulped at the rising sun. The mana in his body was running at full power, following a specific trajectory. In an instant, a ray of sunlight actually entered his mouth and nose like smoke. Every ray of golden light that entered would be swallowed by the mana, which would then flow through the meridians and converge into the dantian. Gradually, the icy blue mana was tinted with a layer of golden red with inexplicable blazing heat. His body, at some point, was shrouded in a layer of golden red light, like a godman descending to the world. As time passed, the icy blue mana in his body completely transformed into blazing sun mana. The whole process went very smoothly without a hitch. Exhale. The reddish golden mist, following Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth, was slowly spat out. In a flash, it turned into a horizontal sword, flying tens of meters before slowly dispersing. The child stood up, feeling the power within his body, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly with pleasure. 5 fingers poked out, and a streak of reddish golden light surfaced in the center of his palm, swimming around like a small snake. A thought. The red gold light glowed and turned into ice blue, and dots of frost floated on the earth, blazing heat and icy cold. The 2 types of mana shifted and shifted without the slightest bit of stagnation, as if it was supposed to be like this. The 7 treasures myriad arts, just the most basic application, have benefited me greatly. Zhang Yuan Candle dispersed the mana in his palm without too much joy in his eyes. It was nothing more than drawing on the power of the avatar, nothing to rejoice in. What he needed to do was to step out of his own path with the help of the avatar, learn it, master it, and finally transcend it. Congratulations to Brother Zhang for stepping into the Qi practicing realm. A voice interrupted its contemplation. Zhang Yuan Candle's brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes were cold and stern as he looked ahead. A child wearing a white robe slowly walked out from the jungle and stood 10 paces away from him. Lu Yi, what is it that you seek me for? Brother Zhang, I only came here to resolve your grudge with His Highness. Lu Yi's expression was gentle, his palm playing with a jade pendant. His Highness promised me that if you go forward and apologize, the past grudges will disappear. Zhang Yuan Candle's heavy pupils narrowed slightly as he looked at the little cutie. He looked at the figure in front of him as if it was a cutie. Even the resentment of being disturbed dissipated quite a bit. He had killed 5 of Lai Liner's followers, and he had even fought with the other party several times, so it had long been a life and death feud between the two. Defuse the feud. Are you kidding me? I'm high on you. Zhang Yuan Candle sighed lowly and took a step forward, until Lu Yi was in front of him. His footsteps slightly paused and he said softly, mediate a grudge for me. You deserve it. Before the words drifted down, he had already crossed over Lu Yi and headed into the distance. Only the hard-faced boy was left in place. Louis stared dead at the other party's distant back, the only trace of goodwill consumed at this moment. In order to take care of the other party's face, he had spoken euphemistically, but he did not expect to be so ungrateful. As your highness said, lowly people are untamed. Suddenly, Louis's pupils shrunk as the figure in his vision stopped in front of the jungle. With that, a slightly playful voice slowly came out. I am about to descend the mountain and leave the Dao Peak. Do you, and the master behind you, dare to come? Boom! Louis's face instantly turned red. If there was a master behind him, then what was he? He was the first son of the Lu family of Yuan Kingdom, the root and bone in the armor, a true pride of heaven. How had he ever been humiliated like this? Zhang Yuan Candle. What a disgusting name. Louis tried his best to calm the stirring emotions in his heart. In his mind, he recalled those few people from the Qin Kingdom, the promises that had been made, and the spirit texts that had been signed. The eyes grew more and more gloomy. Since you're not willing to apologize, then break your legs, hold your head down, and apologize. With that, he stepped away and headed down the mountain. The other side. Zhang Yuan Candle took a step downward without hiding his figure. Each step in was like a beating war drum, echoing among the many disciples, causing their organs to tremble. Everyone looked at, in fear and disbelief, that slender figure, until it passes over the hillside and continues down. Boom! There was a lot of clamor. He's going down? He dared to come down. Quickly go inform Her Royal Highness. A silhouette that darted towards the middle of the hillside housing area. Zhang Yuan Candle didn't care about the crowd's reaction. Continuing downward, one step after another. It wasn't fast, even a little slow. He expected all of his enemies to show up and clean up all together. I'm looking forward to what you guys have in store for me again. Zhang Yuan Candle muttered. The golden seal and copper realm in his arms trembled slightly, emitting a faintly imperceptible low sound. Zhang Yuan Candle's figure gradually faded away. Not far behind him a boy in a white robe, following at a fast pace. At the edge of the mountainside, a sinister figure with 4 people in tow looked at the 2 figures that were about to leave the Dao Peak, and a few hints of hesitation flashed in her beautiful eyes. With that, it dissolved into decisiveness. Turn around, toward the bottom of the mountain. If she had the chance, she wouldn't mind beheading her enemy. If there was no chance, with all the backstops she had, she would be able to save herself. The 4 Liu people looked at each other, each with a piercing killing intent in their eyes. Following closely behind the imperial daughter, he headed down the mountain. Numerous disciples followed closely behind. They were not willing to miss this battle. Tower. Zhang Yuan Candle stepped out of the Dao Peak, his head slightly tilted to the side as he looked at the figures descending from the mountainside one by one. Anyone who steps out of the Dao Peak today is an enemy. The voice was calm and low, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Ignoring the reactions of the many disciples, he continued to walk forward towards the ancient forest. Chapter 48. Are you guys scared? Immortal Soldier Valley. Miles away from Dao Peak, Zhang Yuan Candle leaned against the ancient tree, his hands naturally hanging down. His eyes were half narrowed as he waited for his foe to arrive. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of feet stomping on fallen leaves, from far away until it stops. A man in a white robe peeled away the bushes in his way and slowly walked out. Louis looked at the leisurely Zhang Yuan Candle, his brows furrowed, but his voice carried a gentle tone. Brother Zhang, still remembering the scene when you and I first met at the Dao Trial Peak, talking to each other and trading without any obstacles, but now we have to kill each other. You and I, all of us, are momentarily handsome, and those who wish to seek immortality, why should we, as mortals generally do, care too much? Apologize to His Highness, and I'll vouch for you that you'll be safe. There was no response, only an increasingly oppressive atmosphere. Louis's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction, and he was about to continue his attempt at opening his mouth. To be honest, he didn't want to fight with the person in front of him, it was too dangerous, but when he thought of the spirit text that he had already signed, he had to do so. Zhang. Finally, Zhang Yuan Candle's waist straightened, his gaze looking behind Louis, the corners of his mouth grinning. Only then did he bet his eyes on the person in front of him. That's a lot of crap. His body tilted slightly, his arms raised, an icy blue light emerged between his fingers and palms, flowing and morphing. Roar! With a ferocious hiss, the ice auger emerged, climbing upwards as its scales trembled. The head of the auger is the fist, the body of the auger is the arm, and the tail of the auger is the shoulder. An icy, terrifying aura filled the surroundings, almost freezing the perimeter. Zhang Yuan Candle's heavy pupils were icy cold as he took a step and threw a punch, sending you to the afterlife. In an instant, the figure crossed the earth and appeared in front of Louis. The fists bladed forward. The air exploded in an instant. Violent booms, accompanied by the hissing of beasts, resounded through the jungle. The hideous eyesager occupied all of Lu Yi's vision. At this moment, all calculations and schemes were dispersed in the mind, and the only thing left was the most instinctive longing of a living being. Survive. The mana was mobilized with all its might. The chi and blood were all burning for it, and the future potential and so on, had all but ceased to care. All the energy surged madly into the chest shield. Buzz. The triangular shield, shrouded in yellow light, flew out of his arms and blocked the fist's blade. Brown rocks grow on top of the shield. In less than a breath, a solid stone wall had formed and continued to spread in all directions. The eyesager whistled long and loud, carrying the will to destroy everything as it crashed into the stone wall. Boom! Dang! The roaring sound, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, echoed in Lu Yi's ears. He saw that the rocks crumbled and the stone walls fell. He saw that the spell with high hopes, attached to the frost, was dented in the center and cracks appeared. But, in the end, blocked. A smile appeared on Lu Yi's face. He could survive. Knock! Another crash interrupted his mind from thinking freely. The crack widened extremely fast and then exploded. Before the thoughts could even be converted, a white palm, which had already crossed over the remnants of the magic weapon, rested against his forehead. Snap! It was like a melon exploding, with the color of blood interspersed with the white bones of Mori, splattering in all directions. A headless corpse, just standing on the earth, slowly collapsing as the breeze blew. Zhang Yuan Candle stood amidst the color of blood, casually flinging off the color of blood from his fingertips. To kill this person, it was only 2 punches, one to blast the crippled artifact and one to take his life. The eyes scanned the perimeter indifferently, as if they saw a shadowy voyeur. Lai Liner, who was standing in the distance, looked at the slender figure from afar, her gaze grave to the extreme. That person was powerful again. At this moment, she had no certainty of victory. Without the slightest hesitation, he gave a low shout to the perimeter. Use the rune seal. Go! A yellow talisman in her bosom, burning at great speed, carried her figure towards the Dao peak. Lai Yu, Lai Tai and the other followers. At this moment, there was no more killing intent in their eyes, only fear. Louis was not a cat or a dog. He was a genius of the chi practicing realm, but he was killed by 2 punches. Such a scene was too shocking. Tower, tower, tower. Sharp footsteps, coming from the jungle. The guards and maids turned pale. A yellow talisman in his arms began to burn and transformed into light, carrying the 4 of them towards the Dao peak. Such a person, how could he be a beggar origin? Go back and let His Highness check his ancestry. In the reclining light, Lai Yu murmured, her pretty face with doubt. Regardless, they did no damage and witnessed the man's strength, removing a hidden danger in the process. Suddenly, anxious cries, coming from her side, interrupted her thoughts. Jade's sister, be careful. Lai Yu looked back, and a flash of icy blue streaming light came into his eyes. Crossing the stream of light, she saw the slender figure standing in the canopy of the tree, holding an ice bough. The head returned to its rightful place, and the pretty face brought a touch of desolation. Brothers and sisters, again. Jabla. The ice arrow pierced through the recluse's light and pierced through his chest. The petite figure, like a bird with broken wings, fell down. You may. Zhang Yuan Candle, I will kill you. In this life, I will no longer cultivate immortality or seek the way, but only seek to behead you. Whimpering accompanied by hissing echoed in the long sky. The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth rose slightly as he listened to his enemy's praise, and the ice bow in his palm slowly dispersed. With a leap, he headed in the direction of his enemy's fall. Lai Yu lay on top of the dead branches and fallen leaves, panting heavily. With every gasp, there was blood, dripping from his mouth and nose. She tried her best to open her eyes, but her vision was blurred by the color of blood, only a blood-red color that made it impossible to see the direction and environment. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of withered branches snapping and fallen leaves shattering reached his ears, and the familiar, blurred figure that slowly came into view. She struggled to rise, seemingly unwilling to look up at the figure, but could only collapse to the ground. That arrow pierced through his chest, and all 5 organs and vitality had been destroyed, not to mention the impact of falling from the long sky. Zhang Yuan Candle. A weak voice echoed between the two. If Lai Mang was willing to apologize, would have become Dao friends. No more. Kill each other, and together, seek the way. Zhang Yuan Candle's expression was indifferent as he looked at the paralyzed sinful figure and the voice of regret. He knew the other man wasn't sorry. Slowly, he stepped forward and placed his paws on his neck. Click. The bones, airways, and muscles were all destroyed, ending Liuyu's life. With his feet retracted, he looked at the other corpse and spoke slowly. Are you in fear? After bending down and picking up the other party's storage bag, he headed in the other direction. since the disgusting rats are out of their holes, it's a good idea to remove them while you can. Zhang Yuan Candle ran through the jungle. His figure was so fast that all the earth, rocks and trees that stood in front of him were crushed one by one. The moment the three somewhat ethereal figures appeared in the field of vision, his heavy pupils were half narrowed, carrying a piercing killing intent. Song Xian, as well as several children of cultivation families, gathered to form a small group, but he had every one of them in his mind. The speed, instantly, went up a notch. Zhang Yuan Candle, do you really want to drive the entire Yuan Kingdom cultivation family to the brink of extinction? It's not too late to call it quits. A stout child with a pale face sensed the approaching aura. The voice gradually took on a tremor. It is Xin Song who has been making things difficult for you. We do not know each other well. Please. Chapter 49, Spell Selection for Cohesive Artistic Patterns. Jab. Heads fell and blood floated. The two headless corpses, after sliding under inertia for more than 10 meters, gradually stopped moving. Neither of the two men who died made a move to resist. Zhang Yuan Candle stopped his footsteps, looked at Song Xian who was no longer fleeing, and casually shook off the blood on his fingertips. To fight for your life? A playful voice echoed between the two. Xinsong turned around, his eyes looking grimly at the person in front of him. You. Boom. Under the ear-piercing sonic boom, a palm with ice crystals attached to it obscured the view. Bang! In an instant, unimaginable inertia and weight covered the top of his head with incredible speed. His body floated in the air, his feet stumbled, and his entire body was compressed and tumbled by this majestic vigor, deeply rubbing against the ground and plowing a trail that ran through more than 10 meters. Zhang Yuan Candle stepped on Song Xian's back, sensing the other party's tattered body, and laughed out softly. When did I ask you to talk? Click. The palms of his feet fired, and his tattered body exploded. Blood mist and broken bones splattered, but they also consciously avoided the figure that looked like a demon god. Zhang Yuan Candle scanned the surrounding area, looking at the limbs and blood all over the ground with a somewhat strange expression. He suddenly realized that he was somewhat suitable for practicing the evil technique of refining corpses and drawing blood. Shaking his head, he cut off the thoughts cluttering his mind, one by one. He then looked towards the lofty Dao Peak and the backs of dozens of people who were frantically fleeing into the mountains and rivers. Let this be the end of the day. All of the Qi practicing realm cultivation gates have been obtained, so it's time for me to leave. He was not prepared to stay at Dao Peak for the 100 days of containing Qi. Instead, he was prepared to cultivate in the 800-mile mountain river while searching for a chance. In this way, not only would they be able to cultivate better, but they wouldn't have to be bound by the rules and regulations of Dao Feng. You can also find some spiritual medicines and fruits to warm up your body and increase your cultivation speed. After making the decision, Zhang Yuan Candle disappeared into the jungle and headed towards the large river that was once there. 800 miles of mountains and rivers. A large mountain stands on top of the earth. Strip of waterfalls like a silver belt hanging upside down in the mountains. Lifting the mist, set off between the mountains and rivers is like a fairyland. Several figures dressed in fancy robes were sitting under the waterfall, talking about the mysteries. From time to time, he would also pinch up his seals and evolve spells. There were even insects, fish, birds and animals passing by during the period, and it was peaceful. Suddenly, a young man with a handsome face, pinching his spells, stopped moving his hands, and the spells in midair dissipated into thin air. Brother Zhao, what happened? A few people in the surrounding area were a bit puzzled and opened their mouths to inquire. The teenager shook. His palm took out a jade paper from his pocket, and the paper, which should have been perfect, cracked one line after another. No big deal. Just a broken pawn. It should have been discovered and beheaded by that imperial daughter of the Yuan Kingdom. We will continue. The young man threw the jade paper aside and continued to evolve the spell, not caring about the fall of the pawn. A fire burns on the banks of the great river. Several silver snakes were skinned and gutted and hung on the grill. Zhang Yuan Candle sat cross-legged on the ground, taking out seasonings to apply them from time to time and then flipping them over. The meat gradually became golden brown, and the grease kept slipping off, making a zippy sound. Time passed, and a tantalizing aroma emanated from the roasted meat. The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth were slightly raised with pleasure. It seems that his cooking skills are quite good, but thanks to the seasonings sent by Zhou Ji, it was almost cooked through before he covered his palms with ice crystals and picked up the roast and chowed down. For a while, the only sound in the vicinity was the burning crackling of wood, and the sound of chewing pieces of meat. Exhale. A mouthful of cloudy air was exhaled. Zhang Yuan Candle touched his somewhat bulging belly and laughed freely. It's really painful to kill the enemy and eat the world's food. If there is a pot of wine, it's even more enjoyable. It was only at this moment that he took out, from his arms, the storage pouches that he had seized from Lai Yu and Louis and looked through them. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes flickered as he saw quite a few spirit items useful for the chi practicing realm in Luyi's storage bag, apart from clothing. As for the elixir placed in the corner, it was not heated. After all, with his learning, he can only recognize some spiritual objects. Whether the potion is problematic or not, cannot see it, so he does not move. When his consciousness probed into Liyu's storage bag, a few hints of joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. A thought, a mouthful of incense burner, appeared in his hand. The incense burner was gray, so stone-like, and a few inches larger than the palm of your hand. The magic weapon rewarded by the instructor is indeed in the storage bag. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were lowered and he looked at the blurred handwriting on the fireplace wall. Green Sun Furnace. Will it bring me an unexpected harvest? With a movement, the gray furnace disappeared and floated into the mind. The gray furnace hovered over the green leaves, a mirror of various glows intertwined into, without much change. Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his eyebrows. It was just a magic artifact with no characteristics, similar to the thick water mirror. Repalming the Xian Shui ruler, the gray furnace floated into his hand. However, this is good. Thick water mirror, green sun furnace, 2 magic weapons, long distance routine killing, Xian Shui ruler, golden flame seal palm royalty, increases the power of close combat. Put away the first incense burner and wait to offer it later. Then, falling into a sitting position, he looked at the great sun in the sky and began to cultivate. Between gulps, wisps of golden radiance hung down from the firmament, merging into the body and combining with the mana. The sky was dark and the sun was setting. It took half a day of practice to finish. Zhang Yuan Candle looked into his mind internally and perceived the changes in the data after the realm. Realm Chi refining first level, 1. 25%. 1 day's cultivation increased by 1%. Then one could step through the first level of Chi refining in about 3 months. Such was still the speed of cultivation without the help of any spirit or elixir. Eyes slowly opened to look at the charred charcoal wood from the burning flames. Now it was time to try out the spells that came with the feats. The palm of his hand probed out, and a red snake made of flames traveled between his 5 fingers, toward the ancient tree that was facing. A gentle press. Boom! The fire snake swelled up extremely fast, instantly transforming into a giant python of about 3 meters, climbing forward and wrapping itself around the trees. Boom! Ka-ching! The ancient wood exploded in an instant, and the wood shavings turned into sparks that flew everywhere. As fascinating as a blooming firework, the fire serpent lay coiled on the ground, hissing up to the sky like a torch, illuminating the jungle and dispelling the dimness. Zhang Yuan Candle stood up and walked towards the sea of fire. The crimson flames, as if they had encountered a monarch, automatically wrapped around its body. The palm of his hand probed out and lightly patted the body of the fire snake. The fire serpent technique that comes with the blazing young true fire record has a fair amount of power. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded. With a movement, the fire snake turned into flames and dissipated in place. He looked at the sea of fire around him and fell into deep thought. If you want a layer of 1 art tattoo, you can already start picking out spells to practice now. And there were only a few spells that he had mastered. Ice condensation, fire serpent technique, the secret art of witchcraft. 2 spells, 1 secret spell. One of the secret arts was a way of casting implements that could not condense art patterns. In other words, there were currently only 2 spells that could coalesce art patterns. Fire snake or ice snap? Zhang Yuan Candle hesitated a little before making his decision. Cultivate the ice condensation technique with all your might and condense it into an art pattern. This choice was made for 2 reasons. One of them, ice condensation. Although it is called ice condensation, the essence is a cohesion, compression, and deformation spell that applies to all attributes of mana. Second, this spell, which had been cultivated to an extremely profound level by him, could condense the spell patterns more quickly and save time. Chapter 50, Wang Tai Sin. Deal. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his eyebrows and looked deeper into the jungle. With such an explosive aura in this place, there were still things that dared to approach without knowing how to die. The palm of his hand probed out and gently gripped it. The sea of fire that was burning suddenly became quiet, and then it gathered towards one spot. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. A hiss. The crimson fire snake, once again, surfaced and scurried towards the jungle. Wherever it passes, darkness recedes and light arrives. A large number of ancient trees, like torches, began to burn. A low beastly figure, as it was illuminated by the flames, became clearer. It was a demonic type with a large portion of yellow fur and a narrow beast face. It stood like a human, with its claws placed on both sides, and its yellowish beast pupils, calmly looking at the climbing fire snake. Junior, there is too much commotion here. I am merely curious and have no ill intent. Beneath the shrill beast's cry, a white fluffy beast's claw poked out and swung. In an instant, a wisp of clear wind was generated. transforming into a sky full of wind blades that shot out violently towards the sea of fire in front of him. Jab, roar, boom, everything is crushing. Rocks turned into powder, charred tree trunks turned into wood shavings, and even the crimson fire python you became dots of sparks under the chopping attack. The wind blades traveled forward, leaving scratches on the ground. The fire serpent is dull and obscure in its operation. A good spell that is utilized in a clueless manner. The sound of the wind, mixed with the mocking sound of the beast, reached his ears. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes grew deeper and deeper. The fire serpent technique had just been mastered, and there was indeed a lot of rustiness. And with such a degree of wind blades, the weasel in front of him really did not have low attainments in spells. The cultivation level of this demonic creature had definitely stepped into the chi practicing realm. And it wasn't just the first level of chi practicing. The outstretched palm retracted and strangled the spell. Buzz. A soft chirp. The thick water mirror flew out of his arms and hovered above his head, dropping streams of water to protect his body. The water flows back and forth, constantly flowing. The wind blades chopped at great speed, but only splashed the water, unable to break through the water flow. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was calm as he stepped forward against the wind blades. The pace wasn't fast, but it was unusually firm. It didn't stop until it was 20 paces away from the weasel. 20 paces away. Hey, Junior is arrogant to be so close to old me. The weasel laughed shrilly, though his claws slowly retracted. The wind blades in the sky dispersed one by one. Since he couldn't easily decapitate the other party, it wasn't worth striking out again. After all, as trial demonic creatures, they had to retain their best condition to deal with the killing of the many disciples afterward. Your Excellency, if you are not afraid of your years of cultivation turning into dust, by all means give it a try. Zhang Yuan Candle stood with his arms crossed, his eyes under the curtain of water indifferent and calm, but just stepped into practicing chi. What a big mouth. I've been practicing for a year, and I've seen too many arrogant people like you end up collapsing in this land. With a sneer in his eyes, Weasel stepped away and prepared to leave. The moment he turned around, a ghostly sigh slowly reached his ears. Is this the only place to go? One armor? Mediocrity doesn't even qualify. Boom! Rolling demonic chi rose, and a vast gale raged as a short beastly figure slowly turned around. The pale yellow pupils of the beast became scarlet and terrifying, with sharp teeth exposed. Human race, if not for the restrictions and killings of your elders, in a year's time, the old man would have already accomplished his foundation building, which would still be playing house trials with you here. After it was captured here, its life's path was destroyed. 800 miles of mountains and rivers are regularly cleansed of demonic and ghostly objects, and all those who come near the third level of chi cultivation are not asked for their reasons. All killed. It had been a year, and it didn't dare to break through, or even let its demonic power get close to the third level of chi cultivation. It is difficult to wash away such a vengeance of obstruction and imprisonment by pouring out all the waters of the world. What's it to me? Zhang Yuan Candle's face was expressionless. The raging demonic aura and the raging gale were but a breeze on the face. The palm of his hand peeked out and pointed to the riverbank. You should really want to live. I wonder if I'm willing to make a deal to increase my chances of surviving a bit. After all, the real trial is about to open. Deal? The demonic aura on the weasel's body all gave way, blankly looking at the figure in front of him. When the human race saw it, they either fled in fear or killed it, and never talked about trading. My spells are much deficient. If your excellency can explain, some elixir as payment. Zhang Yuan Candle opened his mouth with a seriousness in his eyes. The demon in front of him, although his spells were not systematically learned, his decades of cultivation had its own kind of experience. Reacting to the weasel, the scarlet blood color in the beast's pupil slowly receded with a sense of relief. Pills are useless to me. If I could break through, I wouldn't have to wait until today. The corner of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth slightly raised. From the storage bag, took out a jade bottle. The palm of his hand probed the water curtain slowly opened. In an instant, the pungent and spicy air mixed with blood and gore wafted out, passing between one person and one beast. With just a single sniff, the weasel felt his blood boiling all over his body, and his demonic aura added a few points of tyranny. Blood-storming pill. Once taken, the blood and demonic power all boil and surge for it. It is a desperate item. It can increase your chances of staying alive. The child spoke softly, describing the use of the elixir in his hand. This was what he had gained after decapitating Louis. It should have been the other party's bottom card, and before he had time to take it, he was decapitated. The weasel's beast pupils narrowed slightly, sensing the boiling beast blood and demonic power in his body. Knowing that what the other party said was true, it didn't respond immediately, though, but fell into a deep thought. The jungle became more and more depressing, and there were no other murmurs except for the sound of the night wind blowing the remnants of the wood. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were lowered. If he wasn't sure that he didn't have the certainty of teaching him by pressing the other party's head, where would he have gone to such trouble? I don't know how much time had passed before a sharp voice slowly rang out. The deal. I agree. Good. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded, then withdrew the water current, retrieved his magic weapon, and walked towards the river. The weasel beast face behind him hesitated slightly before following, one in front of the other, one person and one demon, sitting opposite each other, under the bright moon. Light poured down, cloaking the two in a layer of silver. Elder, please instruct me. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm probed out and the jade bottle containing the elixir was placed in front of the weasel. It looked at the pills placed in front of it, and a different kind of emotion welled up inside. Unlike the contempt, cruelty, and looking down on the human race in the past, it felt different. The other may not be friendly, but it carries something it has never seen before in every move. That's like equal. At this moment, the weasel did not pick up the elixir, but instead carefully surveyed the figure in front of him, the beast's face taking on a seriousness. Demonstrate the spell first. Yes. With that, Zhang Yuan Candle once again unleashed the fire snake technique. The weasel's white fluffy paws reached out and kept pointing out mistakes in the running of the spell. Sharp beastly noises, ringing through the night. Zhang Yuan Candle's spells were progressing at an extremely fast pace. It wasn't until late at night that the beasts left and disappeared into the jungle. For several days afterward, during the day, he practiced his gong methods engulfed in the light of the great sun, and at night, the weasel would come to instruct him in his spells. 7 days in a row, day after day. Chapter 51 Yuan Guochou Yun Dharma Vein. Late night, Zhang Yuan Candle sat cross-legged beside his fire, and several silver snakes hung on the grill, dripping oil and emitting the sound of nuisance. A tantalizing aroma that passes along the riverbanks. A weasel sat coiled in front of the fire, looking at the flipping snake meat and licking its sharp teeth. Kid Zhang, your craftsmanship is good. If you were in the mundane world, you would definitely be a rare cook. Zhang Yuan Candle smiled and did not reply. Handing over a piece of roasted snake meat, he picked up one for himself and took a big bite. Between one person and one demon, apart from the sound of swallowing, there was no more half a murmur. For a long time, the roast was finished. Zhang Yuan Candle placed his hands flat on his knees, his expression serious as he slowly spoke. These days, thanks to Senior's teachings, I have benefited greatly. It's just a deal. Weasel licked the grease from his paws and spoke unconcernedly. There was a pause, and the beast's face was tinged with emotion. Your human race is truly blessed with a unique talent. The old man's experience in spells for a year. You've already understood most of it in just 7 days. In a little while, the attainments in spells will not be weaker than mine. Weasel slowly got up and looked at the bright moon in the night sky. I have nothing left to guide you. The deal is over. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded. All he lacked was practice, and the juncture between spells was enough. Stand up and look at the moon. Bye. Bye. As the words drifted, the shadow of the lowly beast walked slowly towards the jungle. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the disappearing beast's shadow, palm outstretched, 5 fingers spread out, feeling the silver glow of the bright moon spilling down. We all want to live, but like you, I'd rather die singing, never humble myself to this. With a kick, the flames were extinguished, and the wood and snake bones were reduced to smithereens. Zhang Yuan Candle stepped into the jungle, striding forward in a direction different from the direction the beasts had left. Immortal Soldier Valley, Choran Dharma Vein. A mountain range resembled a giant dragon perched on top of the earth, and clouds shrouded the mountains, making everything seem unearthly. In the highest place of the vast mountains, a pure white palace stood above the clouds. Several figures shrouded in light sat on the arcane stone-paved floor, looking distantly at the lofty figure on the high platform. It was a middle-aged man with an ancient face, holding the jade slip in his hand and rubbing it gently. My great Yuan dynasty has given birth to a nice heavenly pride that has forced Linner to seek help from this uncle of mine. The middle-aged man laughed lowly, but his face was not half smiling. With a wave of his palm, several streams of light floated out and hovered in front of a figure. And those figures, without hesitation, one by one, held the light mass and watched. Boom, boom, boom. A wave of chi rose up, stirring the wind and clouds in all directions. Good guts, a lowly person who dares to disobey to this extent. As a citizen of the great Yuan, you don't think of serving your country with your life, but instead behead the followers of the royal family. If it weren't for the successive generations of trials that were unable to grant means above the 3rd level of chi cultivation, why would your highness be here? Mountain Lord, I'll put up a fight. I'm willing to hold a magic weapon, make a trip to the land of trials, and behead that rebel. A loud popping sound echoed through the palace. Some people even proposed to carry their magic weapons and kill their way into the land of trials. A life for a life. If it was normal they wouldn't be so aggressive. But Her Royal Highness was too special and it concerned the Yuan dynasty's layout in the Immortal Soldier Valley. The middle-aged man sitting on the high platform, holding the jade slip's arm, pressed down. In an instant, all the noise and fury fell into silence. 6 of Linner's 9 followers were beheaded. That child's natural talent and enlightenment are not bad, so it's too much of a waste to behead him directly. When the 1000-soldier peak is selected, let him join the primordial cloud Dharma vein, and its will be reformed. The middle-aged voice was calm and slowly narrated. It's as if everything is taken for granted and will be. The crowd nodded and refrained from retorting. Immediately after that, a slightly worried voice echoed through the palace. Mountain Lord, is your highness still willing to join that Dharma lineage? The original 9 followers were decimated. 6 were killed, and there was no one to help. Will that descendant of theirs still move forward on the planned path, or will they still be able to complete the layout that has been set? The man with an ancient face stood up. An indescribable power filled the heavens and earth, as thick as a mountain, as vast as the sea, blurring the view of the crowd and making everything in the palace indistinct. The only thing that came out clearly into the minds of the crowd was a calm, subdued voice. Linner would like to enter the scorched sun Dharma vein alone, so Lai Tai and the others should not follow. Yes, Mountain Lord. The years do not pass. The seasons flow. Looking back again, it was 50 days later. A tiger-type demonic beast in the barren jungle, moving forward abnormally. Wherever it passed, all beasts retreated and trees were broken. The blood and flesh of demonic beasts of the chi practicing realm, swallowing all of them will help the body quite a bit. A slender figure, holding a white tiger, stepped out from behind the shrub. Bang! Throwing the white tiger in the clearing kicked up a large cloud of dust. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the demon skeleton on the ground and extremely skillfully peeled the skin, removed the dirt, and then sliced it into large chunks of bone and meat. A thought. A mouthful of grey puffy incense burners flew out of his arms and rose against the wind, not stopping until he could hold all the pieces of meat. And the tiger meat on the ground was thrown into the incense burner one by one. Add water, heat the fire, and add various elixirs. The whole set of steps was extremely skillful and not half as rusty. Only after everything was completed did Zhang Yuan Candle lean against an ancient tree to the side and look at the flames burning under the incense burner. Recall the experiences of the last 2 months. Traveling over the deepest part of the 800-mile mountain river, he fought against the group of demons of the chi-practicing realm, had gone down the great river and decimated sea beasts from the water. They have also met disciples who sharpened themselves, were cautious of each other, and passed each other by. Cultivate, kill, and search for medicine. 1 day, and 50 days, cultivating so desperately, whether it was mana, physical body, spells, or even killing techniques, there were all leaps and bounds of progress. Looking inward into the depths of the mind, the 7 treasure myriad tree, which was shrouded in icy blue and crimson light, trembled without wind, bursting forth with brilliant divine light intertwined forward, forming a mirror that recorded information. Realm, first level of chi cultivation, 68, 15%, the first level of chi practicing. He had already finished most of it, and in at most a month, he would be able to step into the second level. The progress in Gongfu was secondary. The biggest gain was the continuous improvement and refinement of the ice condensation technique. He felt that he was only half a step short of the final step before he could condense the art pattern. Too bad there isn't enough time. Zhang Yuan Candle whispered softly in his heart. The 100 days of embracing Qi was coming to an end, and the final trial was about to begin. He needed to make a trip back to Dao Peak to intercept the imperial daughter halfway. Gollum. Grunt. The sound of soup boiling made him turn his attention to the incense burner. Looking at the undulating chunks of meat, elixirs, and rising wisps of light in the broth, a hint of a smile surfaced on Zhang Yuan Candle's face. With his feet stepping away, he came directly to the incense burner, fished out a piece of tiger meat and chewed it. Tastes good. My craft has improved. The intestines and stomach were rapidly peristaltic, digesting the demon meat and elixir, turning them into silk warmth and transporting them to all parts of the circumference. When the last bite of tiger meat is swallowed, it was only then that Zhang Yuan Candle put away the incense burner and turned his gaze to the direction where Dao Peak was. Chapter 52, All Hands on Deck. Kill him. The next day, early morning, after Zhang Yuan Candle's mana and spirit were restored to their optimal state, he ran towards Dao Peak. Dead trees, fallen leaves, and mountains and rocks are constantly passing in front of our eyes. A mountain towering into the clouds gradually appeared. Vaguely can also see dozens of mountains and rivers gulping sunrise. The figure of clouds. It seems that there are not a few disciples who have crossed over into the chi practicing realm during this period of time. Zhang Yuan Candle muttered. The pace accelerated, and in less than an incense stick, he had already stepped onto the Dao Peak. He strides toward the mountainside, not hiding his return. One by one, The disciples who were practicing outside interrupted their meditation, and their eyes inexplicably looked at the slender figure without the usual fear. They had already crossed over into practicing qi, and were no longer people who could be killed by their casual hands, swarming, even if the other side will have to avoid the front line for the time being, scurrying away, right? Zhang Yuan Candle did not care about the minds of the many disciples, ignoring the various gazes, and arrived at the mountainside. The corners of his mouth lifted with pleasure as he sensed the powerful burning breath. She didn't leave. Then things were simple. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes glanced darkly at the middle of the lodging, and then he headed towards the Dao courtyard. He needed to take the opportunity to understand something about the Dharma veins, so that he could prepare for his trip to the Thousand Soldiers Peak 2 days later. Just after stepping into the top of the mountain, 3 green-robed old men sitting in front of the cliff face came into view. A pot of tea and teacups were placed in front of each person. Their eyes clouded over as they picked up their teacups and drank slowly. Yuan Candle, back. Yan Shi smiled peacefully. There were no surprises about Zhang Yuan Candle's return. Pointing to the 2 old men at his side, he continued to speak. I was talking with 2 old friends about the 800-mile trial, so since I've come back to listen to it all together. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded and stood quietly to the side. Instructor Lu and Instructor Huang, as if they didn't see the figures standing on the sidelines, were asking and answering questions to themselves. If you succeed in the 800-mile trial, you will be able to join the clan's 36 Dharma veins. But unfortunately, the 7 great Dharma veins will not accept disciples here. The Dao vein is strong, with heavenly pride and talent raining down. Even in the ancient cliff mountain it's the topmost inheritance, so it's not surprising that it's difficult to join. Master Yan, who was sitting in the center, had a smile on his lips as he drank the tea in his cup. But I heard that the scorched sun, thousand laws, and Kangwu law veins are slightly related to the 7 great Dao veins. It's just a rumor. It doesn't count? Instructor Huan waved his hand and poured himself another cup of tea. On the contrary, the Yuan Kingdom's royal family has joined the primordial cloud Dharma vein for all generations. I wonder how the operation is going. It must be nice to think for 1,000 years. Zhang Yuan Candle stood and listened to the words of the 3 instructors, his eyes growing deeper and deeper. There is no such thing as coincidence. He's not a cutie. Naturally, he could hear the instruction of the instructor. What amazed him was that the Yuan Kingdom's royal family could be influenced to such an extent already. After a long time, the conversation between the 3 instructors ended. Each person's teacup was filled with tea. Zhang Yuan Candle arrived in front of the 3 old men, his body slightly bent, clasped fists in salute. Then, turning around, he strides toward the mountainside. The whole time there was no half conversation except for the questioning when we first arrived at the top of the hill. Yan, Huang, and Lu, the 3 instructors, looked at the distant back, none of them taking the lead in speaking. A moment later, old Taoist Lu, who was sitting on the left side, sighed out. Brother Yan, why go so far? It's just a conversation between old friends like me. Master Yan laughed lightly and arched his hand toward his 2 old friends. But thanks to the 2 old friends for coming. The primordial cloud Dharma vein has overreacted this time. Thou shalt not regret it. Instructor Huang waved his hand, his pale face flushed with bitterness. There will be no regrets. This is what I want to do. Scorched sun, Chifa, and Kangwu. Zhang Yuan Candle whispered softly in his heart, memorizing the names of the 3 Dharma veins in his mind. He knew that it was the recommendation of a strict teacher and the most favorable choice for the path. In the middle of his thoughts, he had already arrived at his house. His head slightly tilted to the side as he casually glanced at the middle of the lodging area. Then he pushed open the door to the room and stepped inside. The road to immortality is far, and how it will end, who knows? Bang! The door to the room closed, completely isolating the inside from the outside. 2 days later, Dao Peak, a large number of disciples gathered on the mountainside, and the 3 instructors stood in front of the crowd. Today's 100 days of embracing Qi ends, and a total of 54 people have stepped into practicing Qi. Now all Qi practicing realm disciples, all of them will go down the mountain to Thousand Soldier Peak and join the Dharma vein. At the realm of embodied Qi, stay at Dao Peak and wait for the various miscellaneous peaks to select them. Those who have not stepped into cultivation will have their memories washed away, their dantian abolished, and they will be expelled from the clan. The voice was cold. It made each and every disciple who had not stepped into the realm of embodied Qi pale to the extreme, and even shed tears and cried bitterly. It's about letting them die. The disciples of the impregnated Qi realm also looked unsightly and enviously, standing at the forefront of dozens of figures. Since then, they've been 2 worlds apart. Zhang Yuan Candle stood outside of the crowd of disciples, looking at all of life, his eyes not fluctuating too much. Most of the attention remained focused on Lai Liner. There was nothing wrong with the other party in terms of temperament, aura, or figure. Yet he instinctively sensed that something was wrong. And the guards, such as Lai Tai, were nowhere to be seen. Zhang Yuan Candle's heavy pupils were half narrowed, and his palm gently caressed the hilt of his sword. Chi practicing realm disciples come down from the mountain. Master Yan let out a low shout. The dozens of Chi practicing realm disciples standing in front of the crowd bid farewell to the instructor and walked towards the bottom of the Dao Peak. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at Lai Liner and followed without haste. Such an obvious move caused one Chi practitioner disciple to look unsightly. Zhang Yuan Candle, you've killed so many of your fellow disciples and you still refuse to stop? It has to be against His Highness again. If that's the case, we will all help your highness and kill you. The devil. Disgruntled mixed with angry voices passed among the crowd. Most of them had been instructed by the queen's daughter, and in the past they had been so underpowered that they could only be spectators. But now that they were at the same level of Chi practicing, that beggar alone was still able to slaughter all 50 of their Chi practicing. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was expressionless as he just quietly followed the crowd and headed down the mountain. Tower, tower, tower. Wow! The moment he stepped out of the Dao Peak, a light tremor rang out, and light hung down in the firmament, enveloping the lofty mountains, blocking everyone's way back. The surrounding area is no longer half noisy. Many disciples look at each other. The only thing that is depressing and silent. From this moment onwards, the many Chi practicing disciples had no more options other than heading to Thousand Soldier Peak. Stupa, ABBR. Loan word from Sanskrit tapo. The sound of footsteps that beat like war drums brought the crowd back to their senses, and one by one, they turned around to look at the slender figure that was striding towards them. The other party wore a white robe, his ebony hair flying, and a pair of double pupils full of demons. Between his steps, it was as if a powerful demonic beast was running towards him, fierce and explosive. Anyone in the way is an enemy. At this moment, Lai Liner, who was always silent, had a pair of beautiful eyes that shrunk slightly, and her chest rose and fell. Seeming to forcefully endure something, he shouted, "Everyone out, kill him." Chapter 53. Is it fun? Then let's have fun. Boom, boom, boom. A spell blossomed from the crowd, stuffing the space and turning into a torrent of attacks. Various colors of light illuminated the long sky. They are intertwined. They promote each other, and they cancel each other out. Wherever they passed, hills collapsed, trees turned into ash, and even the shield that had just fallen set off layers of ripples. Looking at the surging torrent of spells, Zhang Yuan Candle's expression remained unchanged. If he faced an attack by more than 50 Chi practitioners of the same attribute, he would turn around without saying a word and wait for the opportunity to break them down one by one. However, he could fight against a group of attacks that had all kinds of attribute spells. Appearance began to blur. Emerald green bear-shaped Nuwa slowly emerged. Both hands unfolded, and layers of ice blue light emerged from his body, burning and boiling like a fiery flame. At this moment, the slender figure has already disappeared, and it is as if there is only a lingering ice blade left on the spot. Icy cold and brutal mixed with extreme sharpness. Here, take the knife. With a low cry, his feet fired and his body slammed straight into the torrent of spells. In an instant, a deafening roar resounded through the sky. Various energy aftershocks, flying in all directions, made the earth plow over and over again. The many disciples looked at the violent collision, their expressions covered with anticipation. That beggar is dead. With more than 50 of us joining forces to attack, even the third level of Chi practitioner will have to avoid the front for the time being. It's as if I've already seen that he's dead. Various discussions echoed through the crowd. Suddenly, all the cacophony came to a screeching halt, eyes staring blankly ahead. Their combined torrent of spells was actually chopped apart alive. A figure charged against the light. Run! Jab! Prickle! Heads rolled off, blood spurting out down their necks as a headless corpse fell. Zhang Yuan Candle stepped on the color of blood and killed towards the sinister figure standing in the middle. All those in the way were decapitated. The heavy pupil half narrowed. Looking at the imperial daughter who was different from the past, the arm carrying ice crystals was like a guillotine blade, splitting down at extreme speed. Whatever your problems or preparations, take the hit first. The pupils of Lai Liner's eyes shrunk violently with fear and despair. Chen Qian hand forward. Yellow light bloomed to form a shield. Wanting to block this chop, jab. The shield hadn't even been fully generated, and the blade light had already chopped through both of the woman's arms. With a dull grunt of pain, a pair of slender arms fell and blood flowed out. The white veil fluttered down, encroaching on the blood. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the greatly changed appearance, his eyes icy cold to the extreme. He had seen the other party, one of the commoner's sons who leaned in around Lai Liner, apparently becoming a stand-in. The palm covered in ice crystals probed out and held above its neck. It's fun, isn't it? Snap! The palm of his hand exerted force and directly pinched and exploded the neck. Zhang Yuan Candle shook off the bloody color of his hand. scanned the many disciples in the surrounding area, and opened his mouth word by word. Today, I'll play with you all. The killing machine in his heart boiled, and he took large steps toward the crowd. At this moment, numerous disciples understood something. The disciples standing at the edge immediately fled, and those who were close to Zhang Yuan Candle were all pale. Look at each other, or howling and charging forward, or burning up all their mana and making a final attack, or kneeling down and begging for mercy. But, all to no avail. Sharp weapons are broken and spells are destroyed. Finally the head rolls off and the floating corpse is on the ground. Blood and limbs covered the ground. Zhang Yuan Candle even went into the jungle and chased after them one by one, not sparing any of them as long as they made a move. Zhang Yuan Candle, killing like this is bound to cut off your own path. The De Yuan royal family won't let you go. I'll wait for you to come down below. Come and kill. Come on. Hisses, wails, and angry curses echoed through the jungle. It all comes back to silence in the end. On the bank of the big river, a girl wearing a green-colored dress stood on a tree branch, quietly waiting, completely different from the many disciples who fled in panic. Crunch, crunch, feeling the familiar scent, a hint of a smile surfaced on Zhouji's face. Leaping from the branch of the tree, he looked at the figure that came striding. The white robe was torn, the short sword was broken, and there were several wounds around his body, but with a blood-stained poise, there was a longing in the girl's eyes, so powerful, so heartfelt, it was mesmerizing. The jade palm probed out, and a bottle of elixir surfaced. Senior brother, I have healing medicine here. No need. Zhang Yuan Candle's footsteps paused, then he proceeded to step away and walk forward. The chi practicing disciples who went down the mountain. Besides you, I left 6, all of whom didn't have the time to make a move. During the whisper, Zhouji, who had already crossed over, headed toward the big river. Click, click, the river froze, and Zhang Yuan Candle stepped on the ice crystals and disappeared at the end of his vision. Zhouji's red lips pursed slightly, looking at the frozen ice crystals on the big river until the frost melted away. Only then did she whisper, Elder brother, thank you. To be able to stand out from her family, she was naturally smart enough to know what her senior brother meant by this. Dao Peak, the chi practicing realm survived alone and was too conspicuous. Zhang Yuan Candle quickly stepped forward, recalling the route to Thousand Soldiers Peak in his mind. One location after another is introduced and keeps surfacing. Finally, all the images in his mind disappeared, transforming into an extremely treacherous canyon. It's a place of one man, one woman, and traditionally the most grueling of trials. There's still a chance. As long as we travel to this place as fast as possible, it's still possible to stop Lower Lai Liner. You don't even have to rush to this place. You can catch up with each other halfway. Zhang Yuan Candle whispered softly in his heart. Taking out the healing elixir from his storage bag, he took a big bite. The elixir melted in his mouth, and the soft energy went towards the wound to repair it. At the same time, he took out jerky from the storage bag and chewed on it to replenish his expended strength. And the pace of his feet, never stopping, kept running fast. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. Only then did Zhang Yuan Candle stop and lean his back against a tree trunk to eat some food. After resting for about an incense stick, they started to rush again. From day to night, from night to early morning, not seeking opportunities, not slaying demonic beasts, and single-mindedly pursuing Lai Liner. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 5 days passed. Zhang Yuan Candle, who was running through the ancient forest, saw a small brown-colored tree growing 100 meters ahead. The small tree had lush branches and bore 3 gold-port fruits. The fruit swayed in the wind and seemed like it might fall at any moment. Xianjin fruit. Zhang Yuan Candle spoke softly. He recognized this spirit medicine at a glance. A spirit fruit that warmed the carapace. And if combined with a specific spirit medicine, it would be more effective when refined into a dan. This kind of spirit fruit was not too precious to him, but since I came across it, I picked it as I went along. In the middle of his thoughts, he ran to the small tree and grabbed the Xianjin fruit. At this moment, the 2 black shadows hidden 10 meters away looked at Zhang Yuan Candle, who was grabbing at the spirit fruit, and revealed a hideous smile. Another bait on the hook. One of them tapped his storage bag. A beast shadow surfaced and raced forward to attack and kill without making a single sound. At the same time, the 2 magic weapons, transformed into a dark light, stuck to the ground and moved forward, closely following the beast's shadow. Chapter 54, How can a supreme and noble bloodline lose? The 2 black shadows looked at Zhang Yuan Candle, who was about to be attacked and killed, and their faces became more and more hideous with smiles. Suddenly, an indescribably ghastly aura rose up. Everything began to blur. The sky and the earth seemed to be disappearing, and only the slender figure became clearer and clearer, as if it were the center of the world. The shadows of the beasts that swooped out lay on their backs, their tails wagging frantically, whimpering mixed with curtness, as if Zhang Yuan Candle did not see the beast's shadow, as well as the incoming magic weapon. He plucked the Xin Jin fruit with one hand. The body was slightly sidestepped to dodge the 2 rays of dark light. Then his gaze dropped down to look at the black wolf demon who was trying his best to please him. Ha! Playfully, he laughed softly under his breath. Feet stepped away and slowly walked towards the 2 black shadows. At this moment 2 black shadows, face hideous, has long been dispersed, only from the heart of the trembling. They felt like there was a mountain that pressed down on top of their bodies, bringing everything to a standstill. Looking at the leisurely approaching figure, he hissed inwardly with all his might. Mana, gas and blood, body, all move for me. I don't know how much time passed, an instant or an eternity, but the stagnant mana began to flow slowly. The eyes of the 2 black shadows revealed ecstasy as they were about to get up. Intimidating pressure. Can you get used to it in a minute? The indifferent voice, coming from overhead, was like a murmur from hell. Then a sharp pain came from his neck and his consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Zhang Yuan Candle removed the storage bag from the 2 corpses. With a wave of his palm, red golden flames rose up and engulfed the wreckage. Turn around. Coming in front of the black wolf demon, he looked at the beast's body that was the size of a bull with satisfaction in his eyes. If he possessed such a demonic beast to carry him on his journey, the chase afterward would be much easier. However, even if the black wolf demon refused to accept it, it would still have more reserves of beast meat. Want to live, or want to die? He didn't really know how to control beasts, and he didn't have the time to learn, so he would deal with it in the simplest way possible. Oh, the black wolf growled softly, its head buried in death as it chose to submit. The pressure of the bloodline that was like the supreme bloodline just now had long since made the black wolf demon's insubordination disappear in his heart. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded and then chased after the 2 magic weapons in the direction they flew out. The black wolf demon stood up its beastly body and followed behind it obediently. Soon, Zhang Yuan Candle had 2 more black iron cones in his palm. Mana surged in, and after sensing it once more in detail, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Surprisingly, it was a set of magic weapons. 5 fingers clenched the iron cone and leapt onto the wolf demon's back. Go away! With a pat on the neck, the black wolf raised its head to the sky and ran at breakneck speed. Compared to him it was just a little slower, but with more stamina. Zhang Yuan Candle sat cross-legged on the back of the wolf demon, his body undulating as the wolf demon ran. The mana in his palm continuously surging into the black iron cone for sacrifice. Everything is in order. Sacrificing magic weapons, practicing and resting. He was getting closer and closer to his target canyon. The Valley of the Immortal Soldiers, 800 miles of mountains and rivers, above the boundless grassland. 4 figures were running quickly. Lai Linner's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the increasingly blinding light of the compass in her palm. Her red lips slightly opened. The man is closer to us. Lai Tai, who was following his side, had hatred in his eyes and his palms were clenched. Your Highness, we're not going to make things difficult for him, but he even dares to follow us closely. Let me stay. I'll hold him off. Yes. Your Highness, let us stay. I have long wanted to use this body to avenge the deaths of my friends. The 3 guards spoke in unison, their eyes containing a death wish. Lai Linner shook her head, and with a flash of light in her palm, the compass disappeared. Since you know that person's past deeds, you know his character well. Jair, such behavior doesn't surprise me. I just didn't expect the speed to be so fast, and the disciples of Dao Peak didn't delay too much. After a pause, he looked at the 3 hate-filled followers and articulated the truth. You can't stop him. You can't even delay him for a moment, and the sacrifice is not worth the slightest thing. The voice was calm but did its best to suppress the true emotions within. For a while, a silence fell between the 4, becoming more and more oppressive. At this moment, the only sound is the wind whistling past the ears. They were in a sorry state and were fleeing in fear. I don't know how long had passed, but the silhouette running in the forefront slowly reduced its speed, until it stops dead in its tracks. Lai Tai's trio then stopped and looked blankly at Her Royal Highness. A female voice containing inexplicable emotions echoed beside the 3 people's ears. I confronted him, and I seemed to keep running away. And running away seemed like the right thing to do. Uncle Junior sent a message that once I reach the 1,000-soldier peak, that person will no longer be a threat. You have also been counseled not to fight for a moment's time, and the road ahead is far, so avoid the front for the time being. As the words floated around, Lai Linner turned around, her beautiful eyes carrying an unprecedented seriousness. Do you all think that I will definitely lose? Your Highness, of course you won't lose, but it's not worth it. Lai Linner smiled lightly and said the words that the guards had already reached their mouths. The smile was hidden by the veil, but the wisp of flavor between the brows was also mesmerizing. On the white jade-like skin, a trace of pale divine light emerged, setting it off like a fairy in the dust. I want to win him at this moment, or else there will always be regrets inside that shall not be complete. In that case, the so-called layout, how can I succeed? At this moment, no guards spoke anymore. The layout of the great Yuan imperial family over the long years, even if they only knew a sliver of it, it was enough to make one feel terrified. Your Highness, let's behead that person together. Lai Tai roared lowly, his chest boiling with killing intent. Lai Liner shook, her palm raised and pointed in the direction of the 1,000 soldiers' peak. You guys leave, staying here will only become a drag. I can't let go of my hand. The disciples of Dao Peak, since they didn't delay for long, then the followers under her command wouldn't provide much help. The next tussle belonged to her alone. Lai Tai, the three of them, looked at His Highness, who was different from what he once was, and with shame on their faces, they bowed down and paid their respects. Your Highness, we are waiting for your return at the 1,000 soldiers' peak. With that, he got up and ran off toward the front. Only Lai Liner was left in the spot. The girl stood still, her dress fluttering in the wind, her gaze blazing with wariness. The royal noble stomach, the most honorable and noble bloodline, will never lose at the hands of a beggar. After making the decision, the low mood began to be high, and it was as if she had once again returned to the time when she first boarded the green jade boat. Essence, chi, and spirit, bursting toward their peak state. Zhang Yuan Candle, using the 800 miles of mountains and rivers as a chessboard. Let's play a game. 4 days later, Zhang Yuan Candle sat on the back of his wolf and looked at the several figures blocking his body, his brows lightly furrowed. These people, he didn't recognize. Dao Peak Zhang Yuan Candle, finally caught by us. You wantonly killed the children of the Qian Kingdom, so stay here today. Looking at the faces of the children filled with rage and murderous intent, listening to the other hiss, Zhang Yuan Candle did not explain. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted up with a hint of pleasure. What did he vaguely understand? Then it's as you wish. Chapter 55, Right and Wrong, no longer matters. Get out of the way. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm probed out and patted the black wolf demon's neck. Roar! The black wolf growled, then moved forward as if no one else was there. A fat and a thin two boys, looking at each other move, already covered with anger face, is full of killing intent. Rampant, good guts. With an angry roar, both of them struck out at the same time. Red-colored fireballs were generated out of thin air, and howling gusts of wind rolled in. The wind lends strength to the fire, and the fire lends strength to the wind. Nearly instantly, the half-meter-sized fireball had swelled to 5 meters. Carrying a rolling heat wave, it smashed down at great speed. The temperature climbs, the ground becomes charred, and a tree begins to spontaneously combust. The perimeter is in flames. Only one man and one wolf, facing the fireball forward. Zhang Yuan Candle's arm slowly probed out. An ice blade surfaced and covered his side. Sharpness and coldness intertwined as layers of ice crystals and blade marks surfaced on the earth. The heat wave dissipated for the most part in an instant, and the sea of fire was cut into pieces. His gaze crossed the huge fireball and looked at the two men, one fat and one thin, with cold eyes. Raising his arm, he swung it down violently. Nearly 100 ice blades shot out violently. Jab, jab, boom. In a flash, the fireball went out. The trees turned to ash, and the earth tore apart. Two figures, one fat and one thin, turned into blood and bone. Everything is chopped up. Under the deafening roar, Zhang Yuan Candle's palm retracted and his gaze scanned the surroundings. After a moment of searching for signs of the man, a low laugh escaped his lips. Afraid to show up? Under the black wolf demon's pack, it headed forward and disappeared into the jungle. The only thing left in place was a ground full of frost and chop marks, and a bit of blood. The interception continued for the rest of the journey after that. One by one, disciples from the Qian Kingdom and Yuan Kingdom came to kill him like crazy. A large number of disciples gave their lives, leaving scar after scar on him. In the middle of a dense forest, several figures stood opposite each other. There were graceful boys in fancy clothes with jade crowns on their heads, there were also girls in pale yellow dresses with exceptional beauty, and there were also strong-bodied, black-faced boys. Each of them looked grave. There have been 163 Qiangua disciples that have died in that person's hands. The black-faced boy opened his mouth, anger contained in his calm voice. What the hell does he want? Attacking and killing my Qian Kingdom's disciples for no reason. Is he a dog that has been taken in by the Yuan Kingdom's royal family? The poised boy. Defrac's eyes darkened as he slowly described his discovery. Back when I laid my pawns and sent back some breath before I died, I always thought it was that imperial daughter who decimated them. But now it seems to be even more similar to the person named Zhang Yuan Candle. Brother sure. It's not right. Recently, it's not just our Qian Kingdom that's been rounding up that person. Quite a few disciples from the Yuan Kingdom are also taking action. The girl's eyes revealed doubt. There have been too many irregularities over this period of time. First, the Yuan Kingdom person named Zhang Yuan Candle made a move and attacked and killed a large number of Qin Kingdom disciples, causing them to do their best to chase and intercept them. But as they fought each other, he gradually felt something was wrong. The man rode a wolf demon all the way forward, never backing up, never covering his tracks, letting the color of blood spread over the jungle. Would such a proud person really do something like sneak attack and kill, instead of being honorable and charging all the way? Brother Ishikawa and Brother Li Jun, are we being used by that imperial daughter as a murderous sword? The girl in the yellow dress, her palms stroking the folds of her shirt, analyzed word for word. For a while, the three celestial pride from the Qin Kingdom all fell silent. For a long time, it was Li Jin, who had a more robust body, who was the first to speak. Sister Yen, it doesn't matter now. Too many people died under that man, and as the sons of the three great immortal clans of the Qin Kingdom, we need to give an explanation to the crowd. On one side, Ishikawa's forehead tapped lightly with a solemn look in his eyes. Sister Yen, as Brother Li said, it no longer matters whether it is right or wrong, or whether it is being used. Zhang Yuan Candle must be beheaded in order to deter those with bad intentions. Lu Yen smiled bitterly. Indeed. Then follow the original ambush plan, but be prepared for that royal daughter. Yes. X2. Kill. Kill. The ancient forest was filled with killing sounds, and all sorts of light was blooming. Eventually it comes to silence. Zhang Yuan Candle stood on the earth. There was no one standing around him, and when he looked down, there were all broken limbs and arms. A subtle aura surged through him at the moment. It was the dominance of not being defeated in 100 battles and having all of one's enemies die. It was the self-confidence of standing here and having everyone flee. For more than 10 days, or plotting, or framing, or ambushing, he pushed his way across the board, not caring about any of it. The blood and bones and killings were turned into sustenance for his growth. As for the rats hiding in the gutter, who didn't even have the courage to stand in front of him, how could they be a threat? Between thoughts, wow, 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 a sound that resembled the flow of water echoed between heaven and earth. 3 channels of light rose from the periphery, connected to each other, dropping channels of white light to cover the sky and the ground, blocking all paths of retreat. Mysterious patterns, as if they were fish, swam under the glow. Formation? Zhang Yuan Candle's arm naturally hung down as he curiously surveyed the surrounding curtain of light covered with patterns. Senior brother, good insight. This is the 3 fierce trapping and killing formation, which was specially prepared for you. Under the flirtatious laughter, a sinister shadow holding a formation flag in one hand slowly stepped out. It was a gorgeous girl in a pale yellow dress, with a seductive air of her own between every move. Along with them came 2 boys, one handsome in a fancy dress, the other in a black power suit. The 2 were also holding formation flags, their eyes filled with killing intent. Zhang Yuan Candle just casually glanced at the 2 before asking the girl once again. The first level of chi practicing can also set up formations? Sister Yen, don't talk nonsense with him, join forces and behead him. Shi Chuan snorted coldly, his Dantian mana surging towards the formation flag. The same is true of Li Jun. Lu Yen regretfully glanced at the slender figure. Senior brother, after you die, the corpse I'll refine into is a bronze-armored corpse. The potential shouldn't be too bad. With that, mana surged towards the formation flag. Almost instantly, the 3 pillars of light dazzled to the extreme, erupting into countless swords of light, killing from all directions, continuous and sharp. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were deep, looking at the lightsabers like falling rain, and he laughed in a low voice. It seems that I will have to wait until you fall to your knees and tell me yourself. The thick water mirror flew out of his arms and hovered above his head, dropping streams of water. The water flows back and forth constantly and protects itself. In the next instant, the light swords that filled the sky had already fallen. Bang, bang, bang. The water curtain kept trembling as the water splashed and seemed like it might collapse at any moment. Even the thick water mirrors were shaking violently, making the sharp sound of metal clashing. However, after all, it blocked the big formation attack. Zhang Yuan Candle, resign yourself to your fate. How long can you resist? The mana, spirit stones, and elixirs that we possess are enough to drain you. Speed up the mana input and destroy his magic weapon. A stern cry was sent into the large formation, but it didn't shake him up inside in the slightest. The palm of his hand was raised, mana surged out, azure light emerged between his 5 fingers, and dots of ice crystals were generated, constantly gathering, deforming, and compressing. Finally, a 3-inch long, crystal clear, crystal-like ice blade appeared. Cold air mixed with sharpness filled the space of the formation. This was the offensive means formed after he fully operated the ice condensation technique. Gentlemen, catch the sword. Arms slightly raised. Fierce, chopping down. Chapter 56, Finally Dare to Face Me Straight? The Imperial Daughter, begs for follow-up reading. Begs for follow-up reading. The light of the blade was splendid, cutting through the sky. The light swords in the sky, one by one, snapped, and the crystalline ice blade chopped on top of the light curtain at extreme speed, buzzing. In an instant, the light curtain flickered erratically, and the three murderous trapped killing formation trembled crazily. The three people presiding over the formation were all tense. Sher Chuan's forehead veins rippled, and his mana tried its best to surge into the formation flag in his palm. At the same time, from his storage bag, he took out the scarlet elixir and stuffed it into his mouth. While swallowing the elixir, he growled at his two companions. Brother Li, Sister Yan, take the forbidden medicine and behead him. At this moment, Lu Yan and Li Jin did not hesitate and immediately took out the scarlet elixir from their arms and swallowed it. A strand of mana surged in the dantian, and the aura of the three of them rose extremely quickly, vaguely about to step into the second level of chi refining. With a large amount of mana pouring into the formation flag, the crazily shaking formation began to calm down, and the broken lightsabers resurfaced. The ice blades were forced back inch by inch, and the swarming lightsabers continued to wipe away the ice crystals on them. Zhang Yuan Candle, award the head. This is where you will be buried. Struggling is useless. I will kill you today. A long whistle echoed through the jungle. Light swords were strewn across the large formation. Ice blades crumbled inch by inch, and crack after crack surfaced in the thick water mirror. At the moment, it was as if he was already wearing a desperate body. Ha! It's just a warm-up. Zhang Yuan Candle laughed lowly, but a hint of seriousness rose in his eyes. Emerald green light rose in the face. Blurring the face, bear-shaped exorcism gradually emerged. Under the mask, there was only a double pupil, clear and demonic. The mana was increasing, the power was climbing, and even the speed had increased slightly. The palm of his hand was raised, and with a five-finger grip, a black iron cone magic weapon emerged. The ebony light flashed as the iron cone mage moved forward. Zhang Yuan Candle's 5 fingers clenched and pulled out of thin air. A long pole made of ice crystals was attached to the spell. In a blink of an eye, a long spear with a magic weapon as the tip and ice crystals as the pole surfaced. Palms clenched around the gun. Stepped, and closed his arms. Suddenly, throw it, boom, ear-piercing sonic booms, interspersed with the breaking sound of lightsabers, echoed through the large formation. The rolling waves of air, carrying the voluminous pieces of light, ruthlessly crashed into the light curtain. In an instant, the great formation began to twist violently. The three people outside the formation were grimacing, bits of blood running down the corners of their mouths as they kept taking out pills and stuffing them towards their mouths. The damage that the forbidden medicine had done to their bodies was something they couldn't care less about at the moment. With the help of the formation, if they couldn't stop the enemy, they would all die here. Strenuously squeezing the last ounce of mana from his dantian, he surged toward the formation flag. It must be blocked. The three of them cried out furiously in their hearts, having long since lost their initial composure. Time passed by. Seeing the large formation that still hadn't been broken open, a smile appeared on every face, their gazes crossing the curtain of light, wanting to see the desperate look on that person's face. They were greeted by a pair of eyes with a playful look. Blast! A soft whisper, not exorbitant, but clear in every ear. In front of the light curtain, the lance, which had already been forced back, swelled up extremely fast, and a crack surfaced at the tip of the lance. The long spear made of magic weapons and ice crystals exploded under the despairing gazes of the three. The light curtain covered with runes instantly tore apart, and countless pieces of magic weapons mixed with ice crystals flew out. The three fierce trapped killing formation, broken open. Whoa! 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 A mouthful of blood was spat out from the mouths of Li Jin and the others. The formation flags in their palms tore, their faces were pale, and even their bodies were constantly shaking. Zhang Yuan Candle, Li Jin hissed, his eyes containing horror. A party of great formations were added, as well as 3 people taking forbidden medicines in a life-threatening manner, and they were actually broken open. Next, big trouble. Before he could think much about it, he saw a slender figure stepping out of the remnant formation against the torrent of energy. Almost instantly, it had arrived in front of him. Kill! Li Jin growled, his already dark face glowing with a metallic luster as he raised his fist forward and blasted out. Body refining secret art? Unfortunately, the skill of killing is too juvenile. Zhang Yuan Candle commented in his mind. The palm of his hand probed out, seemingly slow but actually fast, missing the punch and pressing on the enemy's chest. Dang! Under the metallic roar, its body was like rags, thrown backward. Dust rose in all directions and rolled to the ground, never to move again. Phew! A stream of light came from behind itself, crossing space and chopping towards the neck. Zhang Yuan Candle's head turned slightly to the side, dodging the streams of light. Ice crystals covered his palm, and he casually grabbed it. Zip! 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 The ice crystals on his palm were chipped away by the layers of sword chi, only to be generated at a faster rate. His gaze dropped, looking at the flying sword in his palm, sensing the struggle coming from between his 5 fingers. Turn around. Smilingly, he looked at Ishikawa. Take a step. Wave your arms. Chop. The sword light was matchless, covering tens of meters in a circle and occupying the view of the crowd. I don't know how much time passed before the sword light dispersed. Ishikawa stood frozen in place, looking at the figure wearing a bear-shaped mask, his face filled with bitterness. Opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. The body slowly tilted and collapsed with a loud bang, the head rolling and leaving paths of blood on the earth. At this moment, the only 2 people on the crumbling earth were standing opposite each other. Zhang Yuan Candle carried his flying sword and stepped forward. Tower, tower, tower. The footsteps were crisp, but made Lu Yen stumble back. How ridiculous the once proud mana, origin, and ambition seemed at the moment. Give me a break. I'll do anything you want. To die so undignified? The flat voice made Lu Yen stop the words on her lips alive. The palm of his hand, which had tugged at his shirt, also slowly lowered. Struggling to raise her head, she looked at the approaching figure, knowing that today she would surely die. At the same time, he also clearly felt that the character of the person in front of him would never make a sneak attack and assassination. The other side will only kill openly and honestly. It's Lai Liner. It's Lai Liner who's stirring up trouble, making both of us kill each other. Lu Yen mobilized his Dantian mana and pinched his palms together in a seal. The black coffin in the storage bag flew out and stopped beside him. A rich corpse aura, mixed with a fishy stench, passed between the two. Senior brother, we can join forces to strangle her. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the pitch-black coffin that had appeared and listened to the voice of his enemy in despair. Simply made a simple to the point of simplicity. Swing your sword and chop. Sword light and ice crystals intertwined, filling space and obscuring the sight of living beings. For a moment or an eternity, the light disperses. Lu Yen disappeared, and the pitch-black coffin disappeared with her. Only Zhang Yuanju stood on his sword, looking at the frosty ground and panting heavily. The jade exorcism on the face, slowly hidden. From the storage bag, he took out a spiritual medicine and quickly swallowed it, replenishing the consumed mana. Pop, pop, snap. Senior brother, how fierce. A silhouette strode out from the depths of the jungle with her palms caressing each other. As she stepped forward, her red skirt fluttered like a divine lotus swaying, carrying a temperament that transcended the mundane. The long road rushes and kills, and no one can fight against it. Blood and wreckage spread over the mountains, rivers, and ancient forests. It's worthy of you, Zhang Yuan Candle. The voice was soft, but it contained a piercing killing intent. Zhang Yuan Candle raised his head and looked at the silhouette that arrived with lotus steps, the corners of his mouth grinning with wantonness. Finally, you dare to look me straight in the face, royal daughter. Chapter 57, I never underestimate anyone. Lai Liner, request for catch-up. Pust. The flying sword was drawn and pointed diagonally at the earth. Step forward. 70% mana consumption. Tower. 1 step forward. Mentally exhausted to the core. Tower. Another step was taken. The body is scarred. Tower. Tower. Taking 2 steps in succession. The flying sword slashed out violently. But I can still behead you. The sword light rushed into the sky like a piercing silver dragon, connecting the sky to the earth. Chop me. Come on. Let me see. Lai Liner's eyes were ice cold. Her jade hands joined together and formed an ancient seal. Newbie. 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 A pale firebird, covering the perimeter, circled around the torso. Ancient seals, pushing forward. The pale firebird swelled, covering the long sky as it swooped down. Boom. Stab. The sword light and the flames collided and intertwined. And finally the piercing sword light dispersed. Flocks of firebirds, with blazing heat, killed the front. Boom. 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 Under the deafening roar, an ice-blue figure rushed out from the blazing flames and rushed towards her. Lai Liner's red lips slightly opened and she snorted out a laugh. A familiar trick. The palms of the joined hands parted and lifted abruptly upward. A wall of pale fire rose up and blocked the body. At the same time, the fire bird, which had not yet been exhausted, made a return and pounced towards the ice-blue figure. In a flash of lightning, a series of actions had been completed. Zhang Yuan Candle's brows were lightly furrowed. The enemy's spell attainment was extremely outstanding. Most importantly, his Dantian mana was insufficient, and consuming it was not a wise choice. He needs to get in close and fight to win. Kill. With a loud cry, the searing air trembled. Zhang Yuan Candle's charging speed remained unchanged. His arms raised and his 5 fingers spread out, transforming 8 times in a single breath. With each change, an augur hissed out. Facing the pale wall of fire straight ahead, he suddenly prodded forward. Boom! The wall of fire exploded. Bits of flame scattered and splashed in all directions, leaving scorch marks on the earth. Zhang Yuan candle stride forward. Stride face began to blur. Emerald green bear-shaped exorcism surfaced in the face, comprehensively strengthened their own. The palm covered with ice crystals pressed forward at great speed. The air all exploded in an instant. Ear-piercing sonic booms echoing around the two men's ears. Lai Linner's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Her body was flooded with a bit of divine sunlight, and underneath her white skin, there seemed to be golden light flowing. Facing Zhang Yuan candle's ferocious and extreme palm, there was no escape. Take a step, raise your arm, and punch like a gun. Bang, bang, bang. The two threw 3 lightning-fast punches. At the point of impact, rolling waves of air were generated, blowing up dust in the sky. The earth under his feet also crumbled by inches, and yet no one stepped back a fraction of an inch. At the same time, the firebird made of pale flames was already approaching behind him. With a movement of Zhang Yuan candle's mind, dozens of ice blades appeared from behind his back and chopped at the firebird. Under the intertwining of ice and fire, the ice blade and the firebird were both damned. Cluck cluck cluck. Senior brother Zhang, how much mana is left nowadays? It might still be too late to flee. Under the light laughter like a silver bell, Lai Linner raised her fist forward. At the same time, pale white flames emerged from around his body, charging towards the enemy. Zhang Yuan candle's heavy pupils half narrowed as he stepped, raised his arm, and launched his palm. The fight is unrelenting. Ice and fire were intertwining, fists and palms were colliding, and heavy pupils were entangled with the sight of pale eyes. Blood is also splattering. Violent booms constantly resounded as the rolling chi plowed the earth over and over again. Bang! Another deafening roar. Zhang Yuan candle took the opportunity to leap backward and stopped beside the ancient tree, holding onto the charred black bark and gasping for breath. Lai Linner's veil was stained with blood, but her eyes blazed like never before, and her hands naturally hung down. Compared to her opponent, she was in a state that was way better. Scheming and calculating is also a form of strength. You are too arrogant and confident that you can defeat everything. Today, stay here. I will always remember you. My opponent, Zhang Yuan candle. Between whispers, Lai Linner's lotus steps created a breeze as she headed towards her enemy. Ha! 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 Zhang Yuan candle laughed loudly, a pair of double pupils as bright as a big sun, burning with fiery battle intent. Emerald green exorcism hidden, revealing a pale, but resolute look. Straighten your spine and look at the striding silhouette. How could I, who came from a beggar's background, dare to underestimate anyone, especially someone like you who came from a noble family, the so-called supreme bloodline of the De Yuan royal family? Zhang Yuan candle's palm was raised and pressed against his face. Crimson blood-like light blossomed in his fingers, and a low sigh, as if it were a perpetual chant, emanated slowly. From start to finish, it's because I'm certain of victory. The palm of his hand slipped, and a goat-horned, snake-faced, fang-flared, blood-colored mask shaped like an augur dragon emerged. With 800 miles of mountain and river trials, hordes of ghosts and monsters besieging you, Taoist scriptures and miscellaneous journals to study, and even seeking to teach the demonic beasts, I've created a special technique for you. Its name, boom, boom, boom. The red golden flames rose from his body, but was compressed and deformed by the ice condensation technique, transforming into layers and layers of scales, horns, and pupils of the dragon. Deep in his heart, the tender leaves of the dragon blood spirit wood were placed, gently swaying as a wave of majesty emanated. A terrifying being that horrified the human race was emerging between heaven and earth, with 8 arms to support the sky-red snake Nua face as the head of the augur, the red golden flame as the augur body, with characteristics, majesty as the soul. A red-colored augur dragon surfaced in the middle of the jungle, in front of Lai Linner. Its name, Red Jiao Transformation. Explosive beast roars, carrying indescribable pressure and waves of fire, swept through the 8 directions. In an instant, the pupils of Lai Linner's eyes tightened. Danger! Extremely dangerous. The body instincts, and even the spirit, were sounding the alarm. The steps forward began to retreat. A spell enchanted itself, and a defensive artifact emerged to droop with light. Roar! The reddish-golden dragon shadow, instantly spanning across space. The augur clawed toward the Dao spells, pressing down fiercely. Boom! 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 A defensive spell broke open and a magic weapon exploded. Lai Linner's eyes were grave to the extreme as she mustered her mana and raised her fist to the sky. Kill! Boom! The woman stumbled back, the color of blood encroaching on her veil. Zhang Yuan candle's heavy pupils were cold. His body was like a dragon, killing out again without giving the enemy any respite. Boom boom boom. A claw and a fist, the two constantly collided. Every punch, every claw was done with extreme strength, wanting to cut down the opponent. At this moment, at this time, the two of them fought to the point of insanity. Scarlet and scale armor kept falling. With 18-hole probing claws, Zhang Yuan Candle snapped his fist blade and grabbed between his eyebrows. At this moment liner veil has long been in the collision generated under the strong wind off, revealing the real face. The nose is straight, the red lips stained with blood, the shellfish teeth are like jade. There is the appearance of the city and the country. The beauty is like a dream. Her eyes, once blazing like fire, were full of disillusionment and frustration. Staring tightly at the rapidly approaching auger head, it seemed that he could penetrate through the layers of scales and see the double pupils. Bang! At the moment when the scaly dragon's claw was about to pierce into Lai Liner's brow, a talismanic seal engraved with densely packed lines emerged from between her eyebrows, blocking the dragon's claw. The rune seal exploded and divine light bloomed, enveloping his entire body as he transformed into a rainbow light and vanished into the distance. Zhang Yuan Candle, I've lost, but the path of immortal cultivation has only just begun. The woman's figure disappeared, and the only imperceptible murmur echoed through the jungle. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the disappearing rainbow light with a cold gaze. What victory or defeat? I only want you to die. With the force of his feet, he leapt up and chased after the rainbow light. Chapter 58, Royal Daughter, Father and Mother. Not long after Zhang Yuan Candle had left the jungle, a figure with a strong body stumbled and stood up. Lesion covered his chest. Sensing the sunken chest, his gaze dropping down, looking at the scorch marks, pieces of magic weapons, and the wreckage all over the ground, crying and laughing. Sister Yen, Brother Sure, you all died, and I was the only one who survived. I will give you an explanation. Sadness mixed with choked sobs filled the jungle. The body swayed forward and disappeared. Boom! Rumble! Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder flickered erratically. In the ancient forest, two figures were rapidly exchanging blows, and every collision came with a roar that was no weaker than thunder. The red-golden flames intertwined and coiled with the pale white flames, finally canceling each other out. Boom! Boom! The sound of thunder and the sound of flesh colliding nearly merged into one, indistinguishable from each other. All that could be seen was a silhouette stumbling backward, blood dripping continuously. Zhang Yuan Candle. There was a hint of imperceptible desperation in the hoarse voice. Defeat after defeat, retreat after retreat. It had long ago shattered the pride in Lai Liner's heart. She was no match for that person. And the countless secret techniques, spells, and magic weapons were still no match for her opponent. Right now, he only wanted to return to Thousand Soldiers Peak alive. A talisman seal flew out from the center of his eyebrow, wisps of light blooming and wrapping around his entire body, turning into a rainbow light and fleeing once again. Zhang Yuan Candle pressed against the trees, panting heavily, looking at the direction where the rainbow light had vanished, but the killing chance in his eyes blazed to the extreme. Taking out the elixir from his bosom and swallowing it, he began to chase after them. Now that we have one, let's turn the win into a death sentence for the enemy. He didn't believe that Lai Liner could keep running away. The talisman seal would always run out. Boom! Another lightning bolt flashed across the firmament, illuminating the jungle. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The rain dripped down and gradually doused the burning flames, leaving only a charred, tattered mess. It was a harrowing chase. Zhang Yuan Candle didn't give his foe half a chance to catch his breath, caught up in the grassland, and exchanged blows with all their might. And in the end, Lai Liner spilled blood on the earth, almost being split open alive, and escaping with her life. He had also fought on the banks of a great river and nearly severed his head, but he was protected from life by a precious medicine and escaped by means of a talisman. He had also fought for his life in the most treacherous canyon, with the fist blade piercing his chest, only to be shielded once again by a secret treasure and make a hasty escape. Defeat, defeat, still defeated. Whether you're caught up in a fight or you're planning an ambush, greeted only by defeat and deepening injuries. She was at the limit of her torso and spirit, on the verge of collapse. Her precious medicines, talismans, and magic weapons were consumed in the fight. It's good thing. It's a good thing I'm escaping to Thousand Soldiers Peak. The bloodstained Lai Liner raised her head, ignoring the scattered disciples in the surrounding area, and looked at the mountains and rivers that were not far away and high in the clouds, and a trace of hope welled up in her numb eyes. Zhang Yuan Candle, I am no match for you, but on the path of immortal cultivation, I will definitely go farther because your way forward is blocked. Thoughts welled up in his mind. Tower, tower, tower. But with the unusually familiar sound of footsteps, it dissolved into a heartfelt shudder. The man came after us. The feet fired and ran forward with all their might. The Dan Tian, which had been squeezed to its limit, once again gushed out a trace of mana toward the body. It made her faster, a little faster. Zhang Yuan Candle stepped out from behind the mountain rocks and looked at the running and fleeing imperial daughter. the corners of his mouth slightly raised with wantonness. At this moment, the white robe had long turned into a red robe, drenched in blood. Even the hair had a thick bloody odor, unusually wretched. However, that double pupil was bright to the extreme, as if flames were burning in it. A dark light blossomed in his palm, and a black iron cone spell emerged, the last of the set. With a thought, 5 fingers clenched out of thin air and pulled gently. The ice crystals condensed into a spear shaft, which was attached on top of an iron cone, forming a long spear. The palm of his hand clenched the lance and was about to throw it. Zhang Yuan Candle, you are looking for death. A furious roar emanated from the 1,000-soldier peak, resounding through the heavens and the earth. A young man with a handsome face wearing a white cloud Taoist robe and a cloud-patterned Taoist crown stood on top of a mountain. Mana, like clouds and mist, surfaced on the body, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Let his highness leave, and thou shalt bow in thanks. The indifferent voice, mixed with a drift, came out again. Zhang Yuan Candle's head was slightly tilted to the side as he looked at the figure that never made a move, and a hint of realization passed through his eyes. Straddle, lean back, arms slightly tucked. Zhang Yuan Candle, as a member of the Yuan kingdom, do you want to disobey the most noble bloodline? Zhang Yuan Candle's expression remained unchanged as all of his remaining mana surged into the spear. An azure light blossomed from the ice spear, gorgeous and fascinating. Senior brother Zhang, as long as you stop, everything will be revealed. The mist surrounding the youth's side trembled violently, and a soft voice slowly came out. As the Grand Master of the Primordial Cloud Dharma Vessel, he had been ordered by his master to come and preside over the Primordial Cloud Dharma Vessel's disciple recruitment, as well as the corresponding scheming. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. If it wasn't for the restriction of the 800-mile mountain river trial rules that any violator would be killed, he would have shot the disobedient generation at the bottom of the mountain. The only thing that responded to his voice was the ice spear that cut through the sky. Nearly instantly, the ice lance had crossed the mountains and rivers, resting against Lai Liner's back. Jab! Blood splattered. Red dress stained with blood. The running silhouette, as if it were a bird with broken wings, was nailed to the earth. Lai Liner slumped to the ground, sensing the sharp pain in her chest. A hint of relief surfaced in her numb eyes. It's finally over. Unfortunately, until his death, he had not joined the layout of the successive generations of ancestors. I'm sorry, father and mother. A figure was crossing in his mind, finally stopping at a figure wearing a bloody robe and a sword, always resolute and decisive. Chang Yuan Candle. A low sigh of mixed emotions drifted through the air. The tip of the gun, which pierced the chest, cracked open, and light bloomed from it, followed by blow up, boom. Strong power tore through the torso, and blazing flames devoured the remnants of the body. In an instant, the great Yuan imperial daughter disappeared into the earth, and the only thing in place was the rising dust and pits. Zhang Yuan Candle's arm retracted, blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth, and his body was even shaking, seemingly about to collapse to the ground. The self-explosion of the sacrificial artifact shook him to the core, especially when the oil runs out. It's almost the last straw that breaks the camel's back, but no matter what, it was he who got the final victory in the end. The corners of his mouth lifted with pleasure. Zhang Yuan Candle, you deserve to die. The voice of violent anger mixed with piercing killing intent echoed between heaven and earth. The youth shrouded in clouds and mist no longer seems to be concerned about the rules. Taking half a step out of the 1,000 soldiers' peak, boom! The sword light that connected the sky to the earth fell from the firmament, instantly chopping away the clouds and mist and cutting off half of its hemline. At the same time, an ice-cold and emotionless voice reached the ears of the crowd. The primordial cloud Dharma Chakra lie balance, violating the rules set by the immortal Soldier Valley's 7 great Dharma Chakras together. Take another half step forward. Chop. Chapter 59. Whoever kills Zhang Yuan Candle will be rewarded with a top-grade magic weapon and given resources for practicing the 12th level of Qi. Zhang Yuan Candle's head lifted up, looking straight into those astonished eyes, and let out a low laugh. The strict master was right in his telling. Immortal Soldier Valley is a side door rather than a magic door. You can undermine and victimize your own disciples, and even vicious competition, but you can never kill with your hands within the rules in a fair and square manner. And a weapon forged jointly by the 7 Great Dao veins is the most favorable safeguard for the rules. In this way, it was the backbone of Zhang Yuan Candle's actions. After all, what he had done was within the rules and had not violated any of them. In the middle of his thoughts, he took a step towards the 1,000 soldiers' peak. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice came out from the mountains and rivers, echoing in the long sky. For this trial, whoever beheads Zhang Yuan Candle will be admitted to the primordial cloud Dharma vein, bestowed with a top-grade Dharma artifact, and fully cultivated to the 12th level of Qi cultivation. Boom! Soundless thunder resounded in the heartlands of the many disciples at the bottom of the mountain. A single figure looked greedily at the teenager who was walking shakily. The resources of the 12th level of Qi cultivation, the top-grade magic weapons, just one of them could make a person fight for his life. Not to mention two of them together. Kill him and there will be no worries before foundation establishment. How much strength does he have left when he's wobbling when he walks? The immortal path is only contested. How can we miss such an opportunity? Someone whistled long and blatantly. The earth thorns with a chilling light protruded from the ground and stabbed out at great speed. There were also fireballs that surfaced and attacked with blazing temperatures. With a thought, Zhang Yuan Candle replaced the golden flame seal with an order to welcome the soldiers. Characteristic, nurture body instantly activates. A stream of warmth surging out towards all parts of the body, moisturizing the nearly depleted body. He spread his arms wide and fought for the last vestiges of his remaining strength. Punch! Earth spikes snapped and fireballs exploded. The arms were like two guillotine blades, carrying the violent roar of the air as they slashed through the two figures at extreme speed. Bang! Bang! Heads tossed off, blood spurting down their necks. The two wrecks collapsed helplessly to the earth. Zhang Yuan Candle sidestepped, his eyes looking indifferently at the crowd of disciples that had closed in on him. At this moment, greed and fear were intertwined in their eyes. Zhang Yuan Candle ignored the crowd and stepped forward. His footsteps were not hurried and he just approached the 1,000 soldiers' peak step by step. One disciple retreated, but never dispersed his encirclement, his eyes glancing at the perimeter from time to time, expecting someone to take the lead. As Zhang Yuan Candle got closer and closer to the 1,000 soldiers' peak, the disciples' expressions became more and more agitated, and the mana in their dantian was stirring, could strike at any time. A girl stood outside the many disciples. She had a head of black hair, her eyes were dynamic, containing a bit of starlight, shining with a charming luster. This was a woman not inferior to Lai Liner, and at this moment, she looked at Zhang Yuanju, who was surrounded in the center, with some tangles in her eyes. If I had known that he was so capable of causing trouble, I shouldn't have traded with the Dao trial peak in the first place. But, if I make a move, it's bound to attract the attention of many Dharma veins. If you don't make a move, the matter of senior sister will be troublesome. Various thoughts surfaced from Qin Yuyao's mind. In the end it all dissolved into a soft sigh. A light halo emerged from her body, setting her off like a fairy in the dust. Lotus steps forward, gentle voice, echoing in the crowd. Senior brothers and sisters, is it too much to surround and kill one person with such disregard for their faces? The girl pushed aside the crowd and came to Zhang Yuan Candle's side as a holy light bloomed, containing a power that was difficult to resist, causing one disciple after another to retreat. The two stood side by side, facing many disciples directly. Zhang Yuan Candle's head was slightly tilted to the side as he looked at the girl on the side, a little ripple setting off in the depths of his eyes. He recognized the other party as the person who had given the dragon's blood spirit wood from the trial Dao peak. Is it because of the deal? Not being able to think about it, his pace quickened and he took big strides towards the 1,000 soldiers' peak. And at this moment, the cold, ethereal voice, once again, fell from the mountains. Female child, are you going to make an enemy of the primordial cloud Dharma vein and harbor a murderer? It is the senior brother who has gone too far. Our trials live and die by our fate. As the senior brother, is it that you want us to stick our necks out to be slaughtered? Or is it that the identity and mundanity can still be brought into cultivation? Qin Yuyao smiled lightly, like the sunlight that sprinkled down, warm and soft, between her lotus steps. She was already less than 100 meters away from the 1,000 soldiers' peak. Junior, shark teeth. A sneer was a response to the girl, and then there was no more sound. During this time, the two of them took one step forward and eventually stepped out of the Dao peak. Exhale. Qin Yuyao breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. It was best if she didn't make a move, lest she be detected as different. The petite body was slightly sideways and was about to speak. Instead, he realized that the other party was scanning the surrounding area for one departing figure, seemingly bearing something in mind. Brother Zhang, what are you looking at? Remember some people so that you don't forget later, Zhang Yuan Candle explained. It was only after a moment that he turned his gaze to the girl with a solemn expression. Thanks for the help. No matter what the other person's intentions were, help was help, and he could tell the difference. Without the other party standing at his side, even with the characteristics nourishing his body, he wouldn't necessarily be able to step into the 1,000 soldier peak. Just don't forget the agreement, Qin Yuyao whispered softly, then took a step to leave. The two sides are not on the same path after all, and there is no need to have too many interactions. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the other party's departing silhouette and shook his head without further thought. The most important thing he needed to do now was to recover his injuries. The pace stumbled forward, and soon a bundled-haired young man in a Taoist robe came into view. A large number of disciples had gathered in front of the Dao-robed teenager and were registering their respective information. Zhang Yuan Candle recalled the process of the strict teacher's teaching. Finding a quiet place, he sat down on the side, took out spiritual medicine and demonic beast meat from his arms, and swallowed them in large mouthfuls. The intestines and stomach squirmed, digesting the blood, flesh, and elixir, and a stream of warmth went toward the circumference, repairing the depleted flesh. At the same time, the 5 viscera trembled and strands of mana surfaced in the dantian. Little by little, time passed, and the surrounding disciples kept coming and going, mostly just glancing at Zhang Yuan Candle. Then he continued to register his information and headed for the peak. The 800 miles of mountains and rivers were vast, with numerous peaks scattered all over the place, and the name of Zhang Yuan Candle was only known by the disciples who arrived first. More disciples, in fact, were not aware of it. I don't know how much time had passed, but an inquiry came from beside his ear. Your Excellency, may I register my information and go up the mountain? Zhang Yuan Candle's closed eyes opened and looked at the young Taoist. At the moment, there were no more disciples in the vicinity except for himself. He stood up, his palms smoothing the folds of his coat hem. Register. Your Excellency, the rule should know that the more detailed the information registered, the greater the likelihood of being valued by the many Dharma veins. Of course, feel free, after all, the 36 Dharma veins on the 1,000-soldier peak. But they all saw the scene where you shot the great Yuan royal family with a single shot. The young Taoist laughed. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was expressionless as he whispered, begin. Name, Zhang Yuan Candle. Soon a jade slip with only a name appeared in his palm. Holding the jade slip, he stepped onto the ladder and headed for the top of the mountain. Before he could take a few steps, a young man wearing a white cloud Taoist robe and a cloud-patterned Taoist crown with a handsome face appeared in the field of vision. The other party relied on an ancient pine. The corner of his mouth raised in a ferocious smile as he quietly looked at him. Lai Hong had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 60, we'll see you in the Chor Cloud Dharma vein. Master Zhang. Zhang Yuan Candle. Lai Hong stuttered with a single word, and an extremely powerful aura rose up. It was like a tumbling and unpredictable dark cloud, carrying a thunderous fury. An indescribable pressure poured down. It caused Zhang Yuan Candle's body to instinctively tremble. His mana was stagnant, and his soul began to be confused. Soon, however, he forced his instincts to be suppressed and allowed his shell to regain its composure. The head was raised and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised with wantonness. Elder Li Hong, I don't know what's the matter. Please speak up. Straight talk? Ha ha ha. What a straight talk. You don't even know what kind of power you've touched. Lai Heng's spine straightened and his palm lightly tapped the ancient pine. Boom! The thick trees instantly exploded, and all the wood chips turned into powder as they flew out. I'll see you in the primordial cloud Dharma vein. Senior brother Zhang. Before the words could float down, Lai Hong had already turned around and headed towards the top of the mountain, and where no one was observing, a wisp of breath was taken into Liu Hong's palm under the cover of the roiling powder. With a single step, his figure disappeared. The only thing left was powder all over the ground, flying in the wind. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at Lai Heng's departing direction with a calm expression, not much fluctuation in his heart. When he refused Lai Linner's solicitation, or when Lai Mang refused to apologize, he was already prepared to face many enemies. Either you step on corpses and bones to ascend to the top, or you are transformed into a corpse by the side of the road to seek the way. But the enemy is here just to terrorize? Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his brows, checking his body once more to make sure there were no problems before picking up the steps. When he reached a third of the way up the mountain, a blinding white light caught his attention. It was a flat clearing, and the bright orb of light, hanging high above, cast rays of light that drove the darkness away, one after another. The children were sitting in the open space, with all sorts of spiritual medicines, beast skins, and demon meat in front of them. Brother Zhang, this is a place where many disciples who participated in the trial spontaneously organized a trading place, exchanging their own useless things for resources that are beneficial to cultivation. The voice came from behind. A figure wearing a Great Dao robe walked out from the bottom of the mountain and came beside him. Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his eyebrows as he looked at some self-conscious boys. The other party's face was ordinary, but revealed a grace and splendor. Since your excellency knows about me and still dares to stand shoulder to shoulder with me, you're not afraid of offending the primordial cloud lineage. My name is Zhao Jianyan, and I come from the Qin Kingdom's royal family. The gray-robed disciple opened his mouth. A simple sentence that has come to mean so much. Before waiting for Zhang Yuanju to reply, the gray-robed disciple stepped forward and walked into the crowd. The only thing that rang out beside his ears was an imperceptible voice. This time, all the Dharma veins are recruiting. If Brother Zhang has no place to go, he might as well join the spirit-eating Dharma vein. Of course, the children of the Li, Sure, and Lu clans in the Dharma vein need to be dealt with by Brother Zhang himself. Zhang Yuan Candle's heavy pupils half narrowed as he looked at his departing back thoughtfully. There weren't many Qiangua disciples he had killed in this trial, and the other party would be kind enough to let himself join the appropriate Dharma vein. Zhang Yuan Candle carried vigilance in his heart, but all of these things were going to be backwards. What was most needed now was to completely repair the injuries and regain energy to deal with the Dharma vein recruitment in a few days. In the middle of his thoughts, he stepped forward and crossed the many crowds to a residential area. A small number of stone houses were shrouded by formations, indicating that they were inhabited and prevented from being disturbed. Holding the jade slip that symbolized his identity, Zhang Yuan Candle walked towards a remote place and soon stopped in front of a stone house. The palm of his hand probed out. The jade slip was inserted into the formation eye, and another 10 or so spirit coins were thrown into the perimeter. In an instant, the formation opened and light rose up to envelop the house. Although it was only a basic formation without much defense, it was enough to make him relax a bit inside. Crunch! Push open the door to the room. A stone bed and a futon came into view. Stepping in, he closed the door to the room and sat directly in the corner. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep, breathing heavily. The entire body, every inch of muscle, sinew, and bone, transmitted exhaustion. Since stepping into the 800 miles of mountains and rivers, he had either been killing or pursuing, fighting bloody battles and fighting for his life along the way. He had reached his limit both physically and mentally, and this kind of exhaustion could by no means be recovered from half a day's meditation in front of the stone steps. All he wanted to do was lean against the wall, think about nothing, not practice, and relax for a moment. Time passes and the night deepens. The stonehouse gasped violently and gradually regained its stability, until the bright moon was in the sky and the silver glow passed through the formation and fell into the stonehouse. Zhang Yuan Candle's closed eyes only opened. Jab! The void was white, as if a sword light had cut through the stonehouse and overpowered the moonlight. His eyes were deep, sensing the unrecovered injuries carefully. From the storage bag, he took out the corresponding spirit medicine and swallowed it. After that, his palm probed out and gently waved, and one magic weapon fell to the ground. There were lower-grade magic artifact thick water mirrors that were dented in the center and torn at the mirror's edges, and had been completely abandoned. There was also the grayish-green sun furnace, and a flying sword. This was the only remaining magic weapon besides the Xianshui ruler and golden flame seal that needed to be palmed. He should have had more to gain. The 3 sons of the cultivation family who set up the big formation to surround and kill him in the first place were worth a lot of money. Unfortunately, because Lai Liner appeared, there was no time to take the storage bag away, and in the end, I don't know who it was cheaper. That is to say, a fight, less magic weapon thick water mirror, more a flying sword. No profit, no loss. In between thoughts, Zhang Yuan Candle's palm probed out, holding the flying sword and observing it. The hilt of the sword is pitch black and engraved with unknown patterns, and the blade is snow white and bright. Fronting, the empty palm probed out, knuckles slightly curved and flicked. Clang, clang, sword roars resounded through the stonehouse, and a sword mark surfaced above the ground. What a mouthful of flying swords. When you follow me from now on, you will be called the Snake Chopper Sword. Zhang Yuan Candle sighed out in admiration. A little awkward to use compared to a knife, but acceptable. I don't know if I have, trait. With anticipation in his heart, he moved his thoughts and the flying sword in his palm disappeared. In the depths of his heart, the 7-treasure wonderful tree gently shook, and on a green leaf, the blood-red spirit would disappeared and transformed into a flying sword. The mirror surface interwoven with red and blue divine light also changed a little. Avatar Master, Zhang Yuan Candle. Palmistry, Level 1, Snake Chopper Sword, Characteristics, Sharp. Level 1, Xianshui Ruler, Characteristics, Brute Force. Level 1, Order of Welcoming Soldiers, Characteristics, Nurturing the Body. Realm, First Level of Chi Practice, 96. 25%. Technique, 5 Tibetans lead ice to transform Yuan Gong. Blazing Young True Fire Record. Techniques, Exorcising Sorcery. Qi Jiao Change. Characteristics, Sharpness. Zhang Yuan Candle muttered, looking at his palm as if he had sensed something. 5 fingers spread out, slowly approaching the floor. Stab. X5. Without any mana or power, the hard lapis lazuli floor, as if it were tofu, was easily sliced through. His eyes were inexplicable, and his palms lifted to look at the 5 neat cuts on the floor. A judgment was made. Brute force, might, and sharpness are all characteristics of offense in combat. In that case, it seems that the thick water mirror exchanged for the Snake Chopper Sword is still a profit. Soon, however, he cast his attention to the realm. Chapter 61 Breakthrough. Breakthrough. After stepping into the 800-mile mountain, although time was running out, with the assistance of the elixir, Zhang Yuan Candle was able to walk to the final stage of the first level of Qi cultivation. In 2 days at most, he would be able to step into the second level of chi practicing. But all of the above is not the biggest takeaway. A thought. Ice blue light bloomed before his eyes, and instantly ice blades formed and shifted continuously as they did so. At times it turned into an ice ball, at times it formed a snowflake, and finally it transformed into a flying swallow. The ice swallow hovers on its side, performing a variety of difficult maneuvers. Ice condensation. Zhang Yuan Candle muttered. His palm probed out, and the ice swallow fell onto his fingers and slowly dispersed, constantly killing each other. The use of artistry became more refined, and was nearing the formation of art patterns. Whether it was a realm breakthrough or the formation of art patterns, it was just these few days. All sorts of distracting thoughts, surfacing in the mind, were finally chopped away one by one. Zhang Yuan Candle made a decision, cultivating the ice condensation technique at full strength, followed by the blazing young true fire record. Strive to both complete the breakthrough and obtain more options in the Dharma vein selection in 5 days. Without further hesitation, his palm probed out and operated the ice condensation technique. The vastness of the desert was filled with demonic aura and yellow sand. A gray shadow was flying rapidly through the yellow sand in the sky. As time passes, the desert fades away and the parched earth emerges. And as the gray shadows moved forward, greenery began to appear. And there were also corpses up to 100 meters or 1,000 meters high piled up on the earth, randomly placed. Suddenly, the gray shadow moving forward at breakneck speed stopped. Look up, look at the sky. It was an indescribable broken wall, tens of thousands of feet high, straight into the sky, stretching for millions of miles of mountains and rivers. It was like an iron curtain running across heaven and earth, blocking before the vast desert. Ancient cliff mountain. I'm here, Gray Shadow muttered. Her gaze crossed the broken wall and she vaguely saw a palace shrouded in clouds and mist, standing on the cliff face. The palace was vague, but revealed a sense of suppressing the 8 wastelands in vastness. The Gray Shadow merely glanced at it before withdrawing his gaze and looking in another direction. So it's in the immortal Soldier Valley. In an indifferent voice, the Gray Shadow made a turn and disappeared. At this moment, in the middle of the broken wall palace, an old Taoist snapped his eyes open and looked down the cliff. Concealed from the great formation perception. Another new trick of the demon? It seems that the formation, once again, has to be strengthened. Immortal Soldier Valley. 1,000 Soldier Peak. 4 days had passed since Zhang Yuan Candle had gone up the mountain. In these 4 days, he sat on the roof during the day to cultivate his gongfu, and at night, he fully cultivated the ice condensation technique. The night was cool, and in the trading area, one disciple was buying and selling spiritual objects. From time to time, people cast their eyes on the housing area. They gaze with malice, curiosity, or gloating. As time festered, the disciples who came to the 1,000 Soldiers Peak all knew that a beggar named Zhang Yuan Candle had beheaded the Yuan Kingdom's royal noble daughter. Outside the 1,000 Soldiers Peak, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's Dharma vein selection. I think it will be extremely interesting. The primordial cloud Dharma vein will definitely carry out the most brutal retaliation. That beggar is dead, but a rotten life. The royal daughter to kill. Let kill. Struggle what? The many disciples' comments were all warded off by the formation. Zhang Yuan Candle sat on the futon, looking at the well-behaved ice wolf in front of him, joy flashing in his eyes. Ow! The ice wolf growled low and licked at his legs and feet. Every move carried a spirituality that the usual spells did not. The last step of the art pattern condensation. He took it. With a thought, the ice wolf dispersed and Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes closed with it. Dantian in the red gold manna, such as clouds floating, a black bear and a red snake sitting on both sides of the clouds, constantly gulping purified manna. At the same time a golden rune flowed through the manna with an inexplicable Dao rhythm. Is this the art pattern? Zhang Yuan Candle muttered. The moment the ice condensation technique was refined once more, the technique pattern was born naturally. He clearly perceived that after this, the ice condensation technique was activated without the need to think any longer, turning into instinct, as if his eyes were opened and his arms were raised. But, Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his eyebrows. When the art pattern was born, his body felt a great oppression that was a pressure on the flesh, blood, sinews, and bones. This is still his feeling after swallowing a large number of demonic beast meat, elixir, and Nuwa face refining body. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have directly exploded or his dantian would have shattered. Zhang Yuan Candle opened his closed eyes, his heavy pupils revealing thoughts. It seemed that in the future, it would be necessary to seek out a body refining technique for himself. However, this matter would be discussed after joining the Dharma vein, and the next matter was the most important. Zhang Yuan Candle raised his head and looked through the window at the bright moon in the night. There's still some time to go. There's no rush. The palm of his hand probed out and his fingertips slid up on the ground. A single name floated across the floor, Scorched Sun. Cthulhu, Chifa. The finger paused and wrote the word Spirit Eater again. The first three are the best choices for joining the Dharma vein tomorrow, and the Spirit Eater Dharma vein is a last resort. One can't really join the primordial cloud lineage. Of course, he knew that Lai Hang and even the primordial cloud's lineage were bound to have made all sorts of restrictions and initiatives. Let him be compelled to move forward in accordance with its ideas. But he was never a sitting duck. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the handwriting on the ground as thousands of distracting thoughts surfaced in his mind. A moment later, with a wave of the palm of his hand, the handwriting was then erased. He leaned leisurely against the wall, his body relaxing and adjusting itself to its best condition. Time passes by, the bright moon sets and the sunrise will rise. Zhang Yuan Candle stood up violently, walked out of the room, took down the jade slip at the eye of the formation, and leapt onto the roof. And the great day is, at this moment, rising. A ray of golden radiance pierces the clouds and spills into the infinite light. Zhang Yuan Candle stood on the roof, his arms spread out, and he ran the blazing young true fire record with all his might. In an instant, countless golden lights were dropping down from the dome of the sky, setting it off as heroic and extraordinary. A gaze arrived from all directions, either appalled, surprised, or grave. The sound of surging mana, mixed with the sound of chi and blood surging, echoed around the ears of one disciple after another. His aura continued to climb. Rolling waves of air carried flames that made people unable to retreat, their gazes still dead set on the teenager. He's breaking through. Zhang Yuan Candle breaks through again. Breaking. Under the gaze of a large number of disciples, the breakthrough was completed. Declaring his potential to the 1,000-soldier peak's 36 Dharma veins made them willing to risk their lives for him, willingly offending the primordial cloud Dharma vein and accepting himself. This was his way of breaking the situation. The Dantian mana surged, drawing in rays of great sunlight until the limit, and even beyond the limits. Click! The invisible shackles broke open. The mana in the Dantian climbed once again, and the flesh, blood, bones, and sinews all began to metamorphose. Countless golden lights swarmed towards it as if they possessed consciousness. This moment is like the descent of a great sun. 1,000 soldiers peak. 36 Taoists, standing at various places on the mountaintop. Their gazes drooped as they looked at the figure under the light. Their expressions varied as they pondered whether the promise made by the primordial cloud Dharma vein was worth giving up such a disciple. Gentlemen, are you not going to break your vows? An ice-cold voice was delivered on the 1,000 soldiers peak. At this moment, however, no one gave an accurate answer. The only thing that came out was an inexplicable whisper. I saw the undisguised art patterns in that mana. Chapter 62, Scorched Young Dharma Vein? The reddish golden light dispersed, and a slender figure appeared. Zhang Yuan Candle was clad in a dark red blood robe with a flying sword at his waist, his gaze dropping down as he looked down at the many disciples. The brutal, fiery gaze, which was like a blazing flame burning, caused one disciple after another to misplace their eyes for it. Not daring to meet its gaze, he laughed out softly, with reckless abandon, leaping down from the roof in a single bound. Striding forward, one by one, the disciples consciously retreated and made way. At this moment, at this time, not one of them dares to talk about it anymore. Zhang Yuan Candle picked up the steps and headed towards the top of the mountain one step at a time. The many disciples were silent, and only dared to raise their heads after the other party had moved away, gazing at their blurred backs. At this moment, they finally realized why a beggar could decapitate a royal noblewoman. That's the kind of massive pressure that can only be experienced by facing each other straight on. Zhang Yuan Candle's hands hung down naturally, and a pair of double pupils observed the surroundings. An incense burner. He stepped to the top of the mountain. A powerful figure came into view. Or spooky, or explosive, or ethereal. The entire 36 figures stood in various places, and they sat on top of the jade platform, looking down on the many disciples who had come. Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his brows as he carefully observed the 36 jade platforms. The jade platforms were of different colors, and were also inscribed with different patterns, and the meanings contained in these patterns were imprinted into the heart by merely observing a glance. Those were the names of the major Dharma veins, the feats and techniques they specialized in, and the requirements for recruiting disciples. Zhang Yuan Candle slowly stepped forward and stopped before a yellow jade platform, looking at the lines on it. In an instant, the message is reflected in the heart. Corpse Refining Dharma Vein, specializing in the refining of all kinds of bizarre corpses, and can finally cross over to Foundation establishment with the help of the most evil and mean corpse chi. Anyone above the lower C root bone can join this Dharma chakra. Zhang Yuan Candle looked up, looking at the yellow jade stage figure, the other body hunched over under the corpse fog, only a pair of yellow eye pupils, looking down at him. For eyes, without any words, Zhang Yuan Candle has already clear each other choice. Stepping away, he walked towards the next jade platform. denial, rejected, still refusing. Those with a slightly better attitude say nothing, while those with a worse attitude sneer and sneer. Until a jade platform as blue as the sea appeared in view. A middle-aged Taoist on the jade platform, clad in feathered clothes and wearing a star crown, revealed a friendly smile. At the same time, the information belonging to the Dharma chakra was quickly mirrored in the heartland. Vast ocean Dharma vein, specializing in all kinds of water and yin attribute spells, can utilize the softest water essence of heaven and earth to condense the Taoist foundation and cross into the foundation establishment realm. Those who join the Dharma vein require a B-grade water attribute root bone. Little friend, if there is no choice, the vast ocean lineage is willing to provide shelter. A gentle voice, directly in the head. Zhang Yuan Candle looked up in shock. He did not recognize the other party, and even the name of his Dharma vein was only known now. Is it a matter of looking at his potential? Or, the Taoist contained a smile and a gentle expression as he once again transmitted his voice. An old friend has instructed that the vast sea lineage is willing to retreat. But Kangwu, Thousand Laws, and Scorched Sun are the best choices for you. Zhang Yuan Candle's expression tightened and his forehead lightly nodded. Unconsciously, I think of the strict teacher on the peak of the path. He had always been a loner, which meant that he had a good relationship with his strict teacher, a teacher who had mentored him on many occasions. Exhale. After figuring out the details, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The vast sea Dharma vein can be a real retreat. Step forward and continue observing, adding a touch of calmness to your heart. After that, what greeted Zhang Yuan Candle was still rejection. The Kangwu Dharma vein is a sword cultivator, and with its root and bone it is not consistent with a direct refusal. Thousand Laws Dharma vein. The old Taoist sitting on the jade platform just casually glanced at him, threw down a sentence, and waved his hand for him to leave. This is not the devil's sect. The heart is so cool and intense that I don't want it in the Thousand Laws lineage. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was calm as he continued to head to the other Dharma veins. It finally stopped in front of a crimson jade platform. Lai Hung, who was sitting on a pure white jade platform in the distance, watched Zhang Yuan Candle's halted pace, and the corners of his mouth hooked up, revealing a hint of a meaningful smile. Scorched Sun Dharma Pulse. Zhang Yuan Candle murmured in his heart, receiving the information transmitted from the jade platform's ripples. Proficient in all kinds of fire attribute spells, magic weapon casting, after the 12th level of chi refining can draw on the true fire of the sun, and has a chance of casting medium-grade Dioji. Scorching Sun Dharma vein joining requirements, A-grade fire attribute roots and bones, fair attainments in spells, and fleshly body condensing divine sunlight. If you have all three, you can join. Each of these conditions is very demanding, and Zhang Yuanju happens to meet them all. Raising his head, he looked at the red-clothed youth sitting on the jade platform. Senior, I wish to enter the Scorched Sun Dharma vein. Zhang Yuan Candle did not cover up and was straightforward. The red-clothed youth's gaze dropped, his crimson blood-like pupils, quietly looking at the slender figure under the jade platform. A powerful aura, unintentionally pouring down. The surrounding disciples couldn't stop their bodies from trembling. On the other hand, Zhang Yuan Candle did not change in the slightest and looked upward with his head held high. Grade A fire attribute root bone? A lower fire attribute root bone. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm probed out, and a touch of qi and blood divine sunlight surged out, brilliant and fiery. As he moved, slender fire snakes emerged between his fingers and palms, traveling ever upward along his arms. Fire attribute spells, flesh strength, disciples are all accomplished. Thou meets the requirements of the Scorched Yang Dharma vein. The red-clothed youth nodded, but a trace of pity flashed in the depths of his eyes, palm outstretched, claiming the jade slip that symbolized his identity. Bring the jade slip and record it into the Dharma disc. From now on you are my senior brother. Master Yen had recounted that the Dharma disc was a symbol of the Dharma chakra, and that only when a disciple's information was entered into it would it represent that the disciple was a person of this Dharma chakra. The young man in red demanded it, as it should have been. However, Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his eyebrows, feeling a hint of twinge. It was too smooth. Since the beginning, the primordial cloud Dharma vein had not made any moves. So much like a spectator of a Dharma pulse decision, and the setup conditions of the Scorched Sun lineage were too coincidental. Between thoughts, the palm of his hand glowed with a flash of light, and a jade slip emerged, slowly handing it forward. Just at the moment when the jade slip was about to be handed over, Zhang Yuan Candle's palm shrunk, pointing to the other Dharma veins on the side. The disciple who personally put the jade slip into the Dharma disc. He opened his mouth. Senior brother. I wonder if it's possible for senior brother, personally, to put the jade slip into the magic disc. The red-clothed youth's face stiffened momentarily, then returned to normal. His palm retracted, and he let out a low laugh. The laugh was low, but carried an anger that was hard to suppress. What do you mean? Senior brother, what is so unsettling about me personally recording the Dharma disc for you? With a wave of his palm, a crimson jade book flew out and floated in midair. Since you want to record it yourself, do it yourself. Zhang Yuan Candle carefully examined the crimson jade book, and could not see anything halfway out of the ordinary. Heavy pupils half narrowed, straight grabbed the jade book, wanting to turn but difficult to turn it over. The young man in red rested his hands flat on his knees. Even though this Dharma disc is a secondary book, it is not something you can turn over or view. Now place the jade slip on it, and information about you will naturally be recorded into the Dharma disc. Zhang Yuan Candle was silent, and everything seemed to be fine. However, the various actions of the red-clothed youth made him feel uneasy. Let go of the scorched yang Dharma chakra. Zhang Yuan Candle made a decision in his mind. This law disc is true. Suddenly, a whisper entered his mind. Chapter 63, you and I have the same interests. We won't do any harm. Listening to the familiar voice, Zhang Yuanju's eyes set off a little ripple in the depths. The surface was not changed in the slightest. Qin Yuyao, it's me. The thought rose in his mind and was followed by an affirmative answer. With the help of a secret treasure to transmit sound and hide it from the people, time is limited. I'll talk and you'll listen. The magic disc is true. No mistake. The scorching sun vein, which is also superior among the 36 Dharma veins, is even more beneficial to my sister's cultivation. I know. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded. In 3 short sentences, all that was expressed was enough. The interests are the same and there is no reason to victimize. The palm of his hand pressed down, and jade simply received into the Dharma disc. In an instant, the jade slip merged into the jade book, and the words Zhang Yuan Candle appeared at the top of the magic disc. Senior brother Zhang, congratulations. Since then he has been a disciple of the scorched sun Dharma vein. My name is Jinzhan. Just address me as senior brother Jin from now on. The man in red laughed and waved his palm as the magic disc was put away. With that, point to the back of the hill. Thou shalt be a member of the true immortal sect after this. Go and pick a few slaves to serve food, clothing, and shelter. Yes, elder brother. Zhang Yuan Candle clasped his fists, turned around, and glanced at Qin Yuyao, who was not far away, and the two of them locked gazes, but did not say anything. Toward the back of the mountain, he was not quick on his feet, crossing over one jade platform and disciple after another until he was shoulder to shoulder with the primordial cloud Dharma chakra. A voice with playfulness in its mockery came out slowly. Junior, scorched sun Dharma vein, quite a few disciples of my Yuan Kingdom's royal family are present. I believe that you will definitely have a lot in common. What responded to Lai Hong was not a panicked face, but a look so calm that it did not have the slightest ripple. Zhang Yuan Candle raised his head, and his gaze seemed as if he could see Lai Hang's eyes through the clouds formed by his mana. The footsteps did not change by the slightest bit since the beginning, crossing over the pure white jade platform and continuing forward. The only thing that echoed in its ears was a whisper. I'm looking forward to it, and I'll see you someday. Hey, looking forward? Lai Han laughed lowly and tapped his palm on the jade platform, as if he had heard funny words. The cloud that enveloped his surroundings fluctuated violently, causing one of the disciples standing in front of the jade platform to lower his head, not daring to observe too much. Beneath the clouds, Lai Hang's eyes revealed a hint of regret. The other party was too wary to trick him into the primordial cloud Dharma vein. Otherwise, things would have been much simpler. But joining the scorched sun lineage was still acceptable compared to joining the other Dharma lineages. Lai Hong, Jin Zhan, Qin Yuyao. Things are getting interesting. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm lightly caressed the hilt of his sword as he walked forward. A palace made of lapis lazuli came into view. The pace was unchanged as he stepped through the palace gates. A burly man, clad in a Taoist robe, came face to face. When he looked at the dark red blood robe on Zhang Yuanju's body, his gaze slightly condensed and his tone added a point of gentleness. Senior brother came here to pick out a slave. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded, his 5 fingers lightly gripping the hilt of his sword. This is a trip to the Dharma vein, to pick some slaves for ease of getting up and down. What senior brother said is very true. We cultivators do need some mundanes to take care of chores. The burly man laughed, his palms caressing each other. Even the cultivation of consumables is not without mundane contributions. The laughter was bold, but revealed a heartfelt disregard for the mundane. From the heart, Zhang Yuan Candle's face remained unchanged. I'm sorry to trouble senior brother about the slaves. Senior brother is polite. Please follow me. The burly man's arm was outstretched, pointing inside the palace gates. After that, he led Zhang Yuan Candle towards the interior of the palace. The two walked side by side as the burly man continued to describe the advantages and disadvantages of the various slaves. When the master disciples of the corpse refining lineage head to the Dharma lineage, they all come here to select slaves born in the Yin month, Yin day, and Yin hour, to be used as the first corpse to be refined. the underworld lineage of masters and disciples. 2. Use their slaves' flesh and blood, sinews and bones, and souls, as growth sustenance. By the way, I don't know which Dharma vein senior brother will join, so I can also recommend it for senior brother. The big man paused slightly in his steps, as if inquiring offhandedly. Scorching sun, searing sun Dharma chakra. In a flash, the smile on the burly man's face became even more gentle. Your lineage cultivates fire attribute techniques, with explosive personalities and more distractions, and you need slave girls to vent the fire. Come, senior brother will pick some for you. I seek only the way in this life. Zhang Yuan Candle interrupted the big man with a serious look on his face. Pick a slave girl who is easy on the eyes and just takes care of the living. Senior brother lead the way. Good. The big man's face smile tightened a bit and he stopped talking. Fast forward and soon came to a deep corridor. The corridors are densely spread out on both sides of the room, each one blocked by iron bars. One by one, the disciples, led by others, point and choose their slaves as if they were choosing a beast. Like a beast, Zhang Yuan Candle scanned the perimeter and looked at the rosy-cheeked and neatly robed slaves behind the iron bars. There was a flash of dismay in his eyes, something different from what he had expected. Senior brother, 90% of these people are here voluntarily. The big man pointed at the surrounding rooms with a sneer in his eyes. They are willing to be slaves and maidservants for the sake of a hint of immortal destiny. Zhang Yuan Candle was silent for a moment, and his feet stepped away once again, heading towards the place where Qin Yuya's letter was narrated. He crossed one corridor after another and stepped through the houses, ignoring the slave girl's self-recommending voice. Tower. Zhang Yuan Candle stopped his footsteps, his body slightly sideways as he looked at the room on his right. Iron bars blocked off the room, and the word Qin Li was carved on the wall. Eyes forward. A woman in a green fur coat came into view. It was a young girl, about 15 or 16 years old, her skin revealing a sickly pallor, and her appearance was not beautiful, but could only be called durable. Just her. Looks good. The big man carefully observed the young girl once, and after determining that it was just an ordinary woman, he opened his mouth to persuade her. This woman is so sick and weak that she may die at some point. Senior brother, if you don't want to pick again, I still have a lot of beautiful slave girls here. Zhang Yuan Candle shook it, his palm probing out and stroking the words carved on the wall. Qinli, I've loved pears since I was a child. The big man clad in Taoist robes could only nod his head at Zhang Yuanju's insistence. The bushy palm swung, and the iron bars opened directly to the woman with a ferocious face. When an immortal is willing to ferry you to the immortal sect, be sure to bow down and give all you have in return. Thank you for the immortal's teachings. I will certainly keep them in mind. Qinli got up from her bed and saluted the big man first. Only after that did he turn his gaze to Zhang Yuan Candle and bend down to perform a blessed salute. Thank you, immortal master, for your love. Qinli has nothing to do with it. The words drifted down after. Only then, under the instructions of the big man, she stepped forward with lotus steps and came to stand obediently at Zhang Yuan Candle's side. The big man gave a satisfied smile after seeing the young girl's performance. With a flip of his palm, greenish-gray talisman paper appeared in his hand and was handed over towards Zhang Yuan Candle. Senior brother, this is a forbidden talisman for the slave girl's blood, flesh, and soul, so that if there is any disobedience, punishment can be carried out. At the moment the green-gray talisman paper was taken out, Qin Li's surface deference remained the same, but deep in his eyes, layers of ripples had already been set off. The afterglow stared dead on the boy's palm that received the talisman paper, and only withdrew his afterglow when he took the talisman paper into his arms. Senior brother, farewell. Zhang Yuan Candle clasped his fists. With that, headed out into the hallway. Qin Li stepped over to follow, looking at the figure ahead lower than herself. One after the other, the two left the corridor where the slave girls and slaves were kept, and stepped out into the lapis lazuli stacked palace. There was silence all the way around, no one taking the lead. Qin Li's eyes flashed with a few gravity. Regardless of whether the other party was a helper sent by his senior sister, anyone about their own forbidden talisman needs to claim it back, otherwise it's too dangerous. Between thoughts, a grayish storage bag was suddenly thrown in her arms. Some spirit medicine to restore our bodies, and a change of clothes. Next we will head to the scorched sun Dharma vein. Yes, immortal master. Qin Li picked up the bag and secretly checked the storage space. For a moment, the woman's face surfaced for a moment of stagnation. And the green-gray forbidden talisman that she had been thinking about was just lying quietly on her clothes. There was no threat, no calculation, just the forbidden talisman, returned to himself. Chapter 64, an enemy defeated in the hands is indeed unworthy of bearing in mind. Qin Li gripped her storage bag tightly and snapped her head up, looking at the figure in front of her. Immortal master, this is, senior sister Qin, who once protected me under the 1,000 soldiers' peak. thou need not worry. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm lightly caressed the hilt of his sword as he paced forward. But it is about to travel to the scorched sun Dharma vein. So it is up to you to decide whether or not to lift the talismanic ban. As the words drifted, his pace quickened as he headed towards the top of the Thousand Soldiers Peak. Qinli's eyes flashed with a trace of dismay. Her senior sister had actually found a disciple from the side door who knew how to return the favor. But she quickly gathered her inner emotions and followed. Regardless of the process, the outcome is never too bad. Between thoughts, Zhang Yuan Candle then brought the young girl back to the peak. At this moment, there were only a sparse number of disciples walking around the peak, and most of the disciples had already been selected by the various Dharma veins to complete their selection and stood on the side of the jade platform. Stepping forward, a silhouette came into view. Qin Yuyao stood on the right side of the Thousand Laws jade platform, her eyes excitedly looking behind Zhang Yuan Candle. Zhang Yuan Candle was expressionless as he continued forward, as if he did not see the meeting between the two women's eyes. He came to the red-colored jade table. Senior brother Jean, the slave girl has chosen. Jean Zhan's gaze dropped down and sized up Qinli for a moment. Senior brother, it's still moderation. He then waved his hand, signaling him to stand aside the jade platform. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded and brought the young girl to the side, quietly watching the choices of the many disciples. Suddenly, the pupils of his eyes shrunk slightly as a familiar figure appeared in his vision. It was a boy dressed as a guard with a strong body, walking straight towards the terracotta platform. Hand over the jade slip, record it into the Dharma disc, and add it to the scorched sun Dharma chakra. The whole process flowed like a cloud without the slightest delay. With such a scene, the corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth grinned and his eyes grew deeper and deeper. Soon, the guard stood beside him, a pair of eyes full of resentment and hatred. Yuan Candle Zhang, senior brother Zhang, I will walk with you on the immortal road afterward. Zhang Yuan Candle's head was slightly tilted to the side, and his face smiled deeper and deeper. Blazing iron is it? Why are you still alive? It's because of Lai Liner's protection, right? Boom! Soundless thunder exploded in Lai Tai's mind, almost indistinguishable from where he was. As a guard, as a follower, he should have guarded His Highness's safety. If they were unable to escort them, they would have to work together against the enemy to be worthy of His Highness' friendship. While they were sheltered by His Highness and escaped to Thousand Soldiers Peak, guilt, incompetence, resentment, all sorts of emotions were intertwined in his heartland, making him almost mad. Zhang Yuanju, you are not worthy to mention His Highness. She was a member of the royal family, one of the sovereigns of tens of billions of dons of you, me, and the great Yuan dynasty, yet she was struck down by you in disobedience. You are the greatest rebel, and will eventually die. Lai Tai roared lowly, his eyes covered in blood. Zhang Yuan Candle's 5 fingers curved slightly and tapped the hilt of his sword, and the clang-clang sound of the sword interrupted his words. His body was slightly sideways, looking straight at Lai Tai, and his eyes took on a hint of seriousness. An enemy who is lost at my hands is indeed unworthy of my mention. Then he turned back, closed his eyes, and no longer had the slightest word to say. Lai Tai looked at the boy on his side. His heart was filled with infinite hatred and countless unwillingness, but he didn't know where to start. Fighting with superiority, he was killed and fled in a hurry, losing again and again, even to the point of death and destruction of his soul. For a while, silence fell beside the terracotta platform, and the only sounds of inquiries from those who wanted to join the scorched sun Dharma vein echoed. Qinli's eyes gazed inexplicably at the child in front of him, recalling the exchange between him and his senior sister just now, and his sister's evaluation of him. The natural talent is too strong. In the side door, will not last long. As for Qinli and Lai Tai's minds, Zhang Yuan Candle did not care. Begin to sense the metamorphosis of your own breakthrough. Today's matter was urgent, and he only now had time to scrutinize himself. Looking inward at the dantian, red golden mana fluttered in it like a burning flame and occupied a small portion of the dantian. Between the blood surging in his body, the sound of waves undulating came from time to time, and his muscles, sinews and bones all transmitted majestic vigor. It was an all-around enhancement, both in terms of mana and physical body. Looking inward into the depths of the mind, the information in the realm column changed as well. Realm, second level of Qi cultivation, 0, 13%. Just as Zhang Yuan Candle was adjusting to the growing strength of his body, a voice interrupted him. Scorched sun Dharma vein. No more disciples. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes opened and he looked at the crowd of disciples who had retreated in front of the terracotta platform, as well as the 68 children who had joined the scorched young Dharma vein at his side. Then he looked up at the jade platform. Jin Zhan stood up and looked down at the many disciples, his face filled with seriousness. Since then, all of you are of my scorched sun lineage. Help each other to seek the path of immortality. Yes, senior brother. The disciples answered in unison. Jin Zhan nodded and did not leave, but stood on top of the jade platform, waiting for something. It wasn't until a tea time had passed that a handsome young man wearing a white cloud Dao robe and a cloud-patterned Dao crown floated down onto the terracotta stage. A smile appeared on Jin Zhan's face and he arched his hand. Senior brother, I will be returning to the Dharma vein with all of my disciples, so I don't know what else I need to explain. In an instant, all the disciples who had joined the Scorched Sun lineage consciously stayed away from Zhang Yuan Candle. Most of them knew about Zhang Yuan Candle's beheading of the imperial daughter, and at this moment, the people from the primordial cloud Dharma vein had come, clearly seeking revenge. Lai Tai's eyes were even more filled with pleasure when he looked at Zhang Yuan Candle. Lai Hong stood on the jade platform, scanned the many disciples, and laughed. All of them are geniuses and proud children, and among them, there are also some who come from the Yuan kingdom's children, so I'll trouble senior brother Jin to take care of them. Won't let elder brother down. The two of them were talking as if no one else was there, causing one disciple to move even further away from the two figures beside the jade platform. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was calm, unchanged since the beginning, a pair of double pupils calm and demonic. Lai Heng's gaze dropped, looking directly at the heavy pupil. At the moment, one side stood on a jade platform looking down, while the other stood on the earth looking up, eyes intertwined in midair. There was no fear, no cowering, only perseverance and fiery battle intent. Lai Heng's gaze slowly retracted, and a trace of unknowing sarcasm surfaced on his face. Senior brother Jin, I'll leave first. Elder brother, go well. As Lai Hong left, the short exchange ended, and the atmosphere between the many disciples on the stage changed drastically. As if Jin Zhan didn't notice, he waved his palm and the red-colored jade platform disappeared. A flying boat flew out of his arms, expanding at great speed and instantly becoming the size of a palace. Get on the spell. It's time for us to go back. Jin Zhan leaped up and took the lead in boarding the flying boat. The many disciples looked at each other. Then one by one, they leapt up and boarded the flying boat. Zhang Yuan Candle was no exception, grabbing Qin Li by the shoulders and jumping straight up. Once he landed on the deck, he found a remote corner and looked around. Jin Zhan stood at the bow of the boat, and after seeing all the disciples getting into the boat, he pinched up his magic spells, his mana flowed, and he raised his voice to the sky, reporting to the artifact spirit. The selection of the disciples of the Scorched Sun Dharma vein is complete, so please leave. Clank, clank. Several sword sounds fell from the sky and reached the ears of the crowd. Jin Zhan once again bowed down, and with that, boom, the flying boat rose up and turned into streams of light, heading towards the mountains. Standing on the side of the boat, Zhang Yuanzhu vaguely saw the golden swimming dragon flickering away through the clouds. The flying boat sped on, taking the crowd to disappear into the mountains. Chapter 65 Ancient End Mountain. First Side Sect. It hadn't been long since the Scorched Sun Dharma vein had left. In the center of the Thousand Soldiers Peak, complicated formation patterns suddenly surfaced, constantly flickering and flowing, and finally the light flourished. A gray donkey that slowly emerged in the formation. The rich aura of alcohol filled every inch of the Thousand Soldiers Peak. Ugh, drinking is a mistake. I hope not to delay the matter, explained by Yi Zhenjuan. The sigh was calm, but not apologetic. The donkey stood up with both hooves and strutted out of the formation like a human. Under the watchful eyes of the many Dharma veins, he walked step by step towards the Thousand Dharma vein. The burrow raised its head and its mouth opened, revealing sharp white teeth. True successor, Yi asked me to bring word that one person from Daofeng has a destiny with the Thousand Methods lineage. Do not fail this destiny. Beneath the horse beast's voice, a streak of azure flowing light erupted and flew towards the old Taoist on the jade platform. The old Taoist sat on the jade platform with curiosity in his eyes. Yi Zhuanxian's reputation for deduction was extremely colorful in the Immortal Soldier Valley. He would like to see who was related to the Thousand Methods Dharma lineage. And the Thousand Methods Dharma lineage has owed Yi Zhuanxian a favor. At that time even a mediocre person cannot be broken. The dry, thin palm probed out and caught the stream of light. Eyes downcast, the words Zhang Yuan Candle were inscribed on top of the sky blue jade. Click! The palm of his hand fired and the jade crumbled. The old Taoist head lifted. A pair of eyes intertwined with Tao and reason casting at the donkey, and the entire peak was plunged into solidification. A demonic beast is just a demonic beast, relying on the heart of Yi Zhenjuan, delaying important matters, not afraid of the eventual death of the body and soul. The shell scattered. A voice mixed with anger and an old age came out slowly, cultivating to a realm like Lao Dao's. He was by no means obtuse, and could see that the burrow in front of him was deliberately delaying the big event. The gray donkey clasped its hooves to its chest. The beast's body stood upright, and the beast's pupils contained teasing. What the old Taoist said is true. I am drunk and misguided, so I shall punish myself with 3 cups. Humph. I will inform the Mountain Lord of today's events to the best of my ability. The old Taoist coldly grunted. If the person of the marginal law was an ordinary mediocrity, he would not have torn his face and directly rebuked angrily. Zhang Yuan Candle character. He cannot see. Think too cool. But the talent should never be underestimated. Since it was pointed out by Yi Zhuanxian that he had a destiny with the 1,000 methods, the destiny was definitely not small, and it might concern the future of the Dharma vein. The donkey grinned, waving its hoof unconcernedly, and walked towards the place of the array pattern. A burst of light rose, and the donkey, along with the formation pattern on the ground, all disappeared. A demonic beast dares to act like this. If it were my imperial beast, it would have been refined into a bronze-armored corpse long ago. The Taoist of the alchemy corpse lineage looked at the place where the donkey disappeared and laughed out strangely. The old Taoist of the 1,000 Dharma lineage had a gloomy expression on his face, and with a wave of his palm, the disciples who had gathered under the jade platform were directly pushed away. The building ship emerged and hovered in mid-air. The selection of the disciples of the 1,000 Laws lineage is over. All of you follow me back. Between the words drifting down, he had already boarded the building ship, and the selected disciples also hurriedly jumped onto the building ship. A girl, clad in a gray robe, leapt onto the building boat and stood at the edge, recalling the scent of the burrow. The beautiful eyes flickered and whispered in her heart, "Devil!" The other side. On top of the flying boat, Zhang Yuan Candle leaned against the wooden railing, taking out the scriptures in his palm and flipping through them casually. Xin Li, standing obediently on the right side, looked at the boy with a respectful expression. The identity of the servant is played extremely well. I don't know how much time passed until the great sun crossed the sky and the crowd arrived at a red-colored mountain range that stretched for 100,000 miles. The flying boat sped forward, crossing over one red-colored mountain peak after another. Zhang Yuan Candle put the scriptures away and looked down. He saw that there were quite a few lava lakes flowing around between the mountain peaks. He also saw the huge city standing on the flat ground, in which there were crowds of people and the clamor of red dust. He also saw cultivators harnessing all kinds of rainbows and strange beasts, traveling across the sky and running across the earth. This is the Dharma vein, which is completely self-sufficient. Zhang Yuan Candle murmured in his heart. Just one Dharma vein was already so prosperous. So what kind of scene would 36 Dharma veins be like? What about the 7 great chakras that make the rules? This wonderful and extraordinary world must be experienced all over again by yourself. Xin Li, who was standing on the sidelines, set off layers of ripples in the depths of her eyes, observing the surrounding grass and trees. Seeing the microcosm, a Dharma vein of the second side door in the ancient cliff mountain was already such a sight. Then how far has the limitless palace, which suppressed the ancient cliff mountain, pushed back the demonic beasts, and retreated from the group of devils, and is known as the #1 side sect in the world, developed? The sect elders had all underestimated the side sect that was silently cultivating in this remote place. In this moment, she felt her mission was even heavier. Here it is. A low voice interrupted Zhang Yuan Candle and Xin Li's thoughts. The flying boat stopped before a mountain that was thousands of miles across and connected to the sky. The periphery of the great mountain rises a road of light, blocking the way forward. Through the light between the cracks, you can vaguely see a touch of crimson. Just observing, you can feel the dryness of the heat. Zhang Yuan Candle sensed the rich, explosive aura in the air. Such an environment was definitely a holy land for cultivators who practiced fire attribute techniques. Disciple Jin Zhan, returning with the 1,000 soldier peak recruitment disciples. Enter. With a soft cry, the light receded, revealing a hole that could be used for the passage of the flying boat. The flying boat was maneuvered by Jin Zhan and went straight into the mountain. Boom! The aura filled the air, dense to the extreme, and as the air current surged, it blew the flying boat like a breeze. In an instant, it made even Zhang Yuan Candle feel a wave of intoxication. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep, breathing heavily several times. He barely adjusted and surveyed his surroundings. One by one, the disciples on the flying boat swayed from east to west, and some even directly collapsed to the ground as if they were drunk. The eyes retracted and looked at Dahak. Red. It's still crimson. As far as the eye could see, it was as red as a fiery flame. The rocks, the trees, and even the weeds were flaming red. Just as Zhang Yuan Candle was observing his surroundings, Jin Zhan, who was standing at the head of the boat, glanced at him in surprise and then spoke. Wake up! Like a golden bell vibrating, it brought back one disciple after another. Bewildered, he scanned his surroundings, then realized where he was. The slightest hint of shame flooded his face. 68 people, all of them are no match for you. Zhang Yuan Candle. Jin Zhan looked back, palms touching each other. As the words fell, one disciple after another hung his head in shame. But the heart of the boy who stood on the side of the boat, in addition to contempt, distance, but also added a few hostility. A familiar trick. Zhang Yuan Candle stood in place. The corner of his mouth raised as he withdrew his gaze from his surroundings and scanned the many disciples. Palm caressing the hilt of his sword, he responded with a single word. What elder brother said is not bad. It's all mediocre people. Boom! One by one, the disciples snapped their heads up, staring in shock at the figure clad in a dark red blood robe. How dare you receive such praise? Such thoughts echoed in every disciple's mind. Which of them was not a heavenly pride since they joined the scorched sun lineage amidst thousands of people competing and killing each other? Now, to be so underestimated. Lai Tai, who was standing in the crowd, revealed a look of realization in his eyes. Zhang Yuan Candle, that beggar, would have been so bratty. Even Jin Zhan, who stood at the bow of the ship, appeared momentarily stagnant, but quickly regained his composure. Broken? Chapter 66 Second Level of Qi Practicing. Artistic Pattern Envisioning. The flying boat sped upward, the great mountain towering and magnificent. I don't know how many hundreds of miles I climbed before the flying boat stopped on top of a platform. Jin Zhan waved his palm and a figure was thrown down from the boat. Zhang Yuan Candle had just stood up. Before he had the chance to observe the surroundings, Jin Zhan had already drifted down from the flying boat, pointing at the brilliant palace in front of him, as well as the exquisite attic, with a seriousness in his expression. This is a place for all the elders, and even the mountain lord, to retreat and cultivate, so do not make any noise. After a pause, he pointed to a slightly worn 7-story pagoda off to the side and whispered, "This is the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, a place to select feats and spells, and follow me." Taking the first step, he led the many disciples and walked towards the pagoda. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the stately palace in front of him, as well as the exquisite attic, his eyes flickering in thought. With that, only then did he take a step towards the pagoda. Soon, the disciples came under the 7-story pagoda. "Senior brother, you've brought the newly promoted disciples here to change their gong methods and pick their spells." A youth with fat cheeks and a rounded body, clad in a ruddy Taoist robe, walked quickly from the tower, full of flattery. "Yes." Jin Zhan nodded his head and stood with his hands in the air, his red clothes flipping. "How can the fire attribute gong method of the land of 800 miles of mountains and rivers be compared to my scorched sun? The gong method must be replaced. There are also spells to be used in combat, in fighting, and to be chosen again." "Elder brother, what is said is very true." The fat Taoist nodded. Suddenly the pupils of the fat Taoist's eyes shrunk slightly, as if he had received some kind of message, and glanced at Jin Zhan. Only then did he turn his gaze to the many disciples, the smile on his face hiding and becoming serious. "The jade key is precious. It is a voucher for you to select your feats and spells. Now start distributing them." The palm of his hand was raised and waved towards the crowd, and red-colored light blossomed from his arms, surging towards the disciples like rain. In an instant, a single red-colored jade spoon floated down into the disciple's palm. "Now that the jade keys have been distributed, you will go to the pagoda and select them. The first floor of the pagoda is for feats, the second floor is for spells, and any disciple can only pick one of each. Now, wait, senior brother seems to have forgotten something?" Zhang Yuan Candle's knuckles curved slightly and tapped the hilt of his sword, interrupting the fat Taoist's words. "The jade key? I did not get it." In an instant, all of the disciples, looking towards his empty left hand, one revealed a gloating expression. "Senior brother, didn't get a share of the jade key?" The fat Taoist was stunned and seemed surprised, immediately rummaged through the storage bag in his arms. A moment later, the fat face lifted with an apology. "Senior brother is sorry, there are a number of jade spoons, and this time, senior brother Jin has recruited too many disciples, so there happens to be one less. Why don't we wait a few days and you can come back? When the time comes, elder brother will be sure to prepare the jade key for you." Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were lowered, his 5 fingers tightly clasping the hilt of his sword as he let out a low laugh. "If I must have it at this moment, your excellency will give it or not. Wait a few days and come back. It's just a trick to fool children. If you can't get the jade key today, you definitely won't get it in a few days." Unbridled. "Zhang Yuanju, this is how you speak to your senior brother." Lai Tai stood out and scolded in a stern voice. Then he bowed to the fat Taoist and spoke again. "Elder brother was merely momentarily unprepared with sufficient jade keys, so you grabbed hold of them." Zhang Yuan Candle ignored Lai Tai, his eyes still looking towards the 2 Jin Zhan under the pagoda. "Zhang Yuan Candle, you." Lai Tai's face turned red as his opponent ignored him. "Enough." Jin Zhan waved his hand, stopping Lai Tai's words. He gazed straight at the figure clad in dark red blood robes, and his palm probed out and flipped. A yellow jade spoon was suspended in his palm. Senior border brother's lack of preparation for the red jade key is indeed at fault. "Yuan Candle, you first take this topaz key to enter the pagoda from the side door and pick a spell. In a few days, Elder brother will bring you back to collect the red jade key and pick out a technique. As the words fluttered, the yellow jade spoon floated down in front of him. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were deep as he swept a glance at Jin Zhan and the fat Taoist, the corners of his mouth grinning. No more nonsense. Since the two dared to do so, it was useless to say more. Something that needs to be done for it to work. The palm of his hand probed out and grabbed the topaz key. In a flash, a smile rose on Jin Zhan's face as he pointed at the pagoda in front of him. Senior brothers, since all of you have obtained the vouchers, now go and pick. Yes, senior brother. X68. One by one, the disciples quickly walked towards the pagoda. Zhang Yuan Candle also stepped forward, staggering through the crowd and heading towards a small, dilapidated door on the right side of the pagoda. Standing in front of the small door, his palms poked out and fired. Crunch! The small door pushed open, stepped in, and disappeared from the view of Jin Zhan and the fat Taoist. With a wave of the fat Taoist's palm, a shield covered Jin Zhan and him, preventing the servants and slave girls from peeking into the ensuing conversation. An untamed man indeed. But still, he was overpowered by his senior brother and did as he was told. The fat Taoist laughed and stroked his palms together. A side room where discarded spells are placed, and he was tricked into it. Jin Zhan's face smiled even more. Without practicing the technique of the scorched young Dharma vein, Zhang Yuan Candle's foundation was bound to be worse than that of an ordinary disciple. Not to mention the crippled and discarded spells, but they could nullify a person's life. Senior border brother, be careful what you say. In 5 days, you'll still have to let him pick out his feats. He. Senior brother will take the disciples who have finished replacing their feats with the help of the main peak's aura and leave in 3 days. In 5 days, if he can cross the vast mountains and rivers and come here. So what if we let him change? The fat Taoist's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked grimly at the entrance to the side hall. But he didn't pay attention to a young girl wearing a green fur coat, her afterglow gazing curiously at the shroud. The other side. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the 6 wooden cabinets in front of him, as well as the dusty ground, and frowned lightly between his brows, but he quickly stretched them out. Such a sight was not too unexpected. After knowing about the more intimate relationship between Jin Zhan and Lai Tai, he had made all the preparations, and the way to break the situation, he already had some ideas. Shaking his head without further thought, he bet his gaze on the jade sketch placed on the wooden cabinet. Each of these jade slips was worn out, with stains, and some were even chipped open. Zhang Yuan Candle just scanned it once before stepping forward, his palm probing out and stroking the blurred handwriting on the wooden cabinet. The Temple of the Old Law. A place to recycle. Place? Spell jades? He muttered in his mind. Such a place was not an opportunity for him. In the middle of his thoughts, his palm moved away from the wooden cabinet and lightly tapped the light screen at the jade brief. A line of handwriting emerged and came into view. Fire screen technique. Flames are transformed into feathered clothing, drawing on the power of other spells to attack and protect themselves. Zhang Yuan Candle shook his head. Such a spell was useless to him. In terms of spells, it would be best if one could pick and choose spells that were suitable for condensing art patterns at the second level of chi cultivation. As for what spells would be most suitable, he already had the answer in his mind. With a tap of his finger, information about a single spell unfolded in front of the light curtain. Fire chain technique. Condenses flames into chains to trap and kill enemies. Fire escape technique. Can transform into flames and escape at great speed to avoid pursuit. Zhang Yuan Candle's footsteps paused slightly before he finally shook his head toward the next wooden cabinet. One by one, the fire attribute spells were abandoned by him. Finally, he stopped in front of the 5th wooden cabinet and looked at the handwriting displayed on the light screen. The corners of his mouth lifted with joy. Found it. Chapter 67. Such a dead end. I'll teach you how to break it. Fire and rain. Very common fire attribute spells. Choking the spell. Fire rained down from the sky, incinerating and killing the enemy. But with the spell he was expecting, it fit right in. In Zhang Yuan Candle's opinion, since he chose to practice chi at the 12 levels, each level condensed art patterns, it would be a shame then not to take the spells represented by these art patterns and form a few more powerful ones. The fire rain technique and the ice condensation technique are one attempt. In the middle of his thoughts, the yellow jade spoon appeared in his palm and pressed it directly onto the light screen. The jade key disappeared, and the worn-out jade brief floated out from the curtain of light and landed in his palm. The jade slip appeared a touch illusory in an instant, while Zhang Yuan Candle's face smiled more and more as he placed the jade slip into the deepest part of his storage bag. With that, watch all the spells of the wooden cabinet and add some spell ideas. Finally, leaning against the wall, he took out his miscellaneous notes and read them. He wasn't in a hurry. Time passed by, and about half an hour passed. Only then did he put the miscellaneous notes away and head out of the side hall. Crunch! The door to the room was pushed open. and the many disciples under the pagoda had all arrived. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan candle come out, their expressions varied, either mocking, sneering, or resentful and vicious. Ignoring the many gazes, he slowly stepped forward and came to Qin Li's side. The two men met eyes and said nothing. Senior brother Zhang, everyone is waiting for you. Since you've come out, then everyone is here. And now the resources given to you by the Dharma vein will be distributed. In the future, it will be given out once a month. Jin unfolded his mouth, and a dark light blossomed, and a storage bag floated down into the palms of the crowd. This time, there was no missing Zhang Yuan candle. However, when Zhang Yuan candle probed his consciousness into the storage bag and scanned it, he casually pinned it to his waist. Jin Zhan watched the boy, and after seeing that he didn't react much, his face revealed a satisfied smile. Come with me, gentlemen. Temporary shelter. It has long been arranged. Jin Zhan took a step and led the disciples 6 miles downward. Stopping in front of the residence, he pointed to the house in front of him. Cultivate here for a few days first, replacing your feats with the help of the main peak's aura. The disciples nodded their heads in a respectful manner, and Zhang Yuan candle didn't even look at Jin Zhan as he led Qin Li towards the houses. The disgust in his heart was not hidden in the slightest. Jin Zhan coldly looked at his departing back, turned around, and headed towards the top of the mountain. People who are going to die don't have to be too concerned. Zhang Yuan candle and Qin Li, one in front of the other, walked on the road, heading towards the remote place. A house was soon selected and the door was pushed open into the courtyard. A stone table and 4 stone chairs were placed on the ground made of polished red-colored rocks. Zhang Yuan candle came to the stone chair and sat down directly in front of it, pointing at the opposite stone chair. Sit. Qin Li's eyes twinkled as she arrived with lotus steps, smoothing out the folds of the hem of her dress and sitting down. The Duke's great favor will be generous. So there was no surveillance. Zhang Yuan candle looked up and muttered to himself. For a moment, Qin Li was first stunned, then realized what had happened. The person in front of him was taking his attitude and testing the neighborhood for prying eyes. Isn't he reckless? Zhang Yuan candle hung his head, a pair of double pupils looking deeply and directly at the young girl, his palm probing out and tapping the stone table. Senior sister Qin has a favor with me, so let's talk about it openly and honestly. What do we need to talk about, my lord? Senior sister Qin and you are by no means of mundane origin. Zhang Yuan candle's palms did not move, placing them flat on the table, his face carrying seriousness. Not waiting for Qin Li to respond, has continued to speak. I don't care, and I don't care, but it is enough that thou dost everything, and that thou dost not drag me down. The 1,000 words in Qin Li's heart all turned into silence. The other woman was too direct and decisive, as well as frank, to leave her speechless. A moment later, the young girl's forehead tapped. I know, sort of recognizing the meaning expressed by Zhang Yuan candle. Immediately afterward, the words changed. However, the situation is no longer about whether or not I'm dragging your son down, but that you'll soon be strangled by those people. The fire attribute technique has not been replaced, and the spells are crippled and worn out, so I believe the resources given are also lacking. Qin Li's expression was bitter, his face carrying helplessness, regardless of what happened in the future. The two of them were now grasshoppers on the same rope, and she would never want anything to happen to Zhang Yuan candle. Missing? You're high on them. Zhang Yuan candle's expression was icy cold as he removed the storage bag from his waist with the pocket facing down. A shake. Tinkerbell. A spirit coin rolled down onto the stone table. 1 spirit coin. Qin Li's palms placed on his knees were clenched. In such a situation, the other party was simply trying to squeeze Zhang Yuan candle to death. It seemed to her that more ruthless, more desperate tactics were coming soon. Without death, a situation like this is simply a dead end. Dead end? Zhang Yuan candle laughed out loud. So untalented and interesting. Out of the impossible comes the possible. Out of a dead end finds life. If you can't do so, what kind of immortality is there to cultivate and what kind of Tao is there to seek? Standing up, his spine was straight, like a long knife piercing through the clouds. Rigor, dominance, and confidence. Turn around. Take a big step toward the house. Qin Li was the only one left in the original place, sitting on the stone chair with a frown on his face. Always intelligent. She tried her best to think, but saw no hope for a turnaround. Practicing the second level of Qi while facing off against Jin Zhan, alone against a power that has been deeply rooted in the Upper Yuan Kingdom for many years. Striking a stone with an egg is a compliment. This is clearly a mole cricket looking at the sky. Unreachable. The only thing she could think of was to avoid it, hold back for a while, and wait for a change. Long time. Exhale. A mouthful of cloudy air was exhaled. Qin Li got up and walked towards the house. She became more and more curious about the side disciple she had known for a day. Room. Zhang Yuan Candle sat on the futon and heard the sound of the door closing in the next room before he took out the worn-out jade slip from his storage bag. A thought. The jade slip disappeared and the dragon blood spirit wood emerged. In the depths of his mind, a slight change occurred on the mirror made of blue and red divine light. Palmistry, mortal grade, Jade Jane, characteristics, prana. This was Zhang Yuan Candle's biggest recovery from this trip. The jade slip of spells with characteristics. At the moment of the palm imperial, an instinct was generated from the body. Empty palm forward. Fire and rain. In a blink of an eye, a rain of reddish golden fire was generated out of thin air. And before it even landed, the rock-built ground crumbled for it. With a wave of Zhang Yuan Candle's palm, the rain of fire gathered towards his palm and transformed into a reddish golden ball of fire, which was cupped in his palm. The temperature is quite a bit higher and the mana manipulation is more refined. It's a pity that the place is too small for the envisioned combination of dowsing techniques to be attempted. He sighed softly and dispersed the fireball in his palm. Sitting on the futon, he stabilized his Dantian mana. Time passes and the bright moon rises. Zhang Yuan Candle stood up and went to the window, looking up at the bright moon. Sensing the softness of the silver glow that poured over his body, his gaze grew deeper and calmer. Shady, dirty tricks, do you dare to appear in the light? I look forward to such a scene. After a long time in the moonlight, he turned and headed for the bed, lay straight down and went to sleep. He's going to be in top form to deal with tomorrow's changes. Chapter 68. Watch this. I'm only going to demonstrate it once. Begging for a catch-up read. The next day, early morning, the moon has set and the great sun has not yet risen. The boy, who was resting on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. A pair of double pupils were exceptionally bright, as if flames were burning in them. Getting up, he sat on the snake chopper flying sword and placed the green sun furnace in his arms. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm probed out and gently smoothed the folds on his robe. With a few extremely simple movements, his essence had climbed to its peak. Hands fell naturally as he stepped out the door. Crunch! Pushing open the door to his room, he walked out onto the patio where a young girl in a green fur coat was swinging a fist in the corner. With Zhang Yuan Candle's insight, he could tell at a glance that the fist technique that Qinli practiced was an extremely basic kind of health-improving fist, but it was just right for her deficit body. Mr. Zhang, you're awake. Qinli closed her fists and stood after seeing Zhang Yuanju go out, her eyes revealing curiosity. It was the first time she had seen someone who could still sleep openly and not cultivate with all their might in such a critical situation. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded his head and his feet continued forward. Do not cultivate. Stay in your room and do not come out today. If you have any means of saving your life, prepare them in advance. Before the words fell, he had already crossed over the young girl and walked towards the outside of the courtyard. Qinli looked grave, his fists clenched, his green fur fluttering with the morning breeze. Gongzi, what exactly do you want to do? Don't be impulsive. Avoiding the front line for the moment is the best choice. The voice was urgent, tinged with unease. Zhang Yuan Candle's figure that reached the threshold slightly paused, and under Qin Li's expectant gaze, a stream of light flew out and plunged right in front of him. Boo! The light dispersed, and a short mortal blade appeared in Qin Li's line of sight. Under its uncomprehending gaze, a gentle voice came slowly. If I have not returned today, and thou hast no means of preserving thy life, and dost not wish to be insulted, take this sword and give thyself decency. Boo! The gate closed, isolating the inside and outside. The boy's figure completely disappeared from Qin Li's field of vision. She looked blankly at the short blade on the ground for a long time before she came back to her senses and opened her mouth. Crazy! Bending down, he drew his short sword and walked quickly toward the room. Qin Li didn't know what the side disciple named Zhang Yuan Candle was trying to do, but it would definitely put his life in danger. And as a slave girl, she was bound to be implicated. She needed to do some setting up. The other side. Zhang Yuan Candle had already left the courtyard, and before he could walk a few steps, a familiar figure walked over. Lai Tai's face was full of mockery and his eyes contained hatred. Senior brother Zhang, how was your cultivation yesterday? Senior brother is not talented, and his gong method has already been converted for the most part. The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth grinned as he stepped forward, his arms slowly raising. Stupid, Zhang Yuan Candle, you can still be complacent. Boom! The popping sound of air interrupted the words from Lai Tai's mouth. A white palm, trailing air trails formed by the air, pressed against the side of his face. In an instant, Lai Tai planted himself on the ground. At this moment, he couldn't even care about resentment in his heart. The only thing he had was bewilderment and disbelief. Zhang Yuan Candle was crazy. He dared to strike here. Before he could think more, a palm cupped his neck and lifted him up. Zhang Yuan Candle laughed softly and looked at his enemy who was trying to struggle in his palm, gently shaking. Crackle! All the bones in Lai Iron's body were staggered. Of Lai Liner's 9 followers, I'm afraid you're the most incompetent. Zhang Yuan Candle raised his head and looked at the stately palace that stood at the top of the great mountain, as well as the densely packed attic, his face carrying a wanton expression. He had never been one to stand still. As the 800 miles of the great river had thought, it is better to die with a high song than to be low as dust and languish. The mana in the dantian was running at full strength. The chi and blood in his body surged crazily, and the red golden flames began to burn. Feet fired. Boom! Under the violent roar, the earth under his feet crumbled inch by inch. A reddish golden figure ran towards the most solemn place of the scorched sun Dharma vein at breakneck speed. At the same time a long whistle resounded through the clouds. Scorched sun lineage. Junior disciple Zhang Yuanju has a confusion in his mind. Please elders and mountain masters, answer. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the existences in cultivation awakened, and a strong aura rose up, stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions, blazing, overbearing, and explosive. It was as if there were dozens of rounds of suns, rising at the same time. Like a fairy, like a devil. A pair of eyes bent down and looked at the figure running up. How many years? 100 years? 1,000 years? Thousands of years? Even since the scorched sun lineage was created, no one had dared to clamor in this place. Zhang Yuan Candle's body sank slightly, as if a dozen large mountains were pouring down on him, and his pace began to slow down. Those double pupils were half narrowed, revealing determination and resoluteness. In the next moment, the chi and blood began to burn, and the mana boiled for it, pouring out everything. Forward. In 10 or so breaths, Zhang Yuan Candle was already standing in front of the palace, carrying the fiery iron, looking upwards with his head held high, facing the 10 elders directly. Such a scene caused countless Dharma vein disciples who were observing what was happening to be horrified. Who is that in front of the palace? How dare he? How could he? Even Qinli, who was hiding in the house to set up his means, listened to the long whistle that resounded through the clouds. The jade talisman in his palm fell to the ground and froze in place. A second layer of chi practice. Are you not afraid? Or is this the sidekick disciple? At this moment, arranging more means would be in vain. Not as practical as a short sword. Picking up the jade talisman, he sat down on the bed, the short knife out, the tip of the knife aimed at his heart, waiting for the final fate. Zhang Yuan Candle's gaze was frank, looking straight at a ghastly figure. To come here safely and not to be killed in the middle of the road is half the battle. He didn't believe that the large scorched sun Dharma vein would be completely infiltrated by the Yuan kingdom's royal family. If this was the case, neither Master Yin, nor the middle-aged Taoist from the Hanhai lineage would have recommended him to join the scorched sun lineage. There is confusion in my disciple's mind, so I would like to ask all the elders and mountain lords to answer. Zhang Yuan Candle dropped the stupefied Lai Tai and asked aloud. A confusion, is it a mistake to recruit many disciples when there are not enough Dharma Chakra red jade keys and a shortage of resources? Snap! The storage pouch on his waist was thrown out and tossed to the ground. A spirit coin rolled out and finally stopped before the palace. Zhang Yuan Candle, you treacherous person. Shut up. Jin Zhan, who had arrived at an unknown time, shook his body, his eyes widened in anger, the corners of his eyes crumbling for it, hissing with all his might. Let him talk. The indifferent voice, dropping down from the firmament, made Jin Zhan dumbfounded. Not daring to speak, Zhang Yuan Candle's expression was calm, as if he had not heard Jin Zhan's words, and his gaze blew down to look at Lai Tai, who had collapsed to the ground. The palm of his foot stepped on his chest, and with a gentle pick, the standardized storage bag distributed by the scorched sun lineage appeared in his palm. The bag is turned face down and slowly shaken out. Pieces of jade bottles holding pills, as well as formulated magic weapons, and clothing fell to the ground. The second confusion, mediocre to the point of being sufficient in elixirs and magic weapons, such as mine but only one spirit coin. Is my scorched sun lineage good at cultivating mediocrity? Throwing the storage bag in his palm, he threw it at his feet. At this moment Lai Tiashina blank, but no longer resentment cannot afford, just dumbly looked at. That head up the slender figure. Such a person as the other party, with such vigor. I'm afraid that only your highness can barely cope with it. He can't. Chapter 69. Is this metropolis of Yuan Kingdom, or the Valley of Immortal Soldiers? Request for a catch-up read. The heavens and the earth were silent. On the great mountain, the disciples, the elders, all of their gazes, were gathered on the slender figure. Listen to the inquiries that ring out. The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth grinned. His arm raised to point at the pale-faced Jin Zhan, and he opened his mouth word by word. Three confusions, this place, this you, and this Dharma vein. Is it the territory of the Yuan Kingdom's royal family, or is it the scorching sun vein? The elders are prince offerings or immortal soldier valley elders, but beheading a mundane noblewoman, plotting and scheming, devious tricks after devious tricks. His arm fell and pressed on the hilt of his sword, his eyes solemn. Have I come to the metropolis of Yuan? Boom! Boom! All of the disciples' hearts and minds were shaken, and their bodies were shaken by it. How dare he make such a big statement? He is simply a madman. At this moment, Jin Zhan was almost paralyzed. Conspiracies are conspiracies and calculations are calculations never because they cannot appear in the sunlight. Now it's being poked right out and exposed to the hot sun. Finished! An indifferent voice echoed between heaven and earth. A blurry figure shrouded in divine light descended from the long sky, its gaze looking toward Jin Zhan. Is what Zhang Yuan Candle said true? The red-clothed youth's mouth opened but he couldn't make half a sound. Facing the Foundation establishment elder, he didn't dare to argue. Finally the head slowly nodded down. In an instant, the crimson sword light blossomed in a brilliant and dreamy manner, like the rising of a great sun, occupying heaven and earth. It grazed through Zhang Yuan Candle's hair and chopped at Jin Zhan's body. Stab! Ah! Under the wailing sound, the entire right arm was twisted into powder. The red-colored sword light turned back, quietly hovering before the blurred figure, and an indifferent voice then sounded. Chop off an arm and lock it up in the fire prison for 3 years as a warning. Jin Zhan stopped wailing. His face was pale to the extreme. His right arm was destroyed, and he had no chance to build a foundation in this life. Coupled with the infestation of the fire prison, he aced the road. Broken. Who was on duty at the manifestation pavilion yesterday? The calm voice sounded again. A fat figure, trembling, stepped out, stumbling one step at a time. Elder, it's me who's on duty. Yesterday it was senior brother Jean who asked me to. Clank! The sword light was violent and chopped out at extreme speed. In an instant, the plump figure turned into a cloud of blood mist. Newly minted disciples, magic weapons and pills who prepare and distribute them. Elders. Without a chance to open his mouth to explain, the red-colored sword light had already chopped down. Another figure exploded. The figure shrouded in light glanced at the dark red tattered robes on Zhang Yuan Candle and spoke once again. Which is responsible for the disciples' clothing? Long. Elder. Spare. A trembling voice. Before he could finish, a sword light had cut into the crowd. To behead a middle-aged man. Lord. At this moment, there was a silence between heaven and earth, and there was nothing else but the aura of blood. The figure in front of the palace slowly dispersed its light and revealed its true appearance. It was an old man, clad in a red-colored cloak, his pale face indifferent and cool, his head full of red hair, flowing without wind, a red-colored flying sword, suspended at his side. The elimination. Lu Yu, Lin Yen, the three of them are withholding supplies and enriching themselves. Now eliminate the magic disc and kill them. His relatives and descendants shall be driven away from the Dharma vein and left to their own devices, never to be employed. An indifferent voice that echoed through the heavens and the earth. With that, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards Zhang Yuanju. So, is that satisfactory? So, may it still be unjust. Zhang Yuan Candle arched his hand and saluted. The disciple is satisfied. It was as if the old man had not heard the child's words. With the palm of his hand, the crimson flying sword transformed into streams of light and shrunk into his sleeve, opening himself up. The Scorched Sun lineage is one of the 36 Dharma lineages of the Immortal Soldier Valley, and even if the Yuan Emperor himself were to arrive, he would still have to bow down and worship the door. A subsidiary dynasty is not worthy of infiltrating Scorched Sun. The old man seemed to be warning something, and many of the many disciples' faces turned ugly, but they didn't dare to respond at this moment. The old man saw that no one retorted before continuing to speak. I have answered all thy doubts. However, thou hast said that this time the 1,000-soldier peak is recruiting 69 disciples, all of whom are mediocre except for thee. Big talk or not? The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth grinned as he looked at the numb Lai Tai on the ground and raised his head. I, alone, can kill them all. As the words fell, a pair of scrutinizing gazes bet on its body. Look at the figure looking upward with its head held high. That kind of confidence, dominance, and the bravado of defeating all the enemies was clearly transmitted to everyone. A large, shirtless man dropped down from the long sky and observed Zhang Yuan Candle with interest. It was only after a moment that he turned and spoke to the old man at his side. Carapace, mana, polished to the extreme, and condensed art patterns, call it outstanding. With that, he turned back and inquired at Zhang Yuan Candle. Such a foundation. From which cultivation family? Ginger Water City. Zhang Yuan Candle. Ginger Water City? The big man frowned lightly between his brows, not thinking of the slightest bit of information about Jiangshui City. There's no need to think about it. He was born as a beggar, not from a cultivation family. The red-haired old man, standing with his arms folded, his overcoat fluttering. Just now, I checked the Dharma disc to learn some of the information about the child in front of me. Stunning indeed. Beggar? The big man was dumbfounded and said no more. Suddenly, a boy with a strong body stepped out from the crowd of disciples. Big talk, elder, please let me fight him. The boy was dressed in a black power suit. His face was subdued, but his eyes held a blazing heat in their depths. Just defeat Zhang Yuan Candle. No! The lie of the so-called one against all will be shattered as soon as it can be fought off for a few minutes, and he was bound to be remembered by the elders. And that madman was bound to be punished miserably. As for a short defeat, he never thought about it. All of them are people who have been killed since the 800 miles of mountains and rivers. Who is worse than anyone else? The old man glanced at Zhang Yuan Candle, then slowly nodded his head. May! A whisper. Before it fell, the red golden flames had already boiled and burned, carrying an explosive to the extreme momentum, instantly spanning space, crashing toward the black boy. This collision was extremely fast, extremely hard, and extremely heavy. The air exploded in an instant, and the spell shield that had just been formed crumbled in all directions. Its burly body was thrown to the earth like rags, kicking up gusts of dust. Zhang Yuan Candle casually moved his arms, and with a pair of double pupils, he calmly scanned the surroundings. Any more? All the newly promoted disciples didn't dare to look at each other. The boy in black was not weak, possessing the strength of the second level of Qi practicing, yet he was crushed like an ant. After observing Zhang Yuan Candle's brief strike, the red-haired old man nodded. Not bad. With his palm raised, he was about to compensate Zhang Yuan Candle. Crunch! A sharp sound of a door opening echoed across the mountaintop. The doors of the palace, which had always been closed, opened a small crack. At the same time, a gentle voice came out from inside the palace. Enter! Even the red-haired elder could not calm down at this moment, looking at the palace that opened its doors with a grave expression. The mountain lord is out. With that, he spoke to Zhang Yuan Candle. The mountain master has summoned you. Go now. After a pause, thinking of his innocence, he gently reminded. The mountain lord has a peaceful heart, but he's also a real person at the condensed fury level, so don't take offense. Thanks, elder, for the reminder. Zhang Yuan Candle arched his hand in acknowledgement. Gaze with an eye on the stately palace. Exhale. Exhale a cloudy breath. Then, striding toward the palace. Next, the most critical moment is whether we can survive this incident. Chapter 70, Thou art superfluous. Tower, tower, tower. Crisp footsteps echoed through the palace. Zhang Yuan Candle strolled forward, one hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly and the other hanging down naturally. He crossed the path paved with terracotta and took a step into the great hall. Boom! At this moment, the sky and the earth were disappearing, and time and space seemed to be frozen. Only a figure clad in a white robe with a jade crown on its head occupied the view. It was a young man with ordinary appearance, just sitting on top of the high platform. There was a sense of awe, immovable and heavy as a mountain. Zhang Yuan Candle stood on the stage with a serious expression. Arch your hand and salute. Junior disciple Zhang Yuanju. Greetings to Mountain Master. There was no response, only silence and a pair of betting eyes. At this moment, he felt that his flesh and blood, sinews and bones, and mana, were all being seen through. That was a more detailed observation of the elders compared to outside the palace. After a long time, the gaze was withdrawn and a soft sigh came out. Thou art superfluous. Zhang Yuan Candle snapped his head up, looking stunned, with doubt in his gaze. Master of the Thousand Laws Dharma Vein Mountain. A letter was sent here yesterday, demanding you. I would have agreed. Fair ye. Zhang Yuan Candle muttered as if he had thought of something. Immortal Soldier Valley. Among the people he knew, the only one who had this ability was Yi Zhuanxian. But now, late. Exhale. A mouthful of turbid breath was exhaled, and Zhang Yuan Candle's palm lightly caressed the hilt of his sword. Mountain Lord. Since I have joined the Scorched Sun lineage, I am a person of the Dharma lineage, and the Scorched Sun lineage is even more suitable for someone like me who cultivates fire attribute techniques. The youth sitting on the high platform, his palms flat on his knees, laughed out in a low voice. You're a smart person, making too much noise. All the disciples and elders are focused on you. Indeed, I can't let you go. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was expressionless, but his heart was relieved. Regardless of the outcome, he survived this round after all. However, in the end, it was the unfair disposition of the Dharma vein that caused you to fall into such a situation. As the words drifted, a stream of light fell from the high platform, and the light dispersed, revealing a jade slip. The jade brief was inscribed with red gold patterns, making it look extremely honorable and luxurious. The record of blazing young true fire. When I was refining my chi, I also practiced this gong, and although its gong is popular, it is by no means ordinary, so there is no need to replace it. On the jade brief, it is the words of my insights and experiences when practicing. You can refer to them. Zhang Yuan Candle's heavy pupils were half narrowed, concealing the layers of ripples that had risen in the depths. A condensing Fury Realm real person's experience of practicing while refining chi was enough to make his heart flutter. Not to mention, the two of them were still practicing the same technique, as well as the presence of the palmist in his mind. The palm of his hand probed out and grabbed the jade slip. Clutching the jade slip with one hand, he arched his hand in thanks. Thank you, Mountain Master, for your love. The white-clothed youth's eyes were calm, without the slightest ripple, and his palm tapped the high platform. It made the sound of gold and iron striking each other. The newly promoted disciples' feats have been given, and one art is still missing. What's the request? Tell me. Zhang Yuan Candle looked surprised. Such an act was indeed generous and could bring the disciples back to their hearts. Then he's not polite. A quick thought of what he needed in his mind quickly led to an answer. He was no longer lacking in offensive techniques. What was most needed now was a body refining technique to enhance the strength of the body and strengthen the art pattern accommodations. Nuwa face refining is too slow and too passive. Mountain Master. Disciple wants a body refining technique. The white-clothed youth quietly watched Zhang Yuan Candle and understood what the other party wanted to do. That was something that every heavenly pride wanted to accomplish. One realm, one art pattern. Trying to persuade, it finally turned into a low sigh. I have also been like you, wanting to cast the upper Great Dao foundation one realm and one art pattern at a time. But unfortunately it's too difficult. For hundreds of years, the only person in the immortal Soldier Valley who has succeeded is Yi Xuanxian. A dark light fell and stopped in front of the boy. Zhang Yuan Candle surveyed the books in front of him. The covers of the books were pitch black and delicately veined, made of unknown materials, and carried a fierce, savage, demonic quality. He could vaguely hear the roar of the inexplicable beast, echoing around his ears. At the same time, the ethereal sound from the high platform slowly came out. The elephant demon power method, using the heart blood of a demonic elephant, along with spiritual medicine to sharpen one's flesh, blood, and carapace. The cultivation speed is faster and will not delay the refining realm cultivation, but it is more resource consuming and extremely painful. Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his brows as his palm probed out and gripped the books. Boom! In a flash, a hideous giant elephant with a huge body and skin like armor appeared in his mind. The long snout flung out and hissed up to the sky, ferocious and unusual. Roar! Before the demonic elephant could make any other movements, an even more violent roar had already sounded. It was a red scaly dragon with fiery flames wrapped around its body. The red jiao was majestic, the dragon pupil downward, cold and merciless, a charge that shattered the giant elephant alive. What had happened in his mind was over in a flash of electricity. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was as normal as he put the pitch-black book into his arms. Thank you, Master of the Mountain, for giving the law. This is originally what a disciple of my scorched sun lineage deserves, so there is no need to be thankful. Corresponding pills, standardized magic weapons, and Dao robes will all be delivered one by one, and there will be no shortage. The white-clothed youth slowly stood up, and at this moment, it was like a lofty mountain rising up into the sky. A faint majesty filled the great hall, and its face became serious. The resources have already been compensated, so the disciples who struck and injured them for no reason, clamored in the Dharma vein, and disturbed the cultivation of the many elders are bound to be punished. Carrot and stick? Zhang Yuan Candle whispered softly in his heart. He believes that he is not at fault and that everything is just self-preservation. But the force is not as strong as the people. On the surface, Zhang Yuan Candle's forehead lightly nodded in agreement with the youth's words. Then go to the beast garden and raise demonic beasts for a few years. A majestic voice, dropping down from the high platform. Zhang Yuan Candle clasped his fists in response. Your Honor, the order of the Mountain Master. Go for it, go on. Between the swinging of his sleeves, a majestic force came from him, throwing Zhang Yuan Candles out of the hall, crashing through the door and stumbling in front of the disciples and elders. The pace stumbled, barely stood steady. In a crowd of eyes, stand aside, no longer speak. At the same time, a gentle voice came out from the palace. Disciple Zhang Yuan Candle was unruly and injured Lai Tai. He is punished to go to the beast garden and feed the demonic beasts for 3 years. All the disciples disperse. All the elders enter the hall. Many disciples looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Is it so simple to let go of the disciple who clamored in the Dharma vein and confronted many elders? What, feeding demonic beasts? Wasn't that the task that newly promoted disciples were supposed to be assigned? For a while, dissatisfaction flashed in the eyes of most of the disciples. There were even a few youths and old Taoists attributed to the Yuan Kingdom's royal family. Their gaze is cold and filled with killing intent. The penalties are so light that they are almost non-existent. Moreover, the other party had also broken the Scorched Sun Dharma Vein's secret rules, making it impossible for them to claim some resources wantonly anymore. More dissatisfaction in the mind, killing intent. At this moment, however, No one dared to make any comments, and all bowed down to pay their respects. Yes, by order of the Mountain Lord. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was expressionless as he turned around, and then walked towards the mountain. Ignoring one different gaze after another, he gradually disappeared under the crowd's field of vision. Chapter 71. The road ahead is straight and free from worry. As Zhang Yuanzhu left, the many disciples dispersed one by one. Every single person had complex emotions, not expecting that a single Dharma vein disciple recruitment would cause so much trouble. Instead, a dozen elders, also led by the red-haired old man, stepped into the palace. Mountain Lord, you're out of the gate. Have you gained anything? The red-haired old man stood in the great hall, his eyes filled with anticipation. Elder Fire, just address me as Zi Jing. The white-clothed youth had a gentle expression. The palm of his hand flicked. A dozen futons floated on both sides of the hall. All the elders, please take your seats. Yes. One by one, the figures paid their respects and sat on top of the futon. For a moment, the chi intersected. It was as if there were dozens of great suns gathered in one, united by the figures sitting high above. At this moment, the Mountain Lord who had unified many chi was filled with bitterness as he responded to the red-haired old man. Elder Fire, the difficulty of condensing breaks is beyond imagination. 10 years of seclusion has yielded several nothing. How could this be so? The fury has long been well prepared, and the relevant elixirs have all been requested from the Dao vein. Fire Elder was unbelievable. His expression shocked. Even the aura that had already been restrained could not be concealed and rose out. The white-clothed figure sitting on the high platform gently pressed the palm of his hand, and the rising aura dissipated. The lack of foundation inevitably leads to the path of cultivation, and there's nothing strange about struggling. Chen Zijing sighed lightly. The middle Great Dao foundation theoretically had a sliver of hope for conjugation. It's also just a theory. Well, to reach the condensed fury realm in this lifetime is more than 99% of cultivators, so I'm already content. This time, by taking advantage of that little fellow's antics, I have gathered with all of you to talk to each other about important matters. That little fellow, he is indeed a bit rowdy. It's good to let him go to the beast garden this time to sharpen his temperament. The red-haired old man's face was indifferent, and his coolness dissipated, taking on a bit of gentleness. He still takes care of his juniors who are clean and have good natural talents. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a beheading that made the disciples chilled. The burly man who was currently sitting cross-legged behind the red-haired old man laughed out loud. There's nothing wrong with what Elder Fire said. A second layer of chi refining. He dares to face us old guys straight on. He's bolder than me. Let him go and raise demonic beasts for a period of time, so as to save him from incurring the death of strong people in the future. The matter of Zhang Yuan Candle is trivial. Chen Zijing's downward pressing palm retracted, and a pair of eyes that took on a seriousness. As far as we're concerned, what's important is the 36 Dharma veins, the clan, and even the ancient end of the world mountain. What the Mountain Lord said is very true. In the recent year there have been dark currents among the Dharma veins, and I don't know what they are plotting. The immeasurable palace is increasingly suppressing us. Even though the 7 great Dao veins are barely able to support themselves, the royal families of Yuan and Qian are becoming more and more unruly, so we should take precautions early. When the group of elders of the Scorched Sun Dharma vein discussed, Zhang Yuan Candle had returned to his temporary residence. Crunch! The door to the room pushed open and stepped away. A silhouette clad in a green fur coat came into view. She leaned against the threshold, holding the knife in one hand, the tip to her heart. The moment he saw Zhang Yuan Candle, clunk! The short knife fell to the ground. Mr. Zhang, you're back. Xin Li's tense heart began to relax. She's safe. More than that, he was shocked. Since the side disciple in front of him had returned alive, it meant that the other party had gambled correctly. Back! Zhang Yuan Candle laughed lightly and casually closed the gate. Slowly, he came to the stone chair and sat down. With a wave of his palm, 2 jade cups and a pot of tea floated onto the stone table. Picking up the teapot and pouring a cup for himself, he took a small sip from the jade cup. The emotions stirring inside gradually calmed down as the cup of tea was consumed. Bang! The teacups were placed on the stone table, and a slender palm had already picked up the teapot and renewed the tea. Turns out, you're not as calm as you seem. After refilling the boy's tea, Xin Li poured a cup for herself. No one can be calm in the face of life and death, even if all preparations have been made. Zhang Yuan Candle was frank, picked up the jade cup, and drank once again. Xin Li's palm probed out and lifted the teacup, her eyes sincere. Although you have succeeded this time, acting in such a way is too rigid, and there will come a time when you fail. Zhang Yuan Candle shook his head and did not say anything. This method, although dangerous, is the best way. Otherwise the ghostly tricks are constant, and there is no practice. In a few days, we will be traveling to the beast garden, so get ready. The technique that the slave girl cultivates will be delivered soon, and after that, you won't need to cover it up. My lord. Thank you. Qin Li rose and saluted. Sincere and solemn. Zhang Yuan Candle's expression was calm, and under the 1,000 soldiers' peak, Qin Yuyao's act of relieving the siege, regardless of the purpose, it ultimately helped him. Then he didn't mind, either, helping when he could. In these few days, I will be in closed-door cultivation to enhance my strength. After draining his cup of tea, he stood up and took large strides toward the room. Only Qin Li sat on the stone chair, looking at the disappearing back. Su Kuju, Su Jiao. A soft sigh came out only slowly. I have underestimated the world's heroes. The other side. Zhang Yuan Candle returned to the room and sat on the futon. His eyes were thoughtful as he recalled the events of the day. For a long time, there was a soft sigh in his heart. Fairy Yi, what is the request? There's never any good in this world for no reason, and it helps again and again. It filled his mind with doubt. Exhale. A mouthful of cloudy air was exhaled. Zhang Yuan Candle began to organize today's harvest. From his bosom, he took out a red gold jade slip, and books with pitch-black covers, the record of blazing sun and true fire, and the elephant devil's powerful method. The corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted, bringing on a smile. Each of the feats was just right for him. In particular, the chi practicing insights of a congealed fury realist was far more precious than one could imagine. Between thoughts, his palm probed out and lightly gripped the red gold jade slip. In the next moment, the jade slip disappeared and Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes closed. An inexplicable instinct surfaced in the body, and the mana in the dantian began to operate on its own, waving freely. Where there had once been obscurity in the operation of mana, one by one, they dispersed and became faster and faster. Gradually, the light shed by the great sun in the sky actually passed through the houses and fell into the body. Every minute, every second, the dantian's mana increased. The scene that took place in the courtyard caused Qin Li, who was drinking tea, to be appalled. Dumbfounded, he stared at the house, which seemed to be gilded with a golden splendor. A million thoughts welled up in his mind, and finally one by one he pushed them down. Time continued to pass. The great sun set and the bright moon rose. Zhang Yuan Candle had only ended his half-day cultivation when his eyes opened. Jab! The light of his eyes burst out as if a reddish-golden sword chi had slashed through, leaving a glazed scorch mark on the stone floor. The jade slip of insight. It even contains, characteristic, prana. Half a day of cultivation. The realm has already taken a small step forward, Zhang Yuan Candle muttered. Since then, the speed of chi practicing realm cultivation was no longer even an issue. Stopping his inner turmoil, he turned his gaze to the black leather book, his palm reaching out to caress the cover, sensing the chill coming from his palm. Mindfulness. The book disappeared and the red gold jade slip emerged. A moment later, a flash of disillusionment flashed across Zhang Yuan Candle's face. Things cannot be perfect. Elephant Devil Powerful Law does not have the characteristics, but today's harvest, he is already satisfied. The most important thing to do now was to turn all the recent gains into strength. Replace the body refining method out and place it in front of your body. Zhang Yuan Candle held the Fire Rain Technique Jade Slip in one hand and the Technique Insights Jade Slip in the other, and laughed out softly. The road ahead is straight. No worries for now. Chapter 72, The Magnificent Vein of the Law. Inside the room, Zhang Yuan Candle sat on a futon, leaning against the wall, holding the red gold jade slip and studying it carefully. Gongfu insights can be learned, not just rely on instinct. He needs to have his own insights, gains, in order to seek the road, to go on, and, he is not yet green. Holding the jade sketch in his palm and studying it until the latter part of the night, he took out the Elephant Demon Vigorous Law and flipped through it again, until the sun rises, once again palming the Kung Fu insights and practicing with all his might. 1 day so, 2 days so, the same is true for 3 days, until the 4th day, a knock on the door, from outside the courtyard. Only then did he end the retreat. Sensing the increased mana in his dantian, his face revealed a pleasant smile. At the current rate of cultivation, it wouldn't take more than a few months for him to make another breakthrough. The Scorching Sun Dharma Vein was indeed a holy place for fire attribute gong method cultivation. Dang, dang, there was a knock on the door. Again, Zhang Yuan Candle stood up, patted the non-existent dust on his robes, and walked out of the room. At this time, Qin Li stood in the corner of the courtyard. After seeing the boy walk out, quickly, he came behind it with a respectful gesture. Zhang Yuan Candle glanced at the young girl, who was in a much better state, and then took a step to the front door. The palm of his hand probed and pulled. Crunch! The vermilion door pulled open from the inside. The one who appeared in the field of vision was a middle-aged man with a feathered coat, a Taoist crown on his head, and a serious face. The middle-aged Taoist, upon seeing Zhang Yuan Candle come out, his gaze slightly condensed. Take a closer look at the disciple who had caused a huge storm a few days ago. A wave of the palm of the hand, a storage bag, then floated down in front of the boy. Senior brother. This is the resources distributed by the Dharma vein, so you can take an inventory and see if there are any shortages. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the bag in his palm. His expression did not change too much as his mind probed into it. Bottles of pills, elixirs, Dao robes, and a magic weapon in the shape of a long knife were reflected in his mind. The corner of his mouth lifted up as he took the storage bag into his arms, his face flushed with a touch of playfulness. It seems that the Dharma vein has sufficient resources, and can still afford to provide for this newly promoted disciple of mine. Senior brother is joking. Just some black sheep. The elders have been purged and such things will never happen again. The middle-aged Taoist's palm retracted and his eyes narrowed slightly. 10 bottles of Yang Yudan, 3 sets of Taoist robes, a standardized long sword artifact, and a basic technique for servants to cultivate. If the verification is correct, senior brother will leave first. Please. Zhang Yuan Candle waved his palm, signaling him to leave. The middle-aged Taoist, without saying anything else, turned around and left. Before he could take a few steps, his figure slightly paused and a voice came out. Right, senior brother. At noon, you and the others will be leaving the Great U. Do not forget. Without waiting for a reply, the middle-aged Taoist left completely. After its back completely disappeared. It was only then that Qinli came slowly to the boy's side, looking thoughtfully in the direction that the Taoist had left. My lord, it seems they are treating you poorly. If someone smashes my rice bowl and makes my cultivation path a little more rugged, I won't treat the other person well. Zhang Yuan Candle laughed lightly and pressed his palm on the hilt of his sword. Turn around, toward the courtyard. Qinli's beautiful eyes were slightly curved like a crescent moon, implying a smile. It seemed that the other party was not oblivious to the success they had had a few days ago. A slender palm peeked out and closed the door to the room. He was about to walk towards the courtyard when a stream of light stopped in front of him. The empty pine serving method. Thou shouldst not need my guidance. The light dispersed and the book with a white cover was displayed in front of Qinli. The young girl nodded and took the gongfu, a smile appearing on her face. After that, it is partially blocked and can be opened slowly. Didn't care what the young girl was thinking. Zhang Yuan Candle prepared, and with the help of the last time, he finished sacrificing and refining the long blade artifact that he had just obtained. The snake chopper flying sword was not too smooth to use after all, and its biggest role was still characteristic sharpness. In the middle of his thoughts, he had returned to the house. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he took out his long sword and looked at it carefully. The body and hilt of the blade were reddish in color, carrying a blazing sensation that caused the temperature of the room to begin to rise. After carefully surveying the area once, the Dantian mana began to gush out. Both palms pinched up a sacrificial spell, while dots of blood color flowed out from his fingertips and drifted down on top of the long blade. About an hour. Buzz. A sword roar resounded through space. The surrounding temperature began to climb rapidly, but as Zhang Yuan Candle lightly gripped the hilt of the blade, the rising temperature instantly dropped, releasing flames to burn the enemy. Sensing the information about the magic weapon that had been transmitted into his mind, a trace of dismay flashed across Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes. Who casts the spells? It is not more convenient to cast a pot or furnace directly. Forget it. At least it's a magic weapon. Use it first. Zhang Yuan Candle removed the snake chopper flying sword and carried it behind his back, with the red-colored long sword straddling his waist, and draped himself in a crimson Taoist robe. Standing up, he pressed one hand to the hilt of his sword and spoke softly. The sword has no name, so after you follow me, it will be the red snake blade. Buzz. The blade trembled lightly, and the slightest hint of fire emerged. He hung his head and smiled low. In the next moment, the head snapped up and took a big step forward. It was as if a long knife crossed the sky, sharp and explosive, to cut all enemies to pieces. Bang! The door of the room was directly pushed open, and a slender figure, striding out, before Qinli, who was flipping through the feats, could react. The voice had, in fact, reached his ears. Go away! Qinli raised her head and looked at the figure with the satchel and sword, with complex emotions in her eyes. Such a genius, but it's a pity that he comes from a side door. Putting the gongfu in his palm away, he quickly followed, a man and a woman, one in front of the other. The two of them climbed forward and soon came to a crimson platform. At this moment, many newly promoted disciples had already arrived, and they stood quietly, behind a Taoist man clad in a feathered coat. As Zhang Yuan Candle stepped in, the already quiet atmosphere became more and more oppressive as pairs of gazes bet on them. There is loathing, resentment, grudges, as well as longing and admiration. These gazes didn't make the slightest ripple within him. Instead, He looked at the middle-aged Taoist who had come to deliver the resources in the early morning. Elder brother. I'm coming. The feather-clad Taoist with a light forehead, the palm of his hand, covered under his wide sleeve, poked out and gently waved. A green-colored glow flew out of his arms and hovered on the platform, expanding and growing larger. Within moments, it had covered a small half of the platform. It was a scroll that possessed all sorts of mysterious patterns on it, as well as exquisite designs. Since everyone has arrived, let's set off. Yes, elder brother. The disciples, in unison, responded. One by one, they jumped on the scroll. Zhang Yuanzhu grabbed Qin Li's shoulders and leaped up. Bang! There is no softness and undulation as expected, as if stepping on the earth, with a kind of solidity. The middle-aged Taoist, standing in front of the scroll, saw the disciples leaping up, strangling the spell. The light burst out, and the vast scroll flew out at great speed. In an instant, it had already left the spell formation that enveloped the Great Yu and headed towards the mountain range that stretched for 10,000 miles. Zhang Yuan Candle stood on the edge, looking down at the mountains and rivers of lava, looking at a prosperous city on the earth, magnificent and extraordinary and mesmerizing. Chapter 73, Thou art too deliberate and belittles me. The scroll sped across mountains and rivers. From time to time, they stopped before mountain peaks and deep valleys to put down a disciple. There are caretakers of elixirs, diggers of ores, and discriminators of medicines. The disciples above the scroll were getting fewer and fewer as time passed. It wasn't until a plain that stretched for 100 miles came into view that the scroll stopped again. The plains are vast, with greenery and lakes that dot the landscape. The beast garden is here. The middle-aged Taoist spoke softly. With that, he turned his gaze to Zhang Yuanzhu, who was standing at the edge of the scroll. Zhang Yuanzhu, Lai Tai, and Shi Ji, the three of you are assigned here. Almost instantly, Lai Tai, who was cowering in the crowd, turned pale. The other boy in the black power suit didn't look much better. He had taken a shot at the man 4 days ago and was easily defeated. And now to be in a place with that person. How could the elders of the scorched sun lineage have arranged this? Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes retracted from the grassland and looked towards Lai Tai and Shi Jue, the corners of his mouth grinning with wantonness. I look forward to the rest of our time together. Turning around, he looked at the middle-aged Taoist. Elder brother. Land. The Taoist nodded and the scroll fell, stopping at the very edge of the grassland. Just as he landed, a burly figure came from the distance. It was a man, bare-chested, revealing muscles inscribed with various demonic beast patterns, and when he came with his steps, it was like a fierce demonic beast, charging and killing. Senior brother, is this the newly promoted disciple assigned here? These two, why are they like limpets? They can't even stand. The burly man pointed at Lai Tai and Shi Ji, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Senior brother Shi, the aura on you is too heavy. Newer disciples are only at the first or second level of Qi cultivation. They'll get used to it after a while. The middle-aged Taoist pinched up his spell and the scroll slowly rose into the air. Senior brother, since the person has been delivered, I will leave first. Before the words fell, the scroll had already turned into streams of light and disappeared into the firmament. For a while, only the big man with the surname Shi, Lai Tai, Shi Ji, and Zhang Yuanzhu, and the corresponding slaves were left on the spot. The big man scanned the trio, his gaze finally resting on the boy standing with the sidearm. Zhang Yuan Candle, the one who asked questions before all the elders? Those two losers, they shouldn't be able to do such a thing. The words were questioning, but with certainty. Zhang Yuan Candle's brows were lightly furrowed. The events of a few days ago had already spread to this point. He brushed his palm over the hilt of his blade and tapped his forehead. Senior brother, it's just a matter of necessity. Had to do it? Ha ha. Senior brother is modest. For thousands of years, you are the only one who dares to be like this. If it were anyone else, they would only swallow their own bitterness and become demoralized. The big man with the surname of Shi exclaimed out in admiration and quickly came to the boy, patting his chest. Just call me Silone or Old Sil. You've done what a lot of people want to do. From now on, if there's anything in the beast garden, you can come to me. Senior brother Shilong carries his love. Senior brother keeps that in mind. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were deep. It was the first time he had encountered such direct kindness. Is it real or is it a disguise? Let's go. Elder brother will introduce you to the things you should pay attention to in the beast garden. Trouble elder brother. The two walked side by side, laughing and talking as they moved forward. Lai Tai and Shi Ji looked blankly at the figures striding forward. Two losers? What are you looking at? Don't follow me yet. Silon looked back and scolded in a stern voice. In an instant, the two of them, Lai Tai, couldn't think twice and quickly followed. The crowd walked deeper into the grassland and soon stopped in front of a formation. The great formation was arcane. A light flowing, as if it was undulating like a curtain of water. Through the large formation, a demonic deer with 2 horns as brown as tree branches could be vaguely seen running through the large formation. Knife-horned deer, as adults, have the strength of the 3rd level of chi practicing, of which the deer king can even reach the 4th level of chi practicing. Their antlers, deer blood, and even deer milk are all extremely good materials for refining pills and weapons. Its character is aggressive. It likes to eat red xian grass, beast spirit fruit, and it would be better if some sweet tree roots were added. Feeding method. One by one, the terms were spat out from the mouth of the Cylone, and both Zhang Yuan Candle and the 2 people, Lai Tai and Shi Ji, were listening attentively, and Qinli, who was following behind Zhang Yuan Candle, had his eyes flickering as his afterglow observed Shilong. Shilong then led a few people, crossing over the large formation and heading towards the other side of the formation. Appearing in view was a bursting, ferocious black bear. Most of them have dark fur, but have ghostly white fur on their chests, and they fight with each other. Ghost-faced demon bear, an extremely ferocious demonic beast that loves to devour flesh and blood, especially cultivator flesh and blood. In addition to that, spirit honey mixed with blood spirit grass, xianin spirit root, and other spirit medicines are also favored by them. The young girl who followed behind Zhang Yuan Candle's back, her eye pupils shrunk the instant she heard xianin spirit root. With a deep look at Cylone, he stopped observing. After that, the crowd, led by Cylone, saw dozens of demonic beasts. For each type of demonic beast, the other party would detail the feeding methods and techniques. Well, that's the end of the introductions. There are a total of 104 types of demonic beasts in the Beast Garden, and 104 quadrilateral grand formations. So you guys can pick any type of demonic beast to feed and join that side of the grand formation. Senior brother Zhang, I suggest you first pick a demonic beast with a mild temperament and familiarize yourself with the feeding process. Cylon took out a scroll from his arms and tossed it lightly. A beast's shadow emerged and filled the sky. Senior, please. For a while, Lai Tai and Shiji turned their gazes towards Zhang Yuan Candle. They will never be the first to choose without the other side picking. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the various demonic beast silhouettes and had an answer in his heart. Or rather, he had been sent here and his purpose had been clear for a long time. The arm was raised and pointed at a hideous giant elephant with a huge body covered in black armor. Senior brother Shi, the demon armor elephant, right? Magic armor elephant? A flash of doubt flashed in Cylone's eyes. Then he nodded. With his palm forward, a jade pendant surfaced and handed it over. This is the voucher to enter the formation. Senior brother, keep it. Trouble elder brother. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded and took the jade pendant. Clasp your fists and salute. Senior brother, I'll leave first. Good. The demon armor elephantine likes to be quiet and not move. Don't make too much noise when feeding it or it may riot. Cylone again instructed. And throughout was a good and caring senior brother. Zhang Yuan Candle waved his hand and then walked towards the large formation where the demon armored elephant was located. Qili didn't say a word till the end, and followed the boy closely. Only after he had completely moved away from Cylon did his palm reach out and his 5 fingers lightly tap the jade pendant. Dao light erupted, intertwining into a fine net and seeping into the jade pendant. There's something wrong with Cylone. Qili looked grave. His outstretched arm retracted, gazing at the side of the boy's face. There was no imagined shock or incredulity. There is only calm and indifference. Zhang Yuan Candle lightly tossed the jade pendant in his palm. I'd be surprised if there wasn't a problem. To make someone you meet for the first time so ingratiating, simply by virtue of a few inquiries on the Dharma pulse? Zhang Yuan Candle grabbed the jade pendant with cold eyes. He was too deliberate and belittled me. Chapter 74, Is Your Excellency looking for death? Qinli raised her eyebrows slightly. The person on her side, extremely intelligent, but sometimes too impulsive. The method of feeding the ghost-faced demon bear with xianin spirit roots is not circulated around the ancient cliff mountain at all. Even if a very few people knew about it, they would never tell about it so easily. Realize that the immortal way is expensive and private. Zhang Yuan Candle's footsteps slightly paused, and his eyes grew deeper and deeper. In that case, it seemed unlikely that Shilong was a member of the Yuan Kingdom's royal family. So where did the other party come from? Exhale. A mouthful of cloudy air was exhaled. Some helplessness surged in Zhang Yuan's heart. How did he feel that the scorched sun Dharma vein was the same as a sieve? A force that could arrange for some people to come over. I wonder what the entire immortal soldier valley is like. The two of them were silent and soon arrived in front of the demon armor elephant formation. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm that was holding the jade pendant gently pressed it above the large formation's light curtain. A gap was then revealed for people to pass through. Without hesitation, step forward. In a few steps, he had already stepped into it. At the same time, his palm rose and threw the jade pendant to Qinli. You take care of it. Good. A few conversations and a bright spot. Grass. hissing, and a savage, ferocious aura surged in. They walked into the real beast park. Zhang Yuan Candle stood on the grass and looked at a house-sized hideous giant elephant from afar. For a while, for the elephant demon power law actually have a deeper understanding. Between the book study and reality, there is ultimately a difference. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze, his body slightly sideways. Looking to the side, two figures came side by side, an old man and a young man. Before the person arrived, the hoarse voice already came. Old Taoist Jiao Xian, this senior brother, to pick a demon armor elephant to feed on, is truly astonishing. The old man was hunched over, his eyes cloudy, and he wore a stained Taoist robe without the slightest hint of immortal demeanor. In 3 steps, in an instant, he had already arrived in front of Zhang Yuan Candle. The demon armor elephant likes to be quiet and doesn't have too many chores, so the choice is but do. The words on Zhang Yuan Candle's lips paused, his palm pressed on the hilt of the sword, his body slightly sideways. A pair of double pupils looked icily at the youth beside the old Taoist. What is the meaning, Your Excellency? The youth's face was pale and his eyes were blackened as he looked greedily at Qinli. As Zhang Yuan Candle inquired, his palm even directly probed out and pointed at the young girl. Fellow Daoist is mistaken. I just see that the slave girl in front of me has some eyes. I don't know if it's possible to cut off the reward. It will certainly not let you. Fellow Daoist. Clunk. The long knife is sheathed. Your life is bound to me. Please cut it out. Splendid blade light, interspersed with blazing flames, slashed at his head. Fierce and brutal. At this moment, the words on the youth's mouth could no longer be uttered, and his expression was horrified. This is nuts. A pink handkerchief flew out from his arms, expanding at great speed and oozing pink mist, blocking the blade light before it. The long knife cut out at extreme speed, and it touched the handkerchief nearly instantly. The zip, prickle. The mist burns and the handkerchief breaks open. A flash of blade light was about to cleave into the head under the youth's terrified gaze. Enough! Old Taoist Jiao Xian's face was filled with anger as his dry and thin palm probed out and pressed on top of the blade light. Click! The brilliant blade light was actually crushed alive. The old Taoist blocked in front of the youth and coldly looked at Zhang Yuan Candle. Senior brother, you're crazy. It's just a slave. Clunk! The red serpent sword returned to its sheath. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were ice cold, and his 5 fingers tightly clasped the hilt of his sword. I have just arrived here, and you demand a slave. Wanting to bully me? After a short exchange of hands, he had already judged the general strength of the old path and the youth. One is a waste at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, with disorganized mana and rusty killing skills. One about the 4th level of Qi practicing was troublesome but could be fought against. Only now did Duanji come back from the fear of death, his face twisting and roaring lowly. Kid, you're looking for death. I am not one of you. Lowly men from the land of mortals. Demanding a slave girl was just a matter of asking for a slave girl, and the other party even wanted his life. The spells in his hands were pinched up, and he was about to start attacking. However, the old man turned back and held his palm, and with a pair of old eyes, he stared at the youth and opened his mouth word by word. I said enough. Humph. Duanji let out a cold snort. His palms loosened, and the agitated mana in his dantian slowly calmed down. Only after that did Jiao Xian turn his gaze to Zhang Yuanju, who was clad in a crimson Dao robe. The old Dao's face did not have the gentleness from a moment ago and carried a coldness as he pointed at the demonic beasts in the distance. Senior brother, the mundane in us is nothing more than that, not even more than a magic armor elephant. You've just entered cultivation, so forget it this time. The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth rose slightly with playfulness as he just quietly looked at an old man and a young man, and Qinli stood aside, deeply looked at the side of its face, and then lowered his head, as if an ordinary slave girl. The atmosphere between the 4 people became more and more silent and depressing. I don't know how much time passed before old Taoist Joshuan pulled out a jade slip from his pocket and threw it over. The jade brief records the things you need to pay attention to when feeding the demon armored elephant, as well as the rules between the many great formations in the beast garden. The demon armor elephant is fed by the 3 of us. 10 days for one person. The beginning of the month for Duanji, the middle of the month for the old Taoist, and the end of the month for senior brother. Except for the time you feed yourself, you are free to move about, either practicing, or traveling to the city outside the beast garden to enjoy yourself. Zhang Yuan Candle took the jade slip. His consciousness probed in and scanned through it to make sure there were no problems before nodding. It was agreed that this would be the case. Turning around, he walked towards the house recorded in the jade slip without any nonsense. Qinli followed closely behind him. The backs of the two gradually disappeared into the field of vision of old Taoist Jiao Xian and Duanji. Boom! Light blossomed in Duanji's palm and he slapped the ground hard. Senior brother, why don't you let me make a move to behead him? That junior took the lead. I just killed him. And the law enforcement Hall brothers have nothing to say. Old Taoist Jiao Xian just looked at the youth coldly, his mouth open. Why? Why do you demand an ordinary slave girl with ordinary posture for no reason? Although you are horny, you shouldn't be so far gone. Duanji's face stiffened, but it returned to normal in an instant. Senior brother, I've been feeding the demonic beasts for 10 days now, and I'm really suffocating, so that's why. The old Taoist's expression was cold, and after taking a deep look at the youth, he flung his sleeves and walked off into the distance. The youth was the only one left in the spot. At this moment, the youth's gaze was greedy, recalling the throbbing of mana just now. That was the first time he had encountered a woman who made even his own mana riot after practicing the dual cultivation technique. If one could pick it up, one's path would certainly be smoother. The other side. Zhang Yuanzhu and Qinli bypassed the demon-armored elephant and stepped forward. Thanks. Qinli suddenly spoke. Zhang Yuan Candle waved his hand. Unconcerned. No need for that. I also want to take the opportunity to test the strength of those two. Thanks anyway. That man has practiced the harvesting technique. He might be able to detect my special physique. Qinli explained, her footsteps quickening as she tried to catch up with the man. It was my carelessness that lifted a sliver of the ban. Zhang Yuan Candle's footsteps slightly paused, his eyes flickering as if he had no intention of asking. How strong will you be when all your prohibitions are lifted? Qinli's eyes were torn. Feel free to ask without too much concern. Zhang Yuan Candle laughed softly and walked towards the house that reflected in his eyes, striding towards it. Chapter 75 It's Only My Way. At those words, Qinli inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want her strength to be exposed. Being in a side door was too dangerous. Within a few breaths, the two had stopped in front of a house. Zhang Yuan Candle carefully examined it, his gaze revealing satisfaction. The residence in front of him was more like a small palace than a house, with some basic formations arranged around it to avoid disturbances. The jade slip obtained from old Taoist Joshuan was flung into the alcove. The palm of his hand flipped over and the spirit coins appeared between his fingers and palms. Taking a step forward, he waved his palm, and a spirit coin was put into the corresponding alcove bit. Wow! It was like the sound of water gushing behind them. A ray of light interspersed with runes rose up, forming a small formation on one side. Bang! When the last spirit coin was cast, the grand formation was completely formed. Zhang Yuan Candle stood in front of the vermilion door, his palm poking out. Push! Crunch! The door to the room swung open, revealing a large courtyard. The floor was made of polished basalt-colored rock, and there was a pool of water to the right in which golden carp swam. Such a sight! Far better than the residence once was. Zhang Yuan Candle's arms fell naturally as he walked towards the interior of the palace. We'll make our home here for the time being. Pick a room at your leisure and stay there. Good. Qinli nodded and headed toward the corner where the miscellaneous items were placed as she prepared to clean up the courtyard. Zhang Yuan Candle stepped forward and checked every room. Make sure there are no problems before moving into the most spacious room. He sat on the ground, his mind relaxed. A crisis that is now finally settling down. After that, he could fully cultivate and digest the resources gained. The sequence of the cultivation of feats and spells must be arranged. First of all, it was the cultivation of the fire rain art, with the assistance of the jade slips, characteristic, prana, condensing the art patterns and making attempts at combining Dao arts. Secondly, it was the cultivation of gongfu, approaching the limit of the second level of qi cultivation at an early date, ready to break through at any time. Lastly, it was the practice of the elephant demon powerful method, with the help of the beast garden, observing the demon-armored elephant, and refining the body. As for Nuwa casting and so on, the current 8-arm red snake Nuwa has been enough. After that, he practiced gongfu during the day, practiced the fire rain art at night, and practiced body refining when feeding the demonic beasts. After making the decision, Zhang Yuan Candle did not hesitate any longer and took advantage of the fact that the great sun had not yet set. Taking out the red jade pill from his storage bag, he swallowed it. The elixir melted in his mouth, and wisps of heat flowed to all parts of his body. He ran his gongfu with all his might, his red golden mana surging and raging, running along a specific route. At the same time, the light of the great sun crossed the obstacles of the palace and disappeared into the body to combine with the mana. Every minute, every second, the mana increased and became purer and purer under the gulping of the 8-armed red snake and black bear void. I don't know how much time had passed before the great sun stopped shedding its light and he stopped his cultivation for the day. Looking inward into the depths of the mind, the blue and red divine radiance that made up the mirrored mountain changed in spots. Realm, second level of Qi cultivation, 10, 34%, 5 days. The second level of Qi practicing cultivation was only 5 days, and he had already finished 1/10 of it. Now the speed of cultivation was even a hair faster than when he was at the first level of Qi cultivation. If there were enough pills, One could step into the third level of chi cultivation in 50 days at most. The eyes slowly opened, the heavy pupils containing joy. In such a complicated situation, it is undoubtedly a delightful thing to be able to rapidly improve one's strength. And next, it's time to try combining dowsing techniques. Replacing the red gold jade slip of Kung Fu experience with the jade slip that recorded the fire rain technique. The joy on Zhang Yuan Candle's face converged and turned into solemnity. The palm of his hand probed out and flicked. Tiny rains of red gold fire surfaced in mid-air and fell at great speed. Crackle! Zip! The rain of fire falling and the sound of burning rocks were intertwined and entwined. Nearly instantly, the slate was already pitted. And at this moment, Zhang Yuan Candle's expression became more and more grave. The thoughts turn. The red gold mana in the dantian transformed into an icy blue color. The rain of fire in the sky turned into a continuous rain of ice, dousing the flames all over the ground. The icy rain kept transforming and finally turned into falling snow. For a while, within the palace, snow was flying, covering all the wreckage. The field of vision was white. It was as if I had returned to the cold and desperate late night in the city of ginger water. The muffled voice, across the snow, echoed through the palace. But if my life ends by me. Under the low chant, a flash of reddish golden firelight was rising from the snow. Extreme deformation, cohesion and compression. Fong Tak grows red lotus under the snow. Boom! The flames fiercely pressed down, and a red golden lotus flower emerged beneath the roiling snowflakes. Each lotus petal was lifelike, as if it were real. At this moment, ice and fire, cold and blazing heat, death and vitality, began to mingle and converge. Zhang Yuan Candle holding the red gold lotus flower, standing up, the sky snowflakes, also convergence and winding too. He seemed to be no longer a person in the mortal world, like an exiled fairy in the dust, holding a lotus. At the same time a terrifying energy was generated and climbed in the palm. As if there was no end to it, the snow began to shake, and the red gold lotus flower began to become unstable. LOL. A soft sigh. The red lotus is hidden and the snow dissipates. In the palace, the only thing left was the mess on the ground and that slender figure. The fire rain technique is ultimately one step short of being able to perform it successfully. But this Taoist art, this path, is ultimately without fault, and can be followed. This technique, it is called planting red lotus under snow. Zhang Yuan Candle's gaze dropped, looking at the scorch marks in his palm, pondering. It was a combination of spells that were uniquely suited to his art pattern. It is a technique he summarizes by looking back on his past, being born from death, and finding hope in despair. It implies its expectations and plans for the road ahead. A million emotions, churning in his chest, were finally suppressed one by one. He's too weak to think much about it unintentionally. Everything is in the future. Sitting on the ground covered with pits, Zhang Yuan Candle once again started practicing the fire rain art. In the middle of a secret room in the beast garden, Silun sat on a futon, surrounded by various jade bowls holding blood. The rich smell of blood filled the chamber. Shilong picked up a jade bowl, then drank a large mouth, each mouthful of drink. The muscles on the demonic beast pattern more and more hideous. Realistic. Zhang Yuan Candle, making a big mess of the scorched sun Dharma vein. That's really interesting. To make such a scene and have those old guys let it go. It seems that the talent is good. Really want to. Bang! The jade bowl was put down, and a strange smile appeared on Silun's face. Skin him and put him on, and see if he is as comfortable as this man. The corners of his mouth cracked and spread, revealing a flash of skin that was as pale as could be. Silun probed his palm out and gently wiped the crack away, restoring it to its original state. Bear with me some more. The seasons flow like the years. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, both Zhang Yuanju and Qin Li were immersed in cultivation. Their cultivation continued to grow, bursting toward higher levels. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan Candle, who was cultivating, opened his eyes as he felt someone approaching the formation. Is it time? Standing up, he headed out of the palace. The time was just right to start practicing the art of body refining. Chapter 76, My Sword is Fast. Tower, tower, tower. Crisp footsteps echoed through the courtyard. Sitting at the edge of the pool, feeding the fish bait, his eyes betook to it. It's our turn to feed the magic armor elephants. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded, palm pressed against the hilt of the blade, striding forward. Let's go. And be careful when you feed. It's easiest to be underhanded when you're feeding for the first time. Qin Li nodded her head and spread the bait in her palm. All of it, into the water. With that, he quickly walked towards Zhang Yuan Candle, his palm probing out, and a pale white jade sketch was handed out. During this period of time, I modified a few formation nodes and the loopholes were improved. You know formations. After Zhang Yuan Candle received the jade sketch, his consciousness probed into it, and the densely packed array patterns were too dense for him to read. Formations, among the 100 arts of cultivation, were hard to learn and hard to master, and were extremely precious no matter in any power. Which power was so generous as to send a young girl undercover? Slightly involved. Qin Li's expression was calm, but a hint of smugness flashed in the depths of her eyes. To be able to make the person in front of him surprised represents more than what he thought. I'm curious as to which cutie that arranged for you to come here. If there comes a time when you can't return, you might as well follow me, and you will certainly not be treated poorly. Zhang Yuan Candle put away the jade slip and took a closer look at the woman on his side. Spiritual medicine, pills, demonic beasts, formations. The girl in front of him is proficient in all of them, making up for the shortcomings of his beggar background in shallow knowledge. At those words, the joy in Qin Li's eyes converged, and she looked at the person in front of her with some amusement. Although he was gifted, he was ultimately from a lowly background. For her to abandon a brilliant clan and follow a side disciple at the second level of qi practicing, how is that possible? Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your love. I'm afraid I can't afford it. As for natural talent and root bones, I am but a mere minuscule talent, so I naturally came here to contribute to the sect. Zhang Yuan Candle took a deep look at the young girl before taking another step and walking towards the outside of the palace, pushed the door to the room and opened the formation. He then saw old Taoist Jiu Xian. The old Taoist was hunched over, wearing oil-stained Taoist robes. His palm took out a storage bag and handed it forward. Senior brother, this is the blended beast material. Enough for 10 days. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded and took the storage bag. Rather, I trouble your excellency to come here. The old Taoist opened his mouth and finally turned into a low sigh, his face tinged with sorrow. Senior brother, take care of yourself. Duanji came from the Dharma vein cities and pools, not from a mundane realm like you and I. Before the words could drift down, he had already turned around and walked towards the distance. Zhang Yuan Candle stood in the grassland, quietly looking at the back of the old Taoist departure. The breeze blew, the red robe hunted and fluttered, the storage bag in his palm, casually thrown behind him. Take a look. Is there a problem? Qin Li received the storage bag and looked helplessly at the person in front of her, truly treating herself as a slave. Still, he probed his consciousness into the storage bag. A moment later, the storage bag was handed back. All sorts of spirit medicines, spirit fruits, blood and flesh are mixed. The craft is a bit rusty, but the demon armored elephant can eat it. No problem. Good. Zhang Yuan Candle took the storage bag and headed towards the nearest demon armor elephant. About an incense stick ahead, the 3 demon armored elephants lying on their backs in the grass came into view. A large one and 2 small ones, supposed to be mother and son. Each head was hideous and horrifying, and even though it was lying on the ground, the savage, demonic aura still continued to gush out. Zhang Yuan Candle's footsteps slowed down as he kept getting closer. He didn't feed directly, but carefully observed the movements of the demon armored elephant, in every nuance. Also recall the description in the elephant devil's powerful law. The elephant devil has infinite power, rides the waves of water, treads the ground undefeated, and fights 100 battles until he dies, taking his heart blood, nourishing his own battle spirit, sharpening his flesh, sinews and bones, and casting his treasure elephant's true body. The pace was getting slower and slower, his breath was getting weaker and weaker, nearly ceasing to exist, and he and the demon armored elephant were only a foot apart at the moment. Time passed by minute, and about an hour passed. It was only then that Zhang Yuan Candle poured out the beast material from his storage bag and kicked it in front of the demon armored elephant, slowly backing up to a safe place. His mind recalled the sensations he had just felt, and his understanding of the body refinement method became more and more refined. There is already a cultivation grasp. However, he needed the blood of the demon armor elephant's heart to open the refining body. According to the description on the jade slip given by old Taoist Jiu Xian, the beast garden would give the disciples some potential benefits every month. The benefit given for feeding the demon armor elephant was an ivory tusk, which was used as a material for refining weapons. Zhang Yuan Candle stood in place, various methods flashing through his mind, his appearance unchanged. Only after the demon armored elephants finished eating the beast material did he head towards the next place where the elephants were. The 2 of them were running around in a big formation, one after the other. It wasn't until noon that today's animal feed was completed. The entire process went very smoothly, and Zhang Yuan Candle had a rough idea of the scale and strength of the demon armored elephant herd. Most of them were no more than the 3rd level of qi practicing, and there were only a few heads at the 4th level of qi practicing, and they seemed to be deliberately suppressing their realms, not daring to break through. However, because of this, each demon armored elephant's qi and blood reserves were extremely deep, making it a good material for him to refine his body. Zhang Yuan Candle stood on the grassland and took out the elephant demon vigorous method and flipped through it. On the side, Qinli stood at his side, looking up at the dome of the sky that was covered with array patterns, not knowing what he was thinking. The great sun sets and night falls. Zhang Yuan Candle put the books away and looked sideways at the young girl who seemed to be dazed. You go back first, and come back early in the morning, and feed again. Qinli's head hung down, looking at the figure carrying a sword and saber to the side, her forehead lightly nodding. Without inquiring as to the cause, he turned, and walked toward the palace. This place was not far from where the two lived, and Zhang Yuan Candle saw the young girl enter the palace and open the formation before withdrawing his gaze. With his feet powered up, he lurched out and ran through the night. In the remote place of the great array, the outlying demon-armored elephants were lying on the grass and were sleeping. A slender figure, standing not far away, carefully observed the surrounding area and confirmed that there were no living beings. Zip! Slowly, he drew out his back snake-cutting sword. The snow-white, razor-sharp sword was dark at the moment, close to becoming one with the night. At the same time, he took out a healing elixir and crushed it to apply it on his other palm. He only took the blood of his heart and was not prepared or unable to decapitate the demon-armored elephant. Gathering his breath, he stepped closer, stopped when he was 20 meters away from the demon-armored elephant. His body was slightly tilted, his dantian mana stirred, and his feet suddenly fired. A sword light flashed. There is no brilliant dream, no hot flame, only the cold and sharpness that blends into the darkness. The sword's light was icy cold, piercing the skin between the pieces of armor, plowing through the muscles and sinews, and plunging straight into the side of the heart. Jab! Poof! The sword was plunged in and withdrawn, nearly instantaneously. Zhang Yuan Candle's other palm probed out and smeared the elixir juice on the narrow wound. With that, he quickly backed up and ran off into the distance. Everything moves in just a few breaths. At this moment, the magic armor elephant only opened the pupil of the beast, scanning a circle of the surrounding area. After not finding anything, closed his eyes again. The wounds were frozen. The spirit medicine was healed. There was no pain at all, and the demonic beasts with low IQs couldn't discover the abnormality. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the tip of the sword, the dark golden blood flowing, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It's a done deal. Immediately, he took out a jade bottle and collected the heart's blood. Chapter 77 can't find the problem, and it can't find the person. Soon the jade bottle was filled to the brim. Taking out another jade bottle, he put away the ordinary demon armor elephant blood as well. When all was done, the flying sword was carried on its back, stride toward his palace. Qinli, who was cultivating in his room, opened his eyes and looked outside the formation. After she felt the familiar scent, back, murmuring softly, his eyes closed again. Zhang Yuan Candle quickly returned to the room and pulled out the jade bottle containing the heart's blood from his bosom, as well as various kinds of spirit medicines placed in front of him. There is also a need for a utensil for blending various spirit medicines. A thought. The gray incense burner flew out of his arms, suspended in mid-air, and shook slightly. It was none other than the lower-grade magic artifact Qingyang furnace. Picking up the elixir, he threw it into the furnace. A variety of elixirs fell into the incense burner and turned into liquid as the burner shook. Gradually, a strange fragrance, which began to pass through the room, caused one's qi and blood to turn over. Zhang Yuan Candle's expression remained unchanged as he picked up the jade bottle, opened the cork and poured out a drop of dark golden blood. The blood of the beast slipped and dripped into the incense burner. One moment. Roar! Explosive roars came out from the green sun furnace and echoed in the room. At the same time, the incense burner began to tremble violently, as if some giant beast was bound in it and wanted to break free. Zhang Yuan Candle put the jade bottle away, his gaze always fixed on the green yang furnace. At the moment when the incense burner was trembling most violently, the palm of his hand probed out, grasped the wall of the burner, and then, take a big gulp. In an instant, it was as if a mouthful of lava had been swallowed down his throat. Fiery, raging energy exploded in his body, and countless hisses echoed in his mind. Zhang Yuan Candle was calm and relaxed, mobilizing his mana to transform the energy into all parts of his body as described in the elephant demon vigorous method. When the first hint of energy was incorporated into the body, pain. It hurts. Extremely painful. It was like scraping the flesh and cutting the bones, and as the strands of energy were integrated into the body, the pain became more and more intense. The body sitting on the ground began to shake. Such pain is not at all subject to human will. It is an instinctive reaction of the body. Layers of ripples were set off in the depths of Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes, but they were calmed down one by one. Kill! The spirit whistled long and hard, and the intention transformed into a long blade, killing towards the pain that seemed to drown everything. There was no dodging, no direct feinting in the manner of the body refining method. Instead, they go toward the most painful flesh and blood, and by doing so, sharpen this heart. The minutes ticked by. The pain wants to be intense. And the will grows more determined and forward. Gradually, the hissing in his head was chopped up. Boundless suffering is transformed into forward movement sustenance. Zhang Yuan Candle's one double pupil was bright and unusual, carrying an unspeakable determination and sharpness. And on top of the body, the flesh and blood became tougher and tougher. The shaking muscles began to calm down, and a smattering of extremely shallow elephant lines emerged on the arms. I don't know how much time had passed, but Zhang Yuan Candle slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. The palm of his hand was raised and placed in front of his eyes, 5 fingers clasped together. Boom! The air in his palm exploded directly. Ear-piercing booms, accompanied by rolling waves of air, swept in all directions. The power has increased. Zhang Yuan Candle muttered, feeling the power that kept surging in his body. He knew that this was the manifestation of the initiation of the magic elephant vigorous method. This body refining method did not have realm tiers, only a few characteristics that represented the profundity of the cultivation. Flesh is magic elephant tendons like iron, skin like glazed bone like jade, the blood is like molten plasma burning red gold, the most complete and marvelous true treasure body. After the fivefold change of flesh, sinew, skin, bone and blood, the body of a precious elephant can be cast. In the middle of his thoughts, he stood up. Following the body refining method, he rehearsed his fists and adapted to the surge of power. The punches were sluggish and the pace was slow, as if they were tripping forward. I don't know how much time passed before he closed his fist and stood. Looking up, he looked out the window. Early morning. Without hesitation, he took a step toward the door. A new day has arrived. A few days after that, morning feeding and observation of magic armor elephants. In the afternoon, we practiced Gongfu to improve our cultivation. In the evening, he practiced the fire and rain art for 2 hours, after which he began the body refining technique cultivation. Everything is in order. At the end of the month, the last day to feed the demonic beasts, Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the violent demon-armored elephant in front of him and frowned lightly. Turning sideways, he looked at Qinli. Beast material. Sure there's no problem? Absolutely no problem. Qinli shook the storage bag in his hand with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan Candle observed his surroundings. Over the past few days, the demon-armored elephant had become increasingly violent. His first thought was that the beast material had been tampered with. It doesn't seem so now. The problem, then, comes from the neighborhood. Zhang Yuan Candle carefully observed the surrounding area, but could not find anything unusual. Forget it, don't think about it. His eyes were icy cold. There were only 3 people in the entire formation, and the only ones who could do this were old Taoist Jiu Xian and Duan Ji. If you can't solve the problem, then address the root cause. Suddenly, roar! A loud elephant roar interrupted Zhang Yuan Candle's thoughts. The demon-armored elephant beast's pupils were covered in blood-colored filaments as it stared at him dead-on. The air exploded for it as his long nose flung out. Roar! Another growl. The huge body of the beast came crashing in savagely, as if a hill was moving forward. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were cold. His arm was raised, and red golden firelight flowed between his 5 fingers. The Xian Shui ruler in the depths of his mind trembled slightly, and the emerald green bear face loomed large. Then, step and press out. Boom! Roar! The dull crashing sound, mixed with the roar of the beast, echoed in the sky and the ground. Amidst the rolling dust, a large and a small black shadow resisted each other. Qinli's red lips were slightly open as she stared blankly at the scene in front of her. The demon-armored elephant that reigned supreme in the same realm with its blood chi and strength. Surprisingly, the power was blocked by someone with weakness. No! The demon-armored elephant is backing up. Zhang Yuan Candle stepped forward and pushed the demon-armored elephant to keep retreating. Several deep gullies formed between one person and one demonic beast. The demon-armored elephant hissed with all its might and kept struggling. Asterisk 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 general thing. Also dared to roar at me. Zhang Yuan Candle's expression was icy cold as his arm powered up and violently lifted. Boom! The huge body of the demon collapsed in response, and dust flew up. That slender figure, against the dust, slammed his fist down. The prairie fell into peace. Zhang Yuan Candle looked at the fainted demonic beast, turned around, and walked towards the distance. Qinli's expression was shocked. This side disciple had actually overturned the demon-armored elephant with his strength. The opponent is strong again. Eyes twinkling, he followed quickly. The two of them walked at an extremely fast pace, and in less than a cup of tea, they had already arrived in front of a luxurious cave. Transparent shields, inverted from the firmament, guarded the cave. Qinli stepped forward and scrutinized the shroud. The 4 directions protector formation. To break the formation, you need the southeast and northwest. Zhang Yuan Candle was indifferent and stepped forward. Arms up, out of the punch. The fist came out like a gun, stabbing straight at the shield. Boom! Ka-ching! The shield shattered into pieces in an instant, turning into bits of starlight that dissipated in midair. The pupils of Qin Li's eyes shrunk slightly as he looked at the figure that had killed his way into the cave with great strides. Who dares to break into my cave? A long whistle passed through space. Immediately afterward, a youth ran out, his face covered in grimness. Zhang Yuan Candle's pace remained unchanged, his arm hanging down and his 5 fingers tightly clasping the hilt of his sword. Clunk! The red serpent sword was sheathed. Splendid blazing sword light, accompanied by cool killing sounds. Secretly laying means to destroy the garden of beasts. Now I will take your head. The arm pressed down, and the light of the blade pierced to the extreme, obscuring Duanji's line of sight. The only thing that echoed around his ears was the Sen Han cold laugh. Claim your reward. Chapter 78 Strikes. Arrogant. Duanji growled, his face grimacing. It's just the second level of chi cultivation. Who gave him the courage to strike out at someone stronger? A dark light erupted from his arms and killed the front. The air was torn apart in an instant, and an ear-piercing sonic boom was heard all over the world. The light of the sword and the light of the crow, instantly spanning space. Collision. Rumble. Under the deafening roar, rolling airwaves were generated and swept in all directions. The deep, ebony glow, frozen for a moment, was cut through by the blade's light. A small fork-like spell was revealed. Jabla. Sparks flew and small forks knocked off. Whoa! A mouthful of blood was spat out. Duanji's already pale face became even paler, and there was no more anger in his eyes, only unbelief and fear. He was at the third level of chi cultivation, one layer of the realm of chi refining and one heaven, and he was unexpectedly felled against his will. Before he could wait for more thoughts, the brilliant blade light was already approaching. Duanji's face twisted as he hissed as hard as he could and ducked to the side. He doesn't want to die. Jab! Arms fell and blood splattered. A figure covered his arm and staggered back, wailing from time to time. Zhang Yuan Candle, you lowly born mortal, how dare you strike here? You're dead. Tower. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were cold as he held his sword forward. I didn't make a move against the demon-armored elephant at all. Your Excellency has misunderstood. Bang! A kick down and the red snake blade against his throat. Stop it, senior! A stern cry came from the long sky, a rainbow light that came at great speed from the firmament. Only after seeing old Taoist Jiu Xian arrive did Duanji's heart let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, the intense pain at his broken arm made his face even more distorted. His eyes looked resentfully at the knife-wielding figure and whispered, Zhang Yuan Candle, you have no idea what kind of people you've provoked. We'll definitely get along happily in the years afterward. By the way, this time, the magic armor elephant aphrodisiac, is that I put less? Let you anti. Ha! In a light laugh, the palm of his sword-wielding hand violently pressed down. Jab! Blood spurted out and splattered everywhere. A large head rolled down to the ground, until the depth of the eyes contained resentment. Zhang Yuan Candle stomped on its head, sides, looking toward old Dao Jiuxian, who had fallen from the firmament. His eyes carried a playful look. Senior brother, the enemy is too strong. I failed to stay my hand. Zhang Yuan Candle, within the beast garden, wantonly killing fellow disciples. You will surely pay with your life. Zhang Yuan Candle laughed lowly, and his foot suddenly fired. Boo! Heads exploded at his feet as if they were melons. Is elder brother coming to make an arrest? Old Taoist Jiu Xian's eyes were cold. The other party was absolutely crazy. The second level of chi practicing was going to fight against the entire rule of Dharma veins. And now, provoking him, then seize the enemy and go forward to the hall of law enforcement. The old Taoist stepped forward, his hunched figure becoming straight, his withered muscles filling up for the occasion. In a blink of an eye, a withered old man was transformed into a strong man. Violent aura, gushing out, as if a demonic beast that had fallen into a deep sleep was violently awakened. Refined the body. Zhang Yuan Candle was surprised in his heart, but it quickly turned into a blazing battle intent. In the depths of his mind, above the 7 treasure myriad tree, the snake chopper sword, the Xian Shui ruler, and the dragon's blood spirit would trembled slightly. Characteristics, sharpness, brute force, and might, all bursting forth at the same time. Today, he wanted to try out how the 4th level of chi refining battle power was. Clunk! The long knife is sheathed. Hands fall naturally and step forward. Fierce and savage, fiery and interspersed with sharpness rose up. The two figures kept approaching until they were 5 paces apart. Zhang Yuan Candle tilted his body slightly and raised his palm forward, his 5 fingers changing. It was like 5 overwhelmingly long knives, chopping against the grain toward the front. The pupils of the old Taoist's eyes narrowed slightly, his skin glowing a brassy color as he swung his fist downward to meet the radiant blade light. Boom! Loud booms, accompanied by the collision of fists and palms, came out one after another. Waves of air surged wildly and dust flew. 2 figures, constantly exchanging blows. Gradually, a robust figure began to back away, began to bleed, began to wince. Old Dao Jiuxian's expression was shocked, and in a fair fight, he was actually repelled. The Dantian mana was mobilized and he tried his best to swing his fists, but he could only keep retreating. The brass-like skin was torn and blood flowed out, staining the Dao robe red. Suddenly, the man stopped striking and closed his fist. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. The old Taoist quickly backed away, holding onto the rock wall and panting heavily. The gaze that looked at that person no longer had any killing intent, only fear and horror. With a smile on his face, Zhang Yuan Candle patted his dusty robes, and with a flip of his palm, white jade emerged and was thrown forward. Retain the shadow stone. Senior brother, take a look at it. Old Taoist Jiuxian received the shadow retaining stone, and after seeing the images within, his expression became even more unsightly. Senior brother, why didn't you take it out earlier? Voices mingled with anger passed between the two. Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his eyebrows, looked indifferently at the old Taoist and spoke word by word. Is your excellency questioning me? In an instant, as if a dish of cold water had been poured over him, old Taoist Jiuxian no longer had any anger. The voice became weak. Cough, cough. Senior brother is mistaken. I have no such intention. It's just that Duanji's death is a big deal, so it's hard not to panic. Zhang Yuan Candle walked towards the corpse on the ground, ripped off the storage bag, and his consciousness probed into it. After taking some spirit pills and spirit coins, he threw his storage bag at the old Taoist. Senior brother has come here with me, so I guess it must be for the purpose of exterminating and disturbing the rebels in the Beast Garden. These, as payment. The old Taoist's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he finally put the storage bag away. He was over 70 years old, practicing Qi at the 4th level, and had no chance of reaching the path of immortality in this life. But he still had offspring, for whom he had to accumulate resources, so as not to let his offspring be like himself, who had wasted his life. After seeing the old Taoist take the storage bag, the corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth rose slightly as he walked towards the place where the small forked magic weapon fell. Elder brother, will there be a reward for the evidence? Zhang Yuan Candle picked up the small ebony-colored fork. In his opinion, it was he who had maintained the peace of the Beast Garden, and the Dharma vein should be rewarded. A few helplessness surfaced on the face of old Taoist Jiuxian. The other party killed so privately, not punished even. How could there be a reward? If this was outside the scorched sun Dharma vein, the common area of the immortal Soldier Valley, the sword light hanging in the sky would have long since beheaded down. Senior brother, since Duanji is dead, until a new disciple arrives, only you and I can feed the demon armor elephant. One person for half a month. Good. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded and put away the small ebony-colored fork. Turn around. Toward his palace. Qinli, who was on the side, witnessed the entire process of Zhang Yuan Candle's beheading of his enemy. The boy's tactics are even out. The dead should die. The subdued should be subdued. Everything seems to be extremely easy, but she knew that any newly minted disciple other than a boy who came would be played to death. Shaking, he wiped the thoughts cluttering his mind. No matter how gifted the other party was, it had nothing to do with herself and would not affect her undercover work in the side sect. Quickly followed Zhang Yuan Candle. Looking at the other's back, he was still young, but considered reliable. How about a deal? A low voice, reaching her ears, brought her back to her senses. What a deal! Qin Li's expression was serious, and her pace paused slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. Chapter 79 is a real mess. I don't think you have a body protector yet. How about this one? Zhang Yuan Candle's footsteps slowed down and he walked side by side with Qin Li. The palm of his hand probed out, and a small ebony-colored fork appeared in his hand. He had already palmed this artifact just now, and it didn't have characteristics, and he didn't lack offensive artifacts. Don't mind. In exchange for more benefits, Qin Li looked deeply at Zhang Yuan Candle. Her slender jade hand probed out, picked up the small ebony-colored fork, and carefully examined it. The refining materials and craftsmanship are fair, the young girl commented, then looked to the side figure. What do you want to trade? She wouldn't have cared too much about such a lower-grade magic weapon in the past, but now she could add some protection. The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth rose slightly with pleasure as he stated his request. Techniques, Taoist scriptures, sword techniques. Any knowledge that you feel is of equal value can be exchanged. Ugh, Qin Li sighed softly. The absence of specific conditions is the greatest condition. After a slight hesitation, she had a choice and put the small fork into her storage bag. The Kung Fu, being the property of the clan, I cannot pass it on privately, while the Dao scriptures and the blade technique are all of this nature. However, I did come by chance to obtain a remnant of the royal sword, so I don't know if you need it. Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his brows. He liked sword techniques, but I don't think there will be too much difference between the Imperial Sword and the Imperial Blade. 2. Upon hearing this, Qili no longer hesitated and took out a blank jade sketch and placed it between his eyebrows. A moment later, the jade brief was handed over. He took the jade slip and his consciousness probed into it, and a line of words revealed itself in his mind. Heart and sword together, using qi to control the sword. This was a technique to enhance flying sword killing. Extremely simple, yet more practical. A cursory glance told him that he was not losing out on this transaction. Putting the jade slip away, he took large strides towards the palace. Soon, it was time to return to the residence and open the array. In the middle of the room, Zhang Yuan Candle sat on the ground, recalling all the things that had happened today and making sure that there were no problems. It was only then that he took out the green sun furnace and blended the body refining spiritual liquid. The next day, early morning, Zhang Yuan Candle woke up from his cultivation and looked forward with heavy pupils. He clearly perceived the 3 auras that appeared outside the grand formation. Every single aura was far beyond Taoist Jiuxian. The law enforcement hall, coming so fast. Zhang Yuan Candle spoke softly, with his palm outstretched and 5 fingers spread out. A jade slip engraved with reddish gold lines emerged. Clasping the jade slip with one hand, he stood up and walked towards the door. At this moment, Qinli stood in the courtyard, her gaze revealing a hint of worry. It's just a little thing. Zhang Yuan Candle laughed lightly and stepped forward. Under the young girl's gaze, she walked out of the big formation. In a flash, 3 figures came into view. 2 youths, one middle-aged, looked at Zhang Yuan Candle with an unfriendly expression. Senior brother Zhang, what a big show. Just arrived at the Beast Garden less than a month ago and beheading disciples. The middle-aged Taoist looked serious, his feathered coat hunting and fluttering as his chi rose. It was he who had sent Zhang Yuan Candle to the Beast Garden, and he hadn't been back for long before he was sent again. There was naturally some resentment in his heart that the newly minted disciple in front of him was too capable of tossing and turning. However, when he saw, after the boy's palm and the jade brief, the pupils of his eyes tightened. The tone of voice was a few degrees milder. Senior brother, tell me, what exactly happened that you directly beheaded senior brother Duan? Zhang Yuan Candle's palm rose and tossed the red gold jade sketch, and a shadow-retaining stone flew out from his arms and hovered in front of the crowd. 3 senior brothers. Duanji wanted to destroy a party of beast gardens. Fortunately he was discovered in time. Otherwise I, Scorched Sun Dharma Vein, will definitely suffer heavy losses. I wonder what the reward is. As the words drifted down, the 3 law enforcement hall disciples, their faces turned ugly. Destroy the orrery? As far as Duanji's punk who had been reverse felled by a chi refining second layer, he wouldn't be able to do it even if he was 10 times stronger. Moreover, the person in front of him had abused lynching and beheaded Duanji, which was already inappropriate. And now he wanted to receive a reward. They wanted to rebuke, but as soon as they saw the reddish golden jade slip, as well as the tattoo that represented the Mountain Lord, the voice of chastisement, how it could not be said, especially when he thought that the other party had been on the Dharma vein to you. What he had done, he did not dare to say more. After all, the disciple in front of him, but he really dared to go in front of all the elders to complain. Exhale. Senior brother Zhang, we need to check on the matter of rewards. It will be some time before I can give you an answer. The middle-aged Taoist made a move with his palm, and the shadow-retaining stone fell into his palm. 3 senior brothers, do not keep me waiting. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes were deep as he held the red gold jade symbol and stopped throwing it up. Will not keep senior brother waiting. Before the words fell, the 3 figures, already transformed into rainbow light, rushed into the long sky. It wasn't until they were far away from the palace that a youth cursed in a low voice. A junior, unexpectedly rampant to this extent. In the past days, the disciples of the Dharma vein, which one of us was not respectful when they saw us? I really want to capture him into the fire prison and torture him. He even dares to question all the elders, let alone us. Another law enforcement disciple mocked himself. After a pause, his head turned slightly sideways to look at the middle-aged Taoist. Senior brother, how should we handle this matter? Drag it down. The middle-aged Taoist drank softly. Even with his heart, he felt suffocated. The Dantian mana surged and the rainbow light skyrocketed, instantly throwing the 2 far away. The other side. After Zhang Yuan Candle watched the 3 of them leave, he put away the red gold jade sketch. Standing with his arms folded, he looked away from the 3 departing rainbow lights. Long time. A faintly imperceptible whisper, before it slowly came out. What a mess. He had layers of means, but only to protect himself. If the power is enough, which still need these tricks. Cultivation. Full practice. Time flies and 30 days have passed. Other than feeding the demon armor elephant, he immersed himself in cultivation. Each day, the mana and physical strength were rapidly increasing. In just 1 month, his Dantian mana nearly doubled, and with the help of Nuwa Face Shadow, extremely pure, Zhang Yuan Candle was draped in a red-colored Taoist robe as he sat beside the pool of water, looking within the depths of his mind. Realm, second level of Qi cultivation, 81, 42%. Continuing his cultivation, in 10 days at most, he would be able to break through to the third level of Qi practicing. Moreover, the cultivation of the fire rain art had already reached an extremely subtle point, and was only half a step away from cohesion. At this moment, however, he stopped his cultivation, and his closed eyes slowly opened with a double pupil, demonic and mysterious. I underestimated the pressure of the art pattern on the torso. Zhang Yuan Candle sighed softly. When the art pattern was about to coalesce, a warning came from his body instinctively, causing him to slow down his pace. Of course, he could forcefully condense it, but it might cause irreversible damage to his body. Suspended art pattern generation for insurance purposes. With the strength of his current carapace, it was surprising that he was even in danger. No wonder the immortal Soldier Valley had only one person, Yi Zhenxian, who had managed to achieve one realm and one art pattern over the centuries. Moreover, the body-refining elixir obtained from the killing of the 800-mile mountain river was about to be consumed and needed to be replenished. Zhang Yuan Candle's brows were lightly furrowed as he pondered on the way to obtain the elixir. I don't know how much time passed, but he stood up, looked to the east, and muttered, "Looks like a trip to the city is in order." Chapter 80, Conspiracy, Sale, Rune Seal, Immortal Soldier Valley, Scorched Sun Dharma Vein, Fire Rock City. In the middle of a secret room, the candlelight was dim, and several figures clad in black robes, sitting on futons, looked at each other. The space was filled with silence, filled with oppression. It wasn't until the hoarse voice came out that the silence was broken. The old man's son died. He was only 38 years old, and the path to immortality had only just begun when he was beheaded in the Beast Garden. Family Master, for Jier's death, why wouldn't we be heartbroken? But do we really have to do this? A black-robed person with a slightly slimmer figure couldn't help but persuade. An unfamiliar person or force actually clearly informed us of the entire process of Jier's decapitation, as well as the whereabouts of the man named Zhang Yuanju. We are afraid to become the sword of murder. As the words fell, the many black-robed people nodded. No one is a cutie. Although the Scorched Sun Dharma Vein did not forbid killing each other outside of the demarcated range, and even secretly pushed this matter forward, named sharpening the disciples, there was always a certain amount of risk. The tall figure who had been the first to speak lapsed into silence. It took a long time to respond seriously. That was my son, raised for a full 37 years, a continuation of my immortal path, my will. 100 years from now, after Jier's death, I have no more attachments, and I will resign as the head of the family in a few days, and you will put out the word that I have rebelled against the family. House Master, Big Brother, several voices shouted, trying to persuade, but the burly figure was unmoved. Finally, one by one, the black-robed people left the secret room, and only the tall figure sat cross-legged on the futon, revealing a pair of eyes filled with hatred. I am willing to be the sword of vengeance. The other side, Zhang Yuan Candle, clad in gray robes, carrying a sword and a storage bag on his waist, headed towards a magnificent city. He stood in the midst of the crowd entering the city and surveyed his surroundings. Most of them were mortals, with only a few cultivators, and most of these cultivators were only at the level of Yunqi. But in terms of the total population of the city, the number of cultivators was already extremely terrifying. With so many potential disciples, it was no wonder that the immortal Soldier Valley, only recruited in the mundane kingdom once in an aeon. In the middle of his thoughts, he had already followed the flow of people and stepped into the city. Boom! In an instant, the sounds of shouting, noise, and giggling reached his ears. He saw a crowd of people, bustling with activity, with stores densely packed on both sides of the street. This is far beyond the prosperity of Ginger Water City. The heavy pupil half narrowed his eyes, tightened the flying sword in his arms, squeezed out of the crowd, and took large steps toward the city. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan Candle's footsteps stopped and his head dropped as he looked to his side. A boy in a cloth coat looked at him with fawning eyes. This immortal master, is this your first time coming to Fire Rock City? Do you need to lead the way? Zhang Yuan Candle's brows were slightly furrowed, and the flying sword in his arms trembled slightly, emitting a clang-clang sword sound. The sword roared violently, making the boy unable to resist backing up, his face turning pale. I've grown up in the city since I was young, and I'm extremely familiar with all parts of Fire Rock City, so I'm bound to not delay Immortal Master's business. Price? 1. No. Half a spirit coin. The boy opened his mouth, his face full of surprise. not expecting it to become at this point the place of trading spirit medicines and spirits. Lead the way. Yes, the skinny figure immediately walked ahead, leading the way. Zhang Yuan Candle's head lifted up and scanned the surrounding area, his icy, cool eyes causing each and every mortal with greedy eyes to back away. A warning sweep before stepping to follow. The two of them, one after the other, made 7 turns and passed through one street or alley. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. The boy was panting heavily as he ran at a fast pace. Immortal Master, we're almost there. In front of us is the Spirit Jade Street. Lots of spirit medicines and spirit goods are bought and sold, and it's more affordable. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded his head and did not say anything. He sensed that the number of cultivators in front of him was increasing, and what the boy said was true. The two soon came to a quieter street. On both sides of the street, a single cultivator was sitting on the ground, with all sorts of spiritual objects and magic weapons placed in front of him, and there were also a few luxurious stores standing on both sides. Nice. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm probed out, and with a gentle toss, the spirit coins, which had broken in half, landed in the boy's palm. Half of them are crystal white and half of them are tinged with icy blue. This is the reward. With that, striding toward the street, only the boy looked blankly at his palm. 2 different colored spirit coins, unable to see the difference before he scurried into the alley and disappeared. And Zhang Yuan Candle had already walked into the street and started to survey the various items on the stalls. Most of the stalls just casually scanned and left. Finally, he stopped in front of a stall with spirit medicines, after carefully observing it once and making sure that there was no problem with the elixir. Xian leaf grass, red heartroot, Mars flower. I'll take these elixirs. How many spirit coins? The gray-haired old man behind the stall, after looking up at Zhang Yuan Candle, immediately responded. A total of 134 spirit coins, discounted by 13 lower-grade spirit stones. Pack it up. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded and did not bargain. After the killing of 800 miles of mountains and rivers, he was not short of spirit coins, so it was a good opportunity to exchange them for resources. The palm of his hand probed out and with a gentle wave, small piles of spirit coins fell onto the stall. At this moment, the gray-haired old man packed even faster. Soon a dozen wooden boxes were handed over. Zhang Yuan Candle took the wooden box and counted it, confirming that there were no problems before heading towards the other stalls. The stall owner behind him, who was picking up spirit coins, hesitated slightly, but still spoke out to remind him. Wealth is not exposed. Your Excellency dresses up, too high profile, which has a magic weapon directly revealed, with a storage bag hanging on the waist, strutting in the city to buy and sell spiritual objects. Fire Rock City is not a good place. The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth rose slightly, but they quickly hid, and his palm stretched out, waving it casually, heading towards the next spirit medicine stall. Throughout the streets, he would collect any spirit medicine that was related to the elephant demon vigorous method. After about an hour, he came to a store called the Small Rune Hall and stepped in. The yellow-robed teenager who was dozing off in front of the counter saw someone arrive. Immediately, he got up and walked briskly, a smile on his face. Guest, are you here to purchase talisman seals? Or blank talisman paper, vermilion sand and other things? Rune seal. At those words, the yellow-robed teenager's eyes lit up. He liked this kind of customer who bought talisman seals directly. Guest, please follow me. Taking Zhang Yuan Candle with him, he walked towards a side counter. The yellow-robed teenager, pointing at the talismanic seal engraved with mysterious patterns on the cabinet, introduced. Fireball talisman, commonly used offensive talisman seal at the first and second level of chi cultivation. After seeing no response from the guest, point to the other side. Golden armor talisman. It can form a shield around the body and can block attacks from the 4th level of chi practicing. Ice spike charm. Special attribute attack. Zhang Yuan Candle listened to the yellow-robed teenager's narration, and only responded after he had listened to the introductions and gained some insight. Can there be any talisman seals like escape? The lack of means of escape was what he lacked. He could swing his sword forward at any person of the same realm, and he wasn't afraid of anyone even a few small realms higher than him. But if someone is bullying with a great realm, it's not a matter of courage or not. Moreover, this item was needed to prevent accidents in the next matter. Chapter 81, Jarius, come to kill. Escape seal? The yellow-robed teenager muttered, then walked behind the counter and took out 2 jade boxes from the drawer. The wind rune, which can be affixed on top of the legs and activated by mobilizing mana, is extremely fast. This talisman, however, is sold in pairs, not singly. As the words fluttered, the jade box on the right side had been opened, revealing 2 green-colored talisman seals. Afterwards, the yellow-robed teenager opened the left jade box again, revealing a crimson rune seal. Fire escape talisman. You can transform into a rainbow light and fly for 1 incense stick. Guessed. These are the only 2 recluse talisman seals that the small store has. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes moved slightly as he took a small step forward and approached the counter, carefully observing the talisman. A moment later, Su spoke. Golden Armor Talisman, Royal Wind Talisman, and Fire Escape Talisman. How many spirit stones respectively? The yellow-robed teenager was excited inwardly. It seemed that he had really met a big customer. Golden Armor Talisman, 9 lower-grade spirit stones. Wind Sentry Charms, 2 for 24 lower-grade spirit stones. Fire Escape Talisman, 15 lower-grade spirit stones. The moment he heard the price, Zhang Yuan Candle dismissed the idea of buying in large quantities. Estimating his remaining spirit coins, he slowly opened his mouth. 2 Golden Armor Talismans, 2 Royal Wind Talismans, and 2 Fire Escape Talismans. Upon hearing this, the yellow-robed teenager immediately took out several jade boxes from under the counter, each of which would be opened and placed in front of Zhang Yuan Candle. Guessed. A total of 87 lower-grade spirit stones. The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth twitched. Just a few talisman seals made his value bottom out at once. Take it. After pulling out an old storage bag from his pocket, he handed it over. The yellow-robed teenager took it and counted it to make sure it was correct. Then he poured the spirit coins into another storage bag, the old one, and returned it. Guests, if you still want to buy talismans in the future, you can come here. Zhang Yuan Candle nodded and with a wave of his palm, all sorts of talismans were put away. Turn around, walking towards the outside of the store. As he was about to leave the threshold, his footsteps slightly paused as if he had no intention of asking. Fellow Daoist, have you ever heard of the Duan clan of Fire Rock City? The Duan family, the Duan clan, the immortal cultivation clan in the north of the city. Naturally, I've heard of it. This immortal cultivation clan, it has a bit of a reputation in Fire Rock City. Guessed, are you going to the Duan family? But a random question. Zhang Yuan Candle laughed lightly and took a step away, disappearing into the store. Only the yellow-robed teenager looked at the other parties departing back, his eyes showing doubt. Zhang Yuan Candle held his sword and walked through the streets, sensing the talismanic seals in his arms, his eyes dark and deep. He walked forward leisurely as if he were a nobleman treading the green, wandering through the immortal cultivator stores, through the streets, through the city, all over again. As the big sun set, a hotel was found at random and checked in. Night fell completely with the passage of time, and there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the streets. Zhang Yuan Candle sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling the hotel's surroundings, the strong and weak sense, the corners of his mouth slightly raised with wantonness. Standing up, he carried a flying sword on his back, a long knife on his side, and the Qingyang furnace and talisman seals in his arms. With that, he stepped outside. Crunch! The door of the room was pushed open, and a gray shadow rushed straight out, heading towards the city gates at breakneck speed. In an instant, a mishmash of auras unfolded. Everyone, get after him, the kid is running. He carries a large number of spirit medicines on his body, and once he obtains them, the path to immortality will be trouble-free. Junior is cunning. Let's catch up. A low cry rang out. Not bothering to hide, they chased after the gray shadow at breakneck speed. They chased the man all the way out of the city gates and across the mountains, always missing him by one step. Zhang Yuan Candle's expression was calm as he felt the various scents behind him. If all of them were killed, the harvest would definitely be extremely large. But he had more important things on his mind. Hopefully, the strong Duan family will come out partially. Whispering softly in his heart, the green-colored talisman seal affixed to his leg began to emit a faint green light. In an instant, it was like a cloud of fresh air that floated at his feet. Zhang Yuan Candle's speed surged, instantly disappearing in front of one pursuer after another. It's a rune seal. It's a rune seal. Find him. He must have an even more valuable item. Catch up. We can't let him get away. A burly figure, mixed in with the crowd, looked somewhat suspiciously in the direction the boy had fled. This direction is not the orrery. Panicked and fleeing in the wrong direction? Without further thought, he had followed the crowd. Mountains and rocks, trees and grass, kept crossing the horizon. Zhang Yuan Candle's speed was getting faster and faster, and vaguely, one could only see a green light crossing over, and then there was no figure. Suddenly, he made a U-turn and circled halfway around the circle, heading towards the city, his eyes dark to the core. He has always been a point of favor, a point of vengeance. Since we've made a grudge, let's cut it down to the bone, so that we don't have to be like flies and bugs and disturb people's peace and quiet in the future. In less than an incense stick, he once again returned to Fire Rock City, withdrew the talismanic seal to conceal his figure, and headed towards the north of the city at great speed. Soon, a luxurious mansion, covering an area of 100 acres, appeared in view. Before the mansion, 2 guards from the realm of embodied chi stood and guarded. Zhang Yuan Candle stood in front of the door, heads up, looking at the door plaque, the word Duan. Who are you? This is the Duan family. If you don't have an invitation to pay your respects, get out immediately. Zhang Yuan Candle stepped forward and launched his sword. Clunk! Ice-cold blade light, cutting through the night, lifting up a bit of blood color. The large head rolled to the ground, crossing over the corpses and looking at the vermilion door. The red golden flames rose above the blade and chopped out again. Boom! The vermilion door exploded, splattering wood shavings with fire. Zhang Yuan Candle took a step, stepped over the threshold, and entered the Duan family. At this moment, a group of figures, hearing the sound, came from everywhere. They sat on knives, swords, and there were also a few holding magic weapons. Every single one of them had a fierce, murderous face. At this moment, this scene, there is no need for words, only one side will fall, then it will end. Kill, kill, soaring killing sounds, mixed with mana fluctuations, passed through the Duan mansion. Zhang Yuan Candle's arm was raised, and his 5 fingers clasped the hilt of the blade as he chopped down violently. A crimson auger dragon hissed and flew out, charging forward, causing one figure after another to turn into charred black corpses and fall. The flying sword on his back trembled violently, emitting a violent sword roar. Jab! The flying sword is sheathed. It was like a white rainbow that instantly crossed space and cut through a dozen people in a row. The heads rolled to the ground as if they were dumplings. A headless corpse, mingled with blood, collapsed to the ground. A sword and a knife. The crowd was empty. Then, even more explosive sounds of killing came out from the guards. Duan family, raise us dozens of years. Food, clothing and cultivation resources, can be shortchanged in the slightest. I have no fear of a death. Follow me. Jab. As the sword light slashed through, an old man was chopped into 2, with various organs scattered on the ground. Such a tragic scene, but at this moment no one was afraid. They hissed and howled, mobilizing all their breath and mana to charge forward. Zhang Yuan Candle had the snake chopper sword on his head and the red snake blade in his hand, and he took half a step towards the interior of the mansion without retreating. The color of blood spread over the earth. Limbs, flesh and blood fell in all directions, and a corpse collapsed to the ground. Kill! The long blade chopped the incoming magic weapon, and the flying sword wrapped around the neck of an old man. Bang! The head fell and the old man fell. A cultivator at the 3rd level of chi practicing, as if he were a pig or a dog, collapsed in the color of blood. At this moment, no one cared or was concerned. Too many people had died, and both sides had been killing each other for a long time. Chapter 82 Auger Dragon Chopping the Bright Moon. Thief, you deserve to die. A furious voice, dropping down from the firmament. It sobered up the guards who were caught up in the killing. It's the Great Elder coming. The thief is dead. The Grand Elder has the 4th level of chi practicing cultivation and is the 2nd strongest person in the family. He can definitely kill the murderous thieves. Go ahead. Kill him. Duan Yao's face was hideous, and his heart was dripping blood as he looked at the tragic situation inside the mansion. This was the backbone of the Duan family, a family son who was completely loyal to the family, and it would normally be heartbreaking for one to die, and now it's falling in droves and flocks. Kill. In a flash, a bright moon rose from behind Duan Yao, illuminates the mansion and dispels the darkness. At this moment, a sense of solemnity and seriousness was transmitted into everyone's heart, making the killing a few points less. For the first time, Zhang Yuan Candle's face appeared solemn, and a pair of double pupils saw the silver plate suspended behind the old man through the silver glow. This was by no means the aura that an inferior magic weapon should have. Thief, no matter who you are, if you have offended the Duan family, you will die here. A stern cry. The light of the bright moon flourished, and countless silver lights seemed like sharp swords as they stabbed down. The air was all torn apart in an instant, and there was nothing but silver light between heaven and earth. Zhang Yuan Candle's red snake blade came out of his hand, and monstrous flames gushed out, wrapping the blade. Roar! A huge fire snake coiled on the ground and hissed up to the sky. Fire serpent technique. Zhang Yuan Candle looked cold. He is never only close combat. Spell attainment is also the top. The palms of his hands were clasped together, and the ancient spell, once again, was pinched. A rain of fire surfaced, spreading over the mansion and hovering an inch above the earth. Fire and rain. The palm of the hand came forward and jerked upward. Roar! Shoo! The red snake hissed and scurried out, raining fire into the sky, and the silver radiance in the sky was also chopped down one after another. One by one, the guards and Duan clan members looked at the scene in front of them with shocked expressions. Beautiful and dangerous. Zip! Boom! Roar! Fire rain tangled with silver glow, and Red Snake was surrounded by Silver Sword. With that, the rain of fire died down, and the Red Snake was continuously worn down and shrunk. Click! A crack that surfaced on the Red Snake blade. Great Elder, kill him and avenge the clan. He's going to lose. Charge with me and don't let the thieves catch their breath. Under the high shout, a figure, once again, began to impact that slender figure. Even though, flying swords chopped out one after another, taking away one life after another, more people rushed up. Click! Roar! Another shattering and Red Snake wail came down from the firmament, causing the many Duan clan members to charge and kill, even more frantically. They're going to win! The corners of Zhang Yuan Candle's mouth grinned. The middle-grade magic weapon wasn't bad, but the strong one wasn't human. The green sun furnace in his arms flew out and hovered above his head, dropping channels of grey light to defend against all kinds of attacks. Thief, thou shalt be killed. The vault of heaven rebuked, and to him, it was like a breeze on his face. Zhang Yuan Candle's arms naturally stretched, and layers of fiery flames appeared as if they were phosphorus armor, then converged and compressed. The appearance began to blur. Red like blood Nuwa face emerged. In the depths of his heart, above the 7-treasure wonderful tree, the dragon blood spirit wood, the Xian Shui ruler, and the golden flame seal trembled slightly. Characteristics, might, brute force, and fire soul, all bursting forth at the same time. In an instant, a real red Zhao appeared in front of the crowd. The monstrous ferocious aura was violent to the extreme. Simply by standing in place, a figure that was rushing to kill was forced back by the aura. Ka-ching! Boom! With another shattering sound, the sky red snake completely exploded. The fragments of the magic weapon, mixed with the firelight, fell in all directions. Yet again, in mid-air, it was worn out by the silver light. At this moment, the countless silver lights were no longer blocked and chopped at the red scale on the ground. Zhang Yuan Candle's heavy pupils were half narrowed, his legs slightly bent, and he fiercely exerted his strength. Rumble! The earth crumbled inch by inch beneath his feet. A red auger, against the silver light, rushed towards the bright moon. A pair of auger arms, as if they were blood-colored guillotines, chopped at the figure in the moonlight. Duan Yao's eyes were wide open as he looked at the hideous dragon shadow and hissed up to the sky. Kill! One grabbed the silver disc behind him and slammed it down towards the auger. Zhang Yuan Candle snorted, clumsy to the extreme in his killing skills. The body was slightly sideways, and the dragon's claws probed forward, avoiding the silver plate in a moment, cutting across the figure in the moonlight. Bang! A red-colored dragon shadow fell from the firmament, kicking up gusts of dust. All of the Duan clan's children looked up at the night sky. They wanted to see the scene of the heavens, until a headless corpse fell from the night. Everyone fell into a loss of voice. Tower, tower, tower. The sound of crisp footsteps, for the first time, sent chills and shivers down their spines. Are you looking for him? With a playful laugh, a figure stepped out of the dust. The man was carrying a head in his left hand, and his right hand was clasped around a silver plate as he teasingly looked at the Duan clan's children. Come on, let's get on with it. Casually tossing the head aside, the snake chopper flying sword hovering at his side, chopped out at extreme speed, harvesting a life. At the same time, he rushed into the crowd and began to kill. The colors of blood and wailing resounded through the night. Hundreds of miles away from Fire Rock City, Duan Li sensed something strange and chased after him for more than 200 miles, but he couldn't even see the silhouette. At this moment, all the loose cultivators who wanted to pick up the advantage also noticed that something was wrong. From time to time people left the group and disappeared into the night. Duan Li, who was mixed up in the crowd, suddenly took out a jade stone. The jade flickered, and a voice was transmitted across the mountains and rivers. The family is in trouble. Return quickly. Boom! Silent thunder exploded in the heartland. At this moment, it was as if he understood something. How dare that man? How could he? However, the family was powerful and could never be shaken by a single chi practicing second layer. All sorts of thoughts came to mind. However, he didn't dare to hesitate for a minute and turned into a rainbow light, heading towards the city. The scattered cultivators who were chasing them at the moment stared blankly at the rainbow light that disappeared into the night. Their highest was only the third level of chi practicing. Surprisingly, there was a fourth level chi practicing powerhouse hiding amongst them. What was its true purpose? At this moment, everyone felt something was wrong. Some people sneak out of the group and return to the city. There were also people who couldn't give up the temptation of the spirit medicine, and with a clench of their teeth, they continued to chase after them. As for Duan Li, the original Duan family head, he tried his best to mobilize his mana and sped towards Fire Rock City. One incense burner. Half an hour passed, and the familiar city appeared in view. Without hesitation, he flew straight over the walls. In a flash, a flash of fire in the north of the city came into view. Boom! The air exploded, and a rainbow light, as if it was a meteor, rushed straight into the Duan mansion. Bang! Duan Li landed in front of the mansion, looking at the broken vermilion door and smelling the thick bloody air. But he didn't hear the tussle. Have you already decimated the enemy? Duan Li spoke softly. Stepping forward, he walked into the mansion. Snap! The footfalls and blood splatters. He froze in place. The ground was full of wreckage, full of craters, and once familiar clansmen fell to the ground as if they were garbage. Sandy, fourth brother, great elder, the enemy has been decimated, I believe. Where are you? Duan Li shouted and stepped forward in the color of blood. Suddenly, slam, several black shadows, thrown from a distance, rolled down to Duan Li's feet. Are you looking for them? Chapter 83, Meeting the Old Man. Duan Li's gaze dropped down, and several extremely familiar faces came into view. All that was left of his once loved ones and elders were their heads, rolled down to their feet, their sightless eyes, staring up at him. For a split second, the forward stride stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. At the same time, murmurs, as if from hell, once again came out. Only these have been preserved, and I'm afraid the rest of the corpses will have to be searched for. Your Excellency, personally, but you shouldn't have a chance. Duan Li snapped his head up, revealing a hideous, twisted face. He stared dead on the slender figure sitting on a corpse, looking at its appearance that was the same as the one in the intelligence, and opened his mouth word by word. Zhang Yuan Candle, I'm going to scrape you. Every word was filled with biting hatred. The Dantian mana began to boil, the blood began to burn, and the soul and spirit began to be squeezed. The aura on his body climbed, climb again. A variety of forbidden means that acted on the body. At this moment, what path? What future? He did not want, just want to, kill the person in front of me. Sensing the rising aura, Zhang Yuan Candle stood up and patted his blood-stained robes. The arms are then stretched out flat to the front. If it were usual, I would still have a few moments of grace to battle you, but killing today is enough. The palm of the hand was lightly pressed. Goosefeather snow fell from the night sky, and in an instant the sky and earth were white. A piercing chill filled every corner. Zhang Yuan Candle's slender figure was also hidden in the wind and snow, disappearing. The only sound that came out from all directions was a blur of voices. Next strike, chop you. As the words drifted, a red lotus that looked like a dreamy red lotus floated in from the wind and snow. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to have fallen into silence. Fire and ice, heat and cold, life and death, so melting, so gorgeous. Kill me in one blow. You can't, Duan Li hissed. All kinds of light erupted, and pieces of magic weapons emerged, attacking forward, but in front of the red lotus that came carrying the wind and snow. Useless. The spells were extinguished in an instant, and the artifacts shattered and flew in all directions. Even the shields and talismanic seals that protected themselves were crashed through one by one. The crystal-clear red lotus, in less than a breath, floated down between Duan Li's eyebrows. In an instant, all the struggles, all the hisses, all the reluctance, turned into silence. Duan Li tried his best to open his eyes wide to find the figure, but all he could see was a sky full of snow and wind. He opened his mouth, and before a single word could be uttered, his body had already turned into charcoal. It's over. In a whisper, the wind and snow in the sky dispersed, revealing a slender figure standing in place, not moving a single bit. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was pale, carrying a flying sword on his back and a broken sword on his waist, his robes tattered and covered in blood, but with its own blood-stained elegance. His eyes dropped to look at the charred black burn marks on his palm and he let out a low sigh. The fire rain technique, after all, is a hair short. Taking a step forward, he crossed the wreckage-filled floor and took a step toward the door. After the Duan family is done with their business, they will then clear out that part of the scattered cultivators who are chasing after them. This trip out of the beast's garden was a complete success. He stepped out and walked down the street, sensing a prying gaze and frowning slightly. Clank! A sword sound rang out. A large number of peepers, as if seeing a flying sword chopping at them head-on, instantly turned pale. Hastily withdrawing his gaze, he dared not peek again. The night is dim and the moon is bright. Zhang Yuan Candle stepped forward on silver radiance and made his way to the outskirts of the city. The streets were silent, and he saw a stream of cultivators rushing into the Duan mansion wanting to pick up the pieces. He saw the boy in the alley, holding a half of a spirit coin, staring blankly at the corpse of the greedy man, with a layer of frost on the ground. He also saw the clamor of the restaurants and the drunkenness of the greenhouses. This is red dust? Zhang Yuan Candle muttered and walked out of Fire Rock City. Running to the west, all the loose cultivators encountered on the road were killed. Wailing, roaring, and the sound of magic weapons colliding and roaring echoed in the mountain night. A figure. Blood spilled over the mountains and rivers. Floating corpses on the ground. The ruddy dirt mingled with the blood. Indistinguishable from each other. I don't know how much time had passed before Zhang Yuan Candle stopped killing and leaned on the rock wall to breathe heavily. There was nothing but corpses and limbs around him. Ha! Ha! Zhang Yuan Candle laughed loudly, filled with pleasure. A hint of relaxation surfaced within. With everything out of the way, he could go back to practicing with all his might. But running hundreds of miles to make a kill in one night was too much of a drain on energy and stamina, and recovery was needed. From his storage bag, he took out a healing elixir and was about to swallow it. However, he stopped moving and slowly looked up, his eyes with consternation, a familiar silhouette, into his eyes. It was a woman in a blue dress, whose face was covered with a light veil and whose hair was smooth like silk. With an air of transcendence from the mundane, she stood quietly on the rock, her dress fluttering as the night wind blew, a pair of sky blue eye pupils sizing up Zhang Yuan Candle. Fairy Yi? Zhang Yuan Candle's spine was straight, as if he were a long horizontal sword to pierce through the night. It's only been half a year since I've seen you, and you've already reached such a point. You're even more outstanding than I imagined. Yi Zhuanxian stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes retracted and looked at the bright moon. I am able to be where I am today, thanks to Fairy's favor in being able to enter the immortal path. Zhang Yuan Candle clasped his fists and saluted. Without the order given by Yi Zhixian to welcome the soldiers, or even to receive him into the flying boat outside Jianshui City, he would never have embarked on the immortal path so easily. After a pause, Zhang Yuan Candle's expression became more and more solemn, and his arms naturally hung down. 1000 Soldier Peak. When the 36 Dharma veins were selected, we also have to thank Fairy for traveling to the 1000 Dharma Pavilion to intercede. It's a day late, but still extremely useful. Otherwise, the Scorched Sun Vein Mountain Master would never have been so kind and given the Gongfu insights. These things, he separates. That stupid ass? The woman sighed low. As for Zhang Yuan Candle, after hearing the woman's sigh, he seemed to understand something, and his eyes were lowered to hide the emotions in them. I've come this time, just to ask you if you would like to join the 1000 Laws lineage. If you wish, tomorrow you will be a disciple of the 1000 Laws. The blue-clothed woman's palm probed out and gently waved it, a layer of light spilling down, moisturizing the injuries. Why? Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes revealed doubts as he sensed the stamina that was being restored and began to be energized. Why did he have to join the 1000 Laws lineage? And why did he take such good care of him? There was so much doubt in his mind. Yi Zhuanxian's palm slowly retracted. Her red lips slightly opened. Of the 36 Dharma veins in the Immortal Soldier Valley, the 1000 Dharma vein is the safest. A short sentence that carries enough meaning to be thought-provoking. Moreover, according to deduction, you should have entered the 1000 Laws lineage. Zhang Yuan Candle's brows were frowning tightly as various thoughts surfaced in his mind and finally fell one by one. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again. If I join the 1000 Laws lineage, will it be beneficial to the Fairy? At this moment, the eyes that were always looking at the bright moon dropped down, sky blue pupils, as if they were as vast and deep as the sea. No profit. Chapter 84, In my life, I only seek the great way. In that case, I'd better stay in the Scorched Sun Dharma vein. Zhang Yuan Candle laughed softly and smoothed out the folds at the hem of his coat. This Dharma chakra is compatible with my cultivation technique. There was a pause, and the corners of his mouth tickled with a hint of recklessness. Besides, I've always disbelieved in destiny and only recognized the present. Good. Yi Zhuxian's eyes were calm, seemingly not caring about any of the boy's choices. With a flick of her fingertips, a stream of light emerged and stopped in front of Zhang Yuan Candle. It was a sheet of pale yellow paper that gave off a hint of antiquity. Zhang Yuan Candle frowned lightly between his eyebrows and looked at the woman in blue suspiciously, not immediately accepting the paper. Yi Zhuanxian, on the other hand, was already the first to speak. Vajra liquid prescription. The Buddhist masters created the medicinal liquid for the disciples of the later generations, to polish their physical bodies, and I got it by chance. As you want to achieve one realm and one art tattoo, this prescription will be of no small use to you. Obviously, the woman in blue had already seen his thoughts in the chi practicing realm. After all, a normal genius would not condense art patterns at the first level of chi cultivation, will usually try to coalesce every fourth layer. This allowed plenty of time for the flesh to metamorphose with the breakthrough to be strong enough to withstand the art pattern pressure. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes flickered. He really needed this prescription. The palm of his hand probed out and held the prescription, sensing the roughness coming from his palm. Arch your hand and salute. Many thanks to the Fairy for the prescription. With that, straightening his spine, his heavy pupils looked straight into those sky blue eyes like torches. Fairy, if there is anything that you need from a disciple, please speak up and I will do my best. Live on. It's best to achieve the 12th level of chi cultivation. One layer and one art pattern will be enough. The blue-robed woman. Her fingertips retracted and her fluttering dress slowly fell. At this moment, Zhang Yuan Candle seemed to see countless interwoven nets in those beautiful eyes that were as vast as the sea. There is sadness and joy, life and sorrow, and one of the longest and thickest lines is fading and disappearing. When I looked again, the only thing that was there was the blue of the sky, and everything was like an illusion. It was by no means a hallucination. There must be things he did not know at such a request. But so Andy. Zhang Yuan Candle's forehead tapped. I know, fairy. If there is nothing to account for, the disciple will leave. As Yi Zhuanxian waved his hand, he turned around and headed for the beast garden. The blue-robed woman looked at the boys departing back, her red lips slightly opening as he was about to disappear. That gray donkey, not my demonic pet. As the words fell, Zhang Yuan Candle's footsteps slightly paused, and then he stepped away once again. Yi Zhuanxian raised his head, looked at the bright moon in that night sky, and then looked down at the mountains and rivers a moment later. She gazed, as if across heavy obstacles, seeing the 36 Dharma veins, seeing the vast mountains and rivers commanded by the immortal Soldier Valley, and also seeing the many elders who were kind and amiable. A soft sigh. The woman's body scattered into starlight and disappeared. The only thing that passed through space was a faintly indiscernible voice. I'm sorry, but in my life, I only seek the way. The beast's garden is 100 miles to the north. In the dimly lit cave, Zhang Yuan Candle sat on a bare corpse, looking over the yellowish prescription. His brows were furrowed, and most of the herbs on it, he had never even heard of. It seems that when I go back, I'll have to ask Qinli about it. But is this remedy ancient and palatable? Zhang Yuan Candle was curious in his heart. A slight movement of the mind. The pale yellow paper disappeared instantly. In the depths of the mind, a slight change occurred on the mirror made of red and blue light. Palm Royalty, Level 1, Sharia Bark, Characteristics, Comet Heart. Level 1, Dragon's Blood Spirit Wood, Characteristics, Mighty Pressure. Level 1, Xian Shui Ruler, Characteristics, Brute Force. Characteristics, Comet Heart? Zhang Yuan Candle muttered, his thoughts flowing. Doubts on top of cultivation techniques, difficulties in art cultivation, and even incorrectness at the time of refining the body, all surfaced in his mind and were corrected and answered one by one. To Site 1? No. To Site 1. This was far more than the trait, clear mind, which brought about the effect. Exhale. This Vajra liquid remedy itself is, I'm afraid, more precious to me than even the contents of the record. A favor owed. More. Zhang Yuan Candle's face was helpless, but his eyes contained joy. With this characteristic, the path to immortal cultivation is bound to be smoother, and the harvest from this tussle will never be small. An immortal cultivation family, and hordes of loose cultivators, even if he only collected a portion of it, it was enough to fill its resources once again. Consciousness plunged into the storage bag and began to take inventory. The crystal-clear silver-white moon disk, and 2 intact lower-grade magic weapons, piles of spirit coins, lower-grade spirit stones, a large number of spirit medicines and pills, and quite a few messy miscellaneous items, was counted out one by one. But he also has something to lose from this fight. The red serpent sword shattered and was completely damaged. The green sun furnace crumbled several cracks in order to defend against the attack and was unable to take on the enemy. Even the snake chopper flying sword had a number of gaping holes in its body from the collision. The 3 magic weapons for offense and defense were scrapped twice. The snake chopper flying sword. He wasn't going to use it against the enemy anymore, but rather it was being used as a feature. In between thoughts, Zhang Yuan Candle cast his gaze on the harvested magic weapon. With a thought, the moon disc, the green jade bell, and a large pitch-black sword appeared in front of him. These were the magic weapons from this harvest, and the rest were either shattered or badly broken and unusable. He was prepared to use these 3 magic weapons against the enemy for the time being. The palms of his hands probed out, gently brushing over each of the spells. None of them have traits. There was a flash of loss in his eyes, and then he returned to normal. There is enough to gain this night. One should not ask for more. The probing palm gripped the pitch-black long blade, and the Dantian mana kept surging in. The remnants of the former weapon master's marks were instantly washed away, and then one by one, they were wiped away, inscribing marks that belonged to themselves. At the same time, a little bit of blood seeped out from his palm, staining the pitch-black sword red. Half an hour later, the long sword trembled slightly, emitting a sword sound. The information about the pitch-black long knife came into his mind. The name of the knife was Black Gold. It was a lower-grade magic weapon, without too many miscellaneous functions. The only 2 qualities were sturdiness and sharpness. This should be the reason why it could be intact under its own attack. Clunk! The long knife was sheathed, and the sharpness of the blade was collected. The palm of his hand probed out and held the green-colored jade bell, and once again began to offer it. Half an hour later. Knock. The bell rang, and the entire cavern trembled. Attack and defense are both possible. Not bad, since it has no name. Let's call it the Jade Bell. Zhang Yuan Candle played with the Jade Bell in his hand with a satisfied expression. It is then placed in your arms for easy access. The two magic weapon offerings were refined before he turned his gaze to the silver-white moon disc. The Duan family's strongest implement, judging from the brief exchange of hands, was most likely a mid-grade magic weapon. In terms of his current strength, it was more difficult to sacrifice it. Slightly hesitating instead of immediately starting the ritual, he took out an elixir and swallowed it, recovering the consumed mana. Finally, he lay down directly on the bear's torso and began to rest. The next day, early morning, only when the great sun was high in the sky did Zhang Yuan Candle slowly open his eyes. At this moment, his spirit, body, and mana had all recovered to their optimal state, so he could attempt to sacrifice the silver moon disc. With a flip of his palm, the silver moon disc appeared in his palm. At the same time a single lower-grade spirit stone spread under his feet to avoid not having enough mana. The sacrifice begins. Chapter 85 Breakthrough. Breakthrough. The mana in the dantian stirred and surged toward the moon disc. Shoo away. Densely packed imprints appeared in the magic weapon, all of which were residual imprints left behind by the Duan family's successive generations of forefathers. This moment is transformed into a blockage of the sacrifice. Ha! A weapon used for 3 generations. It seems that a mid-grade magic weapon is even more precious than I thought. Mana surged forward as if it were a river. A mark was washed away and dammed. Time passed by, and the spirit stones underneath them shattered one after another. The silver-colored moon disc, emanating, began to emit a faint glow. I don't know how much time has passed. Buzz. The moon disc trembled, broke free from the palm of his hand, and rose up. The moment was like a bright moon, rising before it, mysterious and soft. Zhang Yuan Candle's arm lifted up, crossing the silver glow and caressing the moon disc. Feel the warmth coming from his palm. Worthy of being a mid-grade artifact, it can attack and protect itself from long distances, and it can also be held for close quarters killing. With 5 fingers, the moon disc was clasped in his palm and then disappeared. Stand up and step lightly. The spirit stones on the ground all turned into smithereens, and all traces disappeared into thin air. Zhang Yuan Candle raised his head and looked forward, recalling yesterday's experience of all sorts of deeds. A double pupil deeper and deeper. All things considered, it's time to go back. The palms of his feet fired, and his body headed towards the beast garden. Red-colored rocks, dead wood, and mutilated corpses continued to cross the field of vision. After running for about an hour, his vision gradually opened up and he came to an endless grassland. The beast garden has arrived. He was about to take a step towards the large formation where the demon-armored elephant was located, but he suddenly stopped. A burly figure appeared in the distance and approached sharply. Before the person arrived, a bright voice already came. Senior Brother Zhang, you're finally back. Making Senior Brother wait for a while. This trip to Firestone City could be a blast. Qilong came towards Zhang Yuan Candle in large strides, his face with a smile, and the demonic beast pattern on his upper body, hideous and gruesome. Senior Brother Shi, is something wrong? To make you wait in person. Zhang Yuan Candle's hands fell naturally, his face smiling gently. He was not surprised that Cylon knew that he was traveling to Fire Rock City. After all, he was one of the strongest men in charge of the Beast Garden, and it was still possible to obtain information about him. But I haven't seen Senior Brother for some time, so I miss him a bit. Cylon laughed and stopped 3 paces away. Senior Brother, if you have any difficulties in the Beast Garden or doubts about your cultivation, you can look for me in every way. Elder Brother is kind. I know. Zhang Yuan Candle arched his hand and smiled lightly. If there is any difficulty, I am bound to go and inquire. Cylon nodded, and his palm probed out and flipped. A storage bag floated in his palm and handed it over. This is this month. The spirit coins and pills distributed by the Dharma vein, as well as some benefits from the Beast Garden. Trouble Senior Brother. Run on. Zhang Yuan Candle's eyes flickered as he reached out to receive the storage bag. The two of them talked for a few more sentences before Zhang Yuan Candle stepped away. Qilong was the only one left on the spot, quietly looking at his distant back. His eyes filled with greed. The flesh and blood is so pure, so tempted to strip him now. An imperceptible whisper echoed through the meadow. The other side. Zhang Yuan Candle stepped forward, his eyes dropping as he looked at the storage bag in his palm. Sky blue light emerged at his fingertips, freezing them completely. Since Cylon is problematic, any item that passes through his hands is done so with caution and care. The best way, of course, was to leave it at Qin Li's disposal. In the middle of his thoughts, he had already returned to the front of the demon-armored elephant formation. With a flick of his palm, he revealed a passageway for people to move forward. Stepping forward, he crossed the large formation. Soon it was back to its own palace. Crunch! Pushing open the door of the room, a familiar silhouette appeared in the field of vision. Qinli was sitting beside the water pool, casually feeding the fish bait. After hearing the sound of the door opening, the movement of the hands stopped. Head slightly side, a pair of beautiful eyes, looking toward the slender figure. Mr. Zhang, back. Everything okay? Smooth. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm rose and threw the storage bag, which had frozen into ice. Over. What Cylon gives. You handle. Good. The young woman nodded, and with 5 fingers, the ice crystals dispersed. With a flick of his fingertips, a mysterious pattern was inscribed on the storage bag. Zhang Yuan Candle observed the young girl's movements and waited until the ripples no longer appeared before heading towards the room. The medicinal herbs, which were already sufficient. It was time to cultivate with full force and make a breakthrough. As he was about to cross the threshold, he asked as if at random, "This time, when I traveled to Fire Rock City and bought and sold spiritual medicines, I heard that the fixed Zen dragon fruit spirit medicine is a sacred medicine for refining the body. Have you ever heard of it? Fixed Zen dragon fruit?" Qinli frowned lightly between her eyebrows, deeply glancing at the figure not far away. The storage bag in her hand slowly lowered. "That's a spirit fruit from the land of Nansha. Ancient Cliff Mountain is extremely rare and not easy to obtain." "I know." Zhang Yuan Candle nodded his head, indicating that he knew. The so-called fixed Zen dragon fruit was naturally one of the main ingredients of the Vajra liquid. It looks like you can't count on adamantine fluid for a short period of time. Then, without further thought, he crossed the threshold and returned to the house. Qinli looked at its departing back thoughtfully. With the other party's origin, how could he know those monks' body refining things? Chance? Shook his head and thought no more about it. Instead, he put his consciousness into the storage bag. Since that person had allowed himself to handle it, the resources in it, naturally, could be utilized at will. In the room, Zhang Yuan Candle sat cross-legged on a futon, waving his palms, and all sorts of spiritual medicines appeared in front of him. The green jade bell flew out of his arms, its mouth facing upwards. With a thought, a single elixir fell into it. The palm of his hand peeked out, knuckles slightly curved, and he gave a gentle tap. Knock! The bell rang, and the elixir instantly shattered into liquid. At the same time, a drop of dark golden blood dripped down inside the bell. Roar! Roar! Hissing roars came out, and the jade bell continuously trembled. Zhang Yuan Candle clasped his 5 fingers to the wall of the bell and took a big gulp of it as he started refining his body once again. Since then, he had completely immersed himself in cultivation, cultivating gong methods during the day and refining the body at night, day after day, without change. 32 days later, inside the palace, the same room, a figure clad in crimson robes and with a robust body sat down in a tumbler. His exposed skin took on a bronze color with a hint of roughness. The chest rose and fell as if it were a war drum beating. Let the floor crumble and the dust rise. Zhang Yuan Candle's palm probed out and placed it in front of his eyes, feeling the majestic vigor in it, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Cultivating with all his might in January, he was finally going to take a step forward. Condensed art grain, entering the 3rd level of qi cultivation. When he moved, a mysterious, subtle rune appeared in his dantian. First it was illusory and gradually became clear. The black bears and 8-armed red snake shadows that stood on either side of the mana hissed up to the sky, stirring the red gold mana. That mysterious rune completely surfaced. Buzz, soundless thunder, exploding in the mind, letting Zhang Yuan Candle fall into a moment of bewilderment. The 2 art patterns in his dantian slowly approached, touching, then they instantly separated as if nothing had happened. And it was only at this time that Zhang Yuan Candle regained consciousness, sensing the 2 art patterns in the dantian that resembled swimming fish, and the pressure on his body. Ha! 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 He laughed out loud with pleasure. A lot of hard work, a lot of fighting, and finally a vital step. The next step was to break through the 3rd level of qi cultivation.